Ch74 Secrets. Until April, classes carried on as they were. Cashin saw the same faces dragging in and out of his classroom, some bright-eyed, some already hollowed out by OWL and NEWT prep. Then Hermione showed up again. She hadn't let go of her argument about books being infallible, oh no. If anything, she doubled, tripled down. Only this time, her reason wasn't quite the same. She lingered behind after class with Harry, both of them standing awkwardly by the desk as the last stragglers filed out. They looked at him like a pair of overgrown puppies, big-eyed, fidgety, trying to seem casual and failing miserably. Cashin dropped his pen onto the parchment he was about to mark and raised an eyebrow. Let me guess. You are not here because you love the smell of ink and chalk. Hermione straightened, her hands clasped tightly around her bag strap. Professor, we were wondering if you knew anything about Nicholas Flamel. Harry stayed quiet, looking like he already regretted tagging along. Cashin leaned back in his chair, resting his elbows on the armrests. Flamel, et. He tilted his head. Bit of an odd question for two first years. Why the sudden interest in an old alchemist? Hermione's eye shone at the title, though she pushed on with some hesitation. It is important. We think it might help us with. She stopped herself, lips pressing into a thin line. Well, something dangerous. Cashin's eyes narrowed slightly, though his voice stayed light. You realize that doesn't narrow it down. Hogwarts practically runs on dangerous somethings. Harry's shoulders twitched like he wanted to step in but thought better of it. Hermione's fist clenched, then she sighed. We just need to know if you've read about him. Anything at all. Cashin tapped a finger against the desk, studying the pair. Nicholas Flamel. Born 1326, allegedly still alive. Famous for his work on alchemy, particularly the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's shoulders jumped slightly at that last bit. Cashin didn't miss it. Ah, he said, lips curling faintly. So that's the angle. Harry shifted his weight from foot to foot. Cashin squinted at them, hands clasped under his chin. You wouldn't come to me without scouring the library first, which means you failed to find anything, and that is impossible. Nicholas Flamel isn't exactly an obscure name. He's mentioned at least once in half the books worth opening. He paused, the answer slotting into place. Which means? His grin spread slow and sharp. What is it? Harry asked, then he pressed his lips together, like the words had slipped out before he could catch them. Cashin gave a soft laugh. Nothing. This is just getting interesting. Hermione's brow pinched. What is? Cashin pressed a finger to his lips. No Alohomora works here. Sealed tighter than a Gringotts vault with a dragon on night shift. He smirked like a child keeping the world's best secret. Well, well. All I will say is, he is a friend, and a teacher, to the headmaster. Hermione's breath hitched. Cashin wagged a finger at her. Don't think too hard, Miss Granger, you'll sprain something. Oh, and, there is a muggle version and a magical version of him. There's a muggle version. Hermione blurted with disbelief. Both Harry and Hermione looked taken aback. Cashin smirked, steepling his fingers. Of course there is. History isn't as neat as your library indexes would have you believe. For every wizard who made waves, there's a muggle historian trying to stitch together scraps and call it truth. Flamel is practically a celebrity in some circles, though if you asked half the historians I knew back home, they would call him a fraud or a myth. He pops up in muggle manuscripts, alchemy treatises, even trashy novels. Hermione frowned. But Flamel was real, wasn't he? The magical one. Oh, very real, Cashin said lightly. Though I suppose the muggle world only ever saw hints. Half of them still argue whether he existed at all. Poor Sir Isaac Newton spent years sniffing around alchemical texts, thinking he could bottle the secret of eternal life. Little did he know, Flamel was already several centuries ahead and probably laughing himself sick. Harry blinked. Newton? The apple bloke. Cashin went visibly aghast, as if the entire Enlightenment had just been rebranded Apple Guy. He shook his head and said, the very one. Wrote more about turning lead into gold than he ever did about apples, though you won't find that in your muggle science books. Makes you wonder what else they've polished up for polite company. Hermione's brows furrowed so tightly they might have fused. That's absurd. If Newton really worked on alchemy, real alchemy, why isn't it common knowledge? Because you're a lot like tidy narratives, Cashin replied with a shrug. You want heroes and geniuses, not men who spent sleepless nights praying over melted tin. And magic? Muggles can't stomach it. Easier to call it superstition and carry on. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue but couldn't quite find her footing. Cashin's gaze sharpened, though his tone stayed breezy. I take it you're not asking because you're curious about Enlightenment philosophers. So tell me, why does Flamel matter to you too? Harry glanced nervously at Hermione, who bit her lip and said nothing. Thought so, Cashin murmured. He pushed his chair back and stood, smoothing the front of his robes. Look, whatever you're tangled up in, I'm not about to play the omniscient mentor. You won't get some grand speech out of me. Harry shifted his weight again. We just wanted to understand. That is all. Cashin chuckled coldly. Understanding's dangerous. Gets you asking questions, and next thing you know, you're in over your head. Hermione's fingers dug into her bag strap. So you do know something. I know plenty, Cashin said easily, stepping around the desk. But I also know when to keep my mouth shut. The headmaster's business isn't mine to spill. Hermione's face fell slightly, though Harry looked almost relieved. Cashin paused by the door, hand resting on the frame. A bit of advice, if you're sniffing after the Philosopher's Stone, be careful. Stones like that don't tend to lie about gathering dust. They draw the wrong sort of people. Hermione's mouth opened, but before she could get a word out, he added, and no, I am not telling you more. Go revise your charms. God knows Flitwick's got less patience than me. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. Cashin caught it and snorted. Go on, then, he waved them out. Before I decide you need 3 feet on 18th century Muggle alchemy. With diagrams. And color, if you're feeling bold. That sent them scurrying. The door clicked shut behind them. Cashin rubbed his temples and muttered, Flamel, Philosopher's Stones, and first years poking their noses where they shouldn't. Dumbledore, you mad old goat, what have you dropped in my lap this time? He went to the back room and started digging through the pile of daily profits stacked in a precarious tower by the window. Luckily, they were still in order, he hadn't let them slip into complete chaos yet. When he reached September 1st, he stopped. There it was. Break-in at Gringotts. His eyes flicked down the page. A thief had managed to breach the goblin's security. But the vault was emptied earlier that day. Not everyone could stroll into Gringotts and walk out alive. If breaking in were easy, families wouldn't pour generations of wealth into those vaults. Whatever had been there, it wasn't pocket change. So whatever had been in that vault wasn't just valuable, it was bloody important. Then there was Dumbledore's little request, cryptic as ever. Cashin and a handful of others had been asked to prepare traps for the third-floor corridor. Not strong enough to maim, just enough for a first year to struggle through and maybe sweat a little. Of course, the old man hadn't said it outright, but the meaning was clear enough. At the time, Cashin thought it was odd. Hogwarts was full of weird little projects, sure, but designing soft obstacles for children wasn't standard practice. And now Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was sniffing around the Philosopher's Stone. Cashin tossed the paper onto the desk, watching it skid to a stop. Curious, he muttered. How very bloody curious. His fingers drummed against the wood, eyes narrowing as he stared at the headline. He didn't know how to feel about it. If it really was the Philosopher's Stone, did he want it? Oh, absolutely. Who was he trying to kid? That thing wasn't just a lump of magic, it was living history. Cashin dragged a hand down his face and let out a low groan. Bloody hell, this is going to get messy. The stone wasn't just about turning lead into gold or brewing up immortality. It was a relic from a man who'd outsmarted death for centuries. Flamel wasn't some fairytale wizard tucked into the margins of old books, he was real, and Cashin would bet every galleon he had that the man hadn't survived this long by being careless. The question clawed at his thoughts, if it was here, at Hogwarts, why? Why leave something like that lying around in a school full of hormonal teenagers and stairs that couldn't make up their minds about where they wanted to be? There was temptation there. The kind that dug in under your skin and whispered, go on, have a look. He could almost picture himself flipping through Flamel's notes, hands ink-stained and mind-whirring, unraveling centuries of alchemical secrets. Dangerous thing, curiosity, he said under his breath, shaking the thought off. Cashin shoved the parchment aside and pulled another from the pile. Maybe the best thing he could do right now was stay out of it. Whatever Dumbledore was up to, Cashin wasn't keen on becoming collateral damage. The headmaster had a way of tossing people into chaos with that twinkle in his eye, like it was all part of some grand plan. Still, the itch in his chest wouldn't leave. The historian in him screamed to study it, to document every inch of that stone. God, if he could even lay eyes on it. Then something sparked in his mind. CH-75 dragon? Wait. How have I never thought about it before? Cashin froze, hand still halfway to another parchment. In his old life, his friends had talked about Harry Potter films. The main villain was Voldemort, right? But Voldemort was killed. Wasn't he? The details were fuzzy, just the odd conversation drifting back from pub nights years before he appeared in this world. There was a boy wizard, lightning scar, snake-faced villain, and somehow that villain kept coming back. Or was it the main antagonist of that anime? What was its name? Oh right, Burrito's dad. Cashin frowned, fingers drumming the edge of the desk. No, that wasn't it. Different snake, same problem, the bad guy doesn't stay dead. He was sure of it. Well, as sure as a bloke could be when his memory of late-night pub chatter about wizard films and anime villains kept tripping over each other. He rubbed his temples. God's teeth. I'm actually comparing Voldemort to an anime villain. Brilliant. But the more he tried to straighten the threads, the worse it got. He could practically hear his old mates back home arguing over whether Voldemort died properly or kept sprouting back, persistent as mold. None of them ever agreed, and Cashin hadn't cared enough at the time to remember. Now, though? Oh, now he cared. Right, he muttered, shoving his chair back. Let's assume Snakeface isn't as dead as advertised. If Voldemort was still crawling about somehow, and the stone was in Hogwarts, then that break-in at Gringotts wasn't some random Dark Lord he first assumed. Cashin wasn't a genius tactician, but he didn't need to be one to see what was staring him in the face. Someone was after the stone. Someone dangerous. That was why he dissuaded Hermione and Harry from testing the third-floor corridor. He knew most of the obstacles weren't all that dangerous, but there was still a real troll, and whatever Snape might have cooked up. He grabbed a fresh roll of parchment and yanked a bureau from the jar. Things I know, he muttered, scrawling a quick list. Gringotts break-in, vault emptied. Dumbledore brings the stone to Hogwarts? Possibly. Traps laid in the third-floor corridor. First years poking their noses where they shouldn't. Snake face might not be worm food. He stared at the list, chewing the end of his pen. Bloody hell, it reads like the setup to a bad heist novel. If Voldemort was after the stone, Cassian wasn't daft enough to get in the middle of it. He'd survived this long by keeping his head down, teaching his classes, and not sticking his nose where it didn't belong. But the itch was still there. The itch that came from being a historian, knowing something monumental was happening and not being able to record it. Don't do it, Cass. You've got an amazing girlfriend, a cushy job, a warm office, and enough essays to mark without inviting snake cultists to the party. But even as he said it, his mind kept spinning. On April 24th, Baths Haida woke up to find a giant egg floating above her head. And she started, but the thing dropped before she could finish. The egg cracked open with a wet splork, soaking her down to her underwear. She froze for a moment, dripping slick, pearlescent goo onto the sheets. Cass, I swear to Merlin. She growled, brushing a slimy chunk of eggshell off her shoulder. Then she spotted the letter stuck in whatever mess was covering half her room. She plucked it out between two fingers, snapped the wax seal, and schemed the contents. Find me. Clue is in the next egg. It is in your room. Hurry or I might really get hurt. Baths Haida let out a sharp sigh and held the parchment over a candle until the message turned to ash. She clenched the ash tight in her fist. You are mine. Bloody bastard. She peeled herself out of bed and padded across the room, goo squelching underfoot. Sure enough, in the far corner, floating serenely, was another egg, this one glowing faintly blue. Brilliant, she said flatly. Baths Haida reached for her wand, flicking it sharply. Scour jiffy. The worst of the mess vanished, though she still felt tacky. Another flick and the blue egg drifted down into her hands. Let's get this over with. The shell split cleanly with a faint pop, releasing a gust of cold air and the faint scent of mint. Inside was another slip of parchment. The real hunt starts now. Don't take too long, this time, it is timed. Her eyes narrowed. Oh, it is timed now, is it? He's going to regret this. She grabbed her robe, jammed her feet into slippers, and stalked out of the room, muttering under her breath about idiotic historians and their obsession with riddles. Egg hunts. At my age. Next he'll send me hopscotching through the courtyard, she grumbled. Down on the first floor, Aurora Sinistra was leaning against the banister, arms folded. She spotted Baths Haida instantly. You look like you've been wrestled by a flobberworm, she said, eyebrow arched. Cassian, Baths Haida muttered. Aurora's smirk widened. Ah. Say no more. Vector stepped out of an adjoining corridor, arms full of charts and scrolls. We can leave. No, she looked up briefly, then gave Baths Haida a knowing smile. He's started again, hasn't he? Baths Haida let out a short huff. Started? He never bloody stopped. Aurora glanced between them. What is the game this time? Eggs. Riddles. And apparently a timer, because he thinks he is clever. Bathshita's tone was flat, but her fingers tightened around her wand. You sound like you are enjoying it, Vector said lightly. Baths Haida shot her a look. Enjoy? Do I look like I am enjoying it? Maybe a little, Aurora said, biting back a grin. Baths Haida spotted another faint glow at the end of the hall that made her jaw clench. Of course. Another egg. Excuse me, she muttered, brushing past the two of them. The blue egg hovered lazily just below a portrait of a frozen witch. Baths Haida snatched it out of the air. Inside was another scrap of parchment. Next clue, I see the stars but never the sky. You have 5 minutes. Try not to trip over your own feet. Cheeky bastard, she muttered, crumpling the note in her fist. Aurora peered over her shoulder. Where's that one pointing? Merlin knows. Cassian's riddles are only half riddles. The rest is him showing off. Vector gave a quiet laugh. At least he's consistent. Baths Haida shook her head. Consistently irritating. She turned on her heel, muttering under her breath as she headed up the next staircase. She didn't notice the two professors exchanging amused looks behind her. Enjoy yourselves. I'll remember this when he drags you into his next disaster. She said over her shoulder. The egg had to mean the astronomy tower. Where else would the man send her to have her legs fall off from climbing hundreds of stairs? By the time she reached the landing, she was slightly out of breath. Another glow caught her eye near the tower door. Got you, she said under her breath. This egg was green. Baths Haida snatched it from its perch, cracking it open with a little too much force. She noticed the tower was warm despite the chilly Scottish wind. Northern Draconic rune? Probably his work. Typical. Baths Haida smirked despite herself, then cracked the egg open. Don't fall from the tower. Or do. It might be funny. Next clue, I sit where the sun never rises, and the stars never set. Cassian Rosier, she muttered through gritted teeth, you are 2 clues away from becoming an omelette. She stuffed the note into her pocket. He was probably lounging in some forgotten corner, laughing at her running up and down the castle like a 6th year on a dare. Baths Haida started down the stairs. On the 2nd floor landing, she nearly collided with Professor Sprout, who was hauling a basket of potted dittany. Baths Haida. Pomona blinked, taking in the disheveled robes and damp strands of hair sticking to her forehead. What on earth happened to you? Cashin happened, Baths Haida said flatly. Pomona's face softened into an amused smile. Ah. One of those days. Baths Haida gave her a long look. Not like that. Of course not. Pomona's grin widened. Before Baths Haida could reply, the glow of another egg caught her eye behind the banister, tucked neatly beneath a battered suit of armor of Sigurd. Brilliant, she muttered, sidestepping Pomona to grab it. The armor creaked ominously as she crouched, fingers brushing cold metal. Pomona peered over. You are not seriously. Baths Haida cracked the egg open with a snap. The note inside read, quick, clever, or covered in yolk. Clock is ticking. Next clue, where wisdom is chained, and secrets whisper in dust. The library, Baths Haida said under her breath. Pomona laughed. You two really ought to find a hobby that doesn't involve terrorizing each other. Baths Haida stood, brushing egg shards from her robe. He started it. Again. And you are playing along. Baths Haida shot her a glare, though the corners of her mouth twitched. Go tend your dignity, Pomona. Try not to hex him too hard, Pomona called after her as she swept down the corridor. She spotted Madame Pans prowling near the restricted section, eyes sharp as a hawk's. Baths Haida, Pans hissed as she entered. Evening, Irma, Baths Haida said blandly. You are dripping something on my floor. Baths Haida glanced down. A faint trail of lavender mist curled off her robe hem. Blame Rosier. Oh, I do. Regularly. For every bad thing, Pans said, turning away with a dramatic flick of her skirts. Bathsheda's eyes swept the room. There, floating just above the encyclopedias, a faint green glow. Subtle, she muttered, moving quickly before Pans could swoop back around. She plucked the egg from the air stood between Whisper of Frost and Song of the Rider, cracking it with her thumb. Getting warmer. Try not to lose your head. Next clue, I keep watch where the stone beasts sleep. The courtyard. Baths Haida groaned softly. Of course it is the courtyard. She was halfway to the door when she almost bumped into Minerva McGonagall. Baths Haida, Minerva said, one eyebrow arching. You look damp. Rosier, Baths Haida said. Minerva's lips thinned. Ah. That is all you are going to say. What else is there? Minerva replied smoothly. You've been tolerating his games for years. Baths Haida huffed and kept walking. Minerva's voice followed her. If you break a leg chasing him, I won't sign the accident report. She grumbled. The courtyard was bitterly chilly. All right, Cass, Baths Haida muttered, scanning the corners. Where is your next bloody egg? It took her 5 minutes to find it nestled in a gargoyle's claw. The stone beast's eyes seemed to follow her as she reached up. The egg split open. Final clue, I sit where history breathes, and old bones dream. You've got 3 minutes. History, old bones. Baths Haida closed her eyes briefly. The bloody catacombs. She spun on her heel and jogged towards the backyard. If Cashin thought this was clever, she'd make sure he regretted it. As she passed by Hagrid's hut, she unwittingly looked towards, then she froze. There was a strange glow spilling out of the window, and some sort of commotion rattling the walls. Glow in a hut? That's too normal. He'd never stoop so low. She narrowed her eyes. Cashin, if you are sending fake clues now. She muttered. With a sharp sigh, she strode up and kicked the door open. Inside, the air smelled of smoke and wet fur. Hagrid jumped like he'd been caught mid-crime, his enormous hands spread in front of a rickety table. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger froze in place, guilty as anything. And on the table, squirming awkwardly in a nest of rags, was a dragon hatchling. Baths Haida stared at it. Then at them. Hagrid started, voice cracking. Professor babbling, this isn't what it looks like. She stepped forward, her robe still damp from Cashin's earlier mess. Her eyes flicked to the creature, tiny wings flapping uselessly as it let out a pitiful squeak. Oh, thank Merlin, she said flatly. For a second, I thought that was a bloody Norwegian ridgeback on your table. Hagrid's face went crimson under his beard. It is, Professor. Baths Haida turned her head slowly to look at him, her expression caught somewhere between disbelief, exhaustion, and really? Is it really a Norwegian ridgeback? Of course it is, she murmured. Because why wouldn't there be an illegal dragon in a hut made of splinters? The dragon hiccuped, and a tongue of flame licked out across the table. Brilliant, she said under her breath. Hermione twisted her hands around her sleeves. It just hatched. Baths Haida fixed her with a sharp look. No matter, it is still a ridgeback, Granger. Ron gave Harry a nervous nudge, but Harry stayed quiet, clearly weighing whether explaining anything would dig them in deeper. Baths Haida pinched the bridge of her nose. This is not my problem. Not tonight. I've got one lunatic professor sending me on a ridiculous egg chase, and now this. She gestured vaguely at the hatchling, which let out another wheeze of smoke. Whatever this is, it had better not end up torching half the castle. Hagrid opened his mouth, but she held up a hand. Not a word. Don't make me report this. If Minerva catches wind of it, you'll be writing lines until your beard falls out. Hagrid's mouth closed with an audible click. She stepped back to the door. Keep it quiet, all of you. And for Merlin's sake, don't let it sneeze near anything flammable. Hermione looked like she might faint. Harry muttered a faint, Yes, Professor, while Ron gave an awkward little nod. Bathsheba didn't bother replying. Her fingers tightened around her wand as she turned to leave. But before she could take a full step, the dragon hatchling charged her. Typical. Dragons were intuitive creatures. This one, still reeking of smoke and shell, clearly thought she was the threat. Truth be told, it wasn't far off. She had been thinking of at least a dozen ways to make Cashin regret every decision he'd ever made, and the little beast must have felt the edge of that hostility, thinking she was a threat to it. Bathsheba's wand came up, lips ready to spell out a protego. Instead, what came out wasn't English. Or Latin. Or anything she'd spoken, ever. A roar, low and guttural, like rolling thunder, ripped from her throat before she could even register it. The sound vibrated through the cramped hut, cutting off the hatchling mid-charge. The dragon froze. Then, to everyone's absolute shock, including her own, it dropped to the floor. Tiny claws scraped against the wooden planks as it prostrated itself in front of her, head pressed low like a knight pledging fealty. Hagrid let out a strangled noise and lurched forward, massive hands outstretched to scoop the creature up. The hatchling hissed and squirmed out of reach, crawling straight towards Bathsheba instead. It stopped by her slippers and, to her utter disbelief, licked her toes. Bloody hell, she muttered. Hermione's cake slipped from her fingers, denting the wooden floor. Ron's mouth flapped silently like a stranded fish. Harry stood perfectly still, staring at the hatchling. Hagrid tried to make a move again, hands out again. It don't normally do that, he said weakly. No, Bathsheba said, still too confused to comprehend what the frozen hell was happening, I imagine it doesn't. The hatchling hissed again as Hagrid reached for it, wings flaring pathetically in warning. Bathsheba crouched, robes pooling around her knees. Cashin rushed in, breathing hard, one wand clutched in his hand. I heard a roar. What the hell happened? His eyes swept the room, then froze on the scene in front of him. His mouth opened slightly. Oh. Bathsheba didn't even glance at him. She was still crouched low, staring down at the baby Ridgeback licking her slipper like it thought she was its mother. Cashin edged closer. Is that? Yes. Bathsheba's voice was flat. A dragon? Yes. Ah. Brilliant. He dragged a hand through his hair, staring at the hatchling as it burped up a tiny ember. Hagrid flinched like Cashin might kill it on the spot. Cashin, it is only a baby, he mumbled. Cashin shot him a sharp look. Yes, and babies grow up. That one will be the size of a carriage in 2 years and will torch half the Forbidden Forest before breakfast. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it quickly when Cashin's gaze flicked to her. Cashin sighed, dragged a hand down his face. All right. Which one of you lunatics thought this was a good idea? Nobody spoke. Bathsheba stood slowly, brushing ash off her robe. Don't waste your breath. It's not worth it. Cashin glanced at her, noting the damp streaks on her sleeves and the faint scent of lavender clinging to her. Did you bathe in a potion or something? No, she said shortly. You dumped half a dozen eggs on me and sent me running across the castle like a deranged scavenger. Oh. His lips curved faintly. You found them, then. Her eyes narrowed to slits. Cashin Rosier, you are this close to sleeping in the corridor. Worth it, he said under his breath. Bathsheba let out a sharp sigh and pointed at the hatchling. Handle this first. Then we will discuss what part of your brain thinks egg hunts are romantic. Cashin crouched slightly, keeping his distance from the Ridgeback. Hagrid, you can't keep it here. Dragons are classified as XXXXX level creatures, deadly, uncontrollable, and strictly forbidden to own. It is only temporary, Hagrid muttered. That is what people say before they adopt a one and end up as Ash. Cashin rubbed at his jaw, giving Hagrid a long, pointed look. You are lucky, too. Malfoy was wandering this way. Probably would have seen the lot of you and bolted straight to Snape. The roar scared him off. Hagrid shifted his weight, looking sheepish but not nearly sheepish enough for Cashin's liking. Cashin made a noise as he looked at the creature. All right, little terror. Let's not turn this into a bonfire. The Ridgeback hissed, smoke curling from its nostrils. Bathsheba moved to intercept. Careful. It is wound up. The hatchling snapped, fire flaring as it lunged. Cashin jerked back, wand half raised, but before he could react, Bathsheba stepped in. Hey, Cashin started, but she shoved him back so hard they both tumbled to the floor. The flames hit her full on. Harry yelped. Hermione clapped both hands over her mouth. Ron made a noise like a strangled goose. When the fire cleared, Bathsheba was still standing. Robe steaming faintly. Hair damp where the heat had hit. Not a single singe mark. Hagrid's mouth opened wide. That is not normal. You think? Cashin pushed himself upright, eyeing Bathsheba up and down. What was that? She brushed ash off her sleeve like it was a minor inconvenience. No idea. Must be your charm work going wrong again. Is it? Cashin's eyes narrowed. You are not wearing a protective rune? Cloaking charm? Nothing. Nothing, Bathsheba shook her head, as confused. Cashin turned to the kids and Hagrid, waving them toward the door. Take them up to the castle, Hagrid. And you should know, this dragon can't stay here. We will sort it out for you. Hagrid's face crumpled like someone had just insulted his mum. What will you do to him? He is only a baby. Cashin held up a hand. Relax. I promise, it will be fine. Hagrid hesitated, his gaze darting to Bathsheba. She gave him a firm nod. That seemed to settle him, reluctantly. Come on, you lot, Hagrid muttered, ushering Harry, Ron, and Hermione out the door. The kids cast nervous glances back, but they didn't argue. The door creaked shut behind them. Bathsheba rounded on Cashin the moment they were alone. Why did you send them off? And what exactly do you plan to do with it? Cashin looked around and cast a privacy ward. I read something. Ancient Norwegian magics could bond with Ridgebacks. If the bond takes, the wizard becomes immune to their partnered dragon's fire. Bathsheba stared at him for a quiet few seconds, her lips pressing into a thin line. You are telling me you want to test an obscure bit of Nordic folklore on a creature that could burn down the castle? Not want. Need. Cashin flicked his gaze to the hatchling, its beady eyes fixed on Bathsheba like she was some sort of goddess. You just stood there and took a faceful of fire without so much as a singed eyebrow. Either you are hiding a bloody powerful charm, or we are staring at living proof that those old texts weren't a pile of nonsense. Bathsheba folded her arms. So what if the bond exists? You are suggesting I've got one. Why me? Good question. Cashin tilted his head, studying her like she was a particularly tricky rune. Maybe you've got the right bloodline. Or the Ridgeback chose you because you told it off better than its own mother would. The dragon let out a faint, chirping growl, curling its tail around Bathsheba's slippers. She glanced down at it, exasperation softening into something closer to wary curiosity. And if you are wrong? She asked. Cashin sighed, rubbing at the back of his neck. All right. Let's test if I am right. Call it over and ask for a drop of blood. Bathsheba shot him a sharp look, the kind that usually sent first years scurrying. He didn't flinch. Not this time. His expression held steady, no grin, no flippant remark, just that face he only ever wore when history, proper history, was staring him in the face. He was many things, insufferable, obsessive, maddeningly smug. But when it came to history, she didn't doubt a word he said. Fine, she muttered, turning to the hatchling. Her hand stretched out. Come on then. The Ridgeback hesitated for only a heartbeat before it scrambled into her palm, claws scratching lightly against her skin. Let's do it, she murmured. Announcement. Hello all. I want clear up something important about Bathsheba and the dragon bond. This isn't sudden, and it isn't a case of her being handed a magical affinity out of nowhere for the sake of convenience. I've been foreshadowing this from the very beginning, so that when the moment arrived, it felt earned rather than a deus ex machina. From the start, I said Bathsheba is the female lead of this story. That means she isn't here to hover in the background or exist as commentary for Cashin's journey, she stands shoulder to shoulder with him, and she will continue to until the very end. The bond with the dragon is one expression of that equality, of her having a path that is her own yet entwined with his. At the end of this chapter I've added a list of the foreshadowings I've scattered throughout the FIC to show how this moment has been built up. There are probably still a few I've forgotten to include, since I've been sprinkling them generously from the start. If you'd like to guess Dragon's name, the clue is in chapter 75 Dragon. Thank you for reading closely, for calling details, and for trusting the process. If you spot a breadcrumb I didn't list, feel free to point it out. The hatchling tilted its head, then bit down on the edge of its own wing. A single drop of dark blood welled up and slid down, landing neatly in Cashin's outstretched hand. He didn't waste a second. Using his thumb, he smeared the blood across his fingers and drew a tight, curling set of runes across Bathsheba's forearm. The marks flared at once, glowing like molten metal. The heat licked up her skin, and for a moment, heat cinched along the bone. The hatchling let out a low, guttural chirp as the rune brightened to a fierce orange. Then it moved. The glow shone, then twisted, flame curling off her skin as if alive. The hatchling's eyes went glassy for a heartbeat. And then, with a soft hiss, the fire collapsed inward, dragging the Ridgeback straight into the rune. Bathsheba gasped and yanked her arm back, stumbling half a step as the light vanished. Bloody hell, Cashin muttered, staring at the bare skin where the rune had burned itself in. It shimmered faintly, like embers cooling under ash. It worked. Bathsheba flexed her fingers, her pulse hammering under her skin. Where the hell did it vanish? Not vanished. Cashin tapped the faint glow where the mark sat. It is bound. Probably in a pocket space tethered to you. Don't panic, I doubt it will go feral and eat your insides. Reassuring, she shot back, deadpan. Cashin cracked a grin at last. If it helps, you're now fireproof. To that one's flames, at least. Bathsheba rubbed her arm where the rune still pulsed faintly. And if it is not just fire? If it decides to claw its way out? He shook his head and pushed himself upright, brushing the dust from his hands. That is impossible. You are its partner now. Mother, goddess, walking snack dispenser, all rolled into one. The odds of it hurting you are zero. Bathsheba arched a brow, flexed her wrist. That's very comforting, Rosier. You sound like you've got decades of dragon rearing under your belt. Decades? Please. I can barely keep pens from vanishing in my own office. He stepped closer, eyeing the mark suspiciously. But this isn't guesswork. The bond is done. That little sod is yours now, whether you wanted it or not. Dragons aren't subtle about loyalty, and this one's already chosen you. Her lips pressed into a thin line, though she didn't argue. Instead, she stared down at the mark. Cashin sighed, scratching at the stubble on his chin. Sweet gods, this is history walking around in your bloodstream. Don't sound so gleeful. Bathsheba gave him a sharp look. This is my arm, not an ancient rune rubbings. True, Cashin chuckled, grinning wide. But come on, ancient Norse fire-binding magic alive and kicking in a Hogwarts hut? You have to admit, it is brilliant. She sighed, tugging her sleeve to cover the mark. If you think I am adding dragon host to my titles, think again. You should. Killer conversation starter at parties. Their smiles thinned, they dropped the pretense together, getting serious. Cass, how do you know all this? Cashin sighed and pulled her into his arms as they sank into one of the hulking sofas in Hagrid's oversized hut, the cushions swallowing them. Do you remember the cave? She tilted her head. Norway. Cashin nodded. The one. With the spiral. Bathsheba stilled. The fire crackled, one log splitting down the middle with a hiss. I saw a vision when I was there. I wasn't even sure if it was real or not, if I was hallucinating or not. When I touched a stone, right before Hilda screamed. Bathsheba's gaze sharpened, all trace of sarcasm stripped away. What vision? Cashin leaned his head back against the couch, eyes half-lidded as if staring through the ceiling and into something far older. There was a woman. Standing in a storm, carved in runes that weren't ink, they were cut into her arms. Her eyes, they weren't human. And the storm around her, it obeyed her. Like it wasn't weather, but will. And she wasn't afraid. Men were climbing to her, shouting, threatening. But she didn't flinch. Just raised her arms and turned the mountain to molten wax. He looked at Bathsheba, voice lower now. And then she vanished. Like she'd folded the whole world around her and sealed it shut. Bathsheba didn't speak. And the name, Yrsa, it just fell into my mouth like it had always been there. He looked at her. Like I didn't hear it. I remembered it. Her expression didn't shift, but the warmth in her hand tightened slightly against his chest. He went on. Then, inside the cave, deeper. I saw marks. He touched the side of her face, fingertips hovering just near her cheek. On you. For a second. The same runes carved into her. And it wasn't the light playing tricks. I swear they were there. But then they were gone. And everything felt blurry. Like my mind wasn't all mine. Like I was moving forward and watching myself do it. Bathsheba's voice came low. I felt it too. Cashin's hand dropped. I didn't even realize I'd stepped inside that shaft until we were already halfway down. Everything in that cave was loud, but muted. Like I was underwater, but the tide was dragging me forward. She hesitated. And after we got out, everything between us shifted. Like something finally settled. I kept thinking about it for days after, whether it was just the adrenaline, or because you shielded me, or... I don't know. But it wasn't just that. It's still there, Cass. I feel it. Like some kind of thread pulled taut between us, humming under my skin every time you're near. It makes you, bloody hell, it makes you comfortable. And that's insane. I don't know how to explain it, it is, comfortable with you, it's just there. That was something he knew too. Which was why he looked properly rattled when she kissed him and called him her boyfriend. He'd stared at her, bracing for her to sprout wings or burst into Norse poetry on the spot. Actually took a step back, blinking fast, half expecting her eyes to glow gold and speak in tongues. Cashin kissed her hair. I actually thought you were possessed, he murmured into her curls, half laughing, half haunted. But when there were no glowing eyes, no chanting in dead tongues, no sudden urge to set my hair on fire. So I figured you were still mostly you. Bathsheba snorted a laugh. Almost. Charming. Your vote of confidence is appreciated. I kept studying the marks. The ones I saw on Yrsa. The ones I saw, on you. He tapped the edge of her forearm gently, then I found the match. One of them was a bonding glyph. She frowned. You used a half-deciphered horror stone to bind a live dragon hatchling to me. Cashin gave a sheepish shrug. It's possible I might have skipped that detail in the heat of the moment. Bathsheba closed her eyes. Rosier. Yes. If I start growing scales, I'm coming back to set your curtains on fire. Cashin raised both hands solemnly. Fair. But you'll be a very attractive ghost. She burst into laughter despite herself, the sound muffled as she pressed her forehead into his shoulder. I don't feel possessed. He shook his head, voice quiet. I doubt you are. But I am certain something awakened that day, and somehow found its way to you. Maybe inheritance. Her breath caught just slightly at that. You think it's bloodline? I don't know, he admitted, one hand drifting up to rest against her spine, fingers splayed over the fabric of her robes. Could be affinity. An echo reaching for something familiar. You've always had a talent for languages, maybe this one just decided to speak back. That's a terrifying thought, she murmured. A language that speaks me. Cashin gave a soft, amused huff. Trust me, if anyone's capable of wrangling back talk from runes and fire spirits, it's you. Bathsheba leaned into him, letting the silence stretch. Outside, a wind moaned past the window panes, and the hearth crackled again. She stared at the orange glow dancing on the floorboards, her eyes unfocused. Do you think it's her? She asked at last. Yrsa. He didn't answer immediately. I think it's something she left behind. Not her, not fully. But a mark. The kind of imprint magic doesn't let fade. And now it's tied to you. Just like that hatchling chose you. Maybe it's all the same thread, pulling tighter. Bath's Haida looked down at her arm, still faintly warm where the rune glowed under her skin like an ember buried in ash. So I've got a spectral rune goddess aftershock living in my bones, a dragon nesting in my bloodstream, and the world's most irresponsible academic is my backup. Cashin beamed. Flattering. Insane. Welcome to higher education. She huffed a laugh and leaned back to look at him. You're not scared. He paused, considering. Terrified, he said honestly. But scared in the good way. Like standing on the edge of something enormous and real and ancient, and knowing you're about to fall, but you want to see what's at the bottom. Bath's Haida watched him, her brow furrowing. You're handling this remarkably well for someone who once passed out after seeing a cursed mosaic. That mosaic had teeth, he said with absolute conviction. You hallucinated the teeth. Same thing. Cashin helped her to her feet, sweeping a hand toward the door. Now, we need to move before Hagrid has second thoughts and tries to smuggle a second one in. God help us if there's a sibling out there. Bath's Haida gave him a flat look but followed anyway. The moment they were clear of the hut, she latched onto his ear, twisting hard. Announcement. Just a quick note, I know not everything on that list counts as foreshadowing, a lot of it is symbolism, or little things I sprinkled in here and there. And let me be clear, I am not upset that no one noticed them. I put the list because some of you asked for it, and because a few said the dragon bond came out of nowhere. It did came out of nowhere when I first wrote it, back in chapter 20. The moment they were clear of the hut, Bath's Haida latched onto his ear, twisting hard. So you think you are clever and funny, hey? Cashin winced, reaching up to pry her fingers off. Ow, all right. I deserved that. Deserved more than that, she muttered, letting go. Egg hunts? Do you know how many stairs I've climbed in wet slippers? Could have used a broom, he said with a faint grin. Efficiency, Bath's Haida. You've got to think ahead. She shot him a glare. If I had, you'd be decorating the ceiling. Fair. Cashin tucked his hands into his robes, glancing back at the hut. In my defense, I wasn't planning for a dragon hatchling to hijack the evening. The eggs were supposed to end with a bit of champagne and smug laughter on my part. Smug laughter? You. She snorted. Shock of the century. All right, point taken. His grin softened. But admit it, you liked the challenge. Bath's Haida slowed her pace slightly, tugging her robe tighter against the chill. Liked? Oh, absolutely. Nothing says romance like being slimed by mystery eggs and chase across the castle all day. See, I knew you would come around. She let out a dry laugh. Don't test me, Rosier. I've still got enough goo in my hair to drown you in. Cashin raised his hands in mock surrender. Noted. No more romantic egg hunts, this week. Bath's Haida side-eyed him. I am holding you to that. They rounded the corner into a quieter corridor. Do you really think that binding worked? She asked after a beat, her tone lower now. Cashin glanced at her arm, where the faint outline of the rune still pulsed under her sleeve. Worked? It bloody well did. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Feels strange. Like there is something curled up under my skin. Because there is, Cashin said lightly. Congratulations, you are officially a dragon nursery. Merlin help me, she muttered. Cashin smirked. It could be worse. At least it can't set your hair on fire. Bath's Haida shot him a withering look. You are one bad joke away from me testing how fireproof you are. He chuckled, unbothered. For history? I would take the risk. You historians are all the same, she said, shaking her head. Not all of us, Cashin replied, his grin fading slightly. Some would have locked it away in a vault and called it a day. But this is real magic. Living, breathing history. Bath's Haida eyed him sideways, catching the faint something in his expression, excitement, awe, maybe both. You are like a kid on Christmas morning. Don't ruin the moment, he said, but the wide smile said otherwise. They reached the main stairwell. Cashin slowed, catching movement ahead just as Snape swept out of the shadows with his robes billowing behind him. Malfoy was a step behind, shivering in his boots. Snape started, then stopped short. His eyes flicked between Bath's Haida and Cashin, narrowing as if a hawk sighting prey. Professor Babbling, he said sharply. His gaze slid to Cashin. Rosier. Cashin grinned, rocking back on his heels. Severus. Where's the trouble? Or are you simply practicing your dramatic exits? Snape's lip curled. Unlike some, I don't spend my evenings chasing games across the castle. Cashin tilted his head, feigning thought. Shame. You would be brilliant at it. The cloak's got the perfect swoosh for the job. Malfoy smirked faintly at that, then schooled his face the second Snape glanced his way. Snape's eyes lingered on him, then flicked briefly to Cashin. Hagrid, he said at last. It seems he's been keeping interesting company in his hut. I am on my way to confirm. Cashin tilted his head, lips curling in amusement. What company? I was just there. No one else but Professor Babbling and me. Snape's frown deepened. His black eyes flicked from Cashin's face to Bath's Haida, seeing no lie. Cashin met the look without so much as a twitch. He turned his attention on Malfoy. Well. Malfoy's jaw clenched, I swear I heard them. Potter, Granger, and Weasley, they were planning to go there. I was on my way to check when. Ah, Cashin cut in, a low chuckle escaping as he folded his arms. So you are the blonde blur I saw sprinting off earlier. Past curfew, lingering outside, tut tut, Mr. Malfoy. Didn't think you would make such a habit of skulking about. Malfoy flushed, his mouth opening and closing, wanting to argue but couldn't think of anything to say. Snape's gaze narrowed further. Mr. Malfoy. I am telling the truth, Malfoy insisted, though his voice wavered slightly now. They were there. Or at least. I thought they were. Cashin grinned big. And here I thought Slytherins prided themselves on their cunning. Confessing rule breaking in front of 3 professors. Baths Haida hid her smile with the back of her hand. Enough, Snape snapped, his tone cutting through the tension. His eyes pinned Cashin again. If Potter and his little entourage were there, and you are covering for them. Severus, Cashin said lightly, if I caught Potter and his friends, trust me, you would have heard about it already. Probably with a detention slip in your hand. Snape's lip curled, though he said nothing. Cashin tilted his head toward Malfoy. Now, unless you've got something more solid than eavesdropped whispers, I would say your little midnight investigation has come to a rather embarrassing end. Malfoy's cheeks flamed red. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, studying the flagstones. Cashin held Bathsheda's arm as they started toward the castle. Oh, and don't forget to punish Mr. Malfoy, he said over his shoulder. Past curfew, wandering the school grounds. Whatever you imagined you would throw at Potter should suffice. Snape's eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth twitching like he was biting back a retort. Malfoy's lips parted as if to protest, but Snape's grumble shut him up. Rosier, Snape said, voice tight, your sense of humor is wasted in these halls. Debatable, Cashin shot back, not stopping. Malfoy scowled at their backs as the pair slipped through the nearest doorway. She shot him a sharp look but didn't slow her pace. One of these days, Cass, your mouth is going to get you cursed. One of these days, Baths, you're going to admit you enjoy this. She snorted a laugh, shaking her head. The only thing I am enjoying right now is imagining Snape punishing his favorite student with whatever he prepared for Potter. Ah, there it is. Cashin gave her an approving nod. Knew you had it in you. When they got back to the room, Baths Haida didn't even give him a chance to follow. She made a beeline for the bath, slammed the door behind her and locked it with a charm so thorough he reckoned not even a ghost could pass through. Cashin stared at the door for a long moment. Right. Guess I will just rot out here then, shall I? He muttered. Banished to the hallway because I covered her in eggs. Unreasonable. No answer. Typical. He flopped onto her bed with a long-suffering groan, rolling onto his back. His mind turned in circles, all sharp edges and half-formed connections. 2 summers ago. Yrsa. And now this, today, a Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling had curled up at Bathsheda's feet like she was its mother. Cashin stared at the ceiling, arms folded behind his head, trying to work out if the universe was laughing at him or setting up a punchline he hadn't caught yet. The rune he'd drawn on her arm earlier was one of the few runes he remembered from that vision, seared into his memory. He'd scoured every inch of every archive he could get his hands on, pored over brittle scrolls, scribbled translations on napkins. He spent nearly all his savings bribing almost every rune master in the China expedition to copy some of their older documents, yet found nothing. There were rune masters from at least 20 nations present. And today? Today he proved it wasn't a madman's fever dream. Coincidence? Maybe. But Cashin had stopped believing in those a long time ago. He blew out a breath and let his head flop back against the mattress. The stone ceiling stared down at him. The last time he felt this itch in his bones was back in China, elbows deep in a dig site no sane man would touch. And now here he was. Hogwarts. A 1,000-year-old castle full of homicidal staircases and a dragon tethered to his lover's bloodstream. Brilliant. He heard the splash of water from the bathroom. Baths Haida was probably scrubbing herself raw to get rid of whatever egg slime he dumped on her earlier. Fair enough. The door creaked open before he could finish his internal berating. Baths Haida stepped out, wrapped in a thick towel, her hair plastered to her face. She looked unimpressed. You are still here? She asked, voice flat. Where else would I be? He said, sitting up with a faint grin. The corridor's drafty. Thought you would take pity on me. Pity is not the word I would use, she said, crossing the room. Admiration, then. She rolled her eyes. You are lucky I didn't hex you bald. He rose and opened his arms, she let him close the distance. You wouldn't like me bald, he said, voice warm against her ear. He reached for the towel's edge, her slap landed before he got close. Hands off, Rosier. He grinned. Just making sure you didn't hide an egg in there. She deadpanned, try it again and you will be eating your next meal through a straw. Cashin chuckled, brushing his thumb along her damp arm. Worth it. Baths Haida huffed and stepped back, yanking the towel tighter around her chest. You are impossible. That is why you keep me around. He leaned against the bedpost, arms folded, watching her with that same maddeningly smug expression. She glared and pointed at the door. Out. I need to change, and you've lost all privileges after today's little stunt. All right, all right. I am going, he said, holding his hands up. As Cashin was about to turn into his rooms for the night, a silver tabby cat burst through the wall. Its tail lashed before it opened its mouth. Professor Rosier. My office. Now. McGonagall's voice carried through the patroness. Professor Rosier. My office. Now. Cashin sighed, ruffling his hair. Brilliant. She is using the cat. That is never a good sign. He made his way, already dreading whatever waited. When he reached her office, the door was already ajar. He pushed it open and found McGonagall standing stiffly near her desk. Snape was off to the side, arms folded, Malfoy standing next to him. Hagrid slumped on a chair by the fire, looking like a schoolboy caught nicking biscuits from the kitchen. And on the other side of the room, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, trying very hard to shrink into their chairs. Ah, the gang is all here, Cashin said lightly. He strolled in and leaned against the wall. What is the drama this time? Someone set the curtains on fire again. McGonagall gave him a sharp look. Sit down, Professor Rosier. Tempting, but I will stand. I like to stay mobile in case this turns into a duel. Cashin. He sighed and perched on the edge of a chair, crossing one ankle over his knee. All right. Let's hear it. Snape's gaze cut to him. Earlier tonight, you assured me that Potter and his friends were not at Hagrid's hut. Cashin smirked faintly. Correct. Incorrect, Snape bit out. They were there. Hagrid confirmed it. Cashin whistled as he slowly turned to Hagrid. Ah, bless you, Hagrid. You couldn't lie if a dragon had you by the beard. Hagrid hunched lower, muttering something about not meaning any harm. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Professor Rosier, did you knowingly mislead Professor Snape? Mislead? No, no. I simply told him what I saw. When I was at the hut, it was just me and Professor babbling. No sign of these three little cherubs. Cashin flicked a hand at Harry, Hermione, and Ron, who looked anywhere but at him. You are splitting hairs, Snape hissed. You knew they were there. Cashin raised a brow. Naturally. I dedicated years of study on the off chance I'd stumble into a djinn behind a bookshelf. Snape's lip curled. You're an insufferable git. Usually. But in this case, I think I was rather restrained. Cashin leaned back slightly, tapping the armrest. Now, are we here to debate my moral fiber, or to talk about why these three were creeping about after hours? Potter, Granger, Weasley, McGonagall said, her voice cracking cold. Care to explain what possessed you to visit Hagrid at this hour? Harry shifted in his chair. Hermione clutched her bag tighter. Ron looked like he wanted to vanish into the floor. None of them spoke. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. 10 points from Gryffindor, each. And detention. Hermione's face fell. Harry winced. Ron groaned softly. Snape's mouth curved faintly, though his eyes stayed hard on Cashin. That won't undo the fact that Rosier lied to protect them. I thought you looked too scary to face 3 children. I was trying to protect them and you, Severus. You should have taken a calming draft before stomping across the grounds like a bat out of hell, Cashin shot back. McGonagall stepped between them. Enough. Both of you. She fixed Cashin with a look. I will remind you, Professor Rosier, that staff are expected to support each other, not provoke needless quarrels. Cashin raised his hands. Understood. Good, McGonagall said, then you can escort these 3 to the Forbidden Forest for detention. Hold on for a bloody second. Cashin raised one lazy hand. His eyes flicked to Snape, then back to McGonagall. Forbidden Forest? First years? That place has the word forbidden in its name for a reason. McGonagall's lips pressed into a tight line. Hagrid requires assistance for the task tonight. These students will provide it. Seriously? These 3? I distinctly remember seeing Mr. Malfoy wandering outside earlier. And unlike Severus here, I saw it with my own eyes. Why isn't he punished? Cashin said, he was sneaking about just the same as Potter and his merry little band here. Snape stepped forward. Malfoy was acting on my instructions. He was investigating suspicious behavior. Oh, come off it, Severus, Cashin cut in, waving a dismissive hand. Investigating? He was skulking about like a rat in a biscuit tin. If the rest of them are getting detention, so is he. Cashin wasn't being mean for the sake of it. He assumed that if a prat like the Malfoy heir was added to the list, McGonagall would change her decision about sending children into such a dangerous task. He was wrong. McGonagall's eyes narrowed slightly, though her voice stayed measured. Very well. Mr. Malfoy will join them. 10 points from Slytherin. Malfoy let out a small, strangled noise. What? Quiet, McGonagall said sharply, cutting off any further protest. Cashin swung his gaze back to McGonagall. Are you serious? Sending 4 first years into the Forbidden Forest is the brightest idea Hogwarts has ever had. You know there is a bloody Acromantula colony in there, right? And manticores who would trample a child for daring to stare at them. You and Hagrid will be with them, McGonagall replied curtly. He can handle any dangers. Ouch, and if you say so. He leaned forward slightly, fixing her with a pointed look. If one of them comes back with fewer limbs than they started, I'll be the one saying told you so. Loudly. Snape's lip curled faintly. Your theatrics are unnecessary. My theatrics have kept a few students alive so far, thank you very much. Cashin shot back, his tone still light, though his eyes were sharp. You might try it sometime, Severus. A sense of proportion suits a man. McGonagall raised a hand, cutting them both off. That is enough. Professor Rosier, your concerns are noted. The arrangements are final. Cashin shrugged. Fine. First years in the murder woods. Onward, my little warts, to danger. They left McGonagall's office with Hagrid stomping ahead, his lantern swinging. Cashin took up the rear, hands tucked into his robe pockets. The 4 students bunched awkwardly between them, shooting nervous glances at each other. Just so we are clear, Cashin said conversationally, I can't even cast Protego half the time. That did it. All 4 of them edged closer to Hagrid in unison like he was the only thing standing between them and being eaten alive. Relax. If anything charges us, I'll bravely use you as a shield. It is a sacrifice I am willing to make. 4 of them made a face at him. Hagrid didn't notice. He was too busy muttering to himself as he unlocked the doghouse next to his hut. Fang bounded out, tail wagging. The boarhound lumbered over and head-butted Cashin's hip in greeting. You all right there, you big sod? Cashin murmured, giving the dog's ears a scratch. Hagrid grabbed a crossbow from the corner and hoisted it over one shoulder. Right, follow me, he said. Stay close, and don't go wandering off. Forest is not safe at the best of times. Draco let out a tiny noise, somewhere between a scoff and a squeak. Not safe. Hagrid shot him a look. Something is hunting unicorns in there. Forest is gone strange since. Animals restless. Trees whispering odd things. Hermione's hand tightened on her sleeve. Malfoy looked paler than usual. The trees swallowed them up soon enough, and the path narrowed until it was barely wide enough for Hagrid's bulk. Lantern lights flickered over twisted roots and low branches that snagged at robes. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled. Hagrid stopped at a fork in the path. We will have to split up, he said gruffly. Cover more ground. Fang will keep ya safe, don't worry. Cashin shrugged, eyeing the 4 of them. Who is with me? Ron and Draco shot back in perfect unison, not me. They froze, turned, and locked eyes. Copycat, Ron muttered. You wish, Weasley, Draco sneered. Then, as if the absurdity caught up with them, they both snorted at each other. Cashin whistled. Come in, Fang. Let's go. The boarhound bounded ahead, tail wagging, unbothered by the press of pitch-black trees on every side. Harry and Hermione trailed after him, sticking so close together to Fang they might as well have been glued. You two planning to walk that way the whole time? Cashin called over his shoulder. Not judging, but if Fang stops to take a leak, you might end up wearing it. Harry gave a small, nervous laugh. Hermione just clutched her wand tighter and kept her head down. The wand in Cashin's hand lit across gnarled roots. Somewhere ahead, a twig snapped. Fang's ears twitched, but the dog didn't stop. Hermione whispered, as they passed through a dense cluster of roots, Why is your lumos different, sir? Cashin tilted his wand slightly, letting the bluish light spill across the forest floor. Because for a long time, the only spell I've ever been able to cast perfectly was lumos. Got very attached to it. You should know a thing or two about different light spectrums from your studies before Hogwarts, yes. Hermione nodded quickly, of course. Good. Sight is just light bouncing off things and smacking you in the eyes. Sunlight, torchlight, candlelight, they hit objects, reflect, and the colors you see depend on which wavelengths get absorbed or bounced back. Change the light spectrum, and your eyes stop picking up certain colors. Harry frowned at the path ahead. So what's the point of that in a forest? Cashin grinned, pointing at the ground. Shift the light spectrum just below visible red, infrared, and you lose color, but gain heat signatures. Switch to ultraviolet, and it's useless for heat, but handy for spotting things like pollen or blood, organic stuff that fluoresces. Hermione's brow furrowed, her brain visibly spinning up. Wait, do magical creatures see on different spectrums? That might explain why owls react to torches but not wand light? Exactly, Cashin cut in, flicking his wand so the beam sharpened to violet, then softened back to blue. Most owls hate open flame, too much heat, unpredictable movement. But they barely notice a focused UV beam. Still need to be quiet though. They hear a sneeze at 100 yards. Harry's mouth opened, but Cashin held up a finger. Before you ask, no, I won't teach you. Your head of house would throw me off the astronomy tower if she caught first years stumbling around the forbidden forest with spectrum-shifted lumos. Hermione clamped her mouth shut, but her quill hand twitched. Cashin smirked, knowing full well she was already drafting an essay in her head. Cashin kept walking, his wand angled low as the ground dipped into a shallow hollow. Anyway, Muggle science isn't as useless as most purebloods think. Newton might have been rubbish at alchemy, but the bloke did know his prisms. Harry tilted his head. That's the apple bloke again, isn't it? Cashin sighed. Apologies, great Sir Isaac Newton. These ignorant younglings cannot comprehend your genius. He shook his head, the corner of his mouth twitching. Tragic. Truly tragic. You lot are determined to give me an aneurysm, Cashin muttered, stepping over a gnarled root. Newton spent half his life on science. The apple wasn't some divine epiphany, it's a hyperbolic story some historian spun to make him sound magical. He built the foundation of modern physics, the giant we all stand on. And you are reducing him to the apple bloke. Blasphemy. Harry blinked, his brows drawing tight. So the apple didn't really fall on his head. Cashin shot him a sideways look. Oh, it probably fell. But Newton didn't get whacked and suddenly invent gravity. That man was obsessive. He'd been chewing over motion and force for years before the apple even entered the chat. Hermione hurried to keep up. But, he really believed in alchemy, didn't he? Philosopher's stones, turning lead to gold. Believed. Cashin snorted. He didn't dabble. Newton buried himself in alchemy texts like it was Hogwarts coursework. Man wrote more on transmutation and the elixir of life than on gravity. Harry glanced around nervously as the trees pressed closer. Is that normal? A scientist believing in all that? Back then? Perfectly normal, Cashin said. His wand light schemed over a mossy log, making the bark glimmer faintly. Science and magic weren't in neat little boxes yet. They were two sides of the same mad coin. As Arthur C. Clarke put it, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. No one was drawing lines at the time. Discovery was discovery, wonder was wonder, no matter what name you gave it. People like Newton didn't see a line, they thought everything could be explained if you were clever enough. Spoiler, they weren't wrong, they just lacked wands. Hermione's steps slowed. So, if he had magic, Newton could have made a philosopher's stone. Cashin barked a laugh. Miss Granger, if Newton had magic, the world would either be a utopia or a smoking crater. The bloke had no chill. He would have blown up half of England chasing immortality, and still blamed the weather for it. The forest grew thicker, the path narrowing as gnarled branches curled down. A faint rustle to their left made Fang's ears twitch. Hermione looked around nervously. Professor, was that? Cashin flicked his wand toward the sound, the glow shifting to a colder hue. Relax. Probably a fox. Or an acromantula. Either way, no screaming until we know for sure. You said it in Deputy Headmistress's room as well. What is an acro-something? Acromantula. Big spider, Cashin said, his voice far too casual for Harry's liking. Legs like tree branches, teeth like daggers. Don't worry, this light is perfect for spotting webs before you walk face first into one. Hermione slowed her pace, eyes darting up at the twisting branches overhead. The canopy seemed denser here, and more than once, her shoe snagged on exposed roots. Harry swallowed hard. Are they common in the Forbidden Forest? Depends what you call common, Cashin said lightly, his wand sweeping over a low-hanging branch as he ducked beneath it. If you see one, there are probably 10 more you didn't. Brilliant, Harry muttered. Hermione glanced at him sharply. We will be fine if we stick close together. Optimism. I like it, Cashin said, stepping over a fallen log. But if we do run into one, you lot are climbing the nearest tree. I am not wrestling a giant spider to save your wands. Harry stopped dead. Wait, you are not going to fight it. Have you seen my arms, Potter? Cashin said, turning slightly so his wand light caught his narrow frame. Do I look like I am built for grappling with fanged arachnids? Hermione's eyes locked, muttering, you are the teacher. And you are the student who is meant to be revising her charms homework instead of traipsing through murder woods. Cashin glanced over his shoulder. Life is full of disappointment, isn't it? Fang's ears pricked up. The dog let out a low growl, nose twitching as he nosed a patch of grass. Cashin stopped, raising a hand for the two students to halt. Quiet, he murmured. Hermione stifled a yelp as Harry grabbed her sleeve. A faint rustle came from somewhere to their left, something moving slowly through the underbrush. Is it a spider? Harry whispered. Cashin tilted his head, listening. No. Too heavy. His wand light shifted, the beam narrowing into a sharper point. Something on 4 legs. Probably a boar. Or a centaur. Centaur. Hermione hissed. They live out here, Cashin said. Most keep to themselves. The rest don't when provoked. So, don't provoke them. He left the rest unsaid, moving forward with a crawling speed now. The rustling grew louder, then stopped. Fang's growl faded as he sniffed the air and backed up a step. Cashin crouched, his free hand brushing the dirt. The soil was disturbed, hoof prints. Fresh ones. As they turned the corner, Fang bolted, tail down, charging back towards the hut. Cashin froze mid-step, wand half raised. In the clearing ahead, a creature loomed over a unicorn, black robes trailing like smoke. It moved with an unnatural glide, long fingers curling as it reached to strike. A hood covered most of its face, but even from here, Cashin could feel a damp chill pressed into his skin. Harry doubled over with a sharp cry, clutching at his scar. The boy's scream tore through the air as Cashin swore under his breath, shielding them both with his body. Bloody hell! He snapped his wand up. Lumos Sneepa. A sharp beam of light shot from the tip of his wand, thin and blinding, a spear of light lancing through the darkness. He angled it just off-center, careful not to blind the unicorn. The light slammed into the creature's hooded face, and it hissed, high, shrill, like metal scraping stone. The wraith reeled back, its clawed hand jerking away from the unicorn's pale flank. The beast bolted in a flash of silver, hooves pounding the earth as it vanished into the trees. Cashin didn't waste time. He stepped forward, the light still burning in a piercing line. Potter! Get up! He barked. Harry groaned, hands still pressed to his forehead. Hermione dropped to her knees, grabbing his arm, but Cashin didn't look back. His focus stayed locked on the creature, which hung there, tattered shadow in the glare of his spell. Professor, what is that? Hermione's voice was panicked. Cashin's jaw tightened. I don't know. With his wand still raised, his other hand slipped behind his back, palm curling tight. Out of nowhere, Dumbledore appeared, his long cloak stirring faintly though no wind touched it. His wand was already drawn, the old man moving with startling speed for his years. His eyes swept the scene, before fixing on Harry. "Are you all right?" Dumbledore's voice sounded urgent. "I heard screams." The hooded figure hissed again, reeling at the sight of him. Harry and Hermione froze, their shock-ridden plain. Both seemed to sag in relief just seeing Dumbledore standing there. Hermione let out a shaky breath. Harry lifted his hand from his scar, sweat plastering his fringe down, and whispered, "Professor Dumbledore." The creature shrieked, twisting away from the light. Smoke curled off its edges like it was burning. Slowly, it began to retreat, sliding backwards into the treeline, but not before Cashin caught a glimpse beneath the hood. A face, white, stretched thin, eyes sunken and red as blood. Harry let out another cry, clutching his scar harder. Cashin flicked his wand, the beam of light narrowing even further. "Go on, then," he muttered. "Run back to whatever coffin you crawled out of." The thing gave one last hiss before vanishing between the trees. The air seemed to warm slightly as it left, though Cashin kept his wand raised, eyes scanning the shadows. "Potter. Up. Now," he said again, voice sharper. Hermione hauled Harry upright. His face was slick with sweat, his eyes glassy. Then they both stiffened, something was wrong. Then Hermione's brow furrowed. "Harry. His legs." Harry blinked, then saw it, Dumbledore's robes hanging wrong, his boots sunk halfway into the air like he was standing in a puddle that wasn't there. Illusion. They both knew it. Cashin would use it in every class. But this was perfect. Too perfect. Dumbledore turned to them. Smiled. Not the usual mild, grandfatherly curve. Wide. Almost mocking. Cashin's smile. He lifted a hand, gave them a casual little wave. "Girl, you are fire." Then he vanished. Just, gone. Fang barked in the distance, and the sound snapped them all back to life. Cashin motioned with his wand, the glow shifting back to a softer light. "Back to Hagrid's hut," he said. "And keep your voices down." Hermione's lips trembled like she wanted to ask more, but she caught the look on his face and stayed silent. Harry stumbled a little, but Cashin caught his shoulder, steadying him. "Scar hurts." Harry nodded stiffly. "Figures," Cashin muttered. "We need to talk to Dumbledore. And I need to talk to McGonagall." He didn't wait for an answer. With a tight grip on Harry's arm, he steered them back towards the path, the forest pressing in heavy and silent behind them. "Whatever that thing wanted, it didn't get it," he muttered under his breath. "But it'll try again." Hermione glanced at him, pale-faced. "Professor, do you know what it was?" Cashin's mouth twitched faintly. "Oh, I've got a bloody good idea." But he didn't elaborate. "Faster, both of you," he said instead. "Before something worse comes sniffing." Before they got far, Hagrid came crashing through the undergrowth, crossbow in hand. From the opposite side, a group of centaurs emerged. The one leading had a deep chestnut coat, the other pale as sand. Announcement. The whole "Ghoul, you are fire" line was a meme. Spoiler. It was just a meta joke. Neither Cashin nor Dumbledore's illusion is talking to students like that. I thought it was obvious, but clearly not. Anyway, just a joke. Ronan. Vain. Hagrid gave them a curt nod. The centaurs returned it, but their sharp eyes flicked past him, landing square on Harry, then shifted to Cashin. "You saw him?" asked the chestnut one, Ronan, if he was correct. Cashin's nostrils flared. "I fucking saw him, all right. Unicorn is safe for now, but not for long. You'd better pray to the forest mother to keep them under her skirts. That thing will come back." Ronan's hand brushed the shaft of his bow. "We felt his presence. Foul magic lingers on the wind." Cashin gave a laugh, though there was no humor in it. "Foul magic is putting it politely, mate." Bane's eyes burned in the dim lantern glow. "We warned the headmaster not to bring the thing here. Now the forest suffers for his gamble." Cashin stepped forward, boots crunching on the damp leaves. "Oh, don't start wagging your fingers at me. I didn't smuggle whatever that is into a school full of bloody children. I am just the poor sod trying to keep these kids from ending up in an obituary." Bane stamped the ground, "Then take them back to their castle. This is not a place for human children." Cashin tilted his head, his grin tight. "Glad we agree. Go." The shadows deepen with every breath he takes. Cashin gave him a faint smirk. "Thanks for the pep talk." He turned sharply on his heel, jerking his head at the kids. "Move. Now." When they reached the castle, Cashin turned on the kids before they could scurry off. "Miss Granger, get your Gryffindor boys back to their rooms. Now." Hermione nodded so fast it was a wonder her head stayed on. She grabbed Harry and Ron by their sleeves, hauling them towards the stairs before either of them could say a word. "Hagrid, lead Mr. Malfoy, please. He is your problem." Malfoy looked like he swallowed a lemon whole, but Hagrid just grunted and nudged him forward with one meaty hand. The boy didn't dare argue. Cashin waited until their footsteps faded down the corridor, then spun on his heel and strode straight for McGonagall's office. He didn't bother with niceties, marched up, planted his boot against the doorframe, and gave it a solid kick. The door rattled but stayed shut. He raised a fist and hammered 3 sharp knocks. The door flew open before his knuckles hit wood for a second, harder round of knocks. McGonagall stood there in her tartan pajamas and dressing gown, hair pinned up, glasses slightly askew. Professor Rosier, she said, voice clipped, nostrils flaring faintly. What on earth do you think you are doing? Cashin slammed his palm against the stone wall with a loud crack that made her flinch. What the hell do you think you are doing? Hey? Sending 11-year-olds into the Forbidden Forest to chase down whatever's been butchering unicorns? Do you know what I saw out there, Minerva? Because if you'd been standing where I was, you'd never send a student into those trees again. McGonagall's eyes narrowed to slits. Lower your voice. Lower my... Oh, absolutely fucking not. Cashin leaned forward, teeth bared in a sharp grin that didn't reach his eyes. Do you have any idea what's out there? That wasn't some oversized cat nicking meat from the kitchens. That thing nearly tore a unicorn apart. And you thought detention would be a smashing time to play scavenger hunt. Her jaw clenched, but she didn't blink. I thought Hagrid was chasing trails of a wild creature. Cashin barked a laugh. And that makes it all right, does it? They've been here, what, 8 months? Best of them can manage a handful of charms without setting their sleeves on fire. And you send Hagrid, no wand, and me, worst spellcaster in the damn castle, into the forest with them. It's a bloody miracle they didn't end up as forest floor fertilizer. The sound of quick footsteps echoed down the corridor. Sprout appeared first, cheeks flushed, Flitwick a step behind her clutching the hem of his robe to keep up. What is happening? Sprout asked, breathless. Cashin didn't turn. Oh, nothing major. Discussing the wisdom of sending first years into the forest. At night because staff room is bored. Come and join us. Pomona looked at McGonagall, who with a huff explained, 4 first years who broke curfew were punished by being sent to assist Hagrid with a task in the Forbidden Forest. That's it. Flitwick's brow furrowed. You took first years into the Forbidden Forest. Cashin swung round to glare at him, finger stabbing the air. I didn't take them anywhere, Phileas. Minerva handed me a lantern and said, good luck keeping their limbs attached. McGonagall's lips tightened. That is enough. No, Minerva. It bloody well isn't, Cashin snapped. He shoved his hands into his hair, pacing a short, tight circle before rounding on her again. Whatever it wasn't some wild creature. You knew something was hunting the precious pure creatures of the forest, and you assumed it was just another forest creature? Wake up, Deputy Headmistress. Not even acromantulas hunt unicorns. Nothing in the wild does. Only the most foul, corrupted things do. Flitwick's face paled slightly. Sprout's hand flew to her mouth. Cashin let out a short, mirthless laugh. Oh, don't look so shocked. He flung a hand at McGonagall. This place is cursed. I've said it since day one. Flitwick shifted uncomfortably. What did you see? Cashin stopped pacing and looked him dead in the eye. A hooded thing. Pale face. Red eyes. It touched the unicorn like it was drinking it dry. Potter's scar nearly split him in half the second it looked at him. 3 of them exchanged a look. Cashin threw up his hands, pacing half a step before stopping dead. Say it. Go on. Whatever it was dark. Might as well get it out now. Sprout fiddled with the hem of her sleeve but stayed quiet. Flitwick's brow furrowed as he glanced at McGonagall, clearly waiting for her to speak first. Minerva pressed her lips together, her gaze hard on the wall like it held the answer. We all thought she began, but Cashin cut her off with a sharp wave. No. Not what you thought. What it is. He jabbed a finger toward the door. You are all clever enough to see the pattern. So say it. Say his bloody name if you've got the spine for it. McGonagall's hands clenched around the edge of her robe. It cannot be him. Of course not. Cashin's laugh came sharp and humorless. Why would the biggest bastard of the century still be kicking around, draining unicorns in our backyard? Obviously that is too simple. Flitwick's voice came almost a whisper. We cannot assume. Oh, Phileas, don't give me that, Cashin snapped, turning on him. Something with a face like melted wax and eyes like fire just tried to rip the life out of a unicorn. That's not some lost dementor looking for its hat, is it? Sprout shifted uncomfortably, but still said nothing. Cashin punched a wall, jaw tight. It is him. Or some half-life version of him. Voldemort. The name landed like a curse. McGonagall flinched, her mouth a thin, hard line. Even Sprout's hands froze. Merlin protect us. Flitwick said, clutching his collar. Thought so, Cashin said bitterly, pacing again. No one wants to say it, but it is bleeding obvious. He's not gone. He is out there, crawling, trying to claw his way back. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. If it is him. Cashin snorted, shaking his head. Whether or not it was him, keep my students out of that bloody forest. Or so help me, I'll tear this castle down brick by brick. He raised a hand before any of them could jump in. And don't give me the whole we care deeply about their well-being speech. You lot cornered me in the headmaster's office for shutting Malfoy up, and now you pull this. Hilarious. I don't want archaic punishments, no more romanticist detentions in Murder Woods. If you lot can't get that, I will have the prophet on your doorstep, and if that doesn't do it, I will drag half the sacred 28 here for tea and a full-blown scandal. That, I promise. They stared as he turned on his heel and strode off. The corridor swallowed his footsteps until only the faint echo of his boots remained. Flitwick let out a quiet cough, glancing sidelong at McGonagall. He does have a point. Minerva pressed her lips tight, before she let out a sharp sigh. He has more than a point. He has an entire argument. Sprout didn't say a word, her eyes still fixed on the spot where Cashin had stood. Back in his office, Cashin shoved open the door and tossed his wand onto the desk. The pen scattered as he dragged a hand down his face, letting out a groan. Bloody hell, he muttered. Kids hunting unicorn killers, Voldemort playing ghost in the forest, and me stuck in the middle like some overqualified babysitter. He slumped into his chair and stared at the ceiling. You had to go and transmigrate into this circus, didn't you? The chair creaked under his weight as he leaned back, eyes narrowing at the half-marked essays piled on the corner of his desk. He tipped his chair back and let it go. Landed flat. The thud rattled the ink bottle. Cashin didn't bother picking it up. Because fuck me too, he muttered. On May 28th, Cashin was halfway through his class with the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. The illusion shimmered faintly in the air above their heads, the voices layered over it giving life to the clash of spells. Flames roared as tiny figures darted across a charred battlefield, wands raised. The voice of the battlefield was a new ancient variant Cashin had awakened recently, Vox Multorum. He'd first used it in the forest when he made Dumbledore speak, but this would be the first time he used it in a classroom. Thankfully, the memory bound to it was tame this time. It wasn't some blood-soaked echo trying to claw its way free but a compilation from a bunch of bored wizards centuries ago, experimenting with sound illusions to improve theater effects. Cashin, never one to leave good magic alone, had merged it with Lumos Spectaculum. The result? Absolute cinema, Hogwarts edition. And judging by the slack-jawed stares, it was working. Tiny soldiers dashed across scorched ground above the students' heads, fire jets streaking past them as the sound of war rolled through the classroom. Seamus Finnegan's hand shot up, half grinning. Sir, is this, a real battle? Cashin flicked his wand, freezing the illusion mid-charge. A plume of flame hung in the air, frozen mid-arc. Depends on your definition of real. Late 1060s. Muggles file it under the early Norman pressure on Wales. Magics later called this phase the shrouding of Cymru, though they are not as proud of their involvement. A fine example of a fire variant in combat. Ignovalitus, when you want to make people rethink their life choices. Ignovalitus, he said, rolling the word. Fire leap. A small burst that hops 5 to 10 feet from the wand. Think thrown spark, not bonfire. Hermione's hand went up. Sir, that isn't in the first-year curriculum. Neither is not dying, Cashin said. It's related to incendio, and you lot keep treating fire like it only does candles. Today you learned something useful. A few Gryffindors snickered. Draco Malfoy's hand shot up. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Cashin said, not looking up as he prodded the illusion to rewind the volley of flame. Sir, why didn't they just use Augmenti to counter it? Seems obvious. Cashin smirked faintly. Because, Mr. Malfoy, that's the difference between sitting in a cozy classroom and standing in mud while a hopping flame ricochets at your knees. Panic tends to make people forget their textbook counters. Lavender Brown gave a soft giggle. Seamus Finnegan, sitting 3 seats back, whispered something that made Dean Thomas choke on a laugh. Cashin let it slide. Now, he went on, watch closely. This lot used Ignovalitus across the field to herd the Normans, not roast them, although, his brow furrowed, given how clumsy these recreations are, you would think wizards in 1067 were all pyromaniacs with poor aim. The tiny soldiers scrambled across the smoky ground as jets of fire whooshed from wand tips. Hermione Granger's quill darted furiously over her parchment. She'd somehow managed to fill 3 feet already and didn't look ready to stop. Hermione lifted her hand again, quill never pausing. Sir, is that Cymru? Cashin chuckled, folding his arms as he leaned on the desk. Good pronunciation on Cymru, Miss Granger. He caught the faint flicker of pride in her eyes and didn't call out the fact she'd said it twice just to show off. Yes. It's that Cymru. Well, he could pronounce it properly too. The frozen illusion moved again, sending soldiers lurching back into motion. Smoke rolled out across the ceiling, faint embers raining down harmlessly. Now pay attention, Cashin said, stepping into the aisle between rows. You lot hear fire and think incendio and marshmallows. Meet its sprinting cousin, Ignovalitus. In the 11th century, this wasn't quaint. This was bloody terrifying. Wizards weren't dueling for sport, they were burning entire valleys to the ground to push Muggle kings into submission. He tapped the air with his wand. A bead of flame hopped off the tip, skipped 5 feet, and died with a hiss. The class collectively leaned back. Neville swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the flickering flames. Anyone want to tell me what happens when you mix poor wand discipline with mass panic? Cashin asked, stopping at the front. Seamus raised his hand. People set themselves on fire. Cashin grinned. Exactly. 5 points to Gryffindor for honesty. Wizards in a battle aren't thinking about their textbook counters or elegant flourishes. They're thinking one thing only, not the trousers, not the trousers. The class snickered. Mr. Malfoy asked earlier about Augmenti. Cashin gestured at the Slytherin row. Yes, it could have helped, in theory. But unless you're some prodigy who can conjure a waterfall under pressure, you're more likely to get a pitiful dribble in a face full of smoke. He let that hang for a moment, pacing slowly as he flicked his wand again. The illusion shifted, a line of cloaked figures, their wands raised, sheets of water clashing with fire midair. Steam hissed and curled, the sound loud enough to make a Gryffindor flinch. Here's where it gets interesting, Cashin said, his voice cutting through the hiss of steam. This wasn't just magic for magic's sake. The Simru magics were trying to push the Normans out, but they overdid it. The fire spread, scorched farmland, ruined supplies. Their own people starved that winter. Congratulations, victory by self-sabotage. Dean Thomas frowned. Sir, didn't they teach these spells properly? Wouldn't they have known the risks? Cashin smirked. Ah, the arrogance of youth. Every generation thinks they've mastered their tools. Then the tools remind them who's in charge. Fire is predictable, until it isn't. Remember that. He waved his wand again. The illusion snapped to another scene. A ruined field, blackened earth stretching into the distance. Crows circled overhead. Notice how the survivors never carved this into their family histories, Cashin said dryly. Muggle records call this a mystery fire. Magics. Well, they quietly tucked their wands away and went home. Nobody wants to be remembered as the idiot who burned half of Simru by accident. Pansy Parkinson shifted in her seat. So, basically, don't play with fire. Cashin raised an eyebrow. You're not entirely wrong. 5 points to Slytherin for boiling down 1,000 years of history into one sentence. I'll have that inscribed over the great hall doors. A ripple of laughter ran through the class. But, he added, fire wasn't the only weapon. The Simru wizards layered their charms, heat wards, wind manipulation, even crude illusions to make their forces look bigger. With a muttered word, he cast another spell. Above their heads, shimmering figures appeared, duplicates of the cloaked warriors. They flickered faintly, their movements eerily in sync with the originals. The illusion doubled their numbers, Cashin explained. The Normans thought they were outnumbered 3 to 1. That little trick forced a retreat without a single curse being thrown. Muggles faked numbers with banners and campfires, we just do it louder. Ron squinted at the flickering figures. Are they daft? How can they fall for that? Smoke, mud, screaming, tell me again how daft they are when your lungs are chewing steam. Cashin's head snapped around, eyes narrowing. The haze thickened as more soldiers melted into the mist. Tell me now, Mr. Weasley, he said, trying to rein in his annoyance, failing, how many of them are real? Guess correctly, and I will give Gryffindor enough points to sit in first place for the next 7 years. Ron shifted in his seat, glancing up at the identical warriors marching through the smoke. 20. A sharp flick of Cashin's wand made the illusion shimmer violently. Half the soldiers disintegrated into grey wisps, leaving barely a handful standing. Half wrong, Cashin said, flicking his wrist. Better odds than most first years, I'll grant you that. Still, not enough for Gryffindor to ride my goodwill to the house cup. Sit down. He waved his wand again. The mist thickened, swallowing the classroom in a rolling grey fog. A man hears footsteps, he doesn't pause to count boots, he runs. That is what these magics exploited. Now, eyes forward. Watch closely. The smoke parted to show a Norman soldier breaking from the line. His eyes were wide, breath coming in ragged gasps as he stumbled straight into a flaming trap. Neville flinched. That's horrible, he muttered under his breath. Cashin caught it. Horrible, yes. Effective? Absolutely. War isn't polite, Mr. Longbottom. You win by making the other side panic before you do. Malfoy raised his hand lazily. So the illusions won the war. Cashin's smirk returned as he leaned against a desk. The illusions won a battle. The war? The Normans came back soon after and flattened half the valley. Illusions win battles, not winters. Tricks are brilliant, right up until someone calls your bluff and you've got no bread. He pushed off the desk and strolled back toward the front. Right. You lot keep thinking magic is a tidy thing with counters and counters to counters. But on the battleground? It is chaos. Seamus Finnegan raised his hand halfway. Sir, didn't they have, you know, proper leaders? Someone telling em what to do. Cashin snorted. They did. Problem was, leaders burn just as well as foot soldiers. You think strategy holds up when the bloke next to you bursts into flames? Hard to take orders when you are too busy rolling on the ground screaming. As the students settled back into their seats, Cashin gave the illusion a lazy wave. The tiny soldiers froze mid-charge, flames hanging in the air, perfectly still. The war lasts 7 years. What you've just seen. One of the early skirmishes. The magic's phase lasted only short, the Muggle fighting dragged much longer. Decades even. He swept a hand over the parchment-strewn desk. We'll pick it up later. For now, I want you lot to do something for me. Every pair of eyes locked on him. Write me a scenario with Ignavalitus. Use it or counter it. No hero speeches. Mud, rain, slope, wind. What happens when your neat hop goes the wrong way? And don't give me the I wave my wand and everyone perishes nonsense. Think. Really think. How does it work in mud, rain, on a hill? What happens when you miss? He fixed his gaze on Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Draco. How can you use it in a forest? Can it be used for defense? Attack? To create distance? Fend off predators? Draw attention? Divert attention? The class looked at him as though he'd grown horns. What? Cashin asked, arching an eyebrow. Daphne Greengrass raised her hand delicately. Sir, all the other professors assigned a lot of homework already because of the upcoming exams. Yours is. Keep it between us, Cashin said, cutting her off with a casual wave of his hand. They don't want you to rest or have fun. I am different. A wave of relief spread across the room. Someone clapped. A few students actually cheered. Don't make me regret it, Cashin added dryly. He winked, eyes flicking over Zabanai, Greengrass, and a couple of others. Also, I know you have other obligations outside of classes. Drowning you in homework wouldn't be fair. Best professor ever, Seamus muttered under his breath. Cashin heard and smirked. Careful, Finnegan, flattery will get you nowhere. Points might, though. 5 to Gryffindor for being brave enough to say it where I could hear. Hermione raised her hand, quill poised. Professor, are we allowed to reference the Simru battle in our scenarios? You are encouraged, Cashin said, stepping down the aisle between desks. Just don't copy it outright. If I see one more essay that wins by shouting Ignavalitus until the valley obliges, I might cry. A snicker ran through the class. Right, Cashin said, stopping by Blaise Zabanai's desk. The boy was staring up at the frozen illusion with the air of someone trying to work out how much effort the homework might take. You, Zabanai, Cashin said. A line of hopping flame comes at you and your wand arm's broken, counter. Blaise blinked. Run the other way. Not a bad plan. But if you can't run. Hope I don't roast. Cashin gave him a sharp grin. At least you are honest. 5 to Slytherin. He turned and tapped the air with his wand. The frozen flames rippled, flickers of orange and red licking out. Here is the thing about fire, he said, pacing slowly. It is not neat. It doesn't care about your plans. You set it loose, and it eats whatever it touches. If you are clever, you use that. If you are an idiot, you get a very short obituary. Neville's hand shot up timidly. Sir, what if you cast a bubblehead charm? Would that protect you from the smoke? Cashin paused mid-step. Good thinking, Longbottom. 5 points to Gryffindor. Bubblehead works, if you can keep it up under pressure and don't mind your hair smelling like burnt bacon for a week. But it won't stop the heat cooking you like a Sunday roast. Neville went pink. Point is, Cashin continued, magic on a battlefield isn't a game. Spells fail. Counters slip. And half the time you're just in the wrong place when Lady Luck decides to ruin your day. Cashin clapped his hands. All right. That is enough. The illusion above their heads flared and then collapsed into a few embers, vanishing completely. Remember, be creative, but don't forget the limits of magic. Or I will feed your essay to the fire and mark the ashes. The class groaned but started gathering their things. Sir, Hermione said as she stuffed her parchment into her bag, are diagrams allowed? Only if they're not tragic, Cashin said. Stick figures don't count. She beamed and scribbled something on her parchment before hurrying out. Cashin leaned back against his desk as the students filed out in 2s and 3s. The chatter faded down the corridor until only the faint echo of footsteps remained. He sighed, stretching his arms over his head. Exams. Always fun. Right then, he muttered, scanning the parchment pile on his desk. A few days of quiet. I'll believe it when I see it. On June 1st, exams began. The castle turned into a hive of quills and parchment, students running on nerves and sheer panic. Even the portraits looked more stressed than usual. Cashin strolled into the great hall that morning, hands jammed in his pockets, gloating over the distressed faces of students. One of the perks of being a teacher, after all, and he intended to make the best of it. Flitwick spotted him first. The charms professor gave a cheerful wave from his seat. Cashin waved back, slipping into the empty chair at the staff table. Early as ever, Cashin, Flitwick chirped. Cashin smirked. Or perhaps everyone else is simply late. Flitwick's eyes twinkled. That's one way to win the argument. McGonagall swept in a moment later. She didn't so much as glance at him. Probably still sore about his little shouting match last month. Cashin leaned over to Flitwick. How long before one of them cries during the written portion? 15 minutes, Flitwick said cheerfully. Generous, Cashin muttered. The first years filed in, clutching their notes like lifelines. Hermione Granger was already muttering to herself. Potter looked like he hadn't slept in 3 days. Weasley had ink on his chin. He caught sight of Malfoy sneering at Neville, but before the boy could say anything, Cashin's eyes flicked to him. Malfoy stiffened and turned to his parchment. Good lad, Cashin murmured. By mid-morning the hall had emptied into exam rooms. Cashin had buried himself in papers when the door to his study banged open. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stumbled in, out of breath like they'd run from the other side of the castle. Professor R., Harry panted. Cashin nudged a parchment aside. What's the rush? Have you finally overthrown Filch? Hermione darted forward and shut the door behind her. She glanced around, as if checking whether any ghost was listening in. Cashin raised an eyebrow. She leaned over his desk, voice dropping. Professor, do you remember what we asked you 2 months ago? Cashin tilted his head, gave her a look. Miss Granger, you ask 20 questions a day. Sometimes before breakfast. You'll have to narrow it down. Ron gave a short laugh. Hermione elbowed him without looking. About Nicholas Flamel, she said quickly. We found him. We know what is hidden behind the third-floor corridor. Cashin straightened just slightly. Do tell. Harry stepped up, serious now. It's real. The Philosopher's Stone. It's hidden in the school. And Snape's going to steal it, Ron added, eyes wide. Cassian blinked. Well. That escalated. Hermione nodded, curls bouncing. We've been to the third floor corridor. There's a Cerberus guarding something. And on the night of the troll attack, Snape's leg was injured. Bitten and he was trying to get past it. Right. So let's play along. You believe Severus Snape is going to storm past the castle, and swipe the Philosopher's Stone. Just for fun. They stilled. Hermione clenched her fists on the edge of the desk. Please listen to us, Professor. You're the only one who won't dismiss us just because we're 11. Harry nodded. You've helped us before. Ron chimed in, yet. Cassian sighed slowly. Look, I find Snape about as charming as a boggart, but I highly doubt he'd risk his entire greasy career plotting under Dumbledore's nose. Unless someone worse is steering him, he added in his mind, not loving the thought. Hermione didn't blink. We have evidence. He tilted his head. That's a bold claim. It was Snape who tried to knock Harry off his broom, she pressed. He muttered something. I saw it. Then Harry's broom went mad. Ron grinned, a bit too proud of himself. Luckily, a wildfire broke his concentration. Cassian narrowed his eyes at him. That Luck had very bushy hair. Hermione's face went pink. Ron and Harry froze. Cassian waved a hand lazily. Relax. Your secret's safe with me. Though if you're planning another sneaky curse in future, I'd recommend a hat. Something less identifying. Hermione muttered something into her robe. She rallied fast. Then you saw it too. It was Snape. He tried to kill Harry. And Harry saw him threatening Quirrell in the forest. Cassian raised a brow at Harry, who gave a small nod, suddenly uncomfortable. You see, Hermione pushed on, we've been watching him. He's been acting suspicious all year, and now he's pushing Quirrell, and he knows how to get past the traps. He's been asking questions. Ron leaned forward. We think he put that pumpkin on his head to have an excuse during the Halloween chaos. It was all a diversion. Right. Cassian looked between them, face unreadable. Let me see if I've got this straight. You three, first years, snuck into a forbidden corridor, found a three-headed dog, and now think Snape is staging elaborate seasonal-themed misdirection so he can nick an object tied to immortality. Harry started to open his mouth, but Cassian held up a hand. Don't answer. My brain stopped at pumpkin conspiracy. Ron's ears were red. Hermione sat up straighter. We're not lying. And we're not imagining it. He's dangerous. Cassian hummed. I believe that something's going on. I've had my own suspicions. But you lot barreling headfirst into it like you're a pack of underfed Aurors is exactly how you get turned into something small and flammable. Harry looked down at his shoes. Ron glanced at the fireplace. Hermione kept her chin up. So what should we do? She asked. Cassian set his palms flat on the desk. For starters? You let the adults handle it. That didn't go over well. You're not just an adult, Ron said quickly. You're you. Cassian tried not to laugh. Is that a compliment or a cry for help? A bit of both, Harry muttered. Cassian rubbed the bridge of his nose. All right. Here's what we're going to do. You three will not attempt another midnight expedition. No more eavesdropping on suspicious teachers. No more cursed pumpkin theories. And definitely no throwing fire at professors unless you absolutely have to. Hermione opened her mouth. Don't say but, he cut in. I'm serious. If I catch any of you sniffing around that corridor again, I'll charm your eyebrows to spell bad decision in Latin so every time someone reads it, it will change color. Harry looked mildly alarmed. Ron looked intrigued. Hermione folded her arms. And you, Cassian added, pointing at her, are too smart to get flattened by something that's lived on a dragon-sized diet. Hermione flinched, but nodded. Cassian looked at all three of them. I'll keep an eye on things. Quietly. But if you want to survive the year with all your limbs and 0 expulsion letters, stay out of it. They exchanged glances. Reluctant. Worried. But they nodded. He watched them file out, faces defiant, shoulders tense. Once the door clicked shut, Cassian dropped his head back, looking at the ceiling. He muttered under his breath, Flamel. Stone. Three-headed dog. Brilliant. The Quirrell part was interesting. He'd had his suspicions for a while. Something was off about the man, beyond the stammer and nervous sweating, but the student's story added a new layer. The confrontation with Snape had been the tipping point. Cassian wasn't naive. He knew exactly where Snape had stood during the war. The Rosier name came with a full tour of Voldemort's greatest hits, and Severus had featured heavily in the darker chapters. Why Dumbledore trusted him? That was still a mystery. A big one. But was it possible Snape was after the stone? For Voldemort? He absently tapped a rhythm on the desk. He'd seen what was left of the Dark Lord in the forest. Weak. Desperate. Leeching life from unicorns like some cursed parasite. That wasn't a man plotting a comeback. That was something clinging to the edge. Still, desperation could make anyone bold. Cassian had no doubt now. One of them, maybe both, were involved. The problem was, Hogwarts was a labyrinth wrapped in Dumbledore's riddles and red tape. Getting answers meant unpicking half a century of secrets, and dodging hexes meant for other people. He'd add his own layer of protection tonight. What came after, he'd decide when he got there. That night, he was walking side by side with Flitwick toward the third-floor corridor, hands shoved into his robes to keep them from wandering to his wand. The older professor's small frame practically bounced with every step. Your illusion will be the fourth line of defense, Flitwick said cheerfully. Cassion's brow arched. Fourth. Oh yes. Flitwick's eyes twinkled, he looked infuriatingly chipper for someone booby-trapping a school. Cassion muttered, nothing screams safe for children like 4 lines of bloody defense. What is next? Will they install a basilisk just to keep things tidy? Flitwick didn't dignify that with a reply. He waved his wand, and the door creaked open with a groan. Warm, musky air rolled out. The growl hit first. Low, deep, vibrating in Cassion's chest like distant thunder. Then came the snort. Cassion's boots scuffed against the stones as he instinctively stepped back. 3 enormous heads turned in their direction, each one the size of a wardrobe, eyes glinting in the faint light. Bloody hell, he breathed. Flitwick chuckled softly. Meet Fluffy. Cassion shook his head, not really surprised. Hagrid. Yes, Flitwick said simply, still watching the Cerberus with a mild sort of admiration. The middle head huffed, and a hot gust of dog breath rolled over them. Cassion pulled a face. Brilliant. 3 mouths to chew my leg off instead of 1. Can you get us past? Flitwick asked, his voice almost light, as if they weren't standing in front of a 3-headed death machine. Can you get us past? Flitwick asked. Cassion sighed, reaching for his wand. He muttered the incantation under his breath, the tip of his wand flaring softly as golden light began to pool in the air. Slowly, the shape of Hagrid formed, massive shoulders, tangled beard, and all, humming a tuneless melody as he strolled toward the beast. The Cerberus's ears perked. 3 sets of nostrils flared. Clever boy, Hagrid, Cassion murmured walking into the illusion. The illusion. Hagrid crouched, extending a hand. Fluffy's middle head gave a low whine and lowered itself to the ground, eyes fluttering shut. The other 2 followed suit. In seconds, the giant creature was snoring. Flitwick's eyes gleamed. Still amazes me what you can do with Lumos. Cassion smirked faintly. Don't sound so surprised. You've been teaching here long enough to know a trick or 2. Flitwick laughed deviously, brushing it off. The Cerberus gave a particularly loud snort, one paw twitching as it dreamed. Cassion huffed softly, the golden glow of his spell flickering around his fingers. His brows furrowed. At the beginning of the year, when Dumbledore gathered them for the obstacles, Hagrid hadn't been there. Was he added later? No, Harry and the others said Snape had been bitten back at Halloween. So was Hagrid left out on purpose? Even Snape hadn't known? Was Dumbledore trying to surprise the intruder? If so, was Snape really after the stone? None of it made sense. All right, Phileas. What is behind door number 2? Flitwick swung the trapdoor open and vanished into the dark without hesitation. His small frame disappeared into the darkness below. Cassion rubbed the back of his neck. Oh, this is going to end with me breaking something important. He glanced down at the yawning gap and jumped after him. The fall was longer than he expected. For half a second, his stomach lurched as his boots found nothing but air, then, whump, he landed on something soft. Too soft. What in devil's snare? Cassion muttered, his fingers sinking into cool, damp tendrils. The texture was wrong, spongy, almost too pliant. Don't move. Flitwick's voice cut through the darkness. Brilliant. Always the words you want to hear after you've plummeted into a hole. Cassion froze mid-step. The torches flickered to life along the walls, and Cassion's stomach dropped for the second time in a minute. Devil's snare. Thick, ropey vines writhed sluggishly around his boots like they were tasting him. One tendril crept higher up his calf. Oh no, he said flatly. Absolutely not. They react to movement, Flitwick said from somewhere to his right. His voice was annoyingly calm for a man halfway tangled in murderous flora. I'm aware. Cassion drew his wand. Relax, Flitwick began, but it was too late. He barely had time to squint when Cassion's wand lit a sun, blinding him. The devil's snare recoiled with a wet hiss. Flitwick shielded his eyes, still feeling them sting. Warn first, won't you? Cassion chuckled. Sorry. Was dangled by devil's snare in my first year. The light danced across the devil's snare, and the tendrils recoiled with an angry hiss. The moment the vines loosened, Cassion yanked his leg free. Oh, I hate this plant. I hated it in herbology, and I hate it now. He looked around. The headmaster said these are meant to be obstacles, not to maim. But who are they really for? Fluffy isn't something students could get past easily. I doubt even most professors could. The devil's snare, though, is laughably simple. First year, first class in herbology. Anyone who can cast Lumos Solemn could pass. Flitwick walked ahead. It's best not to ask too many questions. The headmaster knows what he's doing. Let's keep moving, Flitwick said cheerfully, stepping past him like he hadn't just been half strangled. It grows fast if you give it half a chance. Of course it does. Everything here either grows too fast or tries to bite you. Cassion squinted and followed. Sprout's contribution to our collective insanity. Flitwick stopped short. Indeed. Best not to kill them, you know how she reacts when her plants are hurt. That won't be the issue, Cashin said, stepping carefully onto the nearest patch. The issue will be whether I scream at the top of my lungs when it grabs my leg. The next passage sloped downward. Water trickled somewhere beyond the stone walls, the sound echoing faintly as they walked. They stepped into a chamber, tall and vast. The ceiling arched high above, gilded light spilling across thousands of glittering objects flitting about in the air. Cashin squinted. Keys? Why are there so many bloody keys? Winged keys, Flitwick corrected with a hint of pride. My little contribution to the gauntlet. Cashin's eyes tracked the fluttering silver streaks. Your contribution was to fill a room with flying keys. Lovely. It isn't simple. Flitwick pointed toward the far side of the chamber, where a massive wooden door loomed. A single silver lock gleamed at its center. One of them unlocks that door. The rest. He gestured vaguely at the swirling cloud above. Cashin groaned. So we're playing fetch with enchanted keys. Flitwick pointed at the broom resting against the far wall with his eyebrow. Fetch, yes. But not as simple as it looks. Cashin eyed the broom with distaste. You're not suggesting I fly, are you? Of course. You're taller. Better reach. Height doesn't translate into aerodynamics, Phileas, Cashin said. And I can't fly. Flitwick chuckled under his breath, barely flicking his wand. One of the keys stopped midair and drifted down to hover neatly in front of him. My creation to begin with, he said, plucking the correct key out of the air as though it had been waiting for him. He strolled to the door and slotted it in, the lock clicking open without a fuss. Cashin looked at the broomstick resting against the wall, then shook his head. The next chamber was colder, the light thinning as they stepped through. Stone stretched ahead, polished smooth in a wide grid. Cashin stopped short. Chess, he muttered, staring at the carved pieces lined up like soldiers. You're kidding me. McGonagall's handiwork was obvious in the crisp lines and towering size of each piece. The pawns stood taller than him, faces expressionless. Cashin's lips twisted. So what happens if you step on the wrong square? The floor swallow you whole. A knight on the left twitched slightly, its stone lance clinking against its shield. Cashin grimaced. Thought so. Hogwarts really has a flair for overkill. He turned to Flitwick. You play. Passably, Flitwick said, brushing off his robes. But we're short a person. Let's skip it. Cashin's frown deepened. His eyes followed the grid of chess squares one last time before Flitwick nudged him toward a shadowed stretch of stone. At the end sat a short corridor, dimly lit and far too quiet for comfort. If you will, Cashin. Place your illusion. Any preferences? I can make it a banshee. Or Hagrid again. Or a flaming hippogriff if you fancy traumatizing the next poor sod who stumbles through. No theatrics, Flitwick said, cutting him off before the list got longer. Just effective. Cashin smirked faintly as he stepped into the corridor. He flicked his wand, and a floating book the size of a dinner tray shimmered into existence. The leather cover looked cracked around the edges, but gold letters still gleamed, essential truths. The book snapped open. Pages fluttered, then stilled. A single line of ink burned across the parchment and spoke in a clear voice. Walk through me and you shall perish. Wait here 24 hours and you shall be safe. Books never lie. Walking beneath a hovering book, Cashin drew from his robes a small bottle of shimmering liquid and a quill. Kneeling, he dipped the quill into the fluid and began to sketch on the stone floor. Lines curved, intersected, and folded upon themselves until the pattern warped the eye, a lattice of runes twisting into the impossible shape of a tesseract. The air around him hummed, the ink refusing to sink into the ground, instead glowing faintly as though suspended above the surface. Each new stroke of the feather made the shape bend in on itself, reality straining at the edges. Then, just as he drew the final line, the entire rune vanished, leaving not a trace. Flitwick frowned. Invisible rune. He stepped closer, peering at the floor, tilting his head as if another angle might reveal it. But no matter how he looked, nothing appeared. How can one solve something that isn't there? Wait, was it illusion? No. I swear I felt reality shift. Cashin chuckled. Oh, it's there, all right. Just, there isn't there. There isn't there. Flitwick rolled the words on his tongue, then laughed. Oh, brilliant. Figured a warning sign might discourage thrill seekers. Cashin shrugged. Nothing worse than kids blundering in because a corridor looks empty. Fair. Flitwick turned away, already eyeing the next door. Cashin noticed the lack of reaction, then looked beyond the flickering book, eyes narrowing. What's next in this charming obstacle course? Flitwick dusted his hands together. The fifth chamber holds a mountain troll. Quirrell's little addition. Cashin snorted softly. Of course it is. Nothing says security like dropping a troll in a room and hoping it doesn't sit on the furniture. Flitwick's mouth twitched. He claims to have a knack for handling them. I'll bet he does, Cashin muttered, gaze lingering on the heavy door ahead. All right. And the sixth? Snape's handiwork, Flitwick said. A potion's riddle. Purple flames block the entrance, black flames the exit. 7 bottles on a table. Some poison, some safe. It's a logic test to work out which will get you through. Cashin's gaze locked on the charms professor. You mean to say there's a very deadly poison ahead that can kill the intruder? I thought the headmaster said we aim to dissuade, not maim. Last I checked, dying was pretty maiming. Flitwick laughed. I assure you, it is not deadly. Cashin wanted to argue but bit his tongue. And then, that, Flitwick said, pausing, is something only the headmaster knows. Cashin sighed. Naturally. A final flourish from the man who enjoys leaving secrets lying about like loose nails. Flitwick gave no response, already moving on. Cashin marched toward Dumbledore's office, simulating the fight in his mind. He'd suspected for ages the whole thing was one giant charade, carefully laid out for Potter and his two tag-alongs. It wasn't even subtle. The chessboard alone gave it away, 3 empty spaces, like a giant neon sign screaming this bit reserved for Gryffindor's finest. He raked a hand through his hair, fingers dragging down his face in exasperation. Making a challenge Ron Weasley could handle was probably harder than rigging the entire gauntlet. The boy wasn't completely useless. He could swing a wand and take up space, but his strong suits were limited in color. And the first task? Subtle as a bludger to the face. Hagrid's challenge basically boiled down to spending 5 minutes in his company. The man couldn't keep a secret if it were glued to his tongue. But who else could have gotten the details out of him? Especially when most didn't even know what the obstacle was ahead of time. Devil's Snare? That was practically handing them the answer sheet before the exam. They'd learned about it just this year, revised it for their herbology exams a week ago. It was a warm-up. Keys and a broom. Potter's specialty. His most glaring specialty, really. The boy could barely keep his shoelaces tied half the time, but give him a broom and suddenly he was the chosen one of aerodynamics. A troll. An actual, full-grown mountain troll. Because naturally, if a trio of 11-year-olds once survived one in a bathroom, they're now certified troll busters? Please. And Granger? Snape's logic puzzle might as well have had her name carved into the base. The girl probably dreamed in logic puzzles. He hissed the password to the gargoyle and stormed up the stairs without waiting for them to finish turning. He knocked, hard, then shoved the door open. Dumbledore didn't even flinch. He was seated behind his desk, looking entirely too serene for a man caught playing puppet master. Professor Rosier, he said mildly, do come in. I'm in, Cashin snapped. And I'm not in the mood for riddles today. Dumbledore gave a small smile, entirely unbothered. Ah. That must be a first. Cashin didn't sit. He paced for a couple of times, then dropped into the chair. What the hell is the meaning of those obstacles? He snapped, voice sharper than he intended. When you said delay, dissuade, confuse, not maim, I didn't think you meant create a matinee performance for 3 first years. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened, the twinkle gone. They came to you, didn't they? About Nicholas Flamel. Cashin gave a dry, humorless laugh. I should have known the moment they said they couldn't find the name of a 600-year-old wizard in any book in the library. Were you deliberately delaying them? Pacing their discovery so it lined up with whatever slow-burning plan you've got ticking away under that hat. Dumbledore didn't flinch. Professor Rosier, I am not playing games. The stone is real. It is in Hogwarts. And we are protecting it. Cashin slammed his palms onto the desk. From whom? His voice dropped, quiet but venom-laced. The wraith I saw in the forest? That cursed thing feeding off unicorn blood? Voldemort. Dumbledore's fingers steepled. You think Devil's Snare, trolls, and flying keys will stop the Dark Lord? Really? Even you can't be that delusional, headmaster. Dumbledore spoke, jarringly calm. They are not meant to stop him. Only to slow him. Long enough. Cashin paused, his face hid the fury underneath, just for a second. That calmness, it was like staring into a bottomless well. Dangerous in its quiet. His lip curled. Long enough for what? For Potter to stumble in with Gryffindor guts and divine timing. Dumbledore didn't blink. Long enough for me to arrive. Cashin snorted and stepped back from the desk. You're gambling. I am preparing. You're gambling. With children. Dumbledore's gaze didn't waver. You think I want them involved? You build it for them, Cashin snapped. The dog. The chessboard. A flying key challenge. A logic puzzle. The only thing missing was a slot for a chocolate frog card with Potter's face on it. I built it for Voldemort, Dumbledore said softly. For him to overestimate himself. For him to walk through believing he has won, only to find he hasn't. Dumbledore's eyes dimmed, just slightly. Harry walks it only if he must. Cashin's expression was hard. And if he will. You've left him breadcrumbs, a neat little trail of house points and heroics. I've left him choices, Dumbledore corrected. It's not the same. Cashin laughed again, shaking his head at the ridiculousness of the idea. You've left him bait. And just like the last war, you're playing with people's lives. Dumbledore's silence said everything. Cashin turned to leave, jaw clenched. I am not letting you or Minerva put my students in danger anymore. I said it last time. Don't mistake me for bluffing, headmaster. Dumbledore's voice came quiet, tired. Professor Rosier, I ask you not to act on this. I promise, everything is under control. Cashin stopped in his tracks. Turned. And when he looked at Dumbledore again, his face wasn't angry, it was furious. But beneath it, something colder had cracked open. Tell me why, he said, softly. Too softly. Why was Potter skin and bones when he arrived here? Why did he look like a kick stray wearing hand-me-downs from a bin? Why was the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, heir of the Potters, no less, treated like something someone wanted to forget? Dumbledore didn't answer. Cashin stepped closer. Tell me why he had no idea about magic. About who he was. About anything. Tell me why no one, not even the ministry, bothered to check on the boy they plastered across history books. Still silence. Cashin's voice sharpened. And now you want him to walk into a trap you've dressed up like a riddle hunt? You want him to have a choice, what, to die neatly this time? Dumbledore closed his eyes. I did what I had to do, he said at last. No, Cashin snapped. You did what you wanted to do. And you're dressing it with words that you think makes it sound better. It doesn't. Dumbledore's fingers curled slightly. He needed time to grow up. To be unshaped. If he grew up famous, if he grew up knowing, everything would be different. And now? Cashin's voice was ice. Now he gets to grow up bleeding. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. You're not a father, Cashin. I'm a teacher, Cashin said, cutting him off. That's worse. I get to see them when they're still soft. Still hopeful. And I get to watch the world crush them with consequences that weren't theirs to begin with. He stepped back. I refuse to be part of this, headmaster. I'll keep my students safe, whether you like it or not. Professor Rosier. My decision is final. Cashin turned. Why? Fucking why? Dumbledore shook his head slowly. The fewer people who know, the better. Cashin gritted a smile. If something happens to any one of them, only one of us can remain in this school, headmaster. And even if it's not me, I'm not leaving quietly. Dumbledore didn't argue. He just sighed. Thank you. Cashin's mouth twisted. Don't thank me. Then he stormed out, the door slamming behind him with enough force to rattle Fox off his perch. The next few days passed without trouble. Exams came and went. Students dragged themselves between classrooms, quill snapping, parchment tearing, and not a single one of them remembering to drink water. Cashin let them stew. He wasn't about to hold their hands, panic was part of the process. By the time the last day rolled in, the castle felt hollow. Too quiet. Even Peeves seemed subdued. Cashin caught sight of Potter, Weasley, and Granger huddled by the courtyard fountain, voices low, eyes darting about like they were plotting a jailbreak. Which, knowing what was coming, wasn't entirely unlikely. He'd seen that look before, students trying to carry the weight of something too big for their shoulders. His last exam was with first years. They were huddled in the classroom, staring down at the single sheet of parchment, expecting the trick. A few of them exchanged wary glances. Sir, Tracy Davis said cautiously, why is it so easy? Cashin lounged against the edge of his desk, expression deadpan. I've told you enough times already. Education means sod all if it is just about proving how good you are at passing instead of actually learning something. A few students blinked at him, unsure if this was some elaborate trap. He gestured lazily toward the paper. Pass my class, don't pass my class. I don't care. But if you haven't learned a single useful thing from me, I might cry. And I am an ugly crier. On the parchment, there was only one question, written in his neat, slanting hand. Explain in your own words, how magic shapes history and how history shapes magic. There is no wrong answer. Just show me you've thought about it. Cashin nodded to the page like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. Now go on, answer the question. A few quills scratched tentatively. He scanned the room. Granger already had her head down, scribbling like the world depended on it. Potter stared at the question as if the question were about to hex him. Weasley leaned toward him to whisper, and Cashin snapped his fingers. No conferring. I want your thoughts, not a committee report. They jolted and went quiet. Cashin smirked faintly, pushing off the desk. He strolled between the rows of desks, hands stuffed in his pockets, pausing every now and then to glance over shoulders. This isn't about right or wrong. It's about thinking. If I wanted parrots, I'd teach at a bloody aviary. He walked behind Hannah Abbott, scanning her answer. Not bad, he muttered. You've got a knack for seeing past the ministry gloss. Keep that. Humming faintly, he moved to Susan Bones. Neat handwriting, measured argument. Cashin tipped his head. Well structured. Bit heavy on the dates, though. History isn't just a timeline, Bones. It is a conversation. Let it breathe. Next, he bent over Justin Finch-Fletchley's parchment. Halfway down the page, his brow arched. Did you just compare Merlin to Churchill? Justin flushed crimson. Well, the impact. Cashin straightened with a faint smirk. Ballsy. Wrong, but ballsy. Over in the Ravenclaw row, Anthony Goldstein was already watching him approach, eyes wary. Cashin tilted his head as he read. Goldstein, decent insight on magical isolationism, but don't just parrot Madame Bathilda Bagshot. Give me your thoughts. Otherwise you are a dictionary with legs. Anthony muttered, yes, sir, and scratched something out. A seat down, Padma Paddle's quill flew across the parchment. Cashin glanced at her answer and gave a nod. Finally. Someone's got a grip on nuance. Good work. As he circled back to the front, Cashin paused by Neville Longbottom. The boy's parchment was crumpled at the edges, ink blotted in 3 places. Cashin read the opening lines, then crouched slightly to meet his eye. You're on the right track. You've got the heart of it, Longbottom. Now trust yourself. Stop writing like you expect the paper to bite you. Neville nodded, clutching his quill tighter. Cashin straightened and strode back to the desk, leaning lazily against it. 2 minutes, he called. Finish your thoughts, sign your name, and don't forget to breathe. I'd hate for any of you to pass out on my watch. Not because I care. I just don't want the paperwork. A ripple of nervous laughter broke out. He let it settle before adding, and remember, history isn't about memorizing dates and names. It's about asking why people did what they did, and what you would have done standing in their shoes. Remember the quote I told you? Emperor Taizong of Tang said, with bronze as a mirror, we tidy our clothes, with history as a mirror, we can discern the rise and fall of dynasties. Chairs scraped as students shuffled, parchment rustling. Cashin stayed where he was watching as the first years queued to hand their work over. Once the last sheet hit his pile, Cashin tapped it with his wand. The parchment stacked itself neatly, the ink drying instantly. Congratulations. You survived. He waved a hand toward the door. Go eat something. Sleep if you are lucky. And try not to hex anyone before breakfast tomorrow. That night, in the dead quiet of the castle, Cashin felt his illusion breaking. Someone had gone into the corridor. Bath's Haida shifted against him, snoring faintly as her hair tickled his jaw. He let out a long breath, staring at the ceiling. Closing his eyes, Cashin focused. His illusion. Torn. Marred. Ripped from the inside. Oh, Quirrell, he muttered. He'd suspected something was wrong with the man for months now. Ever since that sabbatical, he came back different. Everyone had blamed it on the vampire run-in in Albania. Cashin didn't buy it. Quirrell was too quiet. Too careful. Always watching the room like he was waiting for something to catch fire. And he was certain Quirrell couldn't break his illusions. Especially not this one. The rune was hidden in another dimension, a trick he'd learned in a tomb-turned-monastery in China. A layered spatial magic. Which meant, either Quirrell wasn't alone. Or he wasn't Quirrell anymore. Kill the damn troll. We don't have time. The voice hadn't come from Quirrell's mouth. It came from the back of his head. Cashin sighed. Of course. Was that Voldemort? He sat up, shifting slowly so Bath's Haida didn't wake. Her hand twitched where it rested against his ribs. He eased her fingers away gently, got to his feet, bare toes hitting cold stone. A shared body. And the second he thought it, the name hit him like a brick, Quirrellmert. Stupid. That stupid name his friends used in the past life when they joked about the first book. How the hell had he not thought of it sooner? Would have saved him the paranoia, the sleepless nights, the second guessing. Or would it? Even now, knowing didn't help. Because if he'd thought of it back then, he might have tried to stop it. Would have gone to Dumbledore sooner. Or worse, straight into the gauntlet himself. And maybe that would have been the bigger mistake. Dumbledore's board was already set. Potter was already in play. He hated it. He still didn't like any of it, but just this once, he wanted to see what Dumbledore was really playing at. Cashin moved to the window, leaned his forehead against the glass. He wanted to go in, barge through every locked door, tear the place down if he had to. Screw Dumbledore's plans. But he closed his eyes. And sure enough, 2 figures appeared in front of the illusion. Hermione and Harry. No Ron. Cashin frowned. Where's Weasley? The floating book hovered above them. Walk through me and you shall perish. Wait here 24 hours and you shall be safe. Books never lie. Harry paced under it, anxious. His eyes flicked from the hovering book to the stone corridor ahead. Every few steps, he looked like he'd bolt. Hermione on the other hand, squinted at the lines. That last line, was placed for her. The book, the wording, books never lie. It wasn't a deterrent. It was a message for her. Hermione had spent the whole year trying to convince him that books couldn't lie. She came to him after class, citation in hand, footnotes marked, sometimes 2 or 3 editions of the same text, just in case he claimed one was outdated. Every time, he'd proved her wrong. Not because the books were lying, but because the authors were. He remembered the look on her face when he showed her how easy it was to plant a lie in a citation. A book, printed quietly under a pseudonym, sold only to a single library, just enough to make it real on paper. Just enough to be referenced. A system that could be tricked so easily. She glanced at Harry. He didn't understand her hesitation. Hermione swallowed, then she stepped forward. Harry followed. The illusion didn't flicker. The runes didn't burn. The book stayed silent. They passed through as if nothing were there. Cashin watched as runes attached themselves to the 2 of them, threading through their steps. Hopefully it will protect you, he muttered. And hopefully nothing will happen to you. He turned from the window. The bed creaked faintly as he slid back under the blanket. Bath's Haida rolled toward him in her sleep, arms wrapping around his chest, forehead pressing into his collarbone like she'd been waiting. He wrapped an arm around her. His eyes stayed open, fixed on the dark. The illusion was down. The gauntlet had begun. And there was nothing left to do now but wait. By morning, word had already swept the corridors. Potter was unconscious in the hospital wing. Cashin visited the wing and made sure all 3 were still breathing, with all limbs attached. Weasley had a bruise blooming on one cheek and dried blood on his temple. Hermione had a scratch across her jaw and her hair was tangled, but otherwise fine. Potter was unconscious, pale and still, but the chart at the end of his bed showed stable vitals and no internal bleeding. Nothing broken. Nothing cursed. He watched them for a long minute. Just 3 kids in beds that looked too big for them. He sighed and left. As he stepped into the corridor, footsteps approached in the corridor. Dumbledore walked calmly, hands folded. They passed each other without a word. Cashin didn't stop, didn't glance back. Neither did Dumbledore. 2 days later, Gryffindor lost to Ravenclaw in Quidditch. With Potter still out, the Chasers didn't stand a chance. Cashin had caught sight of McGonagall that evening, her lips were pressed so thin they nearly disappeared. By Monday evening, the Great Hall was a sea of green and silver. Slytherin banners hung from every beam and torch bracket, the house crest gleaming like they'd just won a war. The tables were crammed with chattering students. Cashin strolled in late and slid into his chair at the staff table. The Slytherins were celebrating already, Malfoy smirking like he'd personally secured every house point they'd earned. The Gryffindor table sat stiff-backed and sulky. Cheerful lot tonight, Cashin murmured. Flitwick hummed, a faint smile playing at his lips. Dumbledore rose from his seat. Conversations died off as hundreds of heads turned. Well done, Slytherin, Dumbledore said, suppressing the last of the cheering. Applause erupted from the Slytherin table. But Dumbledore raised a hand, and silence fell again. However, he said. It takes more than academic success and Quidditch victories to shape a year at Hogwarts. Cashin's mouth twitched. Ah. Here we go. I have a few last-minute points to award. Students murmured among themselves. To Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 30 points. Weasley's jaw dropped. His brothers clapped him on the back so hard he nearly toppled into his plate. To Miss Hermione Granger, for her cool use of intellect when others might have panicked, 30 points. Granger looked stunned. Cashin arched a brow. To Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore went on, his voice soft but carrying, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, 50 points. The Gryffindor table erupted. Cheers, whoops, and a few celebratory bangs from the twins echoed across the hall. Cashin glanced down the table at Snape. The man looked murderous, his fingers curling against the tablecloth like he wanted to hex the cutlery. Dumbledore raised a finger. And lastly, to Mr. Neville Longbottom. It takes great bravery to stand up to your enemies, but even more to stand up to your friends. For this, I award Gryffindor 5 points. The roar from the Gryffindor table nearly shook the enchanted ceiling. Cashin smirked. The banners overhead rippled. Slowly, the green and silver drained away, replaced by red and gold. The Gryffindor lion stretched, roaring silently as confetti burst into the air. Cashin waited for the noise to crest, then stood smoothly, drawing a dozen curious looks as his chair scraped against the stone floor. Headmaster, he said lightly. Might I steal a brief word before the feast begins? Bathsheba's hand shot out, curling around his sleeve. Cashin, sit down, she hissed under her breath. He smiled faintly, tugging his arm free. Relax, I'm not here to overthrow the Gryffindor monarchy. Not tonight. Dumbledore turned, still in his placid expression. Of course, Professor Rosier. You have the floor. Much obliged. Cashin stuffed his hands into his pockets, as though preparing for a casual chat rather than addressing the entire Great Hall. Now, before anyone panics, this isn't about house points. Gryffindor's victory stands untouched, as it should after Headmaster had decided so. A few mutters rippled through the Slytherin table, he ignored them. I only want to mention a few names. Contributions that, while quieter, struck me as no less worthy of recognition than, high-stakes chess and heroics. Cashin raised a finger. And, of course, if my esteemed colleagues think these acts deserve house points, they are free to award them. If not, well, I trust their judgment entirely. He began before anyone could interrupt. Firstly, Miss Clearwater, Cashin continued, as casual, almost bored. She's been ferrying library books to Madame Pants for students too scared to ask her themselves. That woman's glare could crack stone, takes bravery to go near her desk. The Ravenclaw table burst into chuckles. Penelope gave a small shrug, ears tinged pink. Miss Greengrass, Cashin went on. Tutored 6 of her classmates from different houses in charms last month without anyone asking her to. Even kept her patience when one set fire to his sleeve. Impressive restraint. Daphne looked down at her plate, hiding a small smile behind her glass. Miss Abbott. Cashin tipped his chin toward the Hufflepuff table. Fixed a batch of brooms in flying class. Saved 4 kids from face-planting in the dirt. I would say that deserves a toast. Hannah blinked, startled, then ducked her head as her housemates clapped politely. Mr. Zabanai. Did you know he spends his free time helping Madame Pomfrey restock and clean up after injuries? Not glamorous work, but invaluable. Lovely lad. Bit of an attitude, but still, good hands with a broken nose. The hall went still. A few heads turned to stare at Blaise. The boy looked faintly surprised, though a smirk was already forming. And Mr. Macmillan, Cashin finished, glancing at the boy. Volunteered to clean up after one of Peeves' little incidents in the West Corridor. Not exactly a noble quest, he just wanted to annoy Peeves back. Still, effort counts. A few scattered laughs echoed off the enchanted ceiling. Cashin folded his arms loosely, gaze sweeping the hall. Amazing, isn't it? All these decent behaviors, all these quiet contributions. Yet I don't recall anyone handing out house points for them until now. Curious. McGonagall's jaw locked so hard Cashin could hear her molars grind. Cashin lifted his head towards Dumbledore. Anyway, that's all from me. No points given. If my colleagues see merit in these acts, they know where the hourglasses are kept. If not, I simply ask the students to remember these names alongside the others celebrated tonight. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, unbothered. A thoughtful reminder, Professor Rosier. Indeed, recognition takes many forms. For a moment, every student looked at each other, not quite sure how to react. Hundreds of eyes drifted away from Cashin to others at the table. Students glanced between their heads of house. Well? Would the professors step in? Would they weigh these small, thankless acts as worthy of the same sand that filled the hourglasses? McGonagall's gaze flicked sharply from Cashin to the Gryffindor hourglass, already brimming with the rubies that had won them the house cup with Dumbledore's last points. At last, it was Flitwick who broke the silence. The man cleared his throat and pushed himself up. Well, he said. 10 points to Miss Hannah Abbott, for showing initiative and care for her classmates. Sprout straightened and nodded firmly. And I believe Miss Clearwater has shown no small amount of courage in her own way. The Ravenclaw table broke into polite applause. Neville clapped hardest, he'd clearly benefited from her help more than once. McGonagall drew a sharp breath through her nose. Then she turned her head toward Zabanai and Greengrass. 10 points each to Mr. Zabanai and Miss Greengrass, she said crisply. For service above expectation. Snape remained perfectly still, lips pressed. Students turned to him. Staff turned to him. Even Mrs. Norris seemed to hold her breath, her eyes fixed on him. Finally, he snorted. And 5 points, no more to Macmillan, he said through gnashed teeth, for irritating Peeves into retreat. The Hufflepuff table laughed and clapped. That is, actually fair, isn't it? A Gryffindor said. Cashin looked around, mockingly shocked. Well, well. It seems I underestimated my colleagues. Mark the date. He tipped an imaginary hat toward Flitwick. McGonagall glared at him. This wasn't your place, Professor Rosier. Of course not, Cashin said mildly. It was yours. I simply offered a reminder. Dumbledore gave a small, approving clap. And a valuable one at that. The banners above shimmered, red and gold draining back into green and silver. Well, the numbers are what they are. Congratulations, Slytherin. Courage may be loud, but service accumulates. Dumbledore added. Cashin tilted his head slightly, mouth curling into a grin. Giving Gryffindor enough points to steal the cup? Subtlety wasn't in Dumbledore's job description, then. But not on his watch. Dumbledore didn't look ruffled, of course. He never did. But that wasn't the point. Awarding points for curfew breaking, rule breaking, for recklessly endangering one's life. Dumbledore was telling Harry and his friends that what they did was right. It wasn't. They had no business risking their lives, and Cashin would not allow this to set a precedent. He had to remind them that risking life did not equal winning the house cup. And even if it did, some things weren't worth the prize. Leaving the Great Hall, Hermione sighed as Ron fumed to Harry. He's insufferable. I knew you couldn't trust a Slytherin. Harry shook his head. You're wrong, Ron. Ron threw up his hands. Am I? He made McGonagall grind her teeth so hard I thought she'd crack them. He did that just to twist the knife. Hermione gave him a sideways look. He didn't take the cup. He gave people a reason to care who else was in the room. He made us look daft in front of the whole hall, Ron snapped. Took our big win and turned it into a bloody kindness competition. No, Harry said quietly. He turned it back into school. Ron stopped walking, blinking. What's that supposed to mean? Harry didn't stop walking. He didn't take anything away from us. We got more than we deserved. You know that. Ron gawked at him. You got nearly killed. Hermione solved half of it. I nearly got my head knocked off by a queen. And he just stands up in front of everyone and starts handing out praise like it's a charity auction. They didn't save the stone, Ron muttered, quieter now. They didn't need to, Harry said. Neither did we. Not really. Hermione's lips pressed thin as Ron spluttered beside her. She dug into her satchel and pulled out a folded scrap of parchment. Look here, she said, jabbing at a line she'd underlined twice. He's been doing this since September. He balances things out when it's obvious the system isn't fair. Ron scowled. So what? He's supposed to be teaching history, not playing accountant with house points. He's teaching history, Hermione said evenly. The history we're making here. You saw it at the feast, he didn't humiliate anyone, he just reminded the hall that Slytherin and Gryffindors weren't the only ones who worked hard this year. Harry nodded, gaze lowered. Snape spent all year taking points off us for breathing too loud. Professor R put them back. Weren't you indignant when Snape? Professor Snape. Hermione cut in automatically. Harry huffed. Fine. When Professor Snape docked our points for no reason. Didn't you notice how Professor R was more generous to give it back, or docking more points from Malfoy and other Slytherins for similar rule breakings? Ron's gaze darted between the two of them. Then why would he wait until Dumbledore finished? Why not say something sooner? Hermione sighed, clutching the parchment tighter. Because what the headmaster did was unfair. She didn't add the rest aloud, her suspicion that what they had done in the dungeons was less about bravery and more about stumbling into a project no adult had stopped them from willingly taking on. Harry was injured because we saved the stone, Ron insisted. If he wasn't, we would have had the Quidditch Cup as well. We would have won. Harry shook his head, walking a step ahead of them. Did he save the stone? His stomach twisted. From what he saw in the mirror, the stone had been safer inside it than in his pocket. Dumbledore said only someone seeking it selflessly could touch it, and Cassian's voice from class still echoed in his mind. Some ideas aren't genius. They're just complicated failures dressed up as wisdom. Harry bit his lip. If the mirror was enough, then by taking the stone out, hadn't he only made it more vulnerable? Voldemort hadn't stolen it. Harry had delivered it into reach. Then, the only reason why he couldn't attend the game was his foolishness. And it wasn't anyone else's fault that Gryffindor lost. It was his. Behind him, Ron kept muttering about Slytherin stealing our thunder, but Hermione had gone quiet. Her eyes stayed on her notes, where Cassian scribbled asides twisted around her own handwriting. Never trust a neat ending. The story is always messy than the books say. Fred threw a rune book at George, who stuffed it in his bag without looking. Lee Jordan lunged for his bed. Alicia and Angelina were standing by the door, arms folded, blocking escape. I can't believe you passed rune, Angelina said, narrowing her eyes at George. Fred snickered, already unrepentant. I will always be indebted to Professor R for teaching us about Bellatrix the Unwashed. Every year, for a month, I won't wash to honor her as well. Alicia grimaced. Please don't. You'd stink out the common room in a week. George slid down beside Fred, both of them staring at the ceiling like philosophers on the brink of revelation. Who would have known runes were perfect tools for pranks? We can never pay our debts. Lee snorted from his bed. You're both ridiculous. But he did make it sound like history's just, full of mischief. Angelina shook her head, but she was smiling too. That's because he doesn't care about dates. He keeps saying it's not about memorizing names, it's about who actually used the spells. Why they worked. Why they didn't. That's why people like you two can even sit through his class without falling asleep. Oi, Fred mimed lobbing a mud ball. Tell me another professor who would stop a whole lecture just to demonstrate how to weaponize mud. Or, George added, how to cheat an age line around a cup. Alicia's lips twitched. Don't remind me. He practically invited you to set the school on fire. Educational combustion, Fred said solemnly. Peer-reviewed inferno, George added. Lee sat up, laughing. You two are going to kill yourselves one of these days, and he'll probably turn it into a case study. Here we see, children, why improvisation without brains equals Weasley flambe. Angelina rolled her eyes. And you'd still cheer him on? Course I would, Lee said. He's the only professor who's ever admitted Quidditch is stupid and glorious at the same time. Said it was built on chaos and accidents. Finally, some honesty. Alicia frowned, thoughtful now. He's reckless, though. Half the stuff he says, if it wasn't true, he'd be fired by now. I mean, he told us flat out that half the ministry's history is propaganda. I wrote that in my essay and Flitwick said it was provocative. That's the point, though, Angelina said with a shrug. He makes you argue. Even when he's being insufferable. Lee flopped back onto his bed. Messy, chaotic, infuriating, and more fun than half this school put together. Fred sat up, smirking. So what we're saying is that Professor R is the best Professor Hogwarts has ever had, George finished, mock solemn. Better than McGonagall. Alicia challenged. Better than Binns, Fred shot back instantly. That's cheating, Angelina said, but she was laughing. Lee grinned. Face it. He's mad. But he's our mad professor. Fred and George clinked imaginary glasses in the air. To Bloody Rosier, Fred said. Long may he torment us, George added. Alicia groaned, covering her face. Malfoy swept through the entrance like a conquering general. In the end, he declared loudly, he's a Slytherin. Greengrass and Davis brushed past him without a glance. If Draco thought it was that simple, he was as stupid as he looked. The older years glanced up from their books, some with smirks, some with scowls, then returned to their conversations. When he first appeared, he opened with Morgana. Said the books made her a cartoon and we're idiots if we swallow that. Fine. I enjoyed watching Gryffindors choke on it. Adrian's mouth twitched, shaking his head. Yet? And tonight, he makes a fuss over some Hufflepuff for fixing brooms. With the exact bloody tone. Miles shook his head. What is that? Pick a road, damn it. Cassius drummed his fingers on his chair. You're assuming the road is blood purity. He's not walking our road at all. Miles snorted. What you describe is a blood traitor, Cassius. He's a Rosier. They are not traitors. Cassius shrugged. Maybe that's the lesson. Stop asking who someone belongs to and look at where their work lands. He keeps telling them the neat stories are lies told by winners. Does he mean our histories are lies too? Marcus sighed through his nose. He doesn't respect us. Doesn't even own the house colors. He refuses to perform loyalty, Cassius said. There's a difference. Which is worse, Miles said. Adrian's voice cooled. No, which is harder to fight. Anyone can sneer at us. He makes our own first years think. Greengrass will ask why skill isn't enough without pedigree, Zob and I will look for the person mending a thing instead of the one posing by it. That spreads. And what do we do with that? Marcus asked. Terrence's eyes cut to him. We report to families and they decide whether we want Slytherin to be a pose or a practice. If it's a pose, then yes, he's an enemy and we spend the next year teaching the little ones to clap the right banners on cue. If it's a practice, then we prove we're the best. Miles stared at the fire. You sound like him. I sound like someone who doesn't want a Hufflepuff owning our future because we were busy polishing our last name, Terence said. He's telling everyone where the leverage is. Either we take it, or we complain while someone else does. Marcus chuckled, grudgingly. Merlin save me, I hate that I understand you. Terence nodded, as he got up, you know who to thank for it. Here, someone called, raising an arithmancy text. Raise your books for our prefect, who carried books to and from the library for us, frightened souls, and gained recognition for it. The cheer wasn't loud, but it rippled through the room. A few more books lifted in salute before Penelope Clearwater turned a shade too red. Honestly, in the beginning, Ravenclaws didn't like Cassian. He had stood there, first week, sneering that books lied. To them, that was sacrilege. Books were the foundation, the backbone of the house. But the strangest thing happened. As they kept showing up, as the illusions burned across the walls and the quills scraped faster than their wrists could keep up, irritation shifted into fascination. He wasn't just mocking texts, he was unearthing them, pulling the bones out of the neat bindings and showing how much flesh and rot still clung. Older students had started to linger near his classes too. Not officially enrolled, but slipping in, pretending to deliver a message or collect a younger sibling, just to watch the illusions. Some admitted it openly, they regretted it. They had dropped history after bins drained them dry, only to see it reborn under Rosier into something alive. Every week was a reminder of what they had lost. At last, Penelope folded her arms on the table and set her chin down. I still hate that he was right. Books do lie. And I'll never read one the same way again. An older Ravenclaw sighed into her palm, muttering what more and more of them had started to admit after 3 years in his classes. Bloody Rosier made history my favorite subject. Hannah Abbott slumped into the chair nearest the hearth, cheeks still pink from the applause. The common room was warm, golden light spilling across honey-colored stone, but she felt like she'd carried the whole hall stair with her all the way down the stairs. She buried her face in her hands. I just tend brooms. Not just, Susan said, taking a blanket from the shelf. I didn't do anything special, Hannah mumbled. Father always said brooms get neglected until they buck you off, A&D. She broke off, shaking her head. I just missed home. It was something to do. Susan curled up on the rug with a blanket wrapped round her knees. That's exactly it. You did what no one else thought of. Professor Rosier saw that. A few others nodded. Justin Finch Fletchley spoke up from the sofa. He didn't sound like he was pitying you, Hannah. He sounded like he meant it. Like fixing brooms mattered as much as duels or essays. It does, Ernie said firmly. What's the point of fancy charms if your broom splinters under you? A small laugh rippled through them. Hannah peeked out between her fingers. But, he added after a beat, better to be noticed for fixing something than ignored like we usually are. Everyone thinks Hufflepuffs just keep our heads down. Maybe now they'll see we actually do things. That's what he's like in class too, Justin said. He doesn't care if you're loud or clever. He cares if you try. Even when I get it wrong, he'll say, good use, wrong century, and still give me a point. Zacharias huffed. I still think he enjoys making us squirm. But, he isn't cruel about it. Just pushes. Hannah leaned back, staring into the fire. The flush in her cheeks was fading, leaving something else behind, a pride she hadn't expected. Do you think, she said quietly, that maybe he just wants us to feel useful? No, Ernie said, shaking his head. He wants us to know we already are. Minerva followed the headmaster into his office. Albus, why did you allow him to? Dumbledore sank into his chair with a sigh. The lines around his mouth deepened. He was right. When he confronted me about putting Harry and the others into danger. I thought I was careful, but I still let 3 children take the risk. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep words from snapping. Of course the bloody Rosier was right. Infuriatingly so. She had warned Albus too. Told him not to do it, but he did it anyway. And of course the blasted man was wrong. He placed the stone away from himself to bait Voldemort, lured the Dark Lord into the open, and risked her dear students in the process. How infuriating that was. And as if that wasn't enough, he had the gall to award just enough points to tip Gryffindor into victory. Was he placating Harry? Or her? Minerva wasn't sure. As a lifelong Quidditch fan and former chaser, she loved competition. Not easy wins. Otherwise, she could have handed out free points every week. But in front of the school she had stood with him, because it was what the castle demanded. Unity, right? Even if she wanted to hex the old man harder than she'd ever wanted to hex anyone. Will you send him back? Her voice cracked despite her best effort to control it. Harry. Will you send him back to his relatives? Dumbledore's shoulders fell. I have to, Minerva. You know the wards. Minerva sharply turned to the window, crossing her arms. They are bad people. I told you when we left him there. Dumbledore sighed. You are not alone in that judgment. Her brow furrowed. Rosier. Dumbledore's gaze flicked up, half-moon spectacles glinting in the firelight. Yes. He pressed me harder on that than even you did. Even checked the registry. Told me plainly that the boy carried years in his eyes that no 11-year-old should. Minerva inhaled sharply through her nose, irritation and vindication tangled together. He sees too much, Dumbledore murmured. For a man who calls himself a historian, he's terribly present. Minerva spun back, lips thin. You say that as though it is a flaw. He sees what you refuse to. What the rest of us have grown too used to ignoring. The headmaster's expression softened, regret flickering. Minerva exhaled hard. He infuriates me. Constant interruptions, his tongue as sharp as a dirk. But, Albus. She didn't finish. The headmaster leaned back, eyes unreadable. Rosier bears no reverence for the structures that hold us. He tears at them. He tears at what is rotten, Minerva corrected. You think I enjoy being undermined in front of a school full of children? I do not. But when he asked why we praise only the loud and overlook the quiet, I could not argue. I have overlooked them, Albus. We all have. Dumbledore studied her, his thoughts hidden. She huffed. He's dangerous, yes. But not because of what he teaches. Because he will not play the game. He will not flatter. Not me, not you, not even his own house. The fire popped. Dumbledore finally closed his eyes. Perhaps that's why I need him. You need him, Minerva said, voice soft but bitter, because he says aloud the things you cannot afford to. You use him, Albus. The truth comes out, and you smile like you planned it. But you did not plan him. He's not yours. Dumbledore opened his eyes again. No. He's not mine. And perhaps that is for the best. Bath's Haida sat with Aurora and Septima, drinking tea in her room while folding robes into a trunk. It had become their ritual at the end of each term, finish one room together, talking as they went, then move to another. Aurora perched cross-legged on the bed, balancing her cup on her knee. You realize, Bath, the rest of us are still trying to decide how you managed it. Bath's Haida didn't look up from her trunk. Managed what? Rosier, Aurora said simply, eyes glinting over the rim of her teacup. Bath's Haida glanced up, one brow arched. That's not even a question. It's barely a word, Septima murmured. And yet it's carrying an entire conversation. Aurora gave her a knowing look. Cassian Rosier. You're, historian. The one who bribed classmates with chocolate frogs to finish his essays. Bath's Haida made a soft, embarrassed sound, but it wasn't denial. Aurora chuckled, setting her cup aside. Do you remember? 6th year. We were working arithmancy proofs in the library and he came in with ink on his collar, swearing he'd invented a charm that would let quills write on their own. She shook her head, grinning. Turned out he'd just paid off one of the older boys to enchant it for him. Nearly set the bloody desk on fire when he tried to show off. Septima hummed, faintly amused. And then spent the next week telling everyone it was a prototype. Prototype, Aurora repeated, laughing under her breath. That boy couldn't string together 2 words without falling over his own ego. Bath's Haida pressed her lips together, though her eyes softened. He was an idiot back then. Was. Septima's tone was dry. Bath's Haida shot her a look. Hey, he's my idiot now. Aurora laughed. He really was hopeless, though. A Rosier who couldn't duel, couldn't keep his nose in a book, and somehow still managed to strut about like the Great Hall had been built for him. Remember when he sneaked into the hen house? Honestly, we used to wonder why his family hadn't disowned him already. They nearly did, Bath's Haida said, quieter now. Septima shook her head. He changed, that is for certain. Aurora nodded, then asked, are you heading off on another adventure this year? Bath's Haida gave a small snort. No. He said he's had enough of unfinished excavations. Every year something goes wrong, and we don't even see the end of it. His exact words were, she made a face, crypt blocked by tombs, history, caves, or something. Aurora burst out laughing. Septima's lips curved. Well, that's good too, Aurora said. We should have a holiday instead. Just sun and sandals. A proper girl's holiday. Bath's Haida hummed, tucking another robe into the trunk. We'll go Mediterranean Sea. You should come too. Aurora's eyes lit, and she leaned back on the pillows like she was already stretched out under foreign sun. Merlin, yes. Sand, wine, not a single essay in sight. Bath's Haida laughed, shaking her head. Deal. Septima lifted her cup. To the Mediterranean. And to Rosier not ruining it, Aurora added, raising her own. Bath's Haida clinked hers against theirs, eyes shining. No promises. Next morning, he and Bath's Haida walked to Hogsmeade, hand in hand, their fingers swinging lazily. Cassian let out a low groan. Canon years hit different, hey. He muttered. Bath's Haida glanced at him, brow arching. What now? He kissed her cheek, smirking faintly. Nothing, love. Just sad Quirrell is gone. She hummed, the sound more sigh than a word, and didn't press him. Her thumb stroked over his knuckles as they walked past a low stone wall half swallowed by ivy. Students were darting around them, hauling trunks and owl cages, voices bouncing off the station walls as they scrambled for the train. Fred and George came striding past. The two beelined over, grinning wide. Professor R, see you next year, Fred said, giving him a mock salute. George wagged his brows. Try not to miss us too much, yet. Cassian tipped his head. Oh, I will try. Really. Might even manage to forget your names for a whole 2 days. Fred clutched his chest. You wound us, sir. Barely scratched the surface. Cashin jerked his chin at their trunks. On you go before the train leaves you behind. I doubt your mother would appreciate an owl explaining how her twins were outwitted by a timetable. They barked a laugh and jogged off, tossing him mirroring waves as they melted into the crowd. Not far, Longbottom was clutching his toad, the poor creature squirming and letting out a shrill croak that sounded suspiciously like a demand for freedom. Potter, Weasley, and Granger huddled near the fountain, whispering furiously, probably plotting world domination. Malfoy stood off to the side with Crabbe and Goyle, both looking like they couldn't decide whether to smirk or scowl. A few Ravenclaws drifted past. Terry Boot balancing a stack of books under one arm, Anthony Goldstein nudging him toward the train. Across the courtyard, Hannah Abbott waved goodbye to her friends. Nott was sprawled on a bench, flicking through a dog-eared copy of Magical Theory. Solly and Paddle were mid-argument, discussing something. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis approached with Parkinson trailing behind, the three of them moving in that seamless way Slytherin girls seemed to manage when they had something to say. Professor Rosier, Parkinson started, her tone syrupy, can you explain why you helped Slytherin actually win? Daphne tilted her head. Not that we're ungrateful. Tracy grinned faintly. But it's curious. Cashin looked between the trio, chuckling, you lot tutored half your house through charms and kept Madame Pomfrey from turning into a murderess. That's not curious, Miss Davis. I just told heads of the houses your deeds. Still, Daphne said lightly, you made Gryffindor's loss look very, on purpose. That is because it was on purpose, Cashin said flatly. Baths Haida snorted beside him, her hand brushing his sleeve like she was holding back the urge to elbow him in the ribs. Worst thing in the world is realizing the place you love, this castle, the people running it, the whole bloody system, isn't fair. You trust the authority. You think the walls will look after you. And then you watch them bend the rules for someone else for the very thing you were told not to do. He shook his head. Keep that in mind. Hogwarts isn't a person. Not the founders, not the headmasters, not even the teachers. She is a castle with a will of her own. She is home. And when home doesn't feel fair, it's not long before you're standing off to the side, watching everyone else belong. I hate that. The words sat heavy in the air, softened only by the distant hiss of steam from the train. Bathsheda's fingers tightened around his hand. Cashin's eyes tracked the students loading their trunks onto the train. Fairness isn't built into these walls. It is built by the people running about inside them. Trouble is, most of those people are too bloody sentimental to see it. When someone starts fiddling with the scales, stacking them in their house's favor, what do you reckon happens to the kids watching? Tracy looked down. They lose trust. Cashin nodded. House cups mean nothing to begin with. We tell you lot to do good, keep your noses clean, earn points for house pride. Build unity. Healthy competition is meant to make you better. And all of that is fine, if it is fair. But when someone can toss in points last second to tip the scales, what's the point of working hard? The girls stared at the ground, lost in thought. You stop believing in the whole thing, Cashin went on. It is not about who's clever or brave. It is about who's got the attention that weak. Tracy's mouth twitched, but she didn't speak. Baths Haida let out a hum beside him. He pointed at the train. Go on, then. Don't be late. The girls nodded in unison. Thank you, sir. Cashin gave a small wave as they hurried off. Baths Haida brushed her hair back from her face, then said it, calmly, like she was asking the time. Wanna move in together? He froze mid-step. Pardon. She raised a brow, entirely unbothered. You heard me. Cashin turned to stare at her, mouth half open. That wasn't on the schedule. What schedule? The one in my head where you put up with me for a few years before realizing I am a terrible flatmate. Her lips quirked. We've survived rune excavations, heat stroke in Ankara, and 3 near-death experiences in China. Sharing a kitchen can't be worse. Bold words. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets. You've never seen me cook. I have. That wasn't cooking. That was, tactical improvisation. Baths Haida smirked faintly, shaking her head. All right, Cashin said at last, his voice lighter now. But when you find out I alphabetize my tea and leave diary in the bath, don't say I didn't warn you. I will manage. Cashin's fingers curled lightly around hers as they walked. I know, Baths Haida said quietly, her thumb grazing his knuckles. Just funny timing, isn't it? You finally got free of them, and then we agreed to stay. Because of this. Cashin's jaw flexed slightly. She wasn't wrong. You still can't leave your family, but I wanted to ask. And you said yes, so when the time comes, you're now bound to come with me. He gave a soft snort, glancing sideways at her. Bound, am I? God forbid I try to back out now. You won't, she said simply, her grip firm despite the casual tone. You sound very sure for someone who hasn't seen my record with commitments. Baths Haida hummed faintly, eyes on the cobblestones ahead. You're here, aren't you? Cashin rolled that over in his head for a moment, then huffed out a laugh. Fair point. Then. Yes, yes. Oh my god, yes. Baths Haida smacked his arm, the corner of her mouth twitching as she tried not to laugh. You are insufferable. True, Cashin said easily. But you are still volunteering to live with me. I'd call that reckless optimism. Reckless optimism is better than living in a shoebox of books and tower of pens like you do now. Cashin tilted his head, feigning offense. That is not a shoebox. It's a curate mess. There is a system. Bath's Haida dropped Cashin off at the side of the road, squinting at the stretch of matching houses. Is this the place? Cashin nodded, hands deep in his coat pockets. Yet. Thanks for dropping me, love. She leaned over and kissed him. You sure you don't want me to come with you? I can drop you off after, too. He shook his head. That won't be necessary. I'll take the bus. She studied him for a second longer, then nodded. See you in a couple of days. He waved as she turned on the spot. The moment she disappeared, his hand dropped, and so did the smile. Cashin turned toward number 4. The house looked built out of grayness. Every inch of it screamed dull. Dull door. Dull windows. Dull brick. He walked up and rang the bell. A voice screeched inside. Dad. The freak must have returned. It is still early. See who it is. The door was yanked open a second later by. Cashin had to pause. Boy looked like a peeled potato in a school uniform. Hair like it was glued on. Face already set in that smug roundness only gained by years of never hearing the word no. Who are you? The boy barked. Cashin smiled without warmth. A guest. Is your father in? The boy didn't move. Just narrowed his eyes. He's not buying anything. Cashin leaned in, almost a whisper. That's good. Because I'm not selling. That shut the boy up. He blinked, then turned and bellowed down the hall. Dad. There's some weirdo at the door. Heavy footsteps followed, and a large man in a buttoned shirt that barely contained his stomach came into view. His eyes landed on Cashin with immediate distaste. Can I help you? Cashin's smile widened just a little. Yes. You can step aside. I beg your. Cashin waved his wand. 3 lights floated, one from the man, and the other from potato-faced boy just behind him. The third veered from the left, the figure coming from the kitchen. A woman with, well, Cashin chose not to be unkind. Ugliness of the soul had a way of shaping the face over time. It showed. All 3 of them clutched at their throats as their voices ripped free, flickering lights now hovering midair. He flicked his wand again. The lights sank into 3 small glass vials and he corked them one by one. Now I've got your ugly voices, he said mildly, turning toward the sofa. Let's sit and talk. Well, I'll talk. You'll listen. He dropped into their stiff-backed armchair like he had every right to be there. The man, Vernon, if Cashin remembered right, stood frozen near the hall, face purple with impotent rage. The boy hovered behind him, blinking dumbly. The woman clutched the edge of the doorway. Oh, Cashin added, pointing his wand lazily. I'm not fussy. Just don't spit or poison it. I'll know. Petunia dizzily backed into the kitchen like a kicked dog, still clutching at her throat. He hummed a low tune as he waited, eyes flicking around the room. Middle-class decor, matched furniture in beige and brown, framed photos on every surface, the kind of television that was expensive enough to feel impressive in '91. Everything screamed curate normalcy. Cashin's gaze lingered on a picture of the boy, Dudley, grinning beside a bicycle far too expensive for his age. Behind him stood Petunia, all rigid pride and fake pearls. Next to her, the husband. Vernon Disley. Mustache trimmed, smile strained. No Harry. There wasn't a single photo of Harry. Not on the mantel. Not on the shelves. Not even a school portrait shoved behind another frame. Not surprising. He already knew the boy slept under the stairs. He'd seen it on the registry when he tracked the address. The tea arrived with a rattle of porcelain. Petunia placed the tray on the table with shaking hands. Thank you, Cashin said, offering her a smile too polite to be kind. He picked up the chipped floral cup, took a sip, then pointed to the sofa across from him. Sit. They obeyed. Vernon lowered himself stiffly. Petunia perched on the edge. Dudley flopped next to her, wide-eyed and pale, fingers twitching like he wanted to bolt but couldn't work out how. Cashin crossed one leg over the other and set the teacup down. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm here, he said. Well. Truthfully? What I'm doing is super illegal. He let that hang in the air. Vernon's fists clenched, but he stayed silent. But that's the thing. You can't prove any of it. No evidence. And even if you could, well, unfortunately for you, I'm rather influential in the world your nephew belongs to. He reached into his coat, pulled out a slim silver pin, and held it up between 2 fingers. You can think of me as a duke's heir. That won't mean anything to you, but in our world, it's enough to keep the ministry nervous. If I kill a few peasants, at worst someone might slap my wrist and call it unbecoming. Vernon's face darkened. Cashin didn't stop. But I'm not fond of violence. It's messy. Loud. Uncivilized. Still. He leaned forward slightly. I'm not above it. So don't push me. Got it. 3 nods. All stiff. No one met his eyes. Excellent, he said, settling back. Let's talk about the cupboard under the stairs. Trio stiffened by the mention of it, but Cashin raised his wand. No need to get worked up. Told you, I'm not here to hurt you. He tilted his head, voice calm. I'm here to tell you how much I will hurt you if you don't do exactly as I say from this day forth. So listen carefully. They froze. That cupboard, Cashin said, his tone darkening, is no longer to be used for anything but storing your shame. If I find out Harry sets foot in it again, sleeping, hiding, punished, I don't care, I will put one of you in it. And I'll make sure you fit. Vernon looked like he might choke. Petunia let out a thin, wheezing breath. Cashin kept going. He gets a room. A proper bed. Food, clothing, books, space. Not a closet. Not hand-me-downs. Not scraps. Then he reached into his coat again, this time pulling out a single sheet of parchment folded into thirds. Here's what you are going to do. He unfolded the paper, placed it on the coffee table, and tapped it with his wand. The script glowed briefly before settling into dark, sharp ink. Daily schedule, he said. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. He eats with the family. He's included in chores, not burdened with them. I don't want to hear about any backbreaking errands or starvation punishments. You'll provide receipts, literal ones. I've charmed this list to track compliance. He pointed to a small rune in the corner. It blinked red, then dimmed. That light turns green when the schedules followed. Yellow if you slip. Red if you ignore it. His eyes flicked to Vernon. Red is bad. He ignored their wide eyes. Let's be clear. This isn't about teaching you empathy. I'm not wasting time hoping you'll change. His gaze settled on Petunia. And you? You'll be pleasant. Not kind, I know that's a stretch, but neutral. Civil. If I hear about cold stares, hissing behind his back, or shrieking about freakishness, I'll charm your voice so every word you say sounds like a fart in church. Her jaw tensed. Her fingers twisted in her lap, and Cashin could practically hear the hiss she wanted to give. Cashin turned to Vernon. As for you, you'll stop treating him like a stray someone dumped on your doorstep. He's not a charity case. He's a child. You are to speak to him like you would any other. Say please. Say thank you. No raised fists. No locking doors. Vernon's face had gone splotchy and red, but he hadn't moved. Second offense, you lose the ability to speak for a year. Third offense. He turned toward Dudley, voice colder now. I start with his memories. I won't erase them. I'll just shuffle a few things. Dudley went rigid. Imagine thinking your name is Oinky every morning. Being terrified of butter knives. Wetting yourself every time you see your own reflection. A squeaky breath escaped the boy. Cashin sighed and stood, brushing invisible lint from his coat. This arrangement isn't a negotiation, he said flatly. I'm not here to counsel you. I'm not here to soften you. I'm here to make sure you don't get another chance to ruin that boy's life. He glanced toward the hallway. You're not to speak about him when he's not in the room. No muttering, no blaming. He is not the cause of your misery. He's the proof of it. Cashin turned, heading for the door. I'll check in. Randomly. Without warning. If he's bruised, I'll bruise you. If he's missing meals, I'll take your appetite. If he starts believing he's worthless, I'll make you see yourselves the way he does. He paused with his hand on the knob. Last chance. 3 silent, terrified faces watched him leave. He nodded. Oh, I was never here. Got it. The trio nodded so fast their necks could have snapped. Cashin dropped the 3 glass vials onto the sideboard. Break them. If your voices feel like coming back, lucky you. Then he turned and walked out, shutting the door behind him. He caught a small movement in the window of a nearby house and smiled. Then left. When Cashin returned home, the family was already gathered. Everyone except Selina and Odette, they were still stuck on the train heading back from Hogwarts. The sitting room had a faint smell of tobacco hung in the air. Magnus must have had his pipe out earlier. Which meant something rattled the old man. Cashin shut the door behind him as he stepped in. Regulus glanced up. Cashin. Cashin gave him a nod and strolled in as if he hadn't spent the past year avoiding gatherings like this. Afternoon. I take it the world hasn't ended in my absence. Lucian's eyes flicked to Cashin with all the warmth of a frost spell. Depends how you define ended. Some say the Dark Lord's return would qualify. Suppose it would spice up the summer. Cashin shrugged out of his coat, tossing it over the back of the nearest chair. What is the consensus then? He back, or are we still waiting on an official ministry denial? Catherine didn't bother to look up to him as she spoke. Quirrell's disappearance is mysterious enough on its own. Reports suggest there is more to it. Viola snorted softly. Mysterious? The man was a walking disaster. If he's gone, I'd call that an improvement. But if the rumors are true, it wasn't a curse or an accident. Armand grumbled in agreement, his heavy frame putting weight into the couch cushions. The boy, Potter, was found unconscious. Something happened in there. And Dumbledore is being unusually tight-lipped. Ministry's also not commenting. Cashin crossed to the far corner. God forbid the ministry tell the truth about anything. Next, you'll be shocked they still fudge cauldron thickness reports. Show some seriousness for once, Cashin, Regulus said sharply. This isn't a joke. If the Dark Lord really is returning, the world will change again. And we need to be prepared. You make it sound like there's a sign-up sheet going around. Don't be crass. Ophelia's voice cut in. Crass. He tipped his tea glass that Towel had just delivered. I thought I was being rather restrained. Haven't even made a resurrected Dark Lord joke yet. Regulus' jaw tightened. Enough. This is not the time for your little performances, Cashin. Ah. Cashin swirled the glass absently. So we've established it is not a joke. And here I was hoping we could all go back to pretending Quirrell just retired to start a pumpkin farm in Devon. Lucian's chair creaked as he shifted. You are still acting like this doesn't concern you. Cashin let out a soft laugh, shaking his head. No, brother. I'm acting like I don't have delusions about where I sit on the Dark Lord's priority list. Magnus cleared his throat, conversation stopped like someone had cast silencio. There's nothing certain yet, he said. As always, family's priority is family. We will align ourselves according to political shifts. Cashin got up, dusting his hands like he was done with the whole room. Lovely. I'll align myself away from conflict as always. Don't say I didn't warn you when things get heated. He didn't bother waiting for a reply and turned on his heel, heading for the stairs. The rest of the week dragged by with Cashin doing an admirable job of not seeing a single rosier unless absolutely cornered. He stuck to the edges of the manor like a ghost with better taste in coats, ducking into the library, slipping out before meals, and generally making himself as unavailable as humanly possible. It worked. Mostly. When the week ended, he packed his bag, slung it over his shoulder, and muttered, ta-ta, and farewell, before leaving. Bathsheba was waiting at the edge of the wards, lightly dressed due to summer wave. Survived? She asked, lips twitching. Define survive, Cashin said, adjusting his bag strap. No duels. Minimal scowling. I would call it a win. She looped her arm through his and gave a little tug. Come on, we need to be at the ministry in 5. Cashin clamped onto her waist like they were about to be sucked into a black hole. He buried his face against her chest, arms locked tight around her. If I don't make it out alive, tell Flitwick he still owes me a bottle of Ogden's. Bathsheba rolled her eyes. You are not dying. Stand still. The world spun as she apparat them. They landed with a sharp crack in the ministry atrium, Cashin still clinging to her. Are you done? She asked flatly. I was bracing for impact. He loosened his grip, smoothing his coat as though nothing had happened. And I would argue I looked heroic doing it. It didn't take long to get the permits signed off. 2 offices, 3 signatures, and a brief argument with a sleepy clerk later, they were ready. As they walked toward the Port KS station, Cashin took a deep breath, as if trying to sniff in the Mediterranean Sea. All he got was ministry air. Dust, old parchment, overbrewed tea. Ugh. Too much Britain still, he muttered. Bathsheba chuckled. We're almost there, Cass. But before they could reach the platform, someone waved from near the exit. A woman in ministry grey, standing too stiff for this early in the morning. Cashin leaned closer to Bathsheba. Anyone you know? She shook her head. The woman approached quickly. Hi, are you Professors Rosier and Babbling? Cashin raised an eyebrow. He was named first. That was new. We are, Bathsheba answered. The woman produced a sealed envelope. I'm here to deliver a letter from Master G. He asked for it to be handed over personally. Cashin snatched the letter before Bathsheba could reach for it. He broke the seal and read. His lips tightened. Well? Bathsheba asked. Cashin handed it over without a word. Bathsheba read quickly, one brow climbing, eyes shining. Cashin groaned. No. Absolutely not. I am on strike. Summer strike. She kept reading, lips quirking. He's asking for a favor. That's how it starts. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Next thing you know I'm crawling through a cursed crawlspace with a torch in my teeth. Bathsheba tapped the seal with her finger. He says since we turned him down for China. Correct decision. And since we're already heading to Greece, would we cast an eye over a newly exposed site? Probably Zeus's temple. She looked up. He feels it's important. Cast an eye is G speak for bring your kit, you'll be there till the moon changes. She tried not to smile. Failed. It won't take long. You said that about the monastery in China and we ended up nearly diced by a warded lintel. That wasn't my fault. It was entirely your fault. Bathsheba folded the letter, reading the details about the temple with what he could only call nerd dream bliss. He's looped the Greek ministry. Permits fast-tracked. Keys at the desk in Athens. Look, he even put his name on it. Cashin blew out a breath. Of course he did. The courier hovered, trying to look invisible. Bathsheba turned to her. Could you wait a minute? We'll have a reply. Cashin looked at her, really looked. The restless tilt of her shoulders. The way her fingers had gone still on the parchment, as if the letters were thrumming through bone. He'd seen that look before. Fine, he said. Conditions. Bathsheba's mouth twitched. Go on. 1. If the ground hisses at me, we leave. 2. If anything asks for blood, we leave. 3. Proper beds, not a damp tent. 4. Tea that doesn't taste like boot. She held out her hand. Deal. He eyed it. You agreed too fast. Because you're being dramatic. He took her hand anyway. 5. If you get that look where you forget to breathe at a pretty glyph, I'm carrying you out. 6. She said, squeezing his fingers. If I say we stay 10 minutes, we stay 11. He groaned again, louder. I hate you. No, you don't. He turned to the courier. Tell Master G we'll take a peek. A short peek. We're on holiday after. The woman's shoulders dropped a fraction, like she'd been holding her breath. Very good, sir. She dipped her head and hurried off. Cashin watched her go. He could have old. He wants it safe, Bathsheba said, tucking the letter into her satchel. Letters vanish. Couriers don't. At the Port-Kea desk, a balding wizard peered over his spectacles. Names. Professor Babbling, Professor Rosier, Bathsheba said. Athens, then onward. He rifled a tray and produced a dented brass disc on string. Sign here. They took the cord between them. The Port-Kea yanked them hard. Cashin staggered back into balance. Bathsheba didn't even wobble. She adjusted the strap of her satchel, already scanning the low stone ruins rising ahead. A few dozen witches and wizards milled about near canvas tents, parchments flapping in the breeze as translation charms did their job. Bathsheba adjusted her bag on her shoulder. Ancient Greece, Cass. Zeus's temple was uncovered. Aren't you excited? He raised an eyebrow, lips twitching. No. Mostly because I thought Zeus preferred to keep his front garden buried. Are we sure it's a temple and not some goat shed someone romanticized? Wait, actually, scratch that. Might just be Zeus. He turned into a bull, a swan, rain. At this point the man was a one-god petting zoo. I am also sure he turned himself into a goat at least twice because he took a fancy to some poor she-goat. If you make one more goat joke, I am hexing you. She tugged his arm, quickening their steps. Not even slowing her pace. The initial study suggests the layout matches early classical patterns. Either a real temple or some site of worship. Someone had stuck a Greek flag into a cracked column, which struck Cashin as a little optimistic given half the thing was held together by sticking charms. The group closest to the site turned as they approached. Professor Rosier. Professor Babbling. A stout man with olive skin and an impressive mustache waved them over. His white robes were smudged at the hem. At last. We thought you might not come, Master G's message only reached us this morning. Same, she said, stepping forward with a quick smile. Good to see you again, Leontes. Cashin trailed behind, hands shoved in his pockets. Some of the scholars here were familiar from Norway or that dig in China last year. A few gave him small nods, others stared outright. One younger wizard, French, judging by the lilt of his bonjour murmured something to his colleague, eyes flicking toward Cashin like he wasn't sure whether to greet him or ask for a signed copy of a disaster report. Bathsheba was already holding a parchment someone shoved at her. Zeus's temple, you said? But the foundation is far too shallow for a traditional Olympian layout. It is odd, Leontes admitted. The inscriptions suggest votive offerings, but the site dates are early. Pre-classical. Cashin peered over her shoulder, eyes scanning the runic markings. Or it is not a temple at all. Could be a way station or shrine. The Greeks had a habit of upgrading small sacred spaces into full temples once the neighbors caught on. Leontes scratched his beard. Perhaps. Still, there's a pulse of old magic in the inner chamber. We sent out notice for experts, and weren't expecting Master G to show interest. None of our wards hold for long, honestly, we are a little lost. Cashin sighed. Always a pulse, isn't there? It's never a sensible broom cupboard. A woman in crimson robes shot him a sharp look. Do you take any of this seriously? Only the parts that can't kill me. He stepped aside to let two scholars drag a crate past. Which, judging by your face, is none of it. Bathsheba's lips twitched faintly, but she kept her eyes on the map. Cashin's ancient Greek was top-notch. He was quite interested in his last life. He treated the Olympian gods as colorful bedtime stories, yes, not actual entities who might have been tossing lightning bolts for fun, but still researched thoroughly. He crouched near the outer column, fingers brushing over a cracked inscription. The marble was warm from the sun, the carved letters softened by centuries of wind and sand, but still deep. This isn't temple standard, she muttered. No altar pit, proportions all wrong. And this, she tapped the glyph, is seafaring. Whoever built this wasn't praising Zeus. They were binding something far older. She knelt beside him, her eyes flicking over the markings. Minoan. Maybe. Or an even older cult that the Minoans borrowed from. The Greeks were excellent at slapping a new name on an old god and pretending they'd invented the lot. Leontes hovered nearby, his mustache twitching. You seriously think it predates Zeus? Cashin snorted softly. Wouldn't be the first time he's been upstaged. Zeus probably nicked this place from someone he threw in a pit. The crimson-robed woman crossed her arms. Then why does the magic resonate like Olympian wards? Because layers, my dear, Cashin said, not looking up. Like onion skins. You lot feel the freshest enchantment and assume it's the original. But scratch deeper, and you will find something nastier humming underneath. Bathsheba traced a faint spiral etched into the stone. I can feel it too. It's not protective magic. More like, binding. Cashin's lips twitched. Exactly. Someone tried very hard to keep whatever is in there from wandering off. Leontes shifted his weight, unease flickering in his eyes. And you think we should unseal it? He rubbed his chin. Absolutely not. But you lot aren't going to listen, are you? Too eager to pry the lid off and see what's inside. I'll wager whatever's in there isn't even breathing anymore, but my expert deduction is, bury it and forget it. Leontes shifted uncomfortably, glancing towards the inner chamber. The crimson-robed witch kept her arms folded, sharp eyes fixed on Cashin watching him to say something stupid. Bathsheba crouched lower, brushing dust from the glyphs. The wards are degrading fast. If we leave it sealed, there's no telling how long the binding will hold. Cashin squatted beside her, resting an elbow on her knee. Then reinforce it. Draw a containment ring, toss in every stabilizing charm in the book, and let the thing rot in peace. If someone buried it, odds are they had a bloody good reason. The ancient Greek did the same. They slapped their seals on top of old ones. That's easy to say, Leontes muttered. But we were sent to investigate. Ah yes, the ministry loves a good poke, don't they? Poke first, panic later. Cashin dusted another glyph on the ground with his brush. Just don't come crying to me when your lot ends up as cautionary footnotes in some dusty tome. I am just here as a guest linguist and historian. Bathsheba gave him the look, the kind that said helpful comments only, please. Cashin sighed, dragging a hand through his hair. Well, I am not in charge, so here's my helpful suggestion. Don't rush. From what I can see, there's a story buried in those runes. Unpack that first, unless you are eager to end up face to face with a titan. Or something nastier. My task is done here, let's go. Bathsheba shot him a look. He groaned, fine. A little longer. Leontes glanced between them. The crimson-robed witch didn't flinch. We've studied the runes for days. The bindings won't hold much longer. If something dangerous is in there, wouldn't it be smarter to deal with it now before it breaks free on its own? Cashin turned to her, brows raised. Smart? No. Binding runes don't degrade overnight. They've held for centuries, likely they will manage another year or two. Maybe use that time to read before you blow the place open. Leontes rubbed the back of his neck, eyes darting to the shadowed archway ahead. We were authorized to investigate. If we back out now, the ministry will send someone less qualified. Someone. He hesitated. More reckless. Cashin gave a sharp laugh. Reckless? What do you call poking at old wards with a stick? The French wizard near the crates murmured something under his breath, his eyes cutting toward Cashin. Go on, Cashin said without turning, his voice deceptively mild. Say it louder so I can hear if it's worth responding to. The man stiffened, looked away. Bathsheba shifted back on her heels. Cashin's right about one thing. We don't know enough yet. Leontes gathered the others into a huddle near the crates as they started hashing out their next steps. The discussion felt like it might drag on for a while, half of them looked ready to argue, the rest too tired to care. Cashin and Bathsheba inspected the runes and notes the others had gathered over the weeks since the ruins had been discovered. Parchments lay scattered across crates, ink smudges and hurried sketches showing what little progress had been made. Most of it was rubbish, guesses scribbled in half-familiar glyphs. He picked up one scroll, squinting at the frantic annotations. Someone really thought this one meant blessing of the harvest. Cashin muttered. That's not wheat, it's a binding spiral. About as cheerful as a coffin lid. Bathsheba leaned over his shoulder, lips pressing into a thin line. He hummed, runes are your specialty. She gave a light shrug. Cashin knew better than to pretend otherwise. He'd been grinding through books and notes these last few years, but he wasn't anywhere near her level. Not yet. For all his effort, he still felt like a student fresh off his owls, staring at glyphs and hoping they didn't accidentally summon a basilisk. Don't pout, she said, not looking up from the parchment. You're catching up quicker than most would. I am pouting on the inside. It is more dignified, he muttered, crouching lower to study another line of weathered symbols. He racked his brain, trying to pin down what it could be. Best guess? One of the punished titans. If they were real. After Norway, he'd started digging deeper into ancient pantheons. Some believed they were just powerful witches and wizards, dressed up as gods in old tales. Others swore they were actual deities who handed magic down to humanity. And plenty argued it was all just myth. But then again, frost trolls were real. So who was he to rule out Thor swinging his hammer about? Definitely not Olympian, he said. This is older. Way older. Whoever put this here wasn't praising Zeus, they were trying to keep something locked in. Bathsheba ran her fingers lightly over another rune. I said that already. Yes, but now I've said it aloud, which makes it official. She gave him a look but didn't argue. Leontes came back looking grim but resolved. They'd reached a decision, rip the runes apart, open the chamber, see what was inside. Still, he'd agreed to call in a hit wizard squad. Precautionary, he said. Cashin called it, inviting more targets to the party. The group clustered near the stone arch. Wands out, muttering charms under their breath. The air felt heavier now, the kind of weight that settles in your ribs and makes breathing feel like a mistake. Cashin stayed a step back, watching the crimson-robed witch sweep her wand over a crumbling glyph. A faint crackle ran through the stone. Outer bindings are frayed, she murmured. The second day, the first rune flared, dull orange, then cracked down the middle. A bone splinter crack tore through the ruin. The ground trembled under their boots. Dust rained from the ceiling. Cashin's eyes lingered on a slab that had broken free near his boots. Dirt caked its surface, but beneath it, he could just make out faint spirals etched into the rock. Crude little figures huddled around the spiral, hands raised, lines of fire scratched above their heads. He ran a thumb across the groove and frowned. Too rough for any scholar's hand. Looked more like someone had carved a story in desperation, a warning passed along by survivors. They woke up the hunger that walked. It devoured light, it swallowed air, and the beasts bent their heads beneath its crown. First layers down, one of the French wizards said. The crimson-robed woman moved to the next glyph. Her lips moved quickly. Third day, another crack. A second rune cracked, hissed, then bled out into the marble like ink and water. Another piece of stone had sheared away from the arch, scattering across the floor. He blew the grit clear with a breath. The carvings here were sharper, almost angry strokes gouged deep. A crooked figure towering above them, crowned in jagged spikes. Behind it, marks like rotting trees. His stomach sank. It wasn't just ritual work. It read like ruin carved into stone. It wore no name, for names give power. But its steps blackened the fields. Forests turned hollow, rivers curdled to ash. Where it passed, the nightmares howled and the monsters coiled, drinking the ruin it left behind. Magics raised fires and prayers. None were answered. On the fourth day, the third rune resisted. Light sparked across it in jagged bursts, the stone beneath groaning. Leonti's brow furrowed as he pressed his wand closer, voice rising over the hum. The rune shone bright white. A pulse shot through the chamber, shoving Cashin back a step. Dust burst from the cracks, and the marble floor split with a sharp pop. Runes gone, the Crimson Witch said on the fourth evening, stepping back, her face pale. Leontes turned, wiping sweat from his brow the next dawn. Everyone ready. 2 hit wizards moved forward, one of them hefting a battered shield charm. The arch shivered. A deep, hollow sound rolled through the stones, low and guttural, almost as if a voice trying to crawl out from under centuries of rock. Bathsheba's fingers twitched on her wand. The Crimson Witch took a slow breath. On my mark. The last rune flared, a deep crimson that sank into the stone like blood into sand. Then silence. Everyone froze, not a sound except for the faint crackle of magic lingering in the air. Sweat prickled at the back of their necks, breaths bated, wands tight in their hands. From above, it would have looked like some mad painting, scholars and hit wizards locked in place like statues, waiting for the world to end. 5 minutes dragged into an hour. Then someone sighed in relief. A second later, another followed. The crimson-robed witch spun on Cashin, eyes flashing. See? You talk too much. Cashin gave an easy shrug. Glad to be wrong. Leontes didn't comment. He lifted his hand and waved the group forward, moving towards the gaping arch. Cashin's boot nudged a stone half buried near the arch. He stooped, brushing the dust away. The carvings here bit deep, not crude like the others. Words edged over words. Then the elders came. They wove chains of thought and chains of bone. They lashed the hunger down, prized open its mind, and sealed its voice in sleep. They drowned it in earth, in silence, in forgetting. But the hunger does not forgive. It remembers every hand that bound it. It waits for the fool who breaks the chain. The air inside the sealed space was cooler, heavy with the scent of stone and iron. Pale light slanted through a cracked ceiling. Carvings lined the walls, their edges worn smooth by centuries. At the center sat a low, square slab, blackened and cracked down the middle. Bathsheba crouched by the nearest wall, running her fingers over a deep spiral etched into the stone. The symbols are ominous. Cashin hovered nearby, eyes narrowing at the scrawled glyphs. Look at the overlap, there is another set of runes beneath these. You are imagining things, the French wizard said curtly, tugging at his gloves. Cashin gave a faint laugh. Right. I am imagining a binding spell, multiple layers deep, because someone in 2000 BCE was bored out of their skull. Leontes glanced around the chamber, uneasy. It is, quiet. Quiet is good, Cashin muttered, stepping toward the marble slab. Chains trailed across its surface, taut and heavy, like someone had been pinned there recently. He crouched near, brushing dust from the carved lines, fingers grazing a rune work deep into the stone. The mark pulsed faintly, heat prickling his skin. Break the crown, and the crown returns. Loose the hunger, and it will loose you. Do not enter. Do not speak. Do not wake. Do not speak. Do not think. Do not name. Forget. 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 To remember is to feed it. To name is to call it. Do not dream of it. Do not look too long. Forget or die. Forget or die. Forget. Cashin felt a shiver down his spine, the moment he touched it, then the world lurched sideways. The chamber dissolved, stone, dust, even the voices behind him peeled away like ash in a high wind. He stood ankle-deep in water, staring at a cave lit by flickering torches jammed into rock crevices. The air was thick, salty, carrying the tang of a sea nearby. Shadows writhed along the walls. Not from the flames, something else moved in there. A line of figures knelt in a circle, their bodies draped in rough linen, faces smeared with ash. They chanted low, guttural syllables that rattled his ribs. Something primal, all bone and blood. At the center of the circle, a shape writhed. Not human. Too many joints, too many teeth glinting in the torchlight. Chains snaked over its form, glowing faintly as the chanting grew louder. It roared, a sound like a cliffside collapsing into the sea. Cashin's chest tightened, his lungs struggling to pull in air. One of the kneeling figures slammed a curved blade into the earth. Blood-colored runes blazed along the ground. The chains tightened. The thing shrieked, no, that wasn't a sound made for human ears. The torches guttered. A foul wind howled through the cavern. Cashin staggered back, but his boots found no purchase. He was rooted there, forced to watch. The creature's form buckled. A clawed hand lashed out and struck one of the robed figures. The body crumpled, folding in an instant. The others didn't flinch. The chant shifted, faster now, sharper. Anithello. Crowna. Cashin felt it ripple through him. Old magic. The kind that burned from the inside out. The creature let out one last bellow. Then the runes on the slab blazed bright. The chains went taut, dragging it down with a crack of bone and flesh. Light exploded outward. Cashin flinched. When his eyes cleared, the cave was empty. No torches. No robed figures. No creature. Only the slab, cracked and dark, with a single spiral rune carved deep into its surface. A voice pressed into his skull, rumbled low. Release me. Cashin wrenched his hand back from the stone. Air rushed into his lungs like he'd been drowning. Anithello. Crowna. He muttered under his breath. Crowna? Anithello. A passing scholar said, which language is that? Bathshata's voice cut through the ringing in his ears. Cashin. He blinked at her, fingers still twitching. He turned to her, gasping for air, trying to steady the pounding in his ribs. I am fine. He started, the words sticking in his throat. As he was about to smile and assure her, time seemed to drag its feet. Every sound in the chamber slowed to a crawl, dust hung midair, Bathshata's breath caught in her throat, and the faint torchlight flickered like a dying heartbeat. Her pupils shrank to pinpricks. That alone made his gut knot. Then he saw it, caught in the reflection of her eyes. Something moved behind him, huge and wrong, like a shadow trying to squeeze through the crack of reality. Bathshata didn't wait. Her gaze locked on something behind him, something Cashin hadn't yet turned to see. Her bare palm snapped open, fingers splayed wide. Fire erupted from her skin, coiling into a lattice that hardened in the air like molten glass. The shield struck Cashin's back and spread, a wall of living flame curved to his shape. Runes blazed across it in spirals, flickering and shifting as though they breathed. Her hand moved without thought, sketching each glyph in fire faster than a quill could scratch parchment. The heat didn't scorch him. He felt it as a pulse, a second heartbeat thrumming against his spine. And behind him, something vast and unseen collided with the shield in a shower of sparks, the impact rattling his bones. Bathshata lunged to grab him. He didn't wait. He didn't think, he just threw his weight forward, dragging her with him. They hit the stone hard, his shoulder taking most of the impact as they tumbled. A roar tore through the chamber, low and guttural, shaking the ground under their bodies. The roar hit like a hammer. Stone groaned under the weight of sound as air rushed out of the chamber. Heat licked across his shoulders, searing enough to sting his skin through the robes. He rolled, keeping her beneath him as debris rained down. The slab behind them wasn't empty anymore. Helena Ravenclaw waited outside her mother's study after knocking. She dared not enter without waiting for permission. A hot tea and biscuits were balanced on a tray in one hand, her other hand smoothing down her sleeve for the third time. She wanted it to look like she had thought of this on a whim, not that she had stood in the kitchen baking biscuits Rowena might actually eat. Inside, the scratch of quill on parchment continued. Helena shifted the tray against her hip, the warmth of the teapot leaking through the cloth. She imagined her mother hunched over some vast folio, lines of runes scrawled in margins, oblivious to the hour or the girl waiting at her door. At last, a cool voice called from within, "Enter." Helena eased the door open with her shoulder and stepped inside. The study smelled of ink and old vellum, candlelight pooling in corners. Rowena did not look up. She was bent over a spread of scrolls, her hand moving quickly, annotating. "I thought you might want tea," Helena said softly, setting the tray down on the nearest clear space she could find, which was to say, a corner already half buried in books. "And something to eat. You've been in here since morning." Rowena murmured something that might have been thanks. She did not look away from the scroll. Helena pulled out a chair, not quite sitting, not quite standing. "I tried the kitchen's new recipe. Honey butter biscuits. They turned out well." Rowena reached absently for the cup Helena had poured, took a sip without tasting, and set it down again. Helena's lips pressed tight. She had hoped, foolishly, that tonight might be different. That her mother might glance up, see her, not just a shadow with a tray. But Rowena's mind was elsewhere, locked in glyphs and theory, too vast a tide for Helena to step against. So she sat anyway, and broke a biscuit in half, and let the silence stretch. "I missed you at supper," she said. "Father tried to tell one of his stories." She smiled faintly. "It would have been nicer if you were there." Rowena made another note on the side of the paper. Helena leaned back, the smile fading. "Do you even know what day it is?" The diadem on her head glinted faintly in the candlelight as Rowena spoke without looking up. "It is the last day of the quarter, and I need to finish these reports before the council meets." Helena sighed, leaning her chin on her hand. "No one can read your reports but me anyway. You think you need to be quicker to write them all, then they bring them to me to rewrite so others can understand. You try to be faster, and they end up even more illegible. If you'd just taken breaks or written slower, it would have saved everyone more time." Rowena's quill froze mid-stroke. She lifted her head fully now, her eyes sharp. "What did you just say?" Helena's heart thumped, but she let out a small, nervous laugh. "It's the truth, Mother. They don't dare tell you, but it's what happens. They give them to me to translate. Half the council thinks your letters are riddles." The quill slipped from Rowena's fingers and rolled across the scroll, leaving a blot of ink like a wound. She stared at her daughter as though seeing her for the first time in weeks. "You, Correct my reports. Helena swallowed. I make them clearer. Rowena's gaze sharpened, blue cold as ice. Those imbeciles. Cannot even read, and so they make excuses. Next you will tell me you are paraphrasing for them to understand. Helena looked away, her throat tight. Rowena's jaw clenched, teeth flashing white. Do you? Helena managed a brittle smile. Mother, your vocabulary is too technical. Most others can't even understand half the things you say. Rowena straightened. So you dilute them. You reduce my precision to spoon-feed the council. Helena lowered her gaze, not daring to look up. Rowena began to pace around the table. And we put them into a council of this castle? The so-called leaders of our future? Frauds. Dullards. Quill-scratchers who mistake ink for wisdom, who choke on a clause because it lacks rhyme. And these are the shepherds of the magical world we envision. Her words spat sparks, her hands flexing at her sides. Helena winced, fingers tightening in her lap. Rowena crossed the room, came to a shelf where trinkets and experiments cluttered in disarray. She seized one, an odd quill bound with bronze wire, and studied it. At last she huffed sharply. Whatever. I was working on a self-writing quill to draft multiple reports at once. That will suffice. If they cannot follow me, then let them drown in clarity multiplied. Helena blinked, then let slip a smile. That is brilliant, mother. Rowena flicked her hand in dismissal, eyes narrowing again. Yes, yes. What else do they whisper? What else are they too afraid to report to me? Helena hesitated, then shook her head. Nothing comes to mind. Only this. But mother, won't a self-writing quill cause problems in identification? Quills carry your magical imprint into the paper. And your handwriting is undeniable. Rowena paused, clenching the bronze-bound quill in her hand. A flicker of irritation flared in her eyes. True. Then I will bind my magic into them. Let them carry my signature wherever they are put to use. Helena swallowed her next thought. She wanted to say what if someone else took the quill? What if it were lost, or stolen? But she knew the look in her mother's eyes, the cold fire that did not welcome doubt. So she stood. I'll take my leave, mother. Rowena had already turned back to her scrolls, already reaching for another sheet. She did not answer. The scratch of quill soon reclaimed the silence. Helena lingered at the threshold. Good night, mother, she whispered. She did not wait for a response. Not that any was coming. The thing on the slab. The same one from the vision, only now it wasn't some distant memory. It was here. Every link of the chain glowing faint red as if they'd been forged in dragon fire. The creature's form twisted in the dim light, too many limbs for a man, too much sinew for a beast. Its head jerked sharply, its neck snapped in wrong angles. Bathsheba's hand shot to his arm, fingers digging in hard. Don't, Cashin muttered. The thing shifted. The chains creaked, straining against whatever spell still held them. The creature raised his head, letting out a roar. Its eyes cracked open, two pits of pale gold, burning faintly. The roar pressed down on them. Like the earth retching. Everyone froze. No one moved, no one breathed. The creature loomed at the center of the chamber, still shackled, yet its sheer presence was enough to choke the air from the room. Even the hit wizards, trained for this kind of nightmare, had their wands half raised and fingers locked, like their muscles had forgotten how to work. Cashin's hand shook. He wanted to get up, drag Bathsheba, get the hell out, but his body wasn't listening. The air felt viscous and every sound came muffled, like he was underwater. He forced his fingers to move, yanked a scalpel from his pocket, and bit the edge into his palm. The sharp bite of pain cut through the fog in his head. His jaw clenched, breath hissed through his teeth as blood welled up. It worked. His muscles obeyed again. Cashin staggered to his feet and hauled Bathsheba up by the arm. Wake up, idiots! He barked. He spun, aimed his wand at the base of the slab. Bombarda! The blast cracked through the chamber. Shards of stone and heat whipped through the air, and the ground jolted beneath their boots. The spell didn't hurt the creature, but it shattered the silence. The trance broke. Around him, hands moved. Breath sucked in. Eyes widened. Shock, panic, awareness. All crashed down on them together. Out. Cashin snapped, pulling her with him toward the archway. The hit wizards got out of their stupor, their wands raised back up as if they just remembered they had hands. Creature dragged chains, the slab stuttered under its weight. One of the chains snapped with a grinding, bonish crack. The room tilted, a low vibration running under their boots. A hit wizard bolted left instead of right. Wrong move. One of the loose chains whipped out like a serpent. It caught him mid-run with a wet, metallic crack. He didn't have time to scream. The chain yanked him off his feet and into the air. The creature shifted again. Its head twitched, and something like a grunt escaped its throat. GHNN, KRSSS, AN. Move, now. Cashin barked, dragging Bathsheba toward the archway. She stumbled but her feet found the stones again, her fingers digging into his coat as she came to. Cass. She started, her voice hoarse. Ash. Later. He snapped. The crimson-robed witch froze, staring at the thing. It's still bound. Wanna bet your spleen on that? Because I don't. Cashin's wand flicked at the ceiling. Loose stone cracked free and tumbled between them and the slab, then another, blocking the path. Metals roared in the air. go! He roared. Leontes grabbed the stunned Frenchman by the collar and shoved him toward the door. The hit wizards fanned out, trying to cover the group as they bolted for the archway. Shields cracked one after the other behind them. A hit wizard skidded to a halt by the door, shouted back, "Move it!" But his leg got caught by the chains. "Arg! Help!" he cried, but no one could help him anymore. Cashin twisted, his eyes locking with the creature. Its head wrenched in his direction, chains snapping taut as it lunged. "Oh no, no, no!" Bath's Haida flicked her wand, sending a wall of golden light slamming into place. The beast's claw hit the barrier and rebounded with a metallic shriek. The impact rattled their bones. Sparks exploded off the shield. The sound alone, metal tearing, flesh grinding, sent a spike of panic down Cashin's spine. He didn't wait to see if the barrier would hold. He grabbed Bath's Haida again, half dragging, half hauling her out of the chamber. The heat from the creature's breath chased them, burning even through the layers of stone. Srnak, ai, dahun. They ran. One of the scholars stumbled, face white as parchment, sobbing as he tripped on loose stone. A hit wizard scooped him up with a wordless grunt and kept moving. Someone retched behind him. Another screamed. A hit wizard charged ahead wantonly, slammed full into the shimmer and bounced back like a man thrown from a horse. Another scholar crashed into the thin air, hands scrabbling at nothing as he slid back on his heels. Cashin skidded to a halt a pace short of the line, catching Bathsheda's hand so she didn't launch herself face first into the unseen wall. A Spanish scholar went down hard on his knees, fingers clawing at the packed earth. I cannot apparate!" he shouted, voice cracking. For a heartbeat the only sound was the sharp, panicked intake of lungs as everyone crashed up against the same invisible wall. Another man spun on his heel, wild-eyed. "Port keys, they're not working." His hands twisted around the battered kettle like he thought shaking it would do any good. A Greek scholar backed up so fast she nearly tripped over her own robes. There is something here." Her hand flailed out, fingers pressing against thin air. The space rippled faintly. Cashin reached out, palm flattening against the invisible wall. His fingers met resistance, soft at first, then hard as stone. Bath's Haida tried next. "It's a containment field. Woven into the stonework. The bloody thing sealed us in." A hit wizard slammed his shoulder against the barrier. The effort was met with an audible hum, followed by a crackle of static that threw him backward onto the dirt. "Idiot," Cashin snapped. "You think you can shoulder charge ancient magic? What next? Try yelling at it." The man growled under his breath but didn't argue. The crimson-robed witch paced to the edge of the clearing, wand sweeping in careful arcs. "It is surrounding the entire site. No weak points." Cashin crouched, running a hand over the earth where the shimmer met the ground. Dust clung to his fingers as he squinted at faint symbols burned into the soil. This wasn't a byproduct. Someone built this. A full seal. If an idiot popped the lid, the seal would keep the monster, and the fucking idiot, contained for a while. Every eye snapped to him, accusing. A French scholar stepped forward, face pale with sweat. "You were the one touching the slab when it stirred. And the runes flared when you stepped too close," muttered another, jaw clenched. "Don't pretend you weren't part of it." Cashin stared them down, jaw tight. "What? Didn't I tell you lot to study the thing first? But no, you had to charge in waving wands like a bunch of idiots." The crimson-robed witch didn't wait. She stepped forward, wand jabbing against his chest. "This is your fault. You touched the slab, and that creature appeared." Cashin gave a laugh, flat and humorless. "Oh, that is rich. You chip away at a sealed chamber, break half the runes keeping it under wraps, and now it's my fault? Brilliant deduction, Sherlock. Why don't you try using that brain before the next disaster?" Her nostrils flared. "You were the one closest to it. The chain started straining after you touched it. Maybe because your handiwork loosened the last of the binding charms." He shot back, stepping into her space until the wand grazed his coat. "But sure, let's blame the one person who tried to stop you from cracking the lid open." More voices rose now, overlapping and blaming. "Didn't he say we should wait? Greeks were in the lead. He warned us," another muttered. "I heard him. He said to read the runes, twice." Bath's Haida moved beside him. Her wand raised, daring anyone to make a move. "Try it," she said quietly, eyes locked on the crimson-robed witch. Then Leontes stepped forward, voice strained but loud. "Enough." They didn't stop. So he raised his voice, louder this time. "I said stand down." Leontes dragged a hand through his hair, eyes flicking to Cashin, then the circle. "This was on me. Not Rosier. I gave the order to press forward. I should have listened when he warned us. Master G didn't send that letter lightly." Cashin didn't gloat. Just folded his arms, muttering curses under his breath. Bath's Haida lowered her wand, but she didn't step away. Leontes gritted his teeth. "We were in a rush to be first. Now we're going to be the last, if we're lucky." Cashin's voice was quieter now, but no less sharp. "And if we aren't, we'll be a warning someone else ignores." Bathsheda's eyes fixed on the flickering barrier hemming them in. "We can't stay out here," she said. "It is only a matter of time before it breaks free." One of the hit wizards growled. "We need to fight. If it breaks the last chain, we take it down before it finishes us." Cashin shot him a look. "You think that's an option? Did you see it? That thing isn't a troll you can clobber with stunning spells. It took half a dozen binding runes and 3 millennia to keep it on the slab. Your wand is not going to cut it. The man shifted uncomfortably but didn't reply. Leontes rubbed at his temple. There must be another way to reinforce the seals. If we can get back to the chamber. Bathsheba was already scanning the ground, lips moving faintly as she traced her finger through the dirt. There might be a way to anchor a temporary ward to the containment field. Strengthen the seal just enough to hold it down. Can we do it? Cashin asked, crouching beside her. Depends how much of the original runes are still intact. Her voice was firm, but her hand shook faintly as she drew another spiral into the dirt. Leontes hesitated. If we fail? Cashin snorted. If we fail, it's been nice knowing you all. Shall we get on with it? The Crimson Witch crossed her arms. What is to stop you from making it worse again? Cashin's gaze snapped to her, cold and sharp. Say that again, and I will personally drag you back into that chamber as bait. Her mouth clicked shut. Bathsheba flicked her wand, testing the shimmering barrier. The field is bound to the site. If we can channel enough magic into the outer glyphs, it might reset the layers for a few hours. A day if we are lucky. Some stood closer to the edge, arms folded, unwilling to step in. Doubt clear on their faces, the kind that said they'd seen too many scholars die chasing clever theories. One of the Frenchmen muttered, who put her in damn charge? Another voice answered quietly from the back, her name is Babbling. Master of Runes at Hogwarts. I've read her papers. A pair of the younger scholars exchanged quick glances and edged closer. A hit wizard shifted uneasily, then nodded, falling into place near Cashin. More whispering in favor of Bathsheba and Cashin. The hit wizard beside him said, what do you need from us? Bathsheba looked at Cashin, then back to the group. Circles. We will need at least 3 containment circles around the site. Layered runes. And enough raw power to make it stick. Cashin watched as Bathsheba led the other rune masters in carving out a series of confinement runes. The shapes were strange but familiar, spirals within spirals, edged so deeply they seemed to hum against the skin. He'd only ever seen these once before, in that cursed cave in Norway 2 years back. And he didn't think he would see them again so soon. As far as he knew, the place was still sealed shut. So, how did Bathsheba learn them? He stepped up behind her and tugged lightly on her hand. How do you know these runes? He asked. Bathsheba didn't look up. Her fingers kept tracing sigils into the dirt, wand tip flicking just so. What do you mean? I've always known them. Cashin frowned, narrowing his eyes. Always? He let her go, jaw tight, and joined others to draw simpler runes. He couldn't help but see the woman on the cliff, Yrsa. He was almost certain Bathsheba wasn't possessed. Almost certain she wasn't carrying a grandma's spirit in her body. Was it about runes, or about heritage? He couldn't be sure. The way she'd worded it unsettled him. Always. He knew for certain it wasn't always. Which meant either she had inherited memories that merged with hers, confusing her sense of time, or... The others worked quickly, sweat glinting under the dim light. Dirt flew, symbols took shape, and the air thickened as magic pooled in tight circles around the site. How long until that thing snaps its chains? Someone asked. Leontes didn't answer. He was too busy pacing the edge of the nearest circle, muttering counter runes under his breath. Bathsheba straightened, brushing a strand of hair out of her face. If we get this right, we won't have to find out. She crouched again and started linking the outer circle to the inner ring with delicate strokes of her wand. Sparks flared briefly as the lines joined, then settled into a faint, pulsing glow. All right, she said quietly. We will need to charge it. Cashin crouched near the edge of the ring, eyeing the glyphs. How much power are we talking here? A trickle, or the full blast? The full blast, Bathsheba said without hesitation. Anything less won't hold. The rune masters spread out, forming a loose circle around the containment ring. Bathsheba's voice carried across the group. On my mark, we will push magic into the sigils. Slowly at first, then build until the lines hold steady. Don't break the connection, no matter what you feel. She raised her wand. Now. A thrum went through the air as spells hit the ring from all sides. The sigils flared bright, searing lines of red and gold burning into the earth. The hum deepened into a low, bone-deep vibration that made Cashin's teeth ache. The barrier shimmered, ripples rolling out. For a moment, it held. Then a roar split the air. Cashin's head snapped up. The sound came from the chamber, the same low, guttural roar, so deep it rattled his ribs. Dust sifted down from the canvas above as the ground shuddered. Keep going. Bathsheba barked. The chains groaned. Another roar followed, louder this time, sharper. Cashin's heart kicked hard against his ribs. He tightened his grip on his wand and shoved more power toward the ring. The ground cracked near the archway. A glow pulsed through the stone like a heartbeat. Something is moving, one of the hit wizards shouted. It is trying to break through. Don't stop. Bathsheba snapped, her face pale. Hold the link, it is over. Cashin felt the pull now, like the ring was sucking the magic out of him, burning it faster than he could channel. Sweat pricked his neck. His hand shook, but he didn't lower his wand. The glow at the arch flared, then winked out. For a breath, everything went still. Cashin's chest heaved as he dropped his wand arm, muscles screaming. The ring's light faded to a dull, steady glow. Is it gone? Someone whispered. No, Cashin said, panting. It is sleeping again. That is all. Bathsheba straightened slowly, her shoulders stiff. Then we make sure it doesn't wake. After the containment finally settled into place, Bathsheba took the barrier down that had been holding them in. One by one, the scholars realized they were free to leave. No one moved, though. Not a single foot turned to escape. The creature was still there. Bound, but not beaten. It sat like a sword waiting to strike, waiting for any excuse to snap the last of its chains. Walking away now would have been stupidity at its finest. The group shifted uneasily. Then the first parchment went out, an urgent scribble that vanished in a pop of magic. Another followed, then another. Every scholar sent word to their masters, their mentors, to anyone older and wiser who might have a chance of understanding the mess they were standing in. Letters were racing across countries before Cashin even straightened up, landing in offices and studies from Cairo to Sao Paulo. This wasn't a Greece sorts it alone situation. The creature in the chamber wasn't the kind of problem you handed off to some middle-tier ministry clerk. The French wizard was already pacing at the edge of the site, muttering under his breath. The crimson-robed woman scribbled on a second scroll with stabbing strokes, the parchment crinkling as she jammed it into the air to vanish. Leontes stood just behind them. This is bigger than any of us expected. Cashin tipped his head back to give the man a flat look. Right. A ripple of tension moved through the group. The crimson-robed witch snapped her head toward him. You talk too much for a man who is still breathing because of our efforts. Cashin's eyes narrowed slightly. Bathsheba reached up, catching his sleeve with a quiet tug. Not now. He sighed through his nose and stood, brushing the dirt off his trousers. The hit wizard closest to the tents looked jittery. We need reinforcements. Proper ones. A beast like that. His voice trailed off, as if saying it aloud might bring the creature's attention crashing back. Others nodded, sending more letters to summon every heavyweight they could think of. Ministry heads, foreign scholars, curse breakers, anyone with enough sense to take this seriously. If what they'd seen in the chamber was even half right, then the creature wasn't just old. It was older than most civilizations they'd ever studied. Alive. Strong. Completely unknown. None of them fancied their chances against that. For the next hour they did nothing but bleed, splint, and vomit up. Hands shook so badly potions sloshed down robes. An hour later, the big shots turned up. Minister of Magic for Greece, a portly wizard with a deep tan and a voice that could shake stonework. Turkey's minister followed, robes so crisp Cashin was sure the man traveled with a house elf dedicated to ironing. Then came Karkaroff, gliding in with style. Wearing a thick fur coat despite the weather. Behind them shuffled a few ancient witches and wizards, people Cashin was half convinced were already listed as presumed dead in several ministry files. They looked the type who'd spent the last 50 years holed up in mountain villas, emerging now only because someone whispered about ancient magic going feral. The Greek minister of magic reached the center of the tents first. Report. He didn't bother with greetings. Leontes stepped forward. We encountered resistance within the chamber. A creature, bound for at least a millennium. We reinforced the seal temporarily. The man's thick brows drew together. Temporarily? That's not good enough. Why didn't you neutralize it? Cashin laughed, not trying to be rude, really just felt it was so funny. Oh sure, we will just neutralize the giant murder lizard chained to a cursed rock. Excellent plan. Someone hand me a fly swatter. Karkaroff turned his head, eyes narrowing. And you are? Rosier, Cashin said lightly. British. Here for the sunshine and mortal peril. The Turkish minister frowned. Rosier, as in. Before anyone could get another word in, the air split with a sharp crack. A man appeared, robes swirling like storm clouds caught in a gale. His eyebrows practically brushed his collarbone. Mustache and beard swept low. His silk robes were red and black, dragons and clouds stitched across them as though they might breathe fire if you stared too long. Cashin, my friend. Bathsheba. The man bowed slightly. Cashin bowed back, not missing a beat. Master G. That was quick. Around them, the scholars stiffened. Wands faltered. A few mouths opened then snapped shut again. Even the ministers looked like they'd been slapped awake. It wasn't every day the headmaster of China's magical school dropped into an archaeological dig in Greece like he was popping round for tea. News travels, Wen Kangji said simply, eyes sweeping the group. You stirred up quite the ripple. I didn't stir anything. I was dragged into it. By you. Cashin's tone was dry as kindling. He had been on his way to a cozy vacation. Instead, he found himself putting up with arrogant scholars, forced to walk into the very temple he had warned others against entering, and nearly dying for it. But he had promised that he and Bathsheba would keep watch. He felt he had to go in and see for himself. The crimson-robed witch's lips parted like she meant to speak. Nothing came out. Bathsheba dipped her head politely. It is good to see you again, Master G. G's gaze softened. And you? It seems the pair of you keep finding the places best left buried. Cashin's mouth twitched. It is a gift. Or a curse. Still deciding. A few of the scholars shuffled back. Karkaroff's sharp eyes narrowed. Master G, the Greek minister began cautiously, you honor us with your presence. We weren't aware the matter had spread that far. G didn't look at him. Matters like these don't respect borders. He stepped forward, the faint scent of sandalwood trailing behind him. His gaze drifted past the tents, toward the archway. I felt it all the way in Mudang. That thing. It calls like a cracked bell. Cashin's fingers dug into his palm absently. Glad I am not the only one hearing it. Wen Kangji then went to greet some of the old masters. Cashin couldn't tell who had more years under their belt, but the way Ji dipped his head just slightly lower than usual made him pause. Master Ji was always courteous, proper bows to interns, kind words to underpaid translators, but this looked a hair more careful. A faint dip in posture, a softening of the voice. Cashin narrowed his eyes. Either Ji was in a good mood or these ancient relics were his seniors. It was clear Junior Ji didn't dare. The ministers certainly didn't think so. They hovered stiffly on the sidelines, stealing glances at Ji. Not a single bow for the old guard. Not even a polite nod. That told Cashin enough. These geezers weren't in the political game anymore. The ministers didn't remember them, but Ji did. Which meant these were the sort of people who dropped off the map decades ago and only crawled out of their libraries when the world started tipping sideways. The problem was, if he could read Ji's manners so easily, how could they not? It was clear as day that Master Ji was deferring to the old masters. So why? By now those boot-licking politicians should have been groveling at their feet. Cashin looked around, narrowing his eyes. There was something clinging to the old masters. An aura? He tilted his head, studying it more closely. Could it be that? Ji murmured a greeting. One of the elders gave a faint hum in response, his robes so frayed at the hem they looked older than Hogwarts itself. Another woman nodded slightly, expression unreadable under a veil of fine silk. Cashin kept his hands in his pockets as he watched them. He'd seen enough council chambers and ministry powwows to know this wasn't about rank. This was about history. The kind of history that didn't make it into books, because the people in front of Ji had written it firsthand and never bothered sharing their drafts. Bath's Haida moved closer, her shoulder brushing his. Recognize any of them? She murmured. Cashin's lips twitched faintly. Not a chance. If they are in my books, they are under pseudonyms. Ji spoke again. Whatever he said, the group responded in unison, an odd little ripple of acknowledgement that made the hairs on Cashin's neck stand up. Thoughts? Bath's Haida asked. They are not here because they were summoned, he muttered. They are here because they felt the wards break. Her lips pressed thin. Soon Dumbledore strolled into the clearing, a pair trailing just behind him. The old man looked as unbothered as ever, as if he hadn't just wandered into what could generously be called a cursed dig site. Cashin's brow arched. In the sight of the duo, even the elder masters paused, their murmured discussion halting as they took in the newcomers. Who the hell are they? Cashin muttered under his breath. Bath's Haida shook her head, her eyes fixed on the pair. I don't know. Dumbledore came to stand near them with a soft smile. Professor Babbling. Professor Rosier. Good to see you again. His voice was light, like they were meeting for tea instead of standing above an ancient monster. Care to enlighten me? His eyes flicked briefly to the two figures beside him. Oh, and allow me to introduce Master and Madame Flamel. Cashin blinked. That name dropped like a stone into still water. He turned his head slowly, eyes locking on the pair now standing quietly to the side. Two undying relics, flesh and blood, yet history radiated off them. Nicholas and Pernell Flamel. And as if that wasn't enough, the duo were outspoken. The man grinned as he said, Oh, a Rosier. I knew your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Miserable git, but he could drink like a centaur. Cashin blinked. Well, I can't say the family's got any better since. Alcoholism must be hereditary. Pernell let out a soft laugh. You've got his nose. Though considerably less self-importance about it. Lovely, Cashin said dryly. Always wanted to inherit the nose. You've made my day. Nicholas's eyes glimmered as he studied Cashin with an ease that felt unsettling, like he could peel back centuries with a glance. It wasn't the sort of attention Cashin enjoyed. The elders drifted in, the rest followed, since seemingly Flamels were the pivot point. What do we have here? Nicholas asked, once everyone was around. Bath's Haida didn't waste time. She started from the beginning, straight to how they'd found the chamber, what had happened after they broke through, and how the creature almost broke free. Cashin let her take the lead. He didn't trust his tongue not to get him hexed in front of this particular audience. He kept his hands jammed in his coat pockets, watching Nicholas watch Bath's Haida. The man's attention didn't wander once, not even when one of the French scholars cleared his throat to interrupt. When she reached the part about the containment circles and how they'd stabilized the seal, Nicholas's smile faltered. His head turned slightly toward the glyphs burned into the earth, his eyes narrowing as if they were trying to pull apart the spellwork one thread at a time. Those runes. He murmured. I have never seen them before. That made even the elder masters pause. The woman in the silk veil tilted her head, her hands tightening slightly on her staff. Cashin's jaw tightened. He'd been hoping no one would spot it so quickly. Not because he had answers, he didn't, but because the questions coming next weren't ones he wanted to field. Are they that special? The Turkish minister asked. Quite, Nicholas said without looking at him. I've seen more scripts than most living souls. But these are extraordinary. Bath's Haida tilted her head, frowning slightly as if she couldn't understand why the others were staring at her glyphs as if they were the real danger. To her, these runes weren't unusual, they'd always been there. Part of her work. Part of her. Cashin stayed quiet but his eyes flicked to the shimmering rings carved into the dirt. Nicholas Flamel's gaze hadn't left the runes. His fingers brushed his chin as he crouched closer, eyes narrowing. You are certain you haven't learned them from an ancient source? Bathsheba nodded, her lips pressing together. Yes. They are familiar. I've drawn them since as long as I can remember. I've never questioned it. Flamel hummed. I have walked through 7 centuries of magic. Studied wards etched into jade, ivory, ironstone, never once have I seen these. The woman in the silk veil shifted behind him, her cane tapping against the earth. It feels old, she said softly. Older than language. These are not runes so much as intentions woven into shape. Cashin raised his hand. Right. A council, please. Only the old masters. Shoo to the young people and elected figureheads. His gaze swept the ministers like he was asking them to get out of his sitting room. No hint of apology. Bathsheba's lips pressed thin, but she didn't argue as Cashin started corralling the Flamel pair, the elder masters, and Master G into a tight circle. Dumbledore, of course, drifted in with that serene smile of his. Cashin didn't even bother hiding his grimace. Fine. You are in, too, he said. But don't start handing out house points. Wouldn't dream of it, Dumbledore murmured. Cashin glanced around the loose ring of robes and lined faces. Can someone form a barrier? The old masters turned to glare like he'd just asked if anyone fancied a round of exploding snap. Cashin held his hands up. I mean, I could try, but my version's more like drawing a chalk circle and hoping for the best. Master G chuckled and waved his hand. A soft shimmer rippled around them. The air tightened faintly, magic settling. Cashin's eyes flicked to Bathsheba. She gave a nod. He reached for her sleeve and rolled it up to her elbow. A faint rune glimmered on the inside of her forearm, the lines delicate but sharp, prickling the eye if you stared too long. The shapes weren't just carved, they breathed. Seeing the rune, the group fell quiet. Brows furrowed. Whatever they expected, it wasn't this. This is. Perinel's voice broke the silence. For once, she sounded unsettled. Cashin nodded faintly. It is a living bond rune. Last year, near Hogwarts, there was an incident. Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling got loose in the CA nearby. For reasons we are still not entirely sure of, Professor Babbling here managed to calm it. Properly calm it, like the thing was a cat in her lap. His eyes flicked over the older witches and wizards, gauging their reactions. When I noticed she was impervious to fire after that little stunt, I made what can only be described as a bold decision. I tested a rune I stumbled across, chanced upon in an old text. Dragon got pulled into the binding. No one spoke. Cashin let the sleeve fall back over Bathsheba's arm. I suspect her mastery over them is tied to the same source. Nicholas glanced at Master G, who shook his head. It isn't Eastern. The method feels different. He stroked his long beard. Perinel's gaze swept over the glowing lines. Not Celtic either. The pattern is too rigid for their work. The veiled woman tilted her head slightly. Nor is it druidic. The energy is sharper. Less natural, more contained. One of the older wizards spoke up, voice gravelly from disuse. These marks aren't part of any known binding script. If they were, we'd have seen them in the archives by now. Not even a trace in Mesopotamian sigils, muttered another. Cashin stared at them. I hate to break up the guessing game, but arguing over who didn't invent them won't get us anywhere. They agreed and got to work. Breaking the isolation barrier, they decided to study the site instead. Whatever was going on with Bathsheba could wait. No sense tearing open 2 mysteries at once. The wards fell with a faint shimmer. A handful of scholars started muttering about fresh notes and detailed diagrams, already itching to tear apart every inch of the ruins. Cashin stayed by the archway, arms folded, watching previously scared scholars scatter. Brilliant, he said under his breath. We survived a half-bound monster and the first thing they want to do is take rubbings. Bathsheba shot him a look. Let them work. Work is fine. Work doesn't usually end with someone missing a limb. He gave the crimson-robed witch a pointed glance as she scribbled on her parchment as if nothing had happened. He also learned that she was the Greek minister's daughter. That explained her attitude. The hit wizards didn't move far. They lingered near the perimeter, hands twitching toward their wands whenever the ground gave so much as a soft groan. At the arch, the masters clustered tight, eyes raking over every inch of the ward lines. Nicholas shook his head slowly, fingers brushing the carved sigils. Why wouldn't you study the runes first? The story is clear as day right here. The group went quiet, every gaze sliding toward Cashin. Leontes rubbed the back of his neck, avoiding the weight of the stairs. Professor Rosier said the same, he admitted. But the wards were cracking already. We didn't want to wait. Reckless, one of the old masters muttered. The rebuke cut sharper than a curse. Everyone froze as if caught nicking sweets. Heads ducked. Quills stilled. The crimson-robed witch's lips clamped shut, hiding behind her daddy. The elders circled the arch in silence. Nicholas crouched near the largest glyph, fingertips brushing its edge. His brows knitted. This wasn't just a binding. It is layered. Whoever etched these knew their quarry wasn't going to stay quiet. A scholar frowned at the runes, they don't seem useful. Just, symmetrical, beautiful. Bathsheba moved closer to the nearest ring. The lines aren't decorative. They channel the seal inward. Each spiral tightens the containment. One of the Turkish scholars knelt, squinting. But why? It would trap the magic in a chokehold. That's the point, Pernell said sharply. It is not meant to just bind. It was meant to smother. Whatever they locked, they didn't want it thinking, let alone moving. Flamel sighed through his nose. There is genius in the simplicity. No runic drift. No symbolic flourishes. Pure function. He straightened, brushing dust from his knees. It's almost mechanical. That thing is awake, the French scholar muttered. His knuckles widened around his wand. It is rousing, Pernell corrected. There is a difference. If it were fully awake, we wouldn't be standing here having this pleasant little chat. The Greek minister's eyes darted between them. What is it? G glanced at the veiled elder. The old master gave a small nod. G's tone shifted. Crownatio Eukika. Cashin froze. The words clawed at his ribs like cold fingers. Even the syllables felt heavy, sinking into the air until the group went still. The Greek minister's face paled. The crown of evil. Master G shot him a look. That creature isn't bound by Olympian terms. This is older. It is the sprout of evil. Pernell brushed her palm lightly over the nearest glyph. We should keep moving. The runes tell the story better than we could. The group fell in step behind her. Nicholas traced a finger along one of the spirals. It begins before men walked upright. Before words were words. A thing crawled out of the void. Hungry. Shapeless. It fed on the wild magic that hung loose in the world. It grew teeth, claws, and a crown of coiled light. Wherever it stepped, forests rotted. Seas blackened. The winds carried sickness. The people gave it no name at first. Names give power. But they feared its shadow, feared its voice. They built fires to drive it away, drew sigils in the dirt. Useless. The creature did not care for fire or charms or prayers. It devoured all the same. A faint gust of air slid down the passage, carrying the smell of salt and stone. Eventually, they called it Crownatio Eukika. Not because it wore a crown, but because it crowned evil itself. Wherever it went, lesser beasts gathered at its feet. Creatures with no names. Nicholas stopped in front of a cracked section where the runes flared faintly under the light. In time, the ancient ones, the ones before gods and men, rose to face it. They forged chains of thought, memory, and magic. They lashed it down, peeled its mind open, and locked it in a sleep so deep the world would forget its name. Pernell crouched beside him, eyes narrowing on a twisting sigil. But it wasn't killed. They couldn't kill it. They buried it alive, sealed it beneath layers of earth and magic. Cashin's lips tugged faintly. Of course they couldn't kill it. That would have been too neat. Things like this didn't die, they just waited for idiots to dig them up. The story ends with a warning, said the veiled woman, her staff tapping the ground softly as she read. Break the chains and the hunger returns. The beast remembers every soul that laid it low. It does not forgive. Well, that's bloody cheerful, Cashin muttered. Nothing like an ancient bedtime story to make you question every career choice you've ever made. Bathsheba glanced over her shoulder at him, lips twitching faintly. You picked the career. And I regret it daily. Liar. You love it. Nicholas stood, brushing dust from his hands. This is no myth. The seals hold because they are fed by the world itself. Life above keeps it dormant. If they weaken, it wakes, Master G finished simply. One of the old masters thumped his staff against the cracked pillar near the archway, his voice rasping. It says right here. Don't enter. Don't open. No matter what you do, don't try to break in. Fools. No one argued. They didn't even move. A silence settled over the group. This place was buried on purpose. Its memories were washed away, its very name forgotten. Not to be destroyed, but to be hidden, sealed until the runes grew weak, so that those who found it could strengthen them again. That was the design. That was the safeguard. Done so 3 times. Until now. The outermost rune was no riddle, it was a warning. It told you to stop, to read, to understand before you set foot further. And what did you do? You rushed forward. You broke what you should have mended. You did the opposite of what was intended. The master's gaze swept across them, sharp and condemning. Fools. The crimson-robed witch shifted on her feet, shoulders tight. Even she couldn't wriggle out of that one, not with the warning carved into stone, plain as day, and every rune around them humming like it had been holding its breath for millennia. Nicholas sighed, looking at the base of the pillar, fingers brushing the carved lines. They weren't subtle about it either. Repeated the warning in 3 scripts. Mycenaean, Linear A, and something I don't even recognize. They were kind enough to add the story again in 2 other languages, long after the original, so that even fools like you could still read and understand it in case the original language was lost in time. Another elder huffed. Pernell stepped closer, her hands folded neatly in front of her. Whatever this thing was, they wanted it forgotten. Buried. Nothing about these wards suggests containment alone. This was meant to erase. The veiled elder shifted. They tried to drown its memory as much as its body. The Turkish minister let out a quiet hiss, throwing a glance to Greeks. And yet you all still insist on studying it. Greek minister shot him a look. As if your scholars wouldn't. You had a team in here. The Turkish minister's lip curled. Our team had nothing to do with this mess. They left the site untouched until you invited half of Europe to meddle. You were planning your own dig before even applying for permits, the Greek snapped back. Don't pretend you are the cautious ones. Cautious enough not to rip open a bloody containment ward without knowing what was inside, the Turk said, voice tightening. Cashin scrubbed a hand down his face. Here we go. Ancient monster nearly claws its way out of the earth, and now we are debating whose flag gets pinned on the disaster. Neither minister spared him a glance. We should have been consulted, the Turk went on. Instead, you dragged in British and French scholars and let them poke around as they pleased. That is rich coming from you, the Greek said flatly. You were caught trying to move half a Minoan side across the border last year. The Turk's face darkened. Lies. That was a ministry operation. Call it what you like, the Greek said, folding his arms. Your ministry has a habit of losing control of what it touches. The Turkish minister jabbed a finger toward the archway. What's inside there is awake because of you. And you're welcome to take a closer look, the Greek let out a short, humorless laugh. Perhaps we should send in your team first, minister. See how cautious they are when the chains start snapping. The Turk's jaw twitched. If it weren't for outside interference, we wouldn't even be in this position. The crimson-robed witch cut in sharply, glaring at the Turkish minister. If you are done measuring your ministry budget with ours, we have a more pressing issue. She jabbed her wand at the runes carved into the dirt. This seal is unstable. It won't hold indefinitely. Because you broke half of it already, someone said under their breath. Master G's voice cut clean through the tension. Enough. This creature does not care for borders. It will not pause to ask for your papers before it kills. The Turkish minister looked like he wanted to argue. He didn't. G's gaze swept over the group. We focus on containment. Politics can wait. Nicholas nodded. Agreed. Whatever bound this creature originally had more sense than we're showing now. The Turkish minister's mouth pressed into a thin line. What do you propose? Nicholas looked at the old masters, each of them giving a faint nod. We will remove your memories. We will remove your memories. The crowd went absolute silence. The Greek minister's face flushed deep crimson. Remove our memories? Are you mad? This is our land, our site. You don't get to waltz in here and decide who remembers what. The Turkish minister barked a laugh that didn't sound amused. Finally, something we agree on. The arrogance. Typical of Westerners. Oh, don't start, the Greek minister cut in, turning sharply. You would happily scrub every mind here if the chamber had been on your side of the border. Do not lecture me about arrogance. The Turkish minister's jaw tightened. At least we would have the sense to handle it ourselves instead of inviting every bloody country to poke their wands where they don't belong. Handle it. The Greek's voice rose. You couldn't handle a rogue basilisk in Smyrna last year. And now you think you can contain this. Cashin's brow creased slightly as he watched the argument spiral. Typical politicians, more fire for the person across the table than the thing chained in the next room. Perinel's voice sliced clean through the shouting. Enough. Both ministers snapped their mouths shut. The air around her seemed heavier somehow, pressing on them. We are not here to soothe egos, she said flatly. You broke ancient bindings, woke something you barely understand, and now squabble like children over who gets to claim the mess. Nicholas straightened, eyes narrowing at the pair. That creature was buried for a reason, best none of us remember that. The Turk bristled. So you expect us to sit back like meek schoolboys and let you meddle in our minds? You are asking for trust you haven't earned. The veiled elder leaned slightly on her staff. It isn't about trust. It is about survival. Knowledge of the crown spreads. Once it takes root, there is no stopping it. The Greek minister's lips pressed thin. He shifted his weight as if he might protest again, but his eyes flicked toward the archway where faint heat still radiated from the runes. His jaw worked soundlessly. Master G walked forward. It is not a debate. The decision is made. Flamel stepped forward, his robes brushing the dirt. When it is done, you'll leave. Your ministries can return to their petty border squabbles if it pleases them. The Greek minister's hands curled into fists. He opened his mouth, then shut it again, as if some small part of him knew there wasn't a winning argument left. Pernell stepped next to Nicholas. This will go down as an earthquake in the reports. Cashin murmured. Neatest lie wins. Better than admitting the truth. Suppose so. He glanced toward the ministers, both standing stiff as boards now. Bit of a shame. Would have liked to see them explain this to the paper. The crimson-robed witch muttered something sharp under her breath, her nails digging into her sleeve. Cashin's eyes flicked to her, then back to the Flamels. Start with me, will you? I've had enough of this circus. Nicholas shook his head. We will need you and Miss Babbling's assistance further. As for the rest. Before anyone could blink, his staff struck the ground. A dull thud rolled across the site, and every single person apart from the old masters, Master G, Dumbledore, Cashin, and Baths Haida crumpled where they stood. Wands clattered, scrolls dropped, and the air seemed to hum with the lingering force of the spell. Cashin froze. Sweat tickled his spine. He didn't move. Didn't dare twitch a finger. Rusty, Nicholas muttered, stretching his back with a faint pop. Took me longer than I'd like. No one except Cashin and Baths Haida reacted, like whatever was happening was all normal. Send them home, please. Nicholas said, turning to the temple as if they'd just finished a morning stroll. I've stripped every memory of this site. Done, G replied simply. Cashin's brows furrowed, his hand still tied around his wand as he muttered to Baths Haida, remind me not to annoy old people. Nicholas turned to Baths Haida with a nod. We will need to redo the confinement runes. Would you be so kind as to guide us, Miss Babbling? She stiffened. Me? Please don't joke. I am proud of my achievement, but next to you, I'm still inexperienced. The veiled woman gave a short scoff. We didn't get here by collecting candles on birthday cakes, lass. Those who've lived as long as we have no merit outrank seniority. Pernell stepped forward. Show us your glyphs, dear. The rest will follow. Bathsheba glanced at Cashin, who flashed her a grin that could have meant either go girl, or you've got this, my beautiful love. She preferred to imagine it was the latter. Smiling to herself, she knelt by the outer ring, her wand tracing across the dirt. Sparks flared faintly as the rune lines began to glow once more. Cashin stood back, watching Bathsheba sketch her glyphs into the dirt while the masters looked on. She didn't falter, not even when Nicholas knelt at her side, his sharp eyes tracking every stroke of her wand. The spirals flared softly as they settled into place, faint golden light crawling along the lines. Since Cashin couldn't contribute to the rune drawing, he loitered nearby. Spotting a book Nicholas had been reading, he picked it up and began to leaf through it. Gibberish, he muttered with a nod. The letters, if they were letters, were unlike anything he had ever seen before. Just as he was about to set the book down, something caught his eye. It can't be, he whispered. The old masters seemed to transform into wide-eyed students, as if they had just begun their magical schooling at 11. They clustered around Bathsheba, watching in awe as she drew runes. Whenever she paused to catch her breath, they eagerly raised their hands, always waiting their turn, to ask questions. Cashin rubbed his eyes again and again, half convinced he must be imagining the sight. One wizened warlock even shuffled closer on his knees, quill in hand, as though he might take notes right there in the dirt. Another muttered a question under his breath, then immediately raised his hand like a guilty schoolboy when Nicholas arched a brow at him. Their long beards and heavy robes did little to disguise the childlike wonder sparking in their eyes. It was absurd and humbling all at once. It took them weeks to properly seal the temple again. Even then, they weren't satisfied, not until the runes were layered thick and tight, checked thrice over by everyone old enough to have invented 3 alphabets. By the 3rd week Pepper Up was being slugged like water. They patched and repatched, arguing over every spiral and sigil, like a group of grumpy painters fighting over brush strokes. No one wanted to be the one remembered as the idiot who let the sprout of evil wander off for a snack. They even translated the story into English, the widest known language on earth, so that if this place ever surfaced again, there would at least be hope that the founders could decipher and read it without blundering in blindly. The safest bet would have been to carve it in every tongue, but space was limited, and there was no way to know which language would survive the centuries. When they finally finished, Nicholas straightened, brushing dust off his knees. He turned to face them all, time to strip memories. Everyone's. Ours included. Others nodded, and all of a sudden, Cashin felt a shift. The air seemed thinner somehow. The old masters, who had walked into the sight like weathered statues, suddenly felt smaller. Even G and Dumbledore weren't quite the towering presences they'd been moments ago. It was like some invisible weight had been lifted, like a curtain pulled back to reveal they were, in the end, only people. The veiled woman sighed, no one must return here. Not for study, not for worship, not for idle curiosity. Pernell gave a solemn nod. Every trace of this event, gone. From our minds, from the records, from the world itself. None of us will be exempt. As the ancients once did, we will bury this place, and it will not surface again until the runes weaken. Bathsheba's fingers twitched faintly at her side, but she didn't speak. Her eyes lingered on the runes carved into the earth, her runes. Cashin wanted to say something, anything, but the words stuck in his throat. He hated this part. Erasing history wasn't in his nature. It felt like hacking off a limb to save the body. Necessary, maybe. But brutal. Nicholas raised his staff. If knowledge of this thing survives, it spreads. Like rot. The seal weakens. That is how it feeds. Bathsheba's voice was quiet. And what about the runes I drew? If they're forgotten too, how will the seal hold? Nicholas glanced at her, a faint crease between his brows. It won't. Not forever. But you won't forget them. Her head jerked slightly. What? The glyphs are part of you now. That much is clear. Your mind may forget, child, but your core magic won't. Pernell smiled at her softly. Whatever lives in your magic, it will hold the memory even if your mind does not. Before Cashin could ask what the hell that meant, Nicholas stepped back, staff tapping lightly against the stone. It is time. The masters stood in a loose ring around the temple mouth, eyes glassy with exhaustion. Nicholas stepped forward, his hand trembling, not with fatigue, Cashin realized, but with something older, deeper. Fear, perhaps. Or memory. I will do it, he murmured. Before anyone could answer, he drove the tip of his finger into the earth. Power flared, like a root system threading deep beneath their feet. Soil cracked, stones groaned. A thunderous thrum rolled outward and upward as the temple mouth collapsed in on itself. In moments there was nothing but a patch of earth, pale and bare under the high sun. Cashin stared. Well. That is not ominous at all. Nicholas didn't smile. His thin fingers traced a sigil in the air, one Cashin didn't recognize. I left a mark, the alchemist said softly, almost to himself. If. His gaze swept the circle, when the wards weaken, we will all feel the pull. I copied it from what was once here, a mark left to summon the ancients, though they were gone before it could be activated. It has been copied thrice since. I would teach it to you as well, but we will all forget it. Bathsheba shivered beside him. Nicholas turned. Pray it stays silent, he said. Because if you ever feel it, there will be no time to pray. Master G chuckled. We each left ourselves vague warnings. I suggest you do the same. In the future, if you meet any of us again, we'll know you once helped. We won't remember why or how, but we'll know it was important. You and Professor Babbling have done us a great service. Cashin waved a hand. I barely did anything. The old masters shook their heads. The veiled elder said, your knowledge runs deep. The young lass may have drawn the runes, but you were the one who completed the circle. Don't belittle yourself. And that book of yours was, mind-opening. It will be a rare treat to read it again, knowing we won't remember it. Elders nodded as Nicholas came between. And then he raised his staff again, this time toward the gathering. Light sparked at the tip, faint at first, then growing until it felt like the air itself was humming. Perinel's voice was soft. When you wake, the world will be lighter. You won't know why. Cashin opened his eyes to the sound of waves dragging stones across the shore. The air smelled sharp with salt, warm sunlight flickering against closed lids. He blinked, then again, staring at a stretch of pebbled beach that seemed to stretch into nothing. The sea was calm, impossibly blue, like someone had painted it on glass. A few gulls drifted overhead, their cries carried off on the wind. Sand, stone, and the slow pull of the Mediterranean. Cashin blinked against the sunlight and sat up, gravel crunching under his palms. The beach stretched endlessly ahead. He rubbed a hand over his face. His head felt like it had been stuffed with cotton wool. A few meters away, Bathsheba sat cross-legged in a black two-piece, skin glinting faintly in the sun. A towel lay spread beneath her, and she was digging through a canvas bag for something. Thought you would sleep through the tide. Bathsheba didn't look at him as she spoke, eyes on the water. Her tone was light, almost teasing. Cashin pushed himself upright, elbows digging into the sand. Sorry, how long have we been here? About an hour. No, not to the beach. I mean, yes, the beach, but I meant this part of the country. She raised a brow. You are joking. Humor me. 3 days, she said. After the dig collapsed. Cashin stared at her, something cold settling in his gut. Collapsed, he repeated. She flicked her wand. A pebble skipped across the water, bouncing twice before sinking. Lucky we got out when we did. He stayed quiet. Trying to understand what the hell was going on. The ruin. The spirals. The thing in the dark. He remembered every detail. The weight of the air, the smell of burnt stone, the way Flamel's staff cracked against the ground before they started erasing memories. He remembered the name. Cashin shut his eyes, willing the memory to blur. To be gone. It didn't. Not even a little. Well, bollocks. As usual, history clung to him like burrs, whatever spell they used, his mind shrugged it off. Cass. Bathsheba's voice was closer now. He cracked an eye open. She shifted, crouching beside him, the sunlight turning the edge of her hair gold. You are acting odd. Odd is generous, he said lightly. I feel like I've had my brain shaken out and stuffed back and backwards. She huffed a laugh. That is what happens when you drink in the sun. You will live. He didn't correct her. She didn't remember. Perhaps none of them did. But he did. Every second. Every spiral burned into his mind like a brand. Cashin stared out at the sea, jaw tight. The creature. The crown. The bloody warning carved in 3 dead scripts. And one alive now. Did they forget to scrub it from me? No chance. That wasn't how this worked. Hey, love, how'd we end up here from the temple? Cashin asked, keeping his voice light. Bathsheba tilted her head. Don't you remember? Did you get sunstroke? He shook his head, lips twitching faintly. Just a little foggy. She rolled her eyes. They call it drunk. Still, she humored him. Jenna told us about this place after we escaped from the temple when it collapsed. Cashin's eyes narrowed slightly. Jenna. Bathsheba sighed, digging through the bag at her side. The witch with the crimson robes. Minister's daughter. You and her were arguing before we entered. Right, Cashin said, though his voice was distant now. Don't tell me you don't remember. Healers patched us in Delphi that first night, then Jenna flew us here for absolute rest. She looked to see if he was pulling her leg. And the old masters? He asked. Bathsheba froze for the briefest second before turning back to him. What old masters? Cashin's mouth curved slightly, forcing a smile. Never mind. Probably nothing. Chains grinding over living bone echoed in his ears, the gull's cries warped into the monster's rasp for half a heartbeat. Well, fuck. After realizing he was the only one who remembered, Cashin tried to shove those memories into the corner of his mind where he kept unpleasant things, like old Cashin's cruel acts. He'd been studying occlumency for years now. He wasn't brilliant at it, but he'd got far enough to wall things off when he needed to. Burying memories was manageable. Forgetting? Not so much. Supposedly, a master occlumens could erase a memory so cleanly it left no echo. He'd read that. And he didn't buy it. Either he was worse at the skill than he thought, or, and this one sat heavier on him, there was something about him that made it impossible. He was leaning toward that. Because things weren't adding up. Why had Nicholas Flamel failed to wipe him clean? He'd asked himself that too many times. Not just a curiosity anymore, closer to dread. Was it strength? Some secret resistance? That felt too flattering. More likely it was tied to one of the 5 theories he'd scribbled back when he was just learning mind arts. He leaned more toward theory 2. The ugly one. The one that implied there was something inside his mind that didn't play by anyone else's rules. And once that idea landed, his brain, ever helpful, started connecting dots. None of them pretty. Closing his eyes, he went back to the second summer he spent in this world. Outside a cave, Norway. Wind sharp off the cliffs, runes etched into the stone like someone had tried to trap a storm inside it. That was when he saw Yrsa. Then Hilda screamed and dropped frozen. Said she saw something. Something ancient clawing up from the stone. And just recently, in the temple, it had happened again. Different country, same cold crawling up his spine. He touched the stone, saw the creature and it appeared. No. 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 Wait. Not then. Not exactly. His mind was moving slower now. More careful. Peeling back what he'd skipped earlier. He hadn't known what it was at the time, but he knew better now. Hilda's best friend. What was her name? Irsan. Cashin's brow twitched. Connecting all that into what Nicholas and the old master said, it started making an awful kind of sense. Why they wiped memories. Why they made sure no one ever wrote the creature's name down. Why they refused to even say it. Because remembering called it. Not metaphorical or some poetic nonsense about power in names. Literal. Remembering brought it back. Thinking about it properly, naming it, opened the door. And Cashin had kicked the bloody door off its hinges. His stomach tightened. He swore under his breath. If it wasn't for the memory of Hilda and her friend, he'd have assumed the creatures came when he called. Would have put that weight squarely on his own shoulders. He lost days of sleep with that thought. But now he had another theory. Still dreadful, but with a side of relief. It wasn't him bringing them through. He was the gate. The interface in his mind had been feeding him spells for years now, dredging up bits of language older than most textbooks dared mention. Some came with mild memories. Some came with dread, for example, Lumos Noctis. As far as he knew, nothing came out of it. No rip in the sky. No monsters from under the bed. The creatures from that cursed memory hadn't appeared. Which meant he wasn't summoning anything. That was the important part. Same thing with Yrsa. With Crownatio Yukika. He hadn't brought them in. He'd seen them. That day inside the cave, when Hilda dropped like someone had yanked her lungs out through her spine. Cashin had touched it first. Then Yrsa appeared in his mind. And Hilda said something. Called out her friend. Irsan. He could see it now, Hilda turning, rattled, grabbing her friend's sleeve, saying something like, Irsan, you need to see this. And the thing stirred. Then in the temple, it happened again. He'd muttered to himself Anithello. Crowna. Not loud enough for anyone to hear. Shouldn't even have said it. But similar to memories, it wasn't his decision. Words just came out on their own. Like he had to name them. A passing scholar turned his head, repeated it louder. Crowna? Anithello. And just like that, it arrived. Or remembered itself into the space. He could track it now, dot to dot. Thought to word. Word to door. The moment you said the name, properly, aloud, when you remembered it with weight, with truth, it came. And Cashin, oh, wonderful Cashin, had been wandering around, muttering things he didn't understand, like a bloke lighting matches in a room full of powdered fireweed. He closed his eyes and dragged both hands over his face. And the reason why he couldn't forget these details, well, a gate had to remember. Cashin stared at the ceiling. Fuck me. When Cashin and Bathsheba returned home, autumn was close. They'd spent 2 months in Greece after the incident. Last month Aurora and Septima joined them. It was long enough that the Mediterranean sun had left them both tanned. Cashin hadn't decided yet if that was an accomplishment or evidence of poor life choices. It wasn't hard to enjoy Greece. The air tasted of salt and citrus, and the days slid into a lazy routine. Bathsheba had a habit of dragging him out early, claiming the beaches were quieter before the tourists poured in. Cashin didn't argue, he liked the quiet too. Back at home, he was holiday tired, the kind of tired that came from too much sun, too much wine, and the occasional regret about that last glass of ouzo. He checked the mirror, tan looked good, though it probably would fade the moment he stepped back into the English drizzle. He barely set his bag down before the familiar creak of floorboards made him glance up. Back, are you? His brother Lucian drawled from the hallway, arms folded like he'd been waiting there the whole time. Thought you would finally done the world a favor and drowned in the Aegean. Tempting, Cashin said. But then who would be here to brighten your dreary existence? Lucian's mouth curled faintly, something between amusement and disdain. 3 months away and you are still insufferable. Impressive, really. Cashin didn't rise to it. He brushed past. Lovely chat as always. Let's do it again never. He heard Lucian snort behind him but didn't bother looking back. On his way up, Cashin caught sight of Selina. Her eyes flicked over him giving him a once-over. Nice tan. Was Greece educational? He gave her a crooked smile. Thanks. So the whole family knows my whereabouts at all times? That is comforting. Selina smirked faintly. I wouldn't say all times. Only when it's worth gossiping about. Ah. Better than nothing I guess. Selina raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile, don't flatter yourself. It was more about family name. He let out a soft huff. Of course it was. I am just an accessory to name. You said it, not me. Cashin glanced back, deadpan. You are supposed to say, oh no, Cashin, you're terribly important too. Selina only shrugged. Why lie? His lips twitched, I see the family missed me as much as ever. Did they take bets on whether I would come back in one piece? Not officially, she said. Though Uncle Armand owes grandmother 5 galleons. Cashin blinked. Please tell me you're joking. Selina's smile widened. Am I ever? Terrifying, he muttered. Truly terrifying. You should be careful, Selina said lightly. They are in the study. All of them. Cashin paused mid-step. All. Grandfather's chair hasn't stopped creaking since this morning. Aunt is pacing. Damien is trying too hard. He blew out a breath through his nose. Brilliant. Nothing like a warm welcome after 3 months in the Sunday. Selina tilted her head, eyes glinting. You are tanned. That will annoy them too. Makes you look like you enjoyed yourself. That is practically a crime in this house. Exactly. Cashin rubbed the back of his neck. And you? Still using my room as your private spell lab? Selina gave a mock gasp. Me? Never. He raised a brow. All right. Maybe once or twice. But I didn't blow anything up. That is a first. Progress, she said simply. Cashin's lips quirked. Where are you off to? Finally escaping this hellhole. He nodded at her bag. Selina raised a brow, hitching the strap higher on her shoulder. My advanced studies start soon. Ah, of course. He hummed, leaning against the banister. Do say hi to Madame Goshawk for me, won't you? The old bat had me sweating bullets during my newts. Selina smirked faintly. She will probably say you deserved it. I will let you know, she called me outstanding once. I find it hard to believe, she turned to leave. Don't burn the house down while I am gone. One of these days. He watched her disappear down the corridor. Cashin lingered a moment longer at the top of the stairs. Time to get this over with. He stepped into the study without knocking. Eyes turned on him at once. Magnus sat in his usual chair by the fireplace, posture stiff, sharp blue eyes raking over Cashin. Regulus leaned against the edge of the mahogany desk, arms folded tight across his chest. Cashin offered them a lazy half-smile. You all look thrilled to see me. Warms the heart. Cashin. His father's voice was formal as usual. Sit. He dropped into the chair with all the grace of someone making himself very much at home, crossing one ankle over his knee. What is the issue? Viola scoffed. What is the issue, he says. Cashin smiled faintly, keeping his mouth shut. Regulus answered instead. Lucius is plotting something. Cashin mocked a gasp. Color me shocked. Don't play dumb, Damien said sharply from his place by the bookshelf. This isn't one of your little classroom games. He's been making moves against the family for months. It is serious. Serious enough to call the full council? Cashin asked, his voice light but his eyes narrowing slightly. Regulus's fingers drummed against the armrest. Yes. We believe he is trying to undermine the Rosier assets in France. He's already pulled a few strings in the ministry there. Viola cut in, irritated. It is not just France. His influence is seeping into the German and Italian circles as well. He is consolidating power, slowly, but it is there. Cashin hummed. Seemed Lucius was still butthurt about last year. Lucian strolled in, dropped into an empty chair near Regulus, and said, Why are you explaining to him? When has Cashin ever had a valuable opinion? The room shifted slightly, shoulders loosening as if he'd spoken some undeniable truth. A couple of them even hummed in agreement. Cashin was still Cashin, after all. Whatever merit he scraped together lately, it hadn't washed off the family's long-held opinion of him. Regulus's head turned sharply, his grey eyes hardening on his elder son. Let him say his piece. Lucian's jaw tightened. Yes, father. Cashin's grin curved. You know, I am touched. I can almost taste the confidence radiating off you, brother. But since you are all so eager for a miracle. He slouched lazily. Pull all your investments from France. The room went deathly still. For a beat, no one breathed. Then voices erupted all at once. Are you mad? Viola barked, her chair scraping as she half rose. You can't be serious, Armand growled. Do you even know how much of our assets are tied there? Basil demanded. Cashin let them roar. He watched it like a man idly observing fireworks, calm, almost bored, but with an unmistakable glint in his eye. This is what happens when you humor him. Catherine's eyes flicked coldly to Regulus. You wanted him to speak. There, he spoke. Wait, Cashin said lightly, lifting a hand. Before you start drafting my obituary, let me finish. The room quieted reluctantly. He tilted his head, letting the silence drag just enough to be irritating. Pull from France, yes. And push it into Muggle companies. Their energy firms, their telecoms, their tech companies springing up all over the place. You want security? Diversify. You want growth? That is where it is. If the room had been still before, now it was frozen. Genevieve blinked slowly, like she wasn't sure she'd heard him correctly. Muggle companies. Correct. Cashin's grin widened. They are stable, regulated, and very busy conquering markets. Our kind hasn't even glanced at it. And in case you haven't noticed, their population isn't shrinking. Unlike us. Have you lost what little mind you had? Armand barked, his face darkening to a shade Cashin found rather satisfying. Entirely possible, Cashin said with a shrug. But answer me this, how many magical markets have collapsed in the last 10 years? Belgium's Wand Lore Guild? Gone. Swiss alchemy exports? Crippled. Meanwhile, Muggle markets are breaking records every bloody year. They are filthy, Viola hissed. Do you even hear yourself? Oh, I do, Cashin said cheerfully. And so will you when Gringotts forecloses on half your pure portfolios. Lucian glared at him, the one he saved for his dueling partners. You think you are clever, don't you? This family doesn't crawl to Muggles for scraps. Cashin's eyes glinted. No, you are right. You would rather drown in Gringotts notes that aren't worth the paper they are printed on. Enough, Regulus said. The shouting stopped. Even Lucian flinched slightly. Regulus's gaze stayed fixed on Cashin. It wasn't warm, never warm, but there was something calculating in the way his brow furrowed. You are suggesting we hedge the rosier fortunes against the Muggle world. Hedging is generous, Cashin said. I am saying, unless you lot fancy going down with the ship, you might want a lifeboat. And the Muggles, for all their fumbling, have plenty of those. The silence that followed was delicious. Ophelia ended it with a snort. This isn't the first time someone's proposed dipping into Muggle economies. Every single attempt has ended in disaster. That is because you sent pure-blood bankers who still think electricity is a fad, Cashin replied smoothly. Send someone who understands both sides of the fence. Or don't, and wait until you are begging Lucius Malfoy for loans in a couple of years. Viola's lip curled. You always were a mouthy little brat. True, Cashin said lightly. But I am the mouthy brat with a solution. Regulus tapped his foot. What do you suggest? We go and buy their businesses. Cashin gave him a look like he'd just suggested taming a dragon with a teacup. Gods, no. Do you have any idea how their businesses even work? Viola turned sharply to Regulus, her lips pressed thin. Brother, you can't possibly entertain this nonsense. Regulus raised a hand, cutting her off without looking her way. Let's listen first. The others exchanged glances. Cashin grinned. First of all, you need to understand Muggles are as cunning and despicable as, well, they are cunning, possibly more so because they've had to survive without wands. You can't just dump a pile of gold in their laps and expect everything to work out. The second they sniff you're a whale, they'll rig the market to bankrupt you before you've even signed the paperwork. He flicked his fingers like he was tossing a coin. It is what they do. Hedge funds, hostile takeovers, leveraged buyouts, their kind don't need magic to wreck you. Armand snorted. So what then? Sit on our hands while the Muggle world swallows itself whole. Cashin tilted his head lazily. No. You move quietly. You don't stomp into their playground waving banners that scream ancient magical family with deep pockets. Basil scoffed from the corner. Quiet doesn't suit us. Which is why you will get eaten alive if you try this like it is another Gringotts merger. Cashin's tone sharpened. Muggles think in systems. Networks. You have to go in through a dozen cutouts, buy into firms small enough not to draw notice, and let the dividends do the heavy lifting. No sweeping announcements. No flashy acquisitions. You keep your head down until it is too late for them to shove you out. Damien gave a tight smile. And you, of course, are suddenly an expert on Muggle markets. Cashin's lips curved faintly. If you all recall, the Muggle side was my last option a few years ago. I read. I watched. I asked questions. All things you lot find terribly beneath you. Viola let out a sharp breath. Even if we humor you, where exactly would you start? Mines? Diamonds? Banking? We don't have the manpower for that many fronts. He hummed, tapping his fingers against the armrest. Banking's a no-go. They are, not the sort you want to tangle with. Focus on energy and computing. The Muggles are throwing money at both like it grows on trees. Less chance of us making a scene, too. Armand grunted. I will do it. Cashin arched a brow. You. Yes. Me. You do realize computers aren't made of lead and blood curses, right? You can't just smuggle in a crate of cursed artifacts and expect IBM to hand you shares. Armand's jaw flexed. I don't need a lecture from you. Cashin held his gaze for a moment longer, then shrugged lazily. All right. But don't come crying to me when some 12-year-old in California empties your accounts because you thought a firewall was an actual wall. Armand's face darkened. Viola sniffed. You are enjoying this, aren't you? A little, he admitted. Enough, Regulus said sharply. The room fell silent. I've been studying Muggle technology lately, Lucian said, voice stiff. I am sure I can handle it, father. Cashin barked a laugh so sharp even Regulus's brow twitched. Oh, this I have to hear. What technology, pray tell, have you been studying, brother? Lucian's jaw clenched tight. You are not the only one who knows the world, Cashin. I've been researching this man. Turing. You said computation. We should invest in him. Cashin leaned forward, wheezing. Actually wheezing. Oh sweet mother of God, that is bloody amazing. He smacked his palm against the armrest, shoulders shaking. You want to invest in Alan Turing? Yes, Lucian snapped. Cashin doubled over. Turing. That is brilliant. Fantastic idea. Small hiccup, though. He is dead. Been dead for, 40 years. But sure, let's send flowers to his grave and see if he sends shares back. A ripple of poorly suppressed snickers passed down the room. Lucian's ears went scarlet. You think you are clever? No, no. You are clever, Cashin said, wiping a tear. Thinking of cornering the necromancy market while you are at it. Buy up shares from the afterlife? Golden strategy, really. I'm sure the family fortune will skyrocket. Lucian's lips twitched, fists clenched. Cashin smiled. Exactly. Next. Regulus's knuckles tapped against the table. The sound silenced the room. His eyes settled on Cashin. You will take France's funds. What? Lucian's voice cracked. His face flushed crimson this time, not just his ears. Cashin will deal with it, Regulus repeated, unblinking. You've opened your mouth, now follow through. The Muggle world is yours. Prove you are more than talk. Cashin dusted off his sleeves. Are you sure? I mean, everyone here got more experience than me. I would hate to rob them of the chance to flounder spectacularly in the Muggle markets. A few sets of eyes cut his way like hexes waiting to be fired. Regulus's grey stare didn't waver. I said you will take France's funds. Cashin leaned back, letting out a slow whistle. Right. No pressure then. Only handling a chunk of the family fortune while the rest of you watch like hawks and pray I don't turn it into a giant bonfire. Viola sniffed loudly. You will. That is the problem. Cheerful as always, Auntie. Cashin flicked invisible dust off his lapel, watching his brother out of the corner of his eye. Don't worry, Lucian. I promise not to sink the whole ship on day one. I will wait till at least next week. Walking down the streets of London, Cashin whistled a tune to himself. He wasn't here to sightsee, tempting as it was to duck into a cafe and pretend he wasn't on a mission that would make half his family choke on their port. No, he had a very particular Muggle to find. In his past life, he knew an unfortunate broker. A clever bloke, but the company he worked for had sacrificed him like a lamb when things went south. Cashin met him years later, scrubbing toilets at a secondary school where Cashin was covering history classes. At first, he didn't believe half the stories the man told between mopping floors, million-pound trades, cutthroat boardrooms, being sacrificed to keep the company afloat. It all sounded like bitter pub talk. Until the day Cashin saw his name in a headline. Now, here in 1992, that same man, well, his version in this world, was fresh out of university, clutching a degree in economics and dreaming of big things. Cashin arranged the meeting with a few phone calls. Walking into the small office he rented for the day and finding the man already perched in one of the leather chairs, radiating the sort of nervous energy that suggested he'd been rehearsing lines in the mirror. The guy stood as soon as Cashin stepped in. Early 20s, hair a bit too neat, suit pressed within an inch of its life. Still years younger than the version Cashin remembered, but the spark in his eyes was the same. The kind of sharpness you didn't polish into someone, they were either born with it or not. Mr. Rosier? He asked, unsure. Cashin shut the door behind him, tossing his coat over the chair by the desk. That is me. And you are Thomas Wright, right? Good to see you've not yet been eaten alive by the city. Wright's brow twitched like he wasn't sure if that was a joke or not. Not yet, sir. Cashin dropped into the chair opposite and gestured for him to sit again. Drop the sir. You make me sound like I've got shares in the monarchy. Cashin will do. Wright nodded stiffly and sat back down, hands folded in his lap. So, Cashin said, leaning back, you've got the degree, the ambition, and if my sources aren't lying, the stomach for numbers that would make Medicis weep. I would say that is a start. Wright's shoulders eased just slightly. I've always had a head for numbers, yes. Cashin's lips curved faintly. Good. Because I am about to ask if you fancy a job that will make all those tedious entry-level interviews look like a holiday. That got a flicker of interest in Wright's eyes. What sort of job? The sort that pays well, requires a sharp mind, and, most importantly, means you will have to keep your mouth shut about 90% of what you see. Cashin tilted his head, studying him. Can you do that? Wright hesitated, then nodded. Yes. I can. Good lad. Cashin reached for the folder on the desk and flipped it open. Because here is the thing. I am putting together a portfolio. One that won't raise any eyebrows in the business world but will keep certain family interests safe if the markets go belly up. Wright's brows pulled together. Families. Cashin gave him a sharp look and a faint smile. You will find out soon enough. For now, let's just say you will be working with investments most people your age wouldn't touch without two mentors holding their hands. Wright's lips pressed into a thin line, but he nodded. All right. And you are offering me a chance to prove you are not wasting oxygen, Cashin said, voice light. You will be the front man. I will fund it, guide it, and make sure no one asks awkward questions about where the money's coming from. You will handle the actual legwork, research, acquisitions, balancing accounts. Wright's fingers drummed lightly against his knee, That is, a big ask. It is. Cashin shut the folder with a snap. Yes or no? If it's no, you walk out and forget we ever spoke. The younger man looked at him for a long moment, something flickering in his gaze, curiosity, ambition, maybe even a hint of fear. Then he nodded. Yes. Cashin's grin widened. Thought so. Good man. He patted the folder. Let's get started then, shall we? Time to see if you've got what it takes to dance with sharks. Wright swallowed hard but didn't flinch. Cashin counted that as a promising sign. He slid the contract across the desk like it was nothing more than a rental agreement. Thomas Wright schemed it, eyes darting over clauses, then signed at the bottom with a flourish. Poor bloke had no idea the parchment shimmered faintly as his ink sank in, sealing the magical binding. He probably thought it was a fancy bit of legalese with an unnecessary wax seal. Cashin wasn't about to enlighten him either. Wright didn't need to know this little setup came with bloodline clauses and anti-betrayal curses woven straight through. Ignorance was safer for them both. Once the ink dried, Cashin pushed a thick folder across the desk. Inside were details of converted pound figures in a Muggle bank. Every galleon scrubbed clean and bundled up to look like it had come from some old trust fund, nothing traceable back to Gringotts or the family vaults. He watched as Wright flipped through the papers, eyes wide at the sheer volume of funds being handed over. Cashin outlined the sectors he wanted him watching like he was rattling off a shopping list: energy grids, small but ambitious computing startups, infrastructure firms on the brink of exploding thanks to deregulation. All things Cashin remembered from a world decades ahead. Being from the 21st century had its perks. He already knew which companies would change the bloody planet and which ones would crash and burn. He didn't tell Wright why certain firms would triple in value or why an obscure tech shop in California mattered more than any French conglomerate. The kid didn't need the full picture, he just needed to follow instructions and keep the paperwork clean. Once the last sheet of paper was tucked neatly into the folder, Cashin stood. Wright followed suit quickly, still clutching the folder like it might disappear if he loosened his grip. Good, Cashin said lightly. I will check in. Don't waste it up. Wright nodded stiffly, clearly still processing the zeros on the page. As Cashin was about to step out of the office, Wright spoke up, fumbling slightly over the words. S.I. Cashin, there is tension in the Middle East. Do you want to? Cashin raised a hand without turning back. No. I don't want blood money. Even if they would make me 10 times richer, stay clear of them. Wright's mouth opened like he wanted to argue, then shut again. Stick to the brief, Cashin added, giving the younger man a sharp look. Energy, telecoms, and whatever clever little tech firms you dig up on the side. But no warmongers, no arms, and not a single oil company that's got a body count behind its logo. Wright nodded quickly. Understood. Good lad. Cashin slung his coat over his shoulder. I like my money clean enough I don't feel the urge to bleach it later. He stepped out into the corridor, loosening his tie, muttering under his breath. Middle East in the early 90s. Gods, as if I don't know where that road leads. He shook his head climbing down the stairs. Bathsheba and Cashin strolled hand in hand down Diagon Alley, weaving through the late summer crowds. It was busy, but not suffocatingly so. Halfway past Flourish and Blotz, Bathsheba tugged on his hand. What's going on there? Cashin followed her gaze. A sizable crowd had gathered outside the bookshop, pressing against the windows. Free coupons for the ladies, maybe. He said lazily. She pointed to a floating banner flapping above the door. Looks like Lockhart is signing books. Cashin squinted up at it. Gilderoy Lockhart, Magical Me launch event. The man's smiling face winked down from the poster like he discovered a way to bottle charm and sell it wholesale. He frowned faintly, memory slotting into place. Lockhart. Of course. Beautiful boy, perfect teeth, hair that didn't move even in the Scottish wind. Cashin's Hogwarts days came back in a sharp flash. Lockhart had been in his 3rd year when Cashin started, Bathsheba would have been 5th then. Both were in Ravenclaw, she'd have known him a little. The insufferable git. He was slick even when he was 11, Bathsheba said with a faint smile, watching the crowd shuffle around the door. Cashin muttered under his breath. Of course he was. God, he hated Lockhart. Always had. Wait, that was old Cashin. He blinked. No, still hated him. Bathsheba glanced at him sideways. What is that? Nothing, Cashin said lightly. Just remembering how his hair never moved an inch. That can't be natural. I suspect a pact with some poor pixie. Bathsheba's mouth twitched. Envious, are we? God, no. I would rather have my hair catch fire than look like him. Cashin leaned an elbow against the shop window, peering in at the gaggle of witches swooning over Lockhart's sparkling robes. Look at him. Bet you a galleon he is using a charm to make his teeth glow. Cashin picked up a copy of Magical Me from the precarious pile, thumbing through it with the kind of expression usually reserved for spotting something unspeakable at the bottom of a teacup. The more he read, the harder his brow furrowed. Then he stopped dead on a particularly lurid chapter title and barked a laugh. This can't be true. Bathsheba chuckled softly. Why not? He closed the book with a snap, eyes flicking to her like she'd asked if pigs could fly. You don't know him well enough. This git barely scraped through his OWLS. I watched him charm and beg half the old witches in the staff room not to fail him at NEWTS. And you think he did half of these things? He waved the book for emphasis, as if the sheer weight of its lies might knock her into sense. Bathsheba smiled, unbothered. You've changed too, no. Cashin stared. For a second his mouth actually hung open, words stuck in his throat like they'd refused to cooperate. He shut it with a faint click. Fair point, if a little brutal. True, old Cashin had been worse than Lockhart. Daddy Regulus threw enough galleons at Hogwarts to get him out with a diploma and a pat on the head, but it wasn't the same. He was different. Cashin opened his mouth to continue his rant, but a wave of red filled his vision before he could get the words out. The Weasley clan was arriving like a cheery horde, Hermione Granger trailing just behind, and Harry Potter somewhere in between, looking curious. Professor R. One of the twins yelled. Fred bounded over first, his grin wide enough to split his face. Ah, my favorite Weasleys, Cashin said dryly as they skidded to a stop. What's this? Have I won some kind of prize? You wish. George poked him in the arm. Didn't think we would find you in Diagon. Figured you would be off in some dusty library, hunting curses and ancient curses on top of those curses. You make me sound far more interesting than I am, Cashin said. But carry on. I am enjoying the image. The other twin grinned. Oh, we will. You are famous in our house, you know. That's worrying, Cashin muttered. Before he could escape, Mrs. Weasley closed in, Arthur in tow. Both were smiling warmly, though their gazes carried that polite uncertainty of meeting someone new. Hello there, Molly said kindly. I don't believe we've met. Arthur and Molly Weasley. Cashin Rosier, he replied with a nod. Professor, part-time rune wrangler, full-time babysitter to troublemakers like those two. He tipped his head at the twins. Arthur chuckled, his eyes brightening with interest. Rosier, eh? Related to? Probably. Cashin cut him off lightly. If you follow the family tree far enough, we are all cousins with Merlin in one branch or another. Best not think too hard about it. The twins laughed at that, but Percy, stiff as always, stepped forward, his expression cool. Professor Rosier, he said, his chin lifting as though trying to stand a little taller. Then his eyes flicked to Bath's Haida, and his tone shifting into respect. Professor Babbling. Molly and Arthur greeted Bath's Haida warmly, Molly's hand brushing hers. Meanwhile, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and the twins started chatting to Cashin. Well, mostly the twins, who seemed to have decided he was their honorary older brother whether he liked it or not. Hermione's attention flickered between Cashin and Lockhart's enormous poster every few seconds, her expression half admiration, half doubt. You're looking tanned, Professor. Did some curse tie you to a rock under the sun? Fred said with a wide grin. No, Cashin drawled. I've been scouring high and low for a remedy to deal with a pair of incorrigible troublemakers, and still came up empty-handed. George elbowed Fred. This changes everything. I thought you were practically nocturnal. Sharp instincts, Fred shot back, for someone who spends half his life in tombs and libraries. Cashin gave them a lazy look. You lot know a shocking amount about my schedule for 2 children banned from the restricted section last year. Unfairly banned, George said solemnly. All we wanted was to see if Wards and you really had the screaming face on page 72. Newsflash, it does, Fred added. Scared the knickers off Filch. Marvelous. I am sure Hogwarts is safer with you two as its protectors. Cashin tilted his head. Though I would feel better if you weren't using explosive sweets as a first line of defense. Harry tried to speak, but Hermione's voice cut across him. Professor Rosier, have you read Magical Me yet? Cashin glanced at her, then at the poster overhead, Lockhart's teeth sparkling so hard they could blind a basilisk. I schemed it, he said. Got a bit dizzy somewhere between single-handedly saved an entire village and hero of my own dreams. Hermione frowned, hugging her book tighter to her chest. But he's done so much, hasn't he? I mean, there are some inconsistencies, but... Cashin almost shed a tear. The girl who once worshipped ink and paper without question now, at least, could hesitate, could frown at the gaps, notice the seams in Lockhart's shining tails. She wasn't blind anymore, just reluctant to let go of the safety of print. That was enough for now. If she could doubt the books she held so dear, then one day she could doubt the man who wrote them. With that thought, he turned instead to the small redhead hovering behind Ron. And who's this, then? Let me guess, a Weasley. Fred and George darted past like overexcited spaniels, grinning wide. 10 points to Professor R. Fred crowed. That's our sister, Ginny. Your next victim, if you're lucky. Treat her gently, George added with mock solemnity. She's fragile. The girl's cheeks turned scarlet as she shrank back behind Ron's shoulder, clutching his arm using the poor boy as a shield. Cashin's gaze sharpened slightly. What lie did you tell her? Fred and George tried their best innocent faces, eyes wide, lips pressed tight, but Ron ruined it before they could even open their mouths. They said you've got a dungeon in your house where you keep jars of children's teeth. Cashin raised his brows, glancing between the twins. Brilliant. Terrify your baby sister and slander me in the same breath. You're on fire today. George smirked faintly. Better than telling her you're harmless. Cashin crouched slightly, resting an elbow on his knee so he was level with Ginny. For the record, no dungeons. No teeth. Just a terrible habit of collecting books on dead languages and occasionally hexing idiots who deserve it. Ginny blinked at him, then peeked up at her brothers with suspicion. See? Cashin said, straightening again. Completely harmless. Fred grinned. That is what he wants you to think. Cashin pointed a finger at him. You, shut it, or I will start a rumor about the pair of you marrying trolls. Fred opened his mouth to retort, but Ginny suddenly let out a laugh. Before they could continue, a pair of platinum blonde heads drifted into view. Cashin clicked his tongue. Of course. Father and son Malfoy. I was wondering what the commotion was, Lucius drawled, his cane tapping lightly against the cobblestones. Are they handing out free books, Arthur? Arthur's jaw tensed, but he kept his voice polite. Lucius. Always a pleasure. Draco stood slightly behind his father, chin lifted smugly. Cashin straightened, hands in his coat pockets. Well, well. If it isn't the Malfoy charm offensive. Let me guess, Uncle Lucius, you couldn't resist a chance to sneer in public? Or was the manor running low on smugness? Lucius's pale eyes flicked over Cashin and Bath's Haida like they were two dusty portraits he'd found in a back room at Borgin and Burke's. Dear nephew, he said smoothly. Didn't expect to see you here. Slumming it with Gryffindors now? Well, I suppose that's to be expected. I heard your family pulled out of the French market. His lips curved, all teeth and poison. If you can't afford books, do let me know. I am practically your uncle. Cashin gave a chuckle, shaking his head as if Lucius had just told him a bad joke. That is very generous, Uncle Lucius, he said. But don't forget what your grandmother wrote into her will. Technically, I practically own Malfoy Manor. Might start charging you rent. The smirk slipped. Lucius's fingers tightened slightly on the silver snake head of his cane. Draco's jaw went tight, his eyes darting from his father to Cashin like he wasn't sure if he should step in. Lucius's smile tightened, all teeth and no warmth. You always were an amusing boy. He stepped closer to Bath's Haida and, without asking, plucked a book from her straw bag. He thumbed through it, with a faint wrinkle of disgust. Almost crumbled, he murmured, eyes flicking over her robes with casual disdain. Seems dating a rosier isn't enough. You really ought to up your game. The book landed back in her bag with a careless flick. Before the words had even settled, Lucius's head snapped back with a sharp crack. He staggered, hand flying to his face. Cashin's fist still hovered in the air for a fraction of a second before he grabbed Malfoy by the collar, dragging him forward like a misbehaving dog. Fred let out a bark of laughter loud enough to draw stares. Merlin's beard, Professor R actually clocked him. George slapped his twin on the back, eyes wide with delight. That's going in the family record books. First Weasley to see a Malfoy get smacked, and it wasn't even us. Ginny gave a small gasp and immediately ducked behind Ron again, clutching his sleeve as though the cobblestones might swallow her whole. She peeked around his arm, eyes flicking between Cashin's feral expression and Lucius's bleeding nose, shivering. Ron's jaw dropped. Blimey. He muttered, not sure if he should shield Ginny tighter or applaud. You've got a death wish? Cashin asked, his eyes feral. Lucius's cane clattered to the cobblestones. For once, the man didn't have a ready retort, his breath hitched, eyes wide as he felt the pressure on his throat. Draco froze where he stood. His pale face went sheet white, lips parting soundlessly. Hermione clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes huge. Professor, you can't just, she whispered, though her gaze betrayed a reluctant flicker of satisfaction. Arthur reached for Cashin's arm. Rossi. Stay out of it, Cashin snapped without looking at him. His grip tightened, thumb pressing to make Lucius's face darken. You don't insult her. You don't touch her things. You don't even look at her sideways again, or I will make sure you choke on your own bloody teeth. Are we clear? Malfoy clawed at Cashin's wrist, voice rasping. Unhand, me. Ah, so no, then. Cashin's eyes narrowed. I will say it louder next time, shall I? Around them, the crowd had gone still. Even Lockhart's fans had paused in their shrieking to gape at the scene. Cashin, Bath's Haida held his arm. Let him go. But Cashin couldn't even hear her. He was about to strike again, when her hand grabbed his arm. Cass, please. Cashin's jaw tightened. Then, with a shove, he released Lucius. The man stumbled back against the window of Flourish and Blots, a smear of blood under his nose. Lucius straightened slowly, one hand dabbing at his face with a handkerchief. His pale eyes burned as he stared at Cashin, but he didn't step forward again. Rosier. His voice was low, coiled tight like a snake ready to strike. You'll regret that. Cashin cocked his head, expression flat. By all means. Write me a strongly worded owl. Draco made a strangled sound, but Cashin's sharp glance silenced him before he could open his mouth. Bath's Haida tugged lightly at Cashin's sleeve. Enough. We're going. Cashin didn't argue. He stepped back, hands sliding into his coat pockets as if nothing had happened. Enjoy book signing, Lucius. Don't trip over your pride on the way out. Lucius's jaw twitched, but he stayed rooted, shoulders stiff. Cashin turned on his heel, letting Bath's Haida guide him away. Lockhart rushed outside, hearing the commotion. The git couldn't stand not being the center of attention. His gaze flicked from face to face. Rosier, he said, his smile turning strained as his eyes briefly schemed Cashin. He stopped with Bath's Haida, looking back at him. Then, as if a light went on behind them, Lockhart's attention snapped to Bath's Haida, and his grin brightened alarmingly. Cashin's jaw ticked. He didn't like that look one bit, but before he could plant himself between them, Lockhart's focus shifted again. The crowd rippled, parting on cue. A few voices rose in excited whispers. It can't be Harry Potter. Lockhart swept forward, seizing Harry's arm and yanking him through the gap like he was reeling in a prize catch. Ah! There he is! Lockhart's voice rang out, too loud by half. He clamped his free hand over Harry's in a crushing handshake. Such a pleasure, Harry. Don't be shy, step up. Let the fine folk see us together. Harry's face went red to the roots of his hair as a photographer appeared from somewhere, camera flashing with loud pops and puffs of smoke. Nice big smile now, Lockhart coaxed, teeth flashing like a patroness charm gone wrong. Together, you and I, front page material. The Weasleys shuffled awkwardly as more flashes went off. Cashin folded his arms, watching the spectacle with a look that could have dried paint. You reckon he practices that pose in the mirror? George muttered to Fred. Practices? He probably charges himself for lessons, Fred replied under his breath, lips twitching. By the time Lockhart released Harry's hand, the boy was flexing his fingers like he'd been hexed. He tried to slip back towards Ron, but Lockhart swung an arm over his shoulders and hauled him back to center stage. Ladies and gentlemen. Lockhart's voice boomed, silencing the chatter. He raised a hand for quiet. What a moment this is. A perfect time, I think, to share a little announcement I've been keeping to myself. Lockhart carried on, beaming at the crowd. When young Harry here came in today, he only wanted my latest book, Magical Me, which I shall be thrilled to present to him free of charge. The crowd erupted in applause. But little did he know, Lockhart said, giving Harry a hearty shake that nearly knocked his glasses off, he's getting far more than my autograph today. Lockhart's grin widened as he swept his gaze dramatically across the street. I am delighted to announce that, starting this September, I shall be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Another wave of cheers rippled through the crowd. Harry stumbled out of the limelight the first chance he got. He made for Ginny, who was clutching her new cauldron like a lifeline. You have these, Harry muttered, tipping the stack into her cauldron. I'll buy my own. Ginny blinked at him, startled but said nothing as Harry rubbed his hand where Lockhart had crushed it. Meanwhile, Lockhart was still basking in the crowd's adoration, his robe swirling dramatically as he posed for one last photograph. Cashin felt the hair on his neck stand. I think I am going to quit. I hope Master G's still hiring. Bath's Haida rolled her eyes. It can't be that bad. It is that bad, Cashin said flatly. The crowd found its noise again, flashes popped. Cashin sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. This is Hogwarts' future defense professor? God help us all. I should have stayed in Greece and wrestled that bloody monster. Bath's Haida smothered a laugh, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. What monster? Also it is 1 year. How bad could he be? Cashin shot her a look, one brow arched high. Bad enough to make me start praying. And you know how I feel about praying. When Cashin and Bath's Haida stepped into the staff room that morning, the first thing he saw was Lockhart sprawled across an armchair. His peacock blue robes glittered obnoxiously in the sunlight streaming through the window, and every time he shifted, they seemed to toss out fresh sparkles for the poor house elves to sweep up later. Phileas, Phileas. Lockhart waved like he was hailing a taxi, leaning so far forward in his chair Cashin half expected him to topple head first onto the rug. Well, he hoped. Life is so much more than this castle. Britain. I was terribly narrow-minded before I traveled, thought I knew the world, but no. Saving lives, besting beasts, oh, you wouldn't believe the things I've seen. Cashin arched a brow. I'm already struggling with the things you've said. Lockhart plowed on, oblivious. The Wagga Wagga werewolf, for instance, ghastly business. Almost ripped me apart, you know. I put my wand to his throat, gathered my last ounce of strength, and performed the immensely complex Homer Foo's charm. He made a vague swooping gesture, as though the spell had involved a pirouette. The fur vanished, fangs shrank, and, poof. He was a man again. Simple, yet so effective. Phileas looked up from his teacup, blinking. The Homer Foo's charm? That's highly specialized magic, right? Not something one performs under duress. Oh, I don't deny it. Lockhart smiled, teeth gleaming bright. It's all in Wanderings with Werewolves, of course. I've detailed every step for posterity. Lockhart leaned back with a self-satisfied sigh. And yet people ask why I've agreed to teach this year. As though Hogwarts is some trifling distraction from my adventures. Cashin gave him a look. You don't say. I do. Lockhart declared, missing the sarcasm entirely. It is a noble calling. After all I've done out there, facing banshees, dueling vampires, it is only fair I pass on my wisdom. Why, if I don't teach the next generation, who will? Cashin turned to McGonagall, rubbing at his temple. Can we, for the love of God, start already? McGonagall's lips thinned, though he could swear there was the faintest twitch in her eye. She set down her parchment with a snap. Indeed, Professor Rosier. I would like to get through this before term begins. Flitwick shifted in his chair, ever the peacemaker. Quite right, Minerva. The students will be arriving by evening, best we finish while it is quiet. Quiet. Madame Hooch said under her breath. Feels like someone left a pixie party in here. Lockhart beamed, oblivious to, or ignoring the sting in her tone. Ah, but the energy is marvelous, isn't it? So much anticipation in the air. You can feel it. No, Snape said flatly. Lockhart carried on, undeterred. I remember the night before I faced Bandhan Banshee. Nerves, yes, but also a sense of destiny. I dare say the children won't know how lucky they are to have me. Cashin shot him a look. Oh, I am sure they will figure it out by October. McGonagall cut across him before Lockhart could launch into another monologue. Staff assignments. We've confirmed patrol rotations for the first week. We will discuss schedules after the feast. She raised her hand before Lockhart could say another word. That concludes the essentials. Feast preparations are underway. You will be expected in the Great Hall at 6:30. Splendid, Flitwick said, hopping down from his chair. A moment's peace before the term begins. He bolted for the door before anyone could grab him, his little legs a blur as he vanished down the corridor. Sprout was hot on his heels, determined to outpace him. Behind them, Poppy muttered darkly about bed linens and potion stocks as she swept after them in a huff. McGonagall didn't waste time on pleasantries. She shifted into her animagus form and leapt clean out the window. Cashin stood frozen, mouth slightly open. Did McGonagall just? Bath's Haida grabbed his sleeve. Move. Wait, we are not seriously. We are. She was already dragging him toward the door, her grip surprisingly strong for someone with such delicate-looking fingers. Cashin dug his heels in for half a second, craning back toward the staff room. But... Lockhart's voice floated after them, syrupy and booming. You know, it really is a shame when colleagues can't appreciate the artistry of storytelling. I find it so rewarding to share my wisdom with those less experienced. Run, Bath's Haida hissed. Cashin didn't argue this time. He stumbled after her as she hauled him into the hall, the sound of Lockhart's monologue echoing like the world's worst alarm bell behind them. Flitwick is a traitor, Cashin muttered under his breath. Didn't even try to save us. Bath's Haida shot him a look over her shoulder. Would you? Fair. They rounded a corner so fast Cashin had to slap a hand against the wall to keep his balance. Somewhere above, he thought he heard McGonagall yowling at a passing owl. That night, the feast kicked off as usual, floating candles overhead, students spilling into the Great Hall like a tide. But as they made for their house tables, a few slowed, then stopped entirely. Because there, among the Ravenclaws, sat two professors. Cashin Rosier and Bath's Haida babbling were perched on the benches like they'd been students all along, chatting as though nothing was amiss. Fred and George Weasley spotted them first. Professor R. Fred hollered, clapping a hand over his mouth. He elbowed his twin hard enough to make George nearly drop his hat. The two darted across the stone floor, weaving through the crowd until they came to a halt at the Ravenclaw table, earning a few startled looks from the students already seated. Why are you sitting here? George asked, wide-eyed. You've got a throne up there with the grown UPS. Cashin didn't so much as glance toward the staff table. Completely, utterly unbothered. Because, Cashin said easily, we're reminiscing about our student days. Bath's Haida didn't bat an eye. She lifted her teacup and took a sip, calm as you like. The twins exchanged a look, eyebrows creeping up, but neither pressed. They both shrugged and wandered back to the Gryffindor table, muttering something under their breath that probably wasn't fit for polite company. The Great Hall hadn't settled yet. Students were still trickling in, chattering and jostling as they claimed seats. The first years were nowhere to be seen. McGonagall would still be wrangling them outside the doors, herding them into something resembling a line. Penelope Clearwater had already cornered Bath's Haida. The girl was leaning forward so hard, trying to catch her interest. Professor, I've been meaning to ask about the correlation between Elder Futhark and... Not now, Miss Clearwater, Bath's Haida said gently, setting her teacup down. Enjoy the feast first. The runes will still be there in the morning. Penelope nodded, though she looked reluctant to stop. Nearby, a couple of Ravenclaws were craning their necks to sneak glances at their professors sharing the bench. A few whispers floated up, nothing loud enough to carry properly, but Cashin caught the words odd place to sit and why aren't they up there? Betting pool is starting soon, Cashin said under his breath. 3 Galleons says half the hall is wondering if I've been sacked already. Bath's Haida arched an eyebrow. 4 says they think you are sulking. He grinned. That is a safe bet. Sulking is very in this season. The heavy doors at the far end of the hall creaked open then, and the first years filed in behind McGonagall. They shuffled nervously, robes too big, faces pale under the floating candles. The buzz of chatter dimmed as heads turned to watch them approach. Cashin straightened, craning to look. Right, here we go. Ready for the song. Bath's Haida hummed, the corners of her mouth softening as her gaze flicked to the tiny first years trying not to trip over their own feet. Cashin watched as Colin Creevey darted off to join the Gryffindor table, nearly tripping over his own feet in his eagerness. The boy beamed so hard Cashin was sure his face would ache by morning. Then came Harper, Cashin hadn't caught his first name, who sauntered over to the Slytherin table, his face suggesting he was expecting nothing less. Soon a girl with pale blonde hair walked to the hat, she was looking at something Noon saw as the sorting hat called out Ravenclaw. As Luna drifted towards their table, applause rippling through the hall, Cashin shifted along the bench to make space. He and Bath's Haida had claimed seats at the far end so the new students could group together near the older students, but even so, the space was tight. He moved over again, his shoulder brushing the wood paneling, and Luna slipped neatly into the gap between him and Penelope Clearwater. She set her hat down carefully on the table, then folded her hands neatly in her lap. For a moment she simply stared at the candles overhead, a faint smile on her face like she knew a secret no one else did. Cashin tilted his head at her. Comfortable there? Yes, Luna said softly. She didn't glance at him, still gazing upwards. It's a very nice view. That it is, Cashin replied. He reached for his cup, watching her out of the corner of his eye. Better than the ceiling at home, I will wager. Luna nodded once. It moves here. That's much more interesting. So, Cashin said, lowering his voice slightly. Did the sorting hat whisper dark prophecies in your ear, or did it keep things cheerful? Luna finally looked at him then. It sang. Ah. Cashin's mouth twitched faintly. Consider yourself lucky. It only ever screamed at me. Bathsheba snorted softly, covering it with her teacup. Do you believe in Nargles? Luna asked. Should I? Cashin replied smoothly. Yes. Then I will consider it. After Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor, the applause dwindled, and the hall settled again. Dumbledore stood, arms raised slightly. Before we begin our feast, he said, a few announcements. First, I am pleased to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. There was thunderous applause. Lockhart stood at the staff table with a dazzling smile, waving as if he'd just won Witch Weekly's most charming smile for the 10th year running. But then a murmur rippled down the rows of students. A few heads turned towards the staff table. Where's Professor Rosier and Babbling? Someone whispered. Did they quit? Another asked. Dumbledore laughed softly at the scene, then looked around. Ah, there they are. Cashin got to his feet and gave the room an exaggerated wave. No need to worry, ladies and gentlemen, he called. Professor Babbling and I have decided to test the house tables for the rest of the year. If you see us among you, don't panic, we are not spying, just broadening our horizons. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Cashin caught the look and raised his brows innocently. That is envy, Deputy Headmistress. Don't pretend you wouldn't trade the high table for a decent cup of tea down here. The corner of her mouth twitched, though whether from irritation or amusement was anyone's guess. Next to him, Luna's wide eyes blinked slowly. You are a professor. Cashin dropped back onto the bench with a faint grin. Last I checked, yes. Does that ruin the mystery for you? She shook her head, solemn as a priestess. I thought you were a pirate. Close enough. History professor is just a pirate with more books and fewer swords. A few Ravenclaws were still whispering amongst themselves, darting glances at the two professors sat so casually at their table. One boy muttered something about staff fraternizing with students, earning himself a sharp look from Penelope Clearwater. Cashin caught it anyway. Don't worry, he said lightly, I am not here to nick your pudding. Though if someone doesn't finish that treacle tart, I am claiming it. That earned a quiet laugh from a second year opposite him, quickly smothered when she realized McGonagall's hawkish gaze swept the hall. Luna tilted her head. Do all professors sit here sometimes? Cashin leaned in conspiratorially. Not really. Most of them wouldn't survive it. The benches are hard on aging hips. He tapped the wood with 2 fingers. But Babbling here and I are made of sterner stuff. Bathsheba set her cup down. You're going to get us moved back to the staff table if you keep this up. Cashin zipped his mouth. At the high table, Lockhart had finally stopped waving, noticing the missing seats. His sparkling smile faltered slightly as his gaze darted to the Ravenclaw table, then flicked back to McGonagall as if seeking permission to join students as well. Dreadful. Upon returning to her room, Bathsheba tugged Cashin towards a small shrine-like setup by the window. A single black notebook rested dead center, looking utterly out of place against the soft glow of the candles around it. Cashin eyed the scene, then her. What's this? Want me to read your school diary? Am I about to learn about your crush on Dumbledore? She elbowed him square in the ribs, not even pretending to be delicate about it. That is a dark artifact, you get. His grin faded as his eyes dropped back to the notebook. The air felt heavier now that he was paying attention, and the hair on the back of his neck prickled. Why the hell is it sitting here? Bathsheba took his hand, pulling him towards the couch. She settled herself sideways on his lap with an ease that suggested she'd done it 1,000 times. It appeared in my bag the day you punched Lucius. Cashin's jaw tightened. His fingers curled into a fist before he could stop himself. Fucking snake. Her thumb brushed gently across his knuckles, like she could smooth out the tension by touch alone. I've isolated the diary. It can't touch us right now. Cashin's eyes stayed on the notebook, his voice cold. Not sure I trust that thing to stay quiet. Trust me, then, Bathsheba said, her tone soft but sure. He let out a slow breath, unclenching his hand but her thumb kept circling over his skin. He took your book, then slid this under it. Then insulted you on purpose to stir the pot. And I, like an idiot, punched him right on cue. Played straight into his hands. Bathsheba nodded, eyes still on the diary. Cashin huffed softly through his nose. Did you touch it? I did. She didn't hesitate. But I doubt anything happened. I felt a tug in my mind, but it couldn't breach my shields. He clenched his teeth. That tug worries me. It didn't get through, she said simply, but her hand lingered on his like she wasn't as calm as she sounded. Cashin tilted his head, watching her. It was enough to try, though. She dropped her head against his chest with a quiet sigh. I felt the dragon wake. I felt the dragon wake. Cashin blinked, then his lips twitched as his expression shifted into sheepish. Ah, sorry, love. You sitting like that, it sort of got to me. I know this is supposed to be a serious chat, but, well, You know how it is. Blood goes where it likes, and dragon rises. She elbowed him, harder this time. Not that dragon, you fool. Ash. Oh. Cashin coughed into his fist, trying for dignity but failing miserably. Right. Yes. Of course. When they pulled the Norwegian Ridgeback into Bathsheda's bond last year, she'd named the hatchling Ash. The little creature had curled up in her magic and drifted into the kind of deep, heavy sleep that felt permanent. Even through the summer, Ash hadn't woke once, not even when Bathsheda's magic flared during the temple expedition, only stirred when the creature first appeared, then went back to sleep. Until now. Bathsheda kept her head pressed to him, fingers absently curling in his shirt. It wasn't full, maybe a twitch. Cashin's brow furrowed. You think she was reacting to that thing? He nodded at the diary, looking at it with disgust. Bathsheda's fingers curled tighter on his. It wasn't strong. More like a ripple. But I felt it. Cashin let out a quiet sound, halfway between a hum and a curse. He leaned back against the couch, rubbing at his jaw. Right. So it tugged at your mind and woke Ash for a second. That's not exactly comforting. Bathsheda's eyes flicked to the black notebook. It can't do anything here. I've locked it down. Layered wards, binding glyphs, the whole lot. Cashin rested his chin on his hand. It is a diary, right? Probably needs someone to write in it first. If it wanted to curse you on touch, the object would have been different. Like, a shoehorn. Or a teacup. Bathsheda rolled her eyes. Really? Those are your two go-to cursed objects. He shook his head slowly. Actually, no. First things that popped into my head were a fleshlight and a dildo, but I am fairly certain those haven't worked their way into the magical world yet. Her brow furrowed. What are a fleshlight and a dildo? Cashin blinked, lips parting before he caught himself. Nothing, love. Just muggle-cursed items. Best not look them up. Bathsheda narrowed her eyes, but didn't press. She shifted slightly against him, still keeping one hand on his. Cashin's gaze drifted back to the diary. So, why ever Lucius slipped this and was expecting someone to pour their little heart out in there? Doesn't fit Malfoy's usual style, he prefers things that bite straight off the bat. Bathsheda exhaled through her nose. Should we tell Dumbledore? Cashin frowned. It was the most sensible move. The old man probably knew 1,000 different ways to lock down cursed objects. But if he handed this over now, there would be no chance of getting back at Lucius for slipping it to her. And oh, he wanted that. And, although he wouldn't admit it outright, after last year, he had some distrust. He would hate for this to turn into another plot for the students. Not yet, he said. Bathsheda shot him a look. You are stalling. Call it, gathering evidence. Cashin rubbed his jaw. If we march into his office waving this about, the first thing Dumbledore does is take it off our hands. Then Uncle Lucius floats off scot-free while I sit here with a grudge and no outlet. No, thanks. She leaned her head against the back of the couch, watching him. You can't punch Lucius in broad daylight again. Not twice in a row. Tempting, though, isn't it? Cashin muttered. Let's see how much we can learn first. Bathsheda glanced at him, brow pinched slightly. And then we smash it with a hammer. Very scholarly. I am a man of simple tastes, he said dryly. He walked to the table, crouching by her little shrine setup, squinting at the layers of wards she'd already etched around the diary. Neat work. Looks solid. Bathsheda stood behind him, her arms folding loosely. Do you think Lucius knows what this is? Cashin snorted. That marble statue in a wig? No. He wouldn't risk dirtying his precious hands with something properly cursed. So, she asked with a frown. Cashin moved to the desk, pulling out a small stack of newspapers until he found the ones he wanted. He tossed them down and tapped the headlines with 2 fingers. Arthur Weasley got himself promoted to head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Good for him. Using his shiny new authority, he's been raiding pureblood houses left and right. Officially, he is sniffing out enchanted kettles and flying lawnmowers. Unofficially, he is fishing for dark artifacts. Bathsheda came closer to see the papers, watching him sort through them like he was assembling a case. Cashin tapped the edge of the stack against the desk to straighten it. Malfoy's, as you can imagine, had quite the headache with it. Got prodded more than most, since Arthur had Lucius in his sights for years. He glanced over his shoulder at her, lips twitching faintly. I would wager Lucius wanted rid of that diary before the Ministry's nose caught a whiff. You were chosen for the handoff because I insulted him. Easy as that. Her brow furrowed. You think he meant to target someone else? Cashin shook his head. No. That day, they came from the street crossing Nocturne Alley. I am guessing he tried to sell it there or get rid of it quietly, but no one bit. Damien's been moaning for weeks that no one in Nocturne even glances at his dodgy artifacts anymore. Arthur's been relentless, most sellers don't want to risk it. Bathsheda's fingers drummed against his shoulder as she leaned in. So Lucius had no buyer and slipped it into my bag to wash his hands of it. Exactly, Cashin said. He leaned back against the desk. You were convenient. I already landed him in a sour mood. He probably thought dumping it on the woman attached to my hip would sting me twice. Her mouth pressed into a thin line. Cashin rubbed the back of his neck. I hate to say it, but Lucius might have actually done one smart thing for once, getting it out of his house. Bathsheda shifted, finally meeting his gaze. And now it is in mine. Cashin gave a humorless smile. Lucky us. They decided to wait and see for the time being. Next morning, Cashin and Bath's Hato were sitting at the Gryffindor table like they always belonged there. Fred and George had claimed the spots next to him, and naturally, Hermione had wedged herself on Cashin's other side, her book already out like she might quiz him mid-breakfast. That left Harry, Ron, and Neville pressed in too, none of them looking entirely sure why they were there but too polite, or intimidated, to argue. The kids were mid-discussion, voices bouncing over one another, when Cashin caught the thread. And the gate wouldn't let us through. Harry said, half whispering but still managing to sound like it had been some grand conspiracy. We ran at it, full speed, and nothing. Just, bam. Solid brick. Then Ron decided to steal a flying car, Hermione said, her voice half frustrated half admonishing. Ron shifted, ears bright red. It wasn't stealing. It is Dad's car. Cashin set his cup down, turning to twins. Can you run that by me again? Fred snorted loudly into his pumpkin juice. George looked 2 seconds from falling off the bench. Cashin deadpanned after hearing the story. I am hearing this right, yet? The bloke who enforces the law on charmed teapots and torch batteries has a flying car tucked in his shed. Cashin leaned his elbow on the table, glancing between the twins. And your brother thought the best way to keep things discreet was to take it for a joyride over London. I didn't. Ron started. You did, Hermione cut him off. Neville fiddled nervously with the corner of his napkin. It was in the Evening Prophet. Cashin groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course it was. Fred grinned. To be fair, it was brilliant. Everyone saw them land in the Whomping Willow. Bet the first years will tell stories about it for years. You are not helping, Hermione snapped. George leaned over the table, voice pitched low in mock gravity. Reckon Dad's desk is covered in notices right now. As if summoned, there was a sudden whoosh overhead. 100 owls streamed into the hall, scattering feathers and letters. One large, lumpy parcel bounced off Neville's head. A second later, a scruffy grey bird dive-bombed Hermione's bowl, splashing milk across the table. Errol! Ron yelped, grabbing the soggy owl by its feet. The poor creature slumped on the table, legs in the air, a damp red envelope clenched in its beak. Oh no! Ron's face went pale. Hermione prodded Errol gently. It is all right, he is still alive. It is not that. Ron stared at the envelope as if it might explode. Cashin eyed the thing with mild distaste. That is not a post. That is a trap. Neville's voice was barely a whisper. You would better open it, Ron. It will be worse if you don't. My gran sent me a howler once. I ignored it. It was horrible. What is a howler? Harry asked. You will find out, Cashin murmured, reaching for his toast. Smoke curled from the envelope's corners. Open it, Neville hissed, stuffing his fingers in his ears. Ron's hand shook as he slid it open. The letter exploded. Stealing the car. I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd expelled you. You wait till I get hold of you. Mrs. Weasley's voice boomed through the hall, so loud the plates rattled. Cashin flinched, then started laughing under his breath. Bloody hell. She got lungs. What your father and I went through when we saw it was gone. Every head in the great hall swiveled. Fred and George ducked low, wheezing with silent laughter. Ron sank in his seat, face flaming. Your father's facing an inquiry at work. Entirely your fault. If you put one toe out of line again, we'll bring you straight back home. The letter dropped onto the table, burst into flames, and crumbled into ash. Silence. The hall erupted with chatter and a few stifled snickers after the howler congratulated Ginny on being sorted in Gryffindor and went quiet. Fred clapped Ron on the back. Not bad for your first week back. Ron groaned, burying his face in his hands. Cashin sipped his tea, unbothered. Well, at least now the whole school knows you are creative. Flying cars, exploding letters, what is next? Dragon racing. Don't give them ideas, Bath's Hato muttered darkly. Cashin smirked and snatched up the prophet, flicking it open. We chose to sit at the wrong table, I wasn't hoping to get a howler detonated in my ear before tea. Bath's Hato sipped her tea, unruffled. Should have covered yourself. Cashin's eyes narrowed slightly as he caught a faint shimmer over her shoulders. A fading, but unmistakable bubble. Betrayal, he barked, stabbing a finger in her direction. I trusted you. Your mistake, she said smoothly, not bothering to look contrite. Cashin let the paper sag in his hand, his eyes flicking over the headline again, Flying Ford Anglia seen over London. Ministry launches investigation. After breakfast, classes kicked off properly. Cashin's first lot of the day were the fresh-faced Gryffindor and Ravenclaw first years, half of them wide-eyed, the other half barely keeping their heads above their oversized robes. He strolled into the classroom with coat swinging lightly as he dropped it over the back of his chair. The room calmed almost immediately, quills freezing mid-fidget, parchment rustling as a few stragglers tried to look as if they hadn't just been poking each other with them seconds ago. Morning, children, Cashin said. Welcome to history. Or, if you prefer, why wizards keep blowing themselves up by repeating old mistakes. A few nervous giggles rippled through the rows. Colin Creevey had perched so far forward on his seat Cashin half expected him to pitch clean off it. Cashin picked up a chalk and scribbled a single word across the board, origin. Let's get one thing straight, he said, turning back to face them. This isn't a theory class. I couldn't care less how many dates you memorize if you don't understand what caused them. Same goes for her spells. If you want to throw sparks and hope for the best, that is Flitwick's problem. Reluctantly, I must add. He tapped the chalk against his palm. Here? We do things differently. Here, we learn causes. What they were for before someone polished them into the neat little charms you use now. Ginny Weasley shifted in her seat. Luna Lovegood was staring vaguely at the ceiling, her pale eyes following something that clearly wasn't there. Cashin didn't miss it. He pointed at her. You. Miss. Lovegood, she said softly. Lovegood. Excellent. Tell me, why do you think wizards started casting lumos? She blinked at him, then said, so they wouldn't walk into walls in the dark. A couple of Ravenclaws snickered. Cashin raised a hand to quiet them, a faint smirk tugging at his mouth. Correct. No trick question. Sometimes magic isn't about grand heroics. It is about not cracking your skull open on the banister. He leaned against the desk. But what is more interesting is what came before lumos. Wizards didn't invent light charms out of thin air. They stole the idea from fires. Which they stole from sun rituals. And that is just another star, really. What? A Ravenclaw boy blurted, sounding scandalized. Definitely a pureblood. He had the stiff-backed look of someone who thought pureblood pedigree should protect him from such blasphemy. Cashin raised a brow at him, unbothered. What part shocked you? The stealing? Or the star? The sun is not a star, the boy said. It is. You are just standing too close to notice, Cashin said, matter of fact. When the boy's frown deepened, he sighed and pulled his wand from his coat pocket. With a flick, the torches along the wall snuffed out. A ripple of surprise swept through the class as the room fell into darkness, then the air above them shimmered and bloomed into life. An illusion spread wide in the air. Hogwarts appeared first, perched on its cliff edge, then the view began to pull away. Slowly, the castle shrank, the lake surrounding it flattening to a dark disk. The Scottish Highlands unfurled beneath, patchwork greens and greys giving way to clouds as the perspective shot higher still. This, Cashin said, smiling, is Earth. The planet spun lazily in the void as the view drew back further. Continents blurred, oceans gleamed, until Earth itself was no more than a pale blue dot in the black. The first years craned their necks, mouths slightly agape. The scene zoomed out again. The moon slid past, then the sun blazed into view, dwarfing everything before it. It wasn't the soft golden disk they'd known but a roaring, searing orb. Congratulations. That is your star, Cashin said lightly, tapping the air with his wand. The perspective drew back further. Other stars popped into view, glimmering like grains of sand. You lot think it is massive because you are sitting right on top of it. Step back far enough, and it is barely a spark in the dark. A giant star drifted into focus, vast enough to swallow their sun whole. Then another, even larger, burning in violent shades of blue and white. Now, Cashin continued, letting the images turn slowly overhead, our ancestors didn't understand half of this. But they looked up. They saw fire in the sky and thought, that must be power. And so, the first fire spells. He flicked his wand again, and a series of ghostly figures appeared in a ring around the classroom. Shamans chanting to the rising sun, druids holding blazing torches, ancient witches marking symbols into the dirt with glowing embers. They didn't conjure it to read bedtime stories. They did it because the dark felt like death. Fire kept the monsters away. When the first wand lighters came along, they weren't thinking about your essay grades, they were trying not to kiss mountain walls as Miss Lovegood put it. He cast lumos, a small white glow sparked to life at the tip of his finger. On his wand, a flick and a flame curled upwards, flickering warm orange. 2 lights. 2 spells. Cashin held them side by side, letting the first years see the contrast. The difference between these two, he said, rolling the wand in his palm so the fire danced, is we think the sun is hot because it is special. It isn't. All stars are hot. You just can't feel it because, well as I said, distance. In the dim classroom, the cold white light on his finger looked like another star in the vast illusion of space still hanging over their heads. Lumos was an imitation of the stars, Cashin went on. Cold light. No heat. Because, believe it or not, our ancestors weren't worried about monsters in the dark nearly as much as they were about burning their own trousers off with poorly controlled fire spells. A ripple of laughter broke out near the front. Practical fear, that one, he added with a shrug. If you've ever seen early fire charms, you would understand. Half of them were closer to Molotov cocktails than candles. He raised a hand. Molotov is a Muggle fire spell. Above them, the sun swelled massive in the illusion, its burning surface writhing and spitting arcs of fire so bright the students squinted. Now, Cashin said, pacing slowly at the front of the room, I am explaining all this because I want you to remember something very simple but very important, spells aren't just words and a swish of the wrist. He flicked his fingers for emphasis, and the tiny white glow of lumos danced there. Notice anything? The same Ravenclaw leaned forward so far he nearly toppled off his bench. You didn't say the spell. Didn't even use a wand, Ginny murmured under her breath. Cashin smirked faintly. Gold star for observation. That is because I don't need either. He let the glow hover for a second, then pinched it out between thumb and forefinger like a candle. The room dimmed. Why, he said, as the torches came back to life. Because the magic isn't in the stick, and it sure as hell isn't in the Latin. You are all here thinking if you memorize enough syllables and flicks, you will be second Merlin. That is how you set your bed on fire. A few chairs creaked as students leaned back. Magic, he said, tapping the side of his head, starts here. It always has. The words and wand are training wheels. Our ancestors didn't have fancy hawthorn sticks or Latin textbooks, and yet they pulled fire out of nothing because they understood what they wanted. Magic's most important component is one word. Who wants to guess? 10 points if you nail it. Courage, asked a Gryffindor boy near the front, his voice breaking halfway through. Cashin arched a brow. Not a bad answer. But no. Knowledge, said a Ravenclaw girl, sitting straighter like she thought saying it confidently might win her points anyway. Close, Cashin said. But not quite. Luna tilted her head. Intent. He pointed at her. Bingo. 10 points to Ravenclaw. A few Ravenclaws perked up, smirking at Luna. Intent, he said, letting the word hang there. That is the heart of every spell, every curse, every catastrophic magical accident. You lot can memorize all the Latin in the world, but if you are thinking about what's for lunch when you try to levitate a teacup, you will be wearing it instead. Cashin paced back to the desk, tapping the board with the end of his wand. The word origin dissolved in a soft hiss. That will do for today. I will let you off easy since it is your first go. Foot-long essay on why our very distant ancestors might have needed the Lumos charm. What could their intention be when they tried copying the stars? Off you go. Chairs scraped against the floor as the first years began gathering their things. A few glanced back nervously, as if expecting him to bark another assignment on the way out. Cashin waved a hand towards the door. Go on. Before I change my mind and make it 2 feet. Colin Creevy scurried out with his satchel flapping against his side, Ginny following close behind with her books hugged to her chest. Luna lingered near the back, still staring at the illusionary stars that hadn't quite faded from the ceiling. You too, Lovegood, Cashin called. You can ponder cosmic truths on your way to transfiguration. She gave a slow blink and drifted out after the others, humming softly to herself. The first week drifted by without much fuss. Cashin and Bath's Haida prodded at the diary a few times, testing and poking at it with spells that would have made an unspeakable sweat, but still no reaction. Neither of them had dared to write in it yet. Not out of fear, Cashin insisted, loudly and often, but because they hadn't got enough out of it to justify crossing that line. For now, they were content with staring it down and muttering about what sort of lunatic turned a bloody notebook into a magical trap. On Thursday, the pair camped out near the Quidditch pitch for their annual tradition, watching the first years take their flying lessons. Cashin sprawled on the blanket with his arms folded behind his head, while Bath's Haida perched beside him, handing him bits of shortbread between amused remarks about Madame Hooch's shouting. Ginny Weasley zipped around the air like she'd been born on a broom. Cashin squinted up at her with mild surprise. She's going to give the chasers a run for their money in a year or two, he muttered. Bath's Haida hummed in agreement. Natural flyer. Then there was Luna Lovegood. Cashin swore under his breath every time she tilted her broom at an angle that shouldn't have been physically possible. At one point, she hung upside down, hands loose on the handle as if gravity were a suggestion. For God's sake, Cashin muttered, sitting up slightly. Is she trying to give me a coronary? Bath's Haida pressed her knuckles to her lips to hide her laugh. She is, creative. Creative. Cashin snorted. Creative is fine when you are finger painting, not when you are 30 feet in the air without a helmet. But, somehow, there were no accidents that day, not even a scraped knee or a bruised ego. Madame Hooch looked ready to kiss the ground in gratitude. By Saturday, the summer weather was starting to cool, and the pair were strolling lazily through the garden near the courtyard. The air smelled faintly of grass and parchment, the late blooms brushing their sleeves as they passed. Bath's Haida looped her arm through his as they wandered. Ahead of them, Harry and Ron were deep in conversation about Quidditch, their hands gesturing wildly as they reenacted some move Cashin couldn't be bothered to name. Hermione sat on a nearby stone step, Voyages with Vampires open across her knees, the pages bristling with so many colored scraps of parchment they looked ready to take flight. Cashin caught sight of the mess of notes and nearly snickered aloud. I think I'm going to cry, he thought, the girls trying to pull Lockhart apart line by line. She wasn't just reading, she was hunting, marking every inconsistency she could find, determined to force the text to confess its lies. Lockhart D better be prepared. Bath's Haida rolled her eyes. Don't start. I am not starting, he said lightly. Just observing. A boy with mousy hair edged forward, clutching a muggle camera like it was a holy relic. Harry blinked at him. All right, Harry? I am Colin Creevy, the boy said breathlessly, stepping closer. I am in Gryffindor too. Do you think, would it be all right if, can I have a picture? A picture? Harry echoed, looking lost. So I can prove I've met you. It would be really good if I had one of you, he hesitated, eyes bright. Maybe your friend could take it and I could stand next to you? And then, could you sign it? Signed photos? You are giving out signed photos, Potter. A voice said from the side. Bath's Haida glanced at Cashin, as if to ask whether he wanted to step out and intervene. He shook his head and kept watching from their hiding place. The scathing voice rang out across the courtyard. Malfoy had arrived, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Everyone queue up. Malfoy bellowed. Harry Potter is giving out signed photos. I am not. Harry snapped, fists curling. Shut up, Malfoy. You are just jealous, piped Colin, his small frame shaking as he stood against Malfoy. Malfoy sneered. Jealous? Of what? I don't want a foul scar right across my head, thanks. I don't think getting your head cut open makes you special. Crabbe and Goyle sniggered. Eat slugs, Malfoy. Ron barked, reaching for his wand. Cassian sighed. Or maybe not. Two of them left their hiding place to stop the charade. Draco frowned at two of them, though his lips curled as he whispered to Ron. Careful, Weasley. Wouldn't want your mummy to have to drag you home. He put on a high, mocking voice, if you put another toe out of line. A knot of Slytherins burst into laughter. What is all this? Lockhart swept into the scene, robes shimmering in the sunlight. His grin looked like it had been painted on. Who is giving out signed photos? Harry opened his mouth, but Lockhart was faster. He flung an arm around the boy's shoulders, beaming at the gathered crowd. Shouldn't have asked. We meet again, Harry. Cassian groaned under his breath. Of course he is here. Pinned to Lockhart's side, Harry looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Come on then, Mr. Creevy, Lockhart boomed. A double portrait, can't say fairer than that. And we will both sign it for you. Colin fumbled for his camera, snapping the photo just as the bell rang in the distance. Off you go. Lockhart called cheerily, ushering students away with grand sweeps of his arm. Move along now. Harry went rigid, eyes pleading. Looking at Cassian with puppy eyes that could melt the stone. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose as though this decision might shave years off his life expectancy. Professor Lockhart, he said finally, each syllable dragged like it hurt him, I need Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger for something. If you don't mind. Lockhart turned, frowning at him. Oh, he said, eyebrows arching. But we were just discussing Harry's, rising popularity. The boy needs to learn how to handle his adoring public, you know. Cassian's lips twitched. I am sure the fundamentals of self-promotion can wait a half hour. I promise I won't ruin your star pupil's momentum. Harry, for his part, looked like he might weep in gratitude. Lockhart's grin faltered a fraction. He glanced between Harry and Cassian, clearly trying to decide whether to put up a fuss. Cassian tilted his head. Unless, of course, the matter of staff cooperation is up for debate. Oh, no, Lockhart said hastily, waving his hand. Far be it from me to hinder, interdepartmental harmony. He squeezed Harry's shoulder with one last toothy grin before sweeping off in a swirl of aquamarine robes. Harry sagged the moment he was gone, looking like someone had cut his strings. Cheers, sir, Ron mumbled, still glowering faintly at the direction Malfoy had gone. Don't thank me yet, Cassian said, turning on his heel. You might regret it. They trailed after him across the courtyard. Bath's Haida fell into step beside Cassian. Hermione's voice floated up faintly behind them. You didn't tell them off for nearly hexing Malfoy in public. Cassian shrugged. I am saving shouting for my own room. No sense in making a bloody spectacle in the courtyard. The acoustics are terrible anyway. They hadn't made it halfway to the common room before Neville popped into view, head swiveling like an owl. His round face was flushed, eyes darting nervously as he hugged a battered herbology book to his chest. Lost something, Longbottom? Cassian asked, slowing his pace. Neville jumped. Oh. Professor Rosier. He fumbled with the strap of his satchel. I lost my way back to the common room. Hop along then, Cassian said, flicking his hand in a vague wave. You can tag with us before you end up in the kitchens by mistake. Neville's ears turned pink, but he fell in step beside Ron, clutching the book tighter. The walk back was blessedly quiet. Cassian pushed open the door to his office and let it swing shut behind them. He gestured vaguely at the chairs by the fireplace. Sit, or stand if you think it will make you look more innocent. Ron hesitated by the armchair before perching on the very edge. Harry slumped onto the sofa, shoulders tight, while Neville hovered awkwardly by the door. Hermione, of course, started scanning the shelves, fingers brushing over spines as if she stumbled into a treasure vault. Bath's Haida flopped into a chair and produced a paper bag of popcorn, popping one into her mouth as if she were settling in for a show. Cassian shrugged off his coat, draping it neatly over the back of his chair. He took his time, setting his wand on the desk before turning. Right, he said, tone deceptively mild. Do you know what my favorite thing about Hogwarts is, Weasley? Ron blinked, startled. No, sir. That there are some naive souls who think they can hex someone in broad daylight, in front of half a dozen witnesses, and then expect no one to mention it. Cassian arched a brow. It is adorable. Reckless, but adorable. Ron's ears went crimson. Malfoy deserved it. Cassian leaned back slightly, resting a hand on the desk. Not saying he didn't. The boy could start a duel with his reflection. But here is the thing, you hex him in the courtyard, and suddenly you've got an audience. Teachers, portraits, ghosts, hell, probably Peeves. He tapped his fingers against the wood. Next time, keep the wand down until you are somewhere quiet. Preferably with no one around to write a statement later. Since you're already punished for the whole car incident, I'll let this one slide, I don't want to hear another howler. But next time, I won't be so lenient. Ron opened his mouth like he wanted to argue, then thought better of it and shut it again. He stretched out his hand, palm open. Right. Your wand, Mr. Weasley. Cassian stretched out his hand, palm open. Right. Your wand, Mr. Weasley. Ron jerked upright in his seat, clutching the battered stick as if Cashin had just asked for his right arm. What? You're taking my wand? Cashin gave him a flat look. Yes. Congratulations, you've cracked the code. I am confiscating it. It's not that bad, Ron muttered, voice trailing off as the wand gave a sad little spark at the tip. Cashin pinched the bridge of his nose. Not that bad? I can smell the splinters from here. Pass it over before it goes off in your face. Reluctantly, Ron handed it over. Cashin turned the wand over in his fingers. It was almost broken into two. The poor thing looked like it had been held together with sheer hope and a bit of spellotape. I am sending it home, Cashin said. Frankly, the fact that this hasn't been reported to the Board of Governors is a miracle. Hogwarts wouldn't survive 5 minutes if every idiot boy went around hexing people with a wand held together by tape and bad decisions. Ron looked like he might melt into the upholstery. Cashin dug out a roll of parchment and a pen, and began scratching out a note. Dear Mr. Weasley. Your son's wand is cracked and unsafe. It should be urgently replaced. Please advise if you intend to provide him with one, or if I should find a replacement from the school's stores. Rosier. Cashin blew on the ink to dry it, folded the parchment neatly, and tied it to the wand with a bit of twine. Then he pulled another, shorter slip from the pile and scribbled across it. Notice, Student Weasley, Ronald is barred from carrying a wand in lessons until a replacement is arranged. See Professor Rosier for details. Cashin slid the paper across the desk to Ron, tapping it lightly with one finger. Right, this should keep you from trouble if anyone asks why you're going wandless. Though I wager Professor McGonagall won't be thrilled. Ron took the slip carefully. She's going to kill me. Cashin leaned back in his chair, arms folding. Not likely. Though she'll probably hex your shoes to squeak every time you sneak out after curfew. Baths Haida smirked faintly from her perch in the armchair, popping another piece of popcorn into her mouth. Hermione, still circling the bookshelves, looked up. You're actually sending the wand home? Yes, Cashin said, flicking his hand in a vague motion. Because, Miss Granger, allowing him to stroll about with this splintering twig would be criminal negligence. And the last thing I need is to explain to Molly Weasley why her son's hair is gone. Ron sank deeper into the chair, muttering something under his breath about how it wasn't that serious. Cashin turned to the nervous boy lingering by the door. While we are at it, Mr. Longbottom. Neville jumped like he'd been jabbed with a fork. Why yes, sir. Cashin waved him over. Come here. Wand out. The boy shuffled forward. When he finally produced the wand, Cashin blinked at it. The thing looked wrong, too long, too polished, like it belonged in someone else's hand. Whose wand is this? Neville hesitated, eyes darting to the floor. My father's, sir. Cashin let out a slow breath through his nose. Of course it's. He turned the wand in his fingers, noting the fine grain and pristine handle. Longbottom, you've been trying to use this all year. Neville nodded, shoulders hunching in tighter. Gran, she said it would be good for me to learn with it. That it worked fine for my dad. Did it? Cashin asked dryly. Because from where I am standing, it is about as suited to you as I am to ballet. Ron snorted into his hand. Cashin shot him a look that snapped his mouth shut. You know what happens when you try forcing your magic through someone else's wand. Cashin continued, holding the wand up like a poorly balanced sword. It's like trying to drink soup through a fork. You get nothing but mess. Neville's ears went pink. I can try harder. No, you can't, Cashin cut him off flatly. You could try till your nose bleeds and all you will get for your trouble is sparks going sideways and a solid reputation as the boy who sets curtains on fire. A great honor I once had the privilege of carrying. Hermione opened her mouth, clearly about to jump in with something earnest, but Cashin raised a finger without looking at her. Don't. Not now. He turned back to Neville, expression softening slightly. Look. Magic is personal. Wands are personal. If you're lucky, you get one that feels like shaking hands with an old mate. This. He wagged the wand in the air. This is a bloody handshake from a stranger who would rather spit on your shoes. Neville managed a small, sheepish smile. He sighed, shifting the wand between his fingers. I knew your father. Brilliant man. He could duel circles around half the school and still make it look like a dance. That wand in his hand? It wasn't just a tool. It was a partner. Cashin tilted the stick slightly, eyeing the polished grain with faint distaste. But you're not your father. Neville's tentative smile buckled, crumbling into something self-deprecating and small, already bracing for the usual comparison. Cashin stood, crossing the short distance in a few strides and crouched so they were eye level. I'm not saying you're less, Neville. He rested a hand on the boy's shoulder and gave it a firm pat. You are not your father. You are not your mother. You don't have to be anyone else. The only person you need to be is you, preferably the best version you can manage. That sound reasonable? Neville swallowed and gave a jerky nod. Good lad. I will write to your gran and sort this out. Cashin straightened, letting out a huff of tiredness. In the meantime, no more wrestling your magic through this poor stick, all right? It deserves better, and so do you. Neville let out a small noise, somewhere between agreement and relief, and hugged his herbology book tighter like it was armor. Cashin glanced to Baths Haida, who was still sprawled comfortably in the armchair, fingers idly swirling another piece of popcorn. You're enjoying this far too much, he said. Her lips curved faintly. It's entertaining watching you play substitute parent. Yeah, well, watch closer. He shot her a look, then held up the wands for effect. Ron, who had been shifting nervously in his seat, blurted out, so, what am I supposed to do without a wand? I can't just sit through class twiddling my thumbs. Cashin arched a brow. You can, actually. It's excellent for discipline. Builds character. And if you're really desperate, I'll lend you a quill. You can stab others with that instead. Hermione let out a faint huff, though smiling softly. Quills aren't regulation weapons, sir, Ron mumbled, slumping in defeat. Neither is flying a car over London, but here we are. Cashin tucked Ron's wand into the inside pocket of his coat, then turned back to the students. All right. Out. Off you go before I confiscate your shoes as well. Harry hesitated, glancing between Cashin and Bath's Haida like he wanted to say something but wasn't sure if it would come out wrong. Cashin caught it and gave a faint nod. We will talk later, Potter. Right now, I've got enough to juggle without your brooding face making me feel like I stole your broom. Harry flushed and muttered a quiet, yes, sir, before heading for the door. Hermione, Ron, and Neville trailed after him, the former muttering darkly under his breath about quills and flying cars. When the door clicked shut, Cashin ran a hand down his face. Bloody hell. 2 faulty wands in one afternoon. And it's only the first week of term. Bath's Haida tossed him a popcorn. They are children, Cass. You're going to see worse before the month is out. Cashin grinned and pushed himself up, undoing his shirt buttons one at a time. Right then, my comfy bath water, how about we try to become real parents? Bath's Haida arched a brow at him, her lips twitching. Do I even want to know what is going on in that head of yours? You don't, Cashin said easily, tossing the shirt onto the arm of the sofa. But we've got a diary locked up like a mad dog, and apparently, I've gone soft enough to confiscate dodgy wands off idiot children. Feels like the perfect time to do something wildly irresponsible. And your wildly irresponsible idea would be? She asked, folding her arms and watching him with faint amusement. Cashin shot her a look over his shoulder, halfway to the bathroom door. Well, we've already got the bickering down. Might as well give the full domestic package a whirl. Bath's Haida snorted. I don't think rescuing teenagers from their own poor life choices counts as parenting practice. Doesn't it? Cashin called back, flicking the light on. Feels like 90% of the job. There was a faint clatter as he turned the taps, testing the water with his fingers. Steam curled lazily upwards, fogging the mirror. You're a horny fool, she said lightly, stepping into the doorway with her arms folded. I don't see you complaining, he quipped, flashing her a grin. If I drown in the tub later, feel free to claim it was an accident. The ministry probably won't even bother investigating. Bath's Haida shook her head, lips twitching despite herself. Get in before I push you in. Oh, threatening already. Cashin slipped into the bath with a contented sigh, stretching his legs until his toes hit the far edge. This is why I love you, you know. Keeps things spicy. She shook her head with a laugh, already tugging her jumper off. You do remember Hogwarts wards off pregnancies, don't you? Cashin's arm shot out, hooking her waist and pulling her down onto his lap. Oops. Forgot. Him. She smirked against his jaw, fingers sliding into his hair. 3 weeks into the new term, Bath's Haida ambushed him with what might have been her most dangerous idea yet. Absolutely not. Cashin's head whipped side to side so fast it stirred the papers on his desk. You are out of your bloody mind. She leaned back in her chair, looking infuriatingly calm as she twirled her quill. You haven't even heard the full plan. I don't need the full plan. He jabbed a finger at her. The first 10 seconds were enough to tell me you've lost the plot. Cass. Bath. He dropped into the chair opposite her, fingers pressing hard against the bridge of his nose. You are suggesting we wipe our own memories, then poke at a cursed diary like a pair of idiots on holiday? Do you hear yourself? Bath's Haida didn't flinch. She sat cross-legged on the armchair, quill tapping a slow beat against her knee. It is safer. If something goes wrong, the memories are sealed and we don't drag any fallout with us. We can still break the seal later if we need to. Cashin leaned back, staring at the ceiling like it might offer him a better option. Safer? That is your pitch? Sounds more like the opening line in every terrible cautionary tale ever told. He dropped his hand. 2 Hogwarts professors willingly lobotomizing themselves so they can play with a dark artifact. That's going to read well on the front page of the Prophet. Her lips twitched faintly. It is hardly a lobotomizing. Just a precaution. You said it yourself, you are curious what happens when someone writes in it, but we are not stupid enough to test it raw. This way we control the damage. He barked a short laugh and pushed himself upright. Control? That is rich. You don't control cursed objects, love. At best you get a quiet standoff. At worst, you end up bleeding from your ears wondering what year it is. You've got a better idea then? She asked, arching a brow. Cashin rubbed the back of his neck, pacing to the window and back again. No. That is what is pissing me off. He shot her a sharp look. Every option feels like it ends with one of us sprouting extra limbs or screaming in a padded room. And here you are, suggesting we cut out a chunk of our memories and hope that diary doesn't crawl into the gap like a cockroach. It won't, she said simply. You don't know that. He growled. He braced his hands on the table and leaned in. That book isn't some run-of-the-mill jinxed kettle. It tugged at you and woke the bloody dragon. You really think a memory lock is going to hold if it decides to get clever? Bath's Haida met his gaze without flinching. We build redundancies. I've already started sketching them. She held up a scrap of parchment covered in neat glyphs. Even if the diary pushes, the seals collapse in on themselves and destroy the affected memories. Clean break. Cashin stared at the parchment, then shook his head slowly. Right. So best case, we wake up confused and cranky because we can't remember what happened. Worst case, I get to watch you turn into a grinning shell while I try to figure out how many brain cells I've lost. Bloody brilliant. Better than handing it to Dumbledore, she said. He snorted and flopped back into the chair. Don't get me started on him. If we toss this in his lap, he will vanish it into some locked drawer and give us a sermon about trust and greater goods. Meanwhile, Lucia skips off into the sunset. Bath's Haida set the quill down and rested her chin on her hand. Then we agree on that much. Cashin rubbed at his jaw, eyes narrowing on the black diary lying silent in its warded circle. Fine. Let's say we try it your way. Who's handling the pen? She hesitated. Oh no. Don't you dare. He jabbed a finger at her. If anyone is getting their brain scrambled, it is me. You are not playing lab rat. I am better at occlumency, she said mildly. Cashin dragged his gaze from the ceiling. Actually, I might be better. Bath's Haida smiled at him, that slow, condescending sort of smile that made him want to hex the furniture just to ruin the mood. Cass, I love you, but you are not a genius. You only started to practice occlumency 2 summers ago. He let out a sharp huff. Yeah, about that. I think I've got some sort of innate protection against mind tricks. Her brows drew together. Innate occlumen. Cashin shrugged. Not sure. Her frown deepened, lips pressing thin. How certain are you? He wanted to say bloody certain, especially since even Nicholas Flamel hadn't been able to dig around in his head. But he held his tongue. As certain as I can be without proving it the hard way. Bath's Haida didn't say anything for a long beat, her fingers tapping against the armrest. Cashin could almost hear her mind turning it over, dissecting it like one of her cursed rune circles. Finally, she leaned back and folded her arms. If you are wrong, it is going to end badly. Good news is, I am not wrong. He met her eyes, tone light, but his eyes were not. And if I am, you will have the joy of saying, I told you so, while my brain dribbles out my ears. She didn't flinch at the image. Instead, her head tipped slightly to the side. Fine. Let's do it. Cashin gave a nod and closed his eyes, running through the small bundle of memories he decided to shield, not strictly necessary, but there was no harm in adding a little padding. When he was satisfied, an hour later, he opened them again and sighed through his nose. Let's take it to my room, he said. We don't know if this thing can see its surroundings. Bath's Haida nodded, following. In his room, they stripped away the runes and wards encasing the diary one by one. The circle of glyphs hissed and cracked as the protective magic broke apart, leaving the small black notebook sitting there, inert and unassuming. Cashin rubbed at his jaw and crouched to eye it, half expecting it to bite. Right, he muttered, fingers brushing over the cover. It felt cool, almost slick. Here goes. He flipped it open, the spine creaking softly. Blank pages stared up at him, off-white and faintly yellowed at the edges. He leafed through the pages, finding nothing. He took a deep breath and scrawled 2 words on the first page. Hello, world. They waited. The ink bled into the parchment for a heartbeat. Then, slowly, new words began to curl across the page in neat, curling script. Hello. Cashin's brow furrowed. All right, that's not ominous at all. He shot Bath's Haida a look. That was fast. Too fast, she murmured, her eyes fixed on the page. Her hand hovered near her wand. He tapped the pen against the edge of the desk, considering. Well, whatever it is, it's got enough spark left in it to talk. That's more than half the relics in Rosier Vault. Bathsheda's gaze didn't leave the writing. Ask it a question. Something harmless. Cashin snorted faintly. Define harmless. Still, he pressed the nib to the page. Who are you? This time, the response took longer. Letters spread slowly, like someone was thinking carefully before answering. I am a memory. A friend. Someone who can help you if you let me. Cashin's lips twisted as he stared down at the curling letters on the page. Oh my god. It's an AI. Bath's Haida tilted her head. What is an AI? He waved a hand, dismissive. Never mind. Muggle nonsense. Forget I said anything. He scrawled across the paper, that is awesome. Can you do my chores? The ink shimmered for a moment before neat, looping script spread across the page. I am afraid I cannot perform physical tasks, but I can offer advice, information, or conversation. Cashin gave a small nod. Definitely AI. Bath's Haida crouched down beside him, her eyes scanning the words. It is, chatty. He raised a brow. Understatement of the year. Resting his chin on his palm, he tapped the page. All right, let's see how clever you really are. He wrote, what sort of help can you offer? I can be a guide, a friend, and a keeper of secrets. If you are willing to trust me, I can show you things no one else will. Cashin snorted. Right. Because a sentient notebook with terrible boundaries is exactly what my life needed. Bath's Haida frowned slightly. It is trying to sound reassuring. Or manipulative. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his jaw. If this thing offers me a personalized horoscope next, I am setting it on fire. Bathsheda's gaze lingered on the curling letters. Ask it something it shouldn't know. He thought for a moment, then jotted, what is the capital of Mongolia? The diary paused, as though considering, then wrote, Ulaanbaatar. Cashin blinked. Well, that is bloody accurate. Bathsheda gave him a flat look. That wasn't the test I had in mind. Worked for me. He grinned faintly. You are very well traveled for a book. The words bloomed across the page. Books contain entire worlds, don't they? Cashin let out a quiet whistle. Oh, that is cute. It thinks it is poetic. Bathsheda's brows pinched slightly. Cass, do you think someone is watching through it? Wouldn't be the first time. He leaned forward again, his expression sharpening as he scrawled, are you connected to anyone else? Or are we just talking to you? The pause was longer this time. Then, it is just us here. No one else can hear. No one else can interfere. Cashin tilted his head. Well, that is suspicious as hell. Bathsheda folded her arms. Or honest. He shot her a look. No such thing as honest cursed objects, love. First rule of surviving long enough to retire with all your limbs intact. Bathsheda's lips twitched. Second rule. Don't retire. Bathsheda's fingers brushed the desk. Do you want me to try? Not yet. He wrote once more, you say you can help me. How? The response came quickly this time, as though eager, I know things. Things hidden. Things others have forgotten. I can teach you, if you trust me. Cashin let out a low hum. Oh, that is not sinister at all. Bathsheda crouched lower, her shoulder brushing his. You think we can trust it to tell truth? He smirked. Trust a talking notebook? About as far as I can throw Hagrid's rock cakes. Her eyes flicked back to the page. We could close it. Seal it again. Cashin rubbed his chin, staring at the last sentence. Or we could see just how much rope it gives us before trying to hang us with it. Bathsheda gave a soft sigh. You are going to poke the bear, aren't you? Of course I am. Cashin snickered like a brat about to pull a prank. That is how you find out if it is a bear or just a very ugly dog. Prove it. Teach me something no one else knows. Very well. Let's begin. Cashin's fingers tightened slightly on the pen as he glanced at Bathsheda, as more words began to unfurl in neat, elegant script. The ink rippled. Tell me about yourself. Where are you writing from? Cashin raised a brow at the page. That's not a lesson. Bathsheda leaned in. Maybe it needs context. He snorted. Context for what? My handwriting? Not bloody likely. Still, he scrawled, from Hogwarts. Why? Hogwarts, fascinating. The words appear red. Are you a student? A teacher. Cashin frowned at that. A student. Student. Excellent. I can help you with your classes, spells, or anything else you need. What year are you in? Who are your professors? Teachers love a bit of small talk before springing an essay on you. He laughed, then scribbled, second year. Mostly boring old bats for professors. Why? Second year, so young. A perfect age to grow, to learn. Tell me, is Hogwarts still safe? Still as great as it was meant to be. Cashin tapped the pen against the edge of the desk. Sounds like someone trying to sell me on a pamphlet. He muttered, but his hand moved anyway. Safe enough. Not exactly exciting though. Uneventful years can be a gift. But tell me, who leads Hogwarts these days? Is it still someone visionary? Cashin narrowed his eyes slightly. Dumbledore runs the place. Visionary? Sure. Let's call him that. Professor Dumbledore, interesting. And outside Hogwarts? How fares the ministry? Is Britain at peace? Or are there shadows? Cashin tilted his head. Shadows? Sounds dramatic. Britain is fine. Ministry is full of idiots, but when isn't it? A relief to hear. I've heard stories of times when Britain wasn't so peaceful. A time of fear. Do you know of such times? You mean the war? Yet. Bit before my time. All gone now though. Shadows cleared, no monsters under the bed. No monsters, that is good. Tell me, how long has it been since those dark days? Dunno. A decade or so. That is good. People must be healing, the diary wrote. What happened to the shadows? Hopefully they were taken care of permanently. Cashin's lips twitched. Subtle as a brick, aren't you? He scribbled back, gone. Poof. No more boogeymen lurking around. Everyone's busy complaining about cauldron thickness regulations now. A welcome change, no doubt. Peace allows growth. Progress. But peace can be fragile. Sometimes the wrong leader or the wrong idea brings darkness back. Do you ever worry about that? Cashin snorted softly through his nose. Not really. Wizarding Britain doesn't strike me as ambitious enough to try it again. Everyone is too busy buying new robes and pretending they've always been on the winning side. A fair point. But surely you've heard stories of those times? Who was it that brought such fear before? Some nutter with delusions of grandeur. History is full of them. Doesn't matter now, he is gone. I think he likes snakes, if that helps narrow it down. Snakes. Curious. And this figure, this dark one, he is not spoken of any more? Even in whispers. Oh, people whisper, Cashin wrote, tapping the quill lightly on the page. Mostly about how brave they were fighting him. Truth is, most of them hid in their cellars. And his name? What did they call him? Cashin gave a faint huff. Nice try. If you don't know already, not my job to educate you. The ink paused, then spread slowly. I see. Forgive me. I only wish to understand history and how it shaped the present. Ask Binz. He's been dead long enough to know the full story. I would rather hear it from you. Cashin rolled his eyes and wrote, You're very nosy for a diary. Knowledge is power. Or a headache. One or the other. I need to go now. Take care. The words bled away into the page, leaving the paper blank again. Cashin leaned back as Bath's Haida traced a warding rune in the air, sealing the diary back inside its protective circle. Definitely fishing, she said as the wards clicked into place. His lips quirked. Bait on the hook and everything. Bath's Haida dusted her hands and straightened. Do you think it's sentient or just mimicking conversation? Cashin rubbed at his jaw, watching the diary like it might blink at him. Not sure yet. Could be clever enough to hold a chat or just parroting answers to keep us interested. Either way, it's not harmless. She sat back down, her knees drawn up, gaze still fixed on the little black book. If it's trying to pull us in, it's doing a bloody good job. It wants context. Names. Dates. That's not idle chatter. It is building a map. He huffed a laugh and dragged a hand down his face. Well, it hasn't offered me eternal life or a unicorn horn yet, so I am reserving judgment. Bath's Haida straightened, dusting her palms off on her robes. And we haven't got anything useful so far. Brilliant. Depends how you feel about Ulaanbaatar, he said dryly. Her mouth curved slightly despite herself. You are an arse. Better an arse than a corpse with trusted a notebook on the gravestone. She hummed softly. Let's try again later. Cashin grimaced. Why do I feel like I've used up all my free trial? This is too much déjà vu for my liking. Just to get it out of his system, he opened the diary and wrote, Unit 3, Magical Thermodynamics and Strategic Nudity. Before the diary could even scratch out a confused. Bath's Haida flicked her wand and Cashin's bed promptly went up in flames. Next few days, they tried every approach they could think of. Sometimes coaxing, sometimes pressing. The diary proved surprisingly useful when pushed. If left in its casual chat mode, it spent most of the time fishing for details about Hogwarts, Britain, and names of notable figures. But once Cashin scribbled, help, or I am chucking you straight into the Black Lake, it seemed to decide cooperation was preferable. It handed out neat little tips on first and second year material, nothing earth-shattering, but clever enough to make even Bath's Haida raise a brow. Brewing hints for pepper-up potion, tricks to stabilize a levitation charm, even a suggestion for how to breeze through Professor Sprout's herbology quizzes. I could get used to this, Cashin muttered one afternoon, pen tapping lazily against the edge of the desk. This thing could have done my work for me. It even offered to do Cashin's essays. Literally an AI, Cashin muttered, again and again, like repeating it would make the absurdity any less real. On the 5th day of poking and prodding at the diary, Cashin and Bath's Haida hovered over it at the desk, both wearing the same not-so-innocent look. You think what I think? Bath's Haida asked, her fingers brushing the edge of the protective wards. Cashin glanced sideways at her and gave a slow nod. Oh, this is going to be cruel, he said, lips twitching. Delightful, though. Cashin's grin sharpened like a blade. Oh, it is going to hate us for this. Bath's Haida smirked faintly, her fingers still brushing the ward line. Good. It deserves it. Sentient Notebook thinks it can play puppet master? Let us see how well it dances when we pull the strings. Do you know why you are here? The reply bled across the page after a pause. I am here to help. To guide you. Cashin let out a snort. Not amused. More like a teacher laughing at a wrong answer. His pen tapped against the parchment. You are not useful. You are tolerated. There is a difference. I open you because I am curious, not because you matter. You understand that, don't you? Cashin chuckled, writing more. Let me tell you. A man named Lucius Malfoy tossed you away like a bit of rotten meat. By pure chance, I found you. You're an unwanted diary. Not even worth a knockoff galleon at Borgens. The ink bled slowly across the parchment, like it was struggling to form words. I am here to help. That is my purpose. No. You're the saddest thing I've ever seen. Sitting there, praying someone would spill their heart into your pages. Even Nocturne Alley wouldn't touch you. That is saying something, those vultures buy anything with a faint whiff of blood magic. Bath's Haida leaned over his shoulder, her lips twitching faintly. You are cruel. Cruel as leaving a cursed object to rot for decades, praying some poor idiot stumbles over it. I am doing it a favor. Announcement. Hello, everyone. For those wondering about the line just to get it out of his system, he opened the diary and wrote, Unit 3, Magical Thermodynamics and Strategic Nudity. It was a little throwback to Chapter 41. Love you all. Let's be clear, you are not special. You are not clever. You are not even dangerous. You are a relic of someone else's failed plan, and now you are stuck here, begging me to care. The response came quicker this time, the words snapping across the page. I am not begging. You don't understand what I am. No, I understand perfectly. You are a parasite. You latch on, suck people dry, then act like it is their fault for being soft enough to listen. But unlucky for you, I don't bleed that easy. The ink twisted violently before spilling into words. I am powerful. More than you can imagine. You mock me because you are afraid. Cashin snorted. Afraid? Of you? You are a notebook. You are about as scary as a damp tea bag. Bathsheba folded her arms, her gaze fixed on the page. It is rattled. Good. Let's see if it cracks. Cashin scratched out another line. If you were half as powerful as you think, Lucius would have kept you. Instead, he chucked you in a bag like weak old leftovers. You are nothing. A sad little voice in an empty room. The reply bloomed across the paper in jagged strokes. I could unmake you. Cashin let out a bark of laughter. There it is. The toddler tantrum. Do it then. Try. Reach out, grab my mind, curse my fingers. I will wait. No? Didn't think so. You can't touch me, can you? You are chained in your little paper box, howling at the walls. The diary trembled under his hand. I am not chained. You will see. You will beg for me. Beg. For you. Cashin leaned closer, his grin vicious now. I've met curses with more charm than you. You are not a god, you are not even a decent hex. You are a sad echo, hoping someone is stupid enough to listen. You found the wrong man. The ink erupted across the page. I will break you. Cashin shut the diary, words flaring back around it. Temper, temper, he muttered. Bathsheba raised a brow. Think you pushed it too far. My turn. Cashin barked a laugh as he pushed up from the chair. All yours, love. An hour later, Bathsheba was in his place. Cashin leaned lazily against the table, arms folded, a grin playing on his face. Write this, someone threw you into the toilet, and I fished you out. Bathsheba hesitated only a second, then the quill scratched across the diary's page. Hi. The ink sank into the page. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then neat, careful letters bled out of the parchment. Hello. It is lovely to meet you. They both frowned. Does it know I am a different person? Maybe. He tilted his head. How is that even possible? She shook her head, handwriting. Bathsheba narrowed her eyes. It always continued like you were the same person. Never paused. Never shifted tone. No matter how many days later you came back. But the moment I wrote something, it acted like a stranger walked in. It started over. Reset its tone. Almost like it knew I wasn't you. Cashin frowned. So what changed? They sat in silence for a moment, chewing on the idea. Could it see us? He asked finally. Detect surroundings somehow? That'd be the obvious answer. No, Bathsheba said immediately. Impossible. I was in the room every time you wrote. I watched you write in it. It didn't act like it noticed me. Cashin clicked his tongue. So visual cues are out. Could it be magical signature? That was my second thought. She pushed from the table. But again. I was always near it. If it responded to passive magical presence, it would have clocked me from day one. You also tested with we. Unless, he said, slowly now, it only reads the one writing. Maybe that's how it connects. Not just ink. Contact. Intent. That would make sense, she murmured. It doesn't just read the words, it nudges against the mind. Could it tell who you were based on your thoughts, then? Bathsheba asked, her voice sharper now. Not just magical signature. More like, the flavor of your intent. Cashin's brow furrowed. That's dangerously close to legilimency. Not full legilimency. It's too crude. But maybe a rudimentary form of mind brushing. Passive empathy, or identification through intent anchoring. The way some cursed objects only trigger if you are actively angry, or curious. So when I wrote, it always felt that same, anchor. She nodded. It learned you. Or thought it had. But the moment I took over, different touch, different intent, different magic, it tripped something. They stared down at the page again. Cashin added softly, which means it can tell. Not just who is writing, but what kind of person they are. Bathsheba's hand hovered over the diary. That makes it more than sentient. That makes it adaptive. And worse, Cashin said, grim now, it means it's been learning me this entire time. They sat with that for a while. Then, Bathsheba tilted her head, feigning a schoolgirl's shy curiosity. Lovely to meet you too. Who are you? I am a friend. I can help you, if you will let me. I know things, secrets, knowledge long lost to others. What is your name? Bathsheba let out a soft hum, tapping the quill against her lip like she needed to think about it. Daisy. Cashin snorted from the sofa. She ignored him. Daisy, that's a beautiful name, the diary wrote smoothly. Are you a student? Bathsheba smiled faintly at the page. First year. I am still getting used to everything. Hogwarts can be overwhelming at first, the diary wrote back. But I can help. What house are you in, Daisy? Gryffindor, she scrawled, lips twitching faintly. Ah, brave and bold. How wonderful. She tapped her lips with the quill and wrote, that is sweet. Will you really help me? Anything. Tell me what you want most, and I will show you how to get it. Can you teach me spells? Of course. I know things your professors could never dream of. Things that will make you stronger, cleverer, untouchable. Do you want that, Daisy? Bathsheba paused, then wrote, maybe. Can I ask you something first? Anything, the diary said. Were you really left in the loo? Because you smell a bit like toilet water. The ink bled slower now. Really? Maybe I am imagining it. But when I picked you up, the cover was damp. I thought, oh, someone flushed you and didn't bother to see if you were gone. Diary answered, that is their loss, isn't it, Daisy? I guess. The response came almost instantly, it must feel strange, finding me. But maybe this is fate. Perhaps you were meant to find me. Cashin smirked faintly at that. Fate? Oh, here we go. Next it'll be asking for a blood oath and a promise ring. Bathsheba hid her grin behind the back of her hand as she scratched out her reply. Maybe. Or maybe someone just didn't want you anymore. The ink bled into the parchment, I am not so easy to discard. People think they can leave me behind, but they always come back. Sounds like you've been tossed away a lot. A pause. Then the diary's words curled tighter, darker. Because they were too weak to understand me. But you are different, Daisy. I can tell. Cashin swung his legs off the sofa. Different how? The girl's been humoring you for 5 bloody minutes. Bathsheba ignored him, her quill scratching lightly. Different how? You are curious. You're brave. You're not like the others. I can help you grow, Daisy. I can make you stronger. Called it, Cashin muttered, rubbing at his jaw. Same script every time. Flattery, temptation, then, bam. Accidentally eating your soul while you nap. Bathsheba didn't look up, but her lips curved faintly as she wrote, what is in it for you? This time, the reply came with less polish. I don't want anything. I only want to help. That is what I was made for. Bathsheba grinned as she scrawled, who made you? The reply came almost instantly, letters curling across the page with a strange eagerness. I can show you. Open your mind, and let me show. Bathsheba smirked faintly and scribbled back, maybe later. Gotta go now. The ink lingered for a moment before fading into the page, leaving it blank again. You think it is sulking? Cashin asked, lips twitching. Of course it is sulking, Bathsheba said, setting her quill down. We didn't bite, so now it is going to sit there stewing until we come back. Cashin huffed out a laugh. Good. Let it stew. Maybe it will ferment into something useful for a change. Bathsheba pushed to her feet, stretching her arms over her head. We should leave it alone for a while. It is too eager. Cashin's eyes narrowed slightly at the black cover. Eager and clever. Never a good mix. He rubbed his jaw, glancing at Bathsheba. Want tea? Always. They drifted into the kitchen, and Cashin busied himself with the kettle while Bathsheba perched on the counter. Lucius really didn't know what he was handling, she said after a moment, her gaze distant. If he had, he would have burned it. Or he is too much of a coward, Cashin muttered. He poured boiling water over the leaves and stirred, watching the steam curl. Malfoys like power they can wave about at dinner parties. Not the kind that might bite their hand off. Bathsheba hummed in agreement. But someone made that thing. Someone brilliant enough, and twisted enough to bind a personality into it. Cashin leaned against the counter, mug in hand. Brilliance one word for it. Lunatics another. You don't stitch a mind into paper without leaving a few screws rattling loose. Her lips curved faintly. Sounds like you admire whoever crafted it. I admire the craftsmanship, he said easily, taking a sip. Not the intent. Let's not get carried away, love. I like my brain unchanged dude. Bathsheba tipped her head, regarding him with faint amusement. Still curious, though. Of course I am curious. He gestured with his mug. It is a bloody diary that talks back. That is history and horror rolled into one neat package. But I would rather not end up writing sonnets to it because it got clever with a memory charm. Neville's Grand turned up the next morning like a general storming enemy territory. Her handbag swing weaponized, and the clip of her heels on the stone floor announced she wasn't the sort to wait for an invitation. She rapped hard on the door, once, twice, and it swung open before Cashin even finished setting down his tea. Are you Professor Rosier? She barked, stepping inside as if she owned the place. Cashin glanced up from a stack of papers. That would be me. And you are? Augusta Longbottom, she said crisply, marching into the room without so much as a pause. Her eyes swept the office, taking in the books, the half-scrawled lesson plans, the faint smell of ink and parchment, and finally landed on him like a hawk spotting a mouse. Ah! The teacher who thought it wise to fill my grandson's mind with nonsense. Cashin leaned back slightly in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin. Guilty as charged. Her hat, a monstrosity of stuffed vulture and tartan ribbon, wobbled as she straightened her spine. On what authority, might I ask, do you interfere with my grandson's magical education? On the authority of common sense and a stubborn streak, Cashin said easily. He gestured at the chair opposite his desk. Please, sit. Or stand and glare. Entirely up to you. Augusta took a seat. I will sit, thank you. Lovely, Cashin murmured. He nudged the stack of papers aside with one hand and got up, strolling to the kettle. So I assume you are not thrilled with my thoughts on Neville and his father's wand. You assume right, Augusta said, her eyes narrowing. The Longbottom heir is here to take his classes as they are given, nothing more. Cashin poured her a cup of tea without hurrying, sliding it across the desk. Tea first. Then we will see if you are still in the mood to eat me alive. She didn't even look at the cup. You've already made enough of a mess meddling. That boy doesn't need coddling. He needs discipline. His father never had his wand replaced. His father didn't need it replaced, Cashin said easily, leaning back against the desk with his arms folded. Frank Longbottom was a prodigy with that stick. The wand was as much a part of him as his own hand. Neville, on the other hand, is trying to force magic through a channel that doesn't fit. That's not discipline. That is sabotage. Rubbish, Augusta snapped. A proper wizard makes the wand fit. He should be trying harder, not whining about compatibility like some muggle child refusing his vegetables. Cashin arched a brow. I am not saying Neville isn't trying. The poor lad's been sweating bullets trying to get a basic levitation charm off the ground. But forcing him to use that wand is like asking him to run a marathon in his father's boots 3 sizes too big and stuffed with rocks. Her lips thinned, but she didn't interrupt. He got magic in him, Cashin went on, tapping the edge of the desk. I've seen enough sparks to know there is power under the surface. But you keep him locked into his father's legacy, and all you will get is another year of singed sleeves and melted cauldrons. You want him to flourish? Get him his own wand. Augusta straightened her already rigid posture, her hands clasping her handbag tight. And you think you know better than the Longbottoms? Than me. I think I know better than to watch a boy struggle for another year because no one will admit the obvious. Cashin's voice stayed light, but his eyes had sharpened. The wand chooses the wizard. Ollivander's been screaming that from the rooftops since Merlin was in short trousers. You think Neville is the exception? She gave a small huff. And what if I indulge your theory, Professor? You truly believe a different wand will fix all his failings? Cashin sighed, pushing himself up from his chair. All right, seems like we need to start from basic. He flicked his wand, and a wooden bucket with a fitted lid landed on the desk. A handful of colorful wooden shapes appeared next to it, triangles, circles, squares, arches. Matching holes were cut neatly into the bucket's lid. Let's see if you can get all of them inside, he said, leaning an elbow on the edge of the desk. If you manage, there is a biscuit in it for you. Augusta Longbottom's expression froze for a beat, wasn't sure if he was mocking her or had simply lost his mind. You are making a joke of this, she said sharply, her voice slicing the air. Cashin didn't flinch. No. I am pointing out that you are treating magic like it is a matter of brute force. The wand isn't a crowbar. It's a key. If the key doesn't fit the lock, all you get is a splintered door. He tapped the bucket's lid. Neville's been trying to shove a square block through a round hole all year. And you are scolding him because the wood didn't warp itself to fit. Augusta's fingers tightened on her bag. Her jaw clenched, but she didn't fire back immediately. If this is what all professors spending their times with, no wonder they fumble with even the simplest spells. Augusta started. Cashin held up a hand, cutting her off. Don't misunderstand me, Mrs. Longbottom. Your grandson deserves the same chance as your son. A wand that chooses him. Augusta's lips thinned. She turned the teacup in her hands, shoulders stiff. And you would have me take him to Ollivander's? For what, indulgence? No. I would have you take him to Ollivander's because his magic isn't reaching the surface, Cashin said flatly. You want him to become the wizard he is meant to be? Let him have the tool that suits him. Otherwise, you are setting him up to fail. The old woman's eyes flashed, but this time, she didn't snap. Cashin watched her expression shift slowly, as she entertained the idea. I am not asking you to trust me because I am clever, I am, but not that. I am asking you to trust me because I've seen enough boys trying to carve their own names under someone else's shadow. It doesn't end well. Besides, you wouldn't want Hogwarts to send a letter home next month because he accidentally blew up a classroom with the wrong wand, would you? Augusta snorted sharply. She set the teacup down with a faint clink. One try, she said finally. If it doesn't make a difference. Cashin cut in. Then you can drag me over the coals in front of the entire staff room. I will even bring my own rope. Her lips twitched. I see why Neville likes you. Cashin smirked faintly. He got taste. Augusta stood, adjusting her vulture-topped hat. We leave for Diagon Alley at the weekend. She strode to the desk before leaving, snatched up the wooden shapes, and, much to Cashin's horror, shoved every single one through the square hole. Square, rectangle, semicircle, cylinder, even the bloody arc. Each piece dropped neatly into place with a muted clunk. Cashin's mouth opened slightly wider every time. That is, no, not the square hole, he cried, watching helplessly as the last shape vanished inside. Augusta gave a small, satisfied sniff, adjusted her hat, and left the room with a smug tilt of her chin. Cashin sat frozen for a moment, staring at the bucket like it had personally betrayed him. Then he dragged a hand down his face and muttered, "This is why I don't do metaphors." By the weekend, both Ron and Neville had been dragged off to get new wands. Luck of the draw, or sheer coincidence, they each walked out of Ollivander's with a free wand coupon. From what he heard, both Arthur and Augusta had nearly burst a vein over the so-called coupons. Ollivander, calm as a monk, swore up and down it was a coincidence, something about rewarding the match between wand and wizard or whatever poetic rubbish he'd cooked up. Cashin made a mental note to buy the old man a drink next time he was in Diagon Alley. When Ron and Neville returned the next morning, they were insufferably smug. Both had that irritating strut of boys convinced their lives had just upgraded to something worthy of a ballad. Ron kept spinning his new wand like he'd been born with it. Neville kept sneaking glances at his as though it might turn into a golden trophy if he stared long enough. Cashin, of course, got to enjoy the aftermath. Neville wasn't just behind on second-year spells, he was still fumbling half the first-year ones. The poor lad had been trying to force his magic through a wand that might as well have been a stiff bit of kindling. Now, with the right one, everything felt raw, untested. Cashin ended up running extra drills, late evenings in his room, making Neville swish, flick and repeat until the boy's arm looked ready to fall off. Not that Cashin minded. There was something satisfying about seeing sparks finally shoot straight from Neville's wand instead of sideways into the curtains. Swear, he had no other benefits from teaching the boy. Right, try again, Cashin said, leaning against the desk with his arms folded. He tapped his wand lightly against his thigh. Levitate the feather. Not the desk, not yourself. Feather. Should be easy enough. Neville clenched his jaw, raising his wand with both hands like it was a sword. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather wobbled, shot up 3 inches, then hovered uncertainly in the air. Cashin gave a sharp whistle. Look at that. It's almost graceful. 5 more in a row like that and I'll stop calling you a hazard to soft furnishings. Neville's face flushed red, but there was a flicker of pride in his eyes as he let the feather drop and reset. Announcement. I forgot the diary had Tommy Boy's initials, so yeah, my bad. I thought it was fully blank, and honestly that always made more sense to me, especially since Tommy didn't want anyone knowing his muggle name. So it never really made sense that he'd give Lucius a diary with his name on it. Anyway, in the books, it was T.M. Riddle written on the first page, while in the movies the full name was embossed in gold lettering right on the cover. Cashin and Bath's Haida made it something of a sport to bully the diary whenever the chance arose. Daisy managed to coax the name of its creator out of it, some chap calling himself Tom Martello Riddle. Cashin checked the archives for anything remotely close. Nothing. He considered asking Binns, but the ghost was still sulking about Cashin swiping his history post and refused to answer more than a single word grunt if cornered. They also realized how the diary recognized who was writing, by brushing against the surface of the writer's mind, a passive, near-invisible nudge that schemed emotional tone, magical intent and the feel of thought without breaching memories. It was clever, like a snake tasting the air, subtle enough to go unnoticed, but enough to distinguish one mind from another. That was how it knew when Cashin wrote, and why it reset when Bath's Haida took the quill. It wasn't reading thoughts, it was reading presence. So, when Daisy finally got what she wanted, she announced with sugary cheer that the diary smelled like a bog and tossed it into the bin. 2 days later, Greg picked it up. The diary got another round of abuse in a completely different tone. Greg favored blunt questions and threats, treating it like a nosy neighbor caught peering through the curtains. After Greg had had his fill, Eleanor came next. She made a game of stringing the thing along, asking leading questions in her neat scrawl until it nearly tripped over its own answers. All in all, it was far more entertaining than it had any right to be. One evening, Cashin sat cross-legged on the floor. Do you reckon it knows we're passing it around like a pub quiz sheet? Bath's Haida smirked faintly from where she was sprawled on the sofa, book in hand. Oh, it guesses. You can see it getting snippier every time we change names. Poor thing hasn't caught a single break. Serves it right. Cashin leaned forward, flicking the page. Let's see how it copes with Nero's handwriting. It looks like he's trying to strangle the quill. You are one to talk. Bathshida's eyes didn't lift from her book. Your SS curl like they've been hexed. Cashin grinned. My penmanship is perfect. This is artistic flair. The diary shuddered faintly under his fingers. Do you dream? Bath's Haida lowered her book and arched a brow. That is unsettling. Cashin hummed, tapping the diary cover with 2 fingers. Bit desperate too. Poor thing is trying to sound profound. Or lonely. Parasites don't get lonely, Cashin muttered, straightening. They get hungry. They left it at that, throwing the diary at some corner, letting the diary's words hang there for the night. Their nerves about the diary eased, turning into a running tally, who could needle it worst. Testing its patience, seeing how often it'd bite. 1 week, they even forgot it entirely, leaving the thing perched in Cashin's loo while they were buried in lesson plans and staff meetings. Cashin had nearly laughed himself sick imagining it sitting there, quietly seething, or maybe not. Could it even sense its surroundings? He didn't know, and that made it funnier. In the 3rd weekend since Neville got his new wand, and, miraculously, could now manage most first-year spells without setting himself on fire, Cashin was lounging at the Gryffindor table. George Weasley was sprawled on his right, elbows planted on the table in blatant defiance of every bit of etiquette his mother had probably drilled into him. Across the bench, Bath's Haida was picking at her toast with the air of someone actively ignoring the chaos around her. For reasons known only to her, Luna Lovegood had plopped herself down next to him, humming softly. Hermione, seated a little further down, kept glancing between them, her lips pressed thin. She clearly wasn't thrilled about sharing her professor's attention with someone who believed in Crumplehorn Snorkax and was not a Gryffindor. Percy Weasley hovered behind Fred, his lips pursed. Professor babbling, a moment, if I may. I've got a few questions about. Not now, Purse, Fred cut in, shooting him a sharp look. We are in the middle of something very important with Professor R. Percy sniffed, clearly unimpressed. You were asking his favorite biscuit 5 minutes ago. George didn't even flinch. Exactly. Crucial research. Cashin took a lazy sip of his tea. I said shortbread. You asked, I answered. Not sure why you're dragging me into this battle of the biscuits. Because you're the tiebreaker, Fred said solemnly. If we don't get this right, Hogwarts may never recover. Percy made a noise that suggested he was either choking on his pride or resisting the urge to hex his brothers. Professor Rosier, I really must insist. Sit down, Mr. Weasley, Cashin said mildly, not looking up from the prophet. You're casting a shadow over my marmalade. Luna, staring at the candles, said, do you suppose the flames are sentient? They might know things. Hermione let out a quiet huff, tugging her book closer like it might shield her from the nonsense. I highly doubt that, she muttered. Cashin chuckled. Actually, there are fire spirits in some myths that talk about flame having a memory. Old Norse stories claimed you could ask a hearth fire questions, and if it liked you enough, it'd answer. Of course, if it didn't, you would end up with your beard singed off. He took another bite of toast, ignoring the fact that he just dropped an odd little nugget into the conversation. Luna's eyes widened slightly. That makes sense. They've got personalities, I can tell. Hermione stared in disbelief, clearly deciding not to argue. Cashin glanced at her over the rim of his tea, smirking faintly. Don't look so scandalized, Granger. People have believed stranger things. At least fire gives you warmth. Half the stuff people worshipped back in the day would have happily eaten them. Fred leaned forward. Like what, Professor? Plenty, Cashin said lightly. Try binding a bog spirit and see how quickly it eats your toes. Or better yet, don't. Makes for a messy afternoon. George propped his chin on his hand, eyes bright. You are making that up. Am I? Cashin raised a brow. Go on then, ask a hearth fire if it remembers anything. If it starts screaming at you, don't come crying to me. Luna's humming grew louder. I think our fire would sing, she murmured. Percy had clearly had enough. He snorted, spun on his heel and stalked off, muttering something about serious academic standards. Cashin watched him go with a faint grin. Good lad, Percy. Very diligent. He'll make a fine ministry clerk someday, provided no one asks him to smile. Bath's Haida hid a faint laugh behind her hand. Cashin turned to Harry, leaning lazily with his teacup in hand. How is your defense against the dark arts going, then? Since no one is floating around clutching magical me with a lovesick look, I would say Lockhart's little glamour is wearing off. Harry blinked at him, startled. It is, fine, I suppose. Cashin raised a brow. Fine? That is not the glowing endorsement I was expecting. What's wrong? Did he stop signing his own photos in class? Hermione gave a soft huff, biting into her bread. It is all very theatrical. He spent the last lesson telling us how he caught a banshee in her lair with only a hairbrush and a copy of Witch Weekly. Hairbrush and a magazine. Cashin repeated, lips twitching. Sounds less like a duel and more like foreplay gone wrong. Ron snorted into his pumpkin juice, earning a sharp elbow from Hermione. Don't laugh, she hissed. None of us learned anything about counter curses in a month. Cashin tilted his head. Well, that tracks. Lockhart wouldn't recognize a counter curse if it danced naked in front of him waving a placard. Sir. Neville spoke up timidly from the other side of the bench. Have there ever been real cases where, banshees were defeated like that? Cashin arched a brow at him. Oh, definitely. Right after the time Merlin defeated a dragon by waving a tea towel and whistling God Save the Queen. Fred snickered. George nearly choked on his toast. Sorry, Longbottom, Cashin added smoothly. If you want real banshee lore, you need to go back a few centuries. Old Irish tales said a banshee didn't attack at all. She was more of a warning, crying on the eve of someone's death. The smart ones lit candles, said their prayers, and hoped it wasn't for them. The daft ones tried to chase her off and usually tripped over a stone wall in the dark. Luna, still humming faintly, piped up. They say banshees remember every soul they've ever mourned. Maybe that is why their wails are so sad. Cashin tapped the table with one finger. Now there is a theory I can get behind. Makes more sense than Lockhart's hairbrush heroics. Harry gave a weak smile. So, we should just ignore him, then. Cashin leaned forward slightly, smirking. Ignore? No. Watch him closely. One day he is going to try actually fighting something dangerous, and when it goes wrong, you will want front row seats. Just keep a sword handy, just in case. Hermione almost rolled her eyes, then remembered table manners. He isn't even covering the basics properly. If we get tested on actual dueling techniques, half the class will fail. True, Cashin said lightly. But at least you will all have beautifully autographed textbooks to cry into. Ron chuckled low under his breath. I reckon Mum still got his full set at home. She would cry if she knew what he's like in person. Clever marketing, that is what it is, Cashin said, sipping his tea. Man got the ministry eating out of his hand and a queue of witches lining up to hear him waffle on about ghouls. Do you know any of those counter curses, sir? Harry asked. Cashin shot him a sidelong look. Do I know them? Potter, I taught half of them to Flitwick back when he still had hair. The knife in Hermione's hand stilled. Wait, really? He smirked. No. But you believed it for a second, didn't you? The twins cackled. Hermione rolled her eyes. You shouldn't joke about that. Why not? Joking keeps me from flipping a table every time Lockhart opens his mouth. Cashin stretched his legs under the table. All right, I will tell you what, next time he tries teaching you to fend off a werewolf with a bottle of hair gel, tell him Professor Rosier knows a werewolf that can demonstrate the battle. Watch him make poor excuses. Fred grinned wide. You actually know a werewolf, sir. Chapter 88. But when you find out I alphabetize my tea and leave diary in the bath, don't say I didn't warn you was a reference to this chapter. I know it caused some misunderstanding because I didn't use the, but using the felt too on the nose, and a didn't feel right either. Anyway, that's the reasoning. Fred grinned wide. You actually know a werewolf, sir. Course I do. He is very polite. Used to be a scholar before he got bitten. Knows more about lunar cycles than half the astronomy professors. Cashin sipped his tea. You lot probably think they are all drooling beasts who tear through forests every full moon. Most just want to keep their limbs attached and avoid the ministry breathing down their necks. Hermione perked up, eyes gleaming with interest. Is it true their transformations are influenced by certain potions? Cashin smirked. That is the theory. Wolfsbane helps, but it is not foolproof. Poor bloke still ends up as a four-legged nightmare once a month, he is just less inclined to eat the curtains. George's brows shot up. Bet Lockhart wouldn't last 5 minutes in a room with him. Cashin hummed. Lockhart wouldn't last 5 seconds. He would be halfway out the window before the werewolf even sneezed. A few first years down the table giggled at that. Luna, still humming faintly, spoke without looking away from the floating candles overhead. They say werewolves howl because they are mourning their human selves. Cashin's lips twitched. That is poetic. Not wrong, either. Early Germanic lore called them nacht folk, night folk cursed to wander under the moon, crying for the lives they left behind. They weren't all monsters back then. Some villages even left out bread and milk for them, like stray dogs. Hermione's brow furrowed. I've never heard of that. Of course you haven't, Cashin said lightly. Textbooks are written by people terrified of nuance. Can't have students thinking werewolves are anything but bogeymen, can we? Harry glanced between them, brow slightly furrowed. So, you are saying not all werewolves are dangerous? Cashin tapped a finger against his teacup. Every creature is dangerous in the right conditions, Potter. Werewolves just have a more dramatic trigger. Bathsheba gave a soft, amused hum from across the table. Are you planning to invite your werewolf friend for tea here, too? Tempting, Cashin murmured. Wouldn't be the strangest staff room guest Hogwarts ever had. Fred shot a grin at George. Reckon Mum would beat us if we invited one home for Christmas. Add eternal grounding, George said. Neville was quietly turning his fork between his fingers, lips pressed tight like he wanted to ask something but couldn't decide if it was worth the risk. Cashin caught the movement. Spit it out, Longbottom. Neville jumped slightly. Sir, if someone was bitten, do they ever get cured? Cashin's expression softened slightly. No cure, he said. Once the curse takes hold, it is for life. That is why Wolfsbane was such a breakthrough. Doesn't undo it, but it gives the bitten a fighting chance at keeping their minds during the change. Neville nodded faintly, staring down at his plate. Cashin then added lightly, still, there are worse curses. At least werewolves get a few weeks of peace between transformations. You lot would have hated ancient Greece. Their curses didn't have off switches. Hermione almost squealed. What sort of curses? Oh, all sorts, Cashin said, waving a hand vaguely. Family lines curse to sprout scales, turn to stone, or scream themselves to death if they heard music. My personal favorite is the bloke who got turned into a tree every spring, until autumn. He spent half his life sprouting leaves. George barked a laugh. Sounds like a right boring existence. Could have been worse, Cashin said with a shrug. His cousin got cursed to sneeze bees until she apologized to Hera. Hermione's fork froze mid-air. That is horrifying. Creative, though. Cashin's grin sharpened. Say what you will about the old gods, they knew how to make a point. Ron muttered something under his breath about mad professors. Cashin stood up with a stretch. I will see you lot in class. Try not to get eaten by any cursed textbooks before then. Bathsheba followed him out of the hall. You do realize you are ruining Lockhart's reputation with every meal. I am not ruining it. Cashin smirked. I am just, rebalancing expectations. As they stepped out of the great hall, Harry jogged up behind them. Professor Rosier. Cashin stopped, turning slightly. Is it about your parents? Harry nodded, not meeting his eyes. Bathsheba gave Cashin's arm a brief squeeze before stepping back. I will catch up with Aurora and Septima. You go on. Cashin gave her a lazy little wave as she drifted off, then tipped his head at Harry. Come on then. Best not have you looking like a lost lamb in the corridor. In his study, Cashin nudged the door open and gestured Harry inside. The boy hesitated for a half-second before stepping over the threshold to his office. Grab a chair, Cashin said, tossing his coat onto the back of an armchair. He crossed to the kettle perched on the small hearth and flicked his wand, coaxing a low flame from the embers. Tea. Harry blinked. Sure. Good lad. Cashin reached for 2 mugs. Milk? Sugar? Just milk, please. Cashin fixed the drinks and set one down in front of Harry before sliding into the opposite chair. He let Harry speak first. It is just. Harry fiddled with the mug handle, eyes fixed on the steam curling from his tea. Everyone keeps saying how great my parents were. Brave. Brilliant. All of that. But no one ever says much more than that. I don't really know them. Cashin leaned back, resting an elbow on the armrest. Your parents were in their 7th year when I was a firstie. They were already legends by then. Not in the moved mountains sort of way, but the kind where the air felt different when they walked into a room. Harry glanced up, eyes wide. Your mum. Cashin went on, drumming his fingers lightly on the mug. Lily Evans was sharper than a guillotine. Clever in a way that made professors sweat. She once shut down a 7th-year duel with 3 words and a look that could have felled a dragon. Half the Gryffindor table wanted to marry her, and the other half wanted her as Minister for Magic. Harry gave a small, almost disbelieving smile. And your dad? Cashin's lips twitched faintly. James Potter was a menace. Charming, yes, but a bloody menace. He and Black spent more time in detention than the rest of us combined. They lived for her pranks. Harry tilted his head. Black. Cashin sighed, resting his elbows on his knees. I am really not sure how much I should tell you here, Potter. Some things are better found out when you are ready. The headmaster would have said something if he thought now was the right time. Harry nodded, though his lips pressed together like he wanted to argue. I just want to know why none of my parents' friends have ever reached out. Were they so unloved? Didn't they have any friends? Cashin let out a slow breath. Of course they did. But much like your parents, they were at the front line. That war didn't leave a lot of people standing at the end, Potter. Most of the ones closest to them are either gone, or... Harry's fingers tightened around his mug, his knuckles pale. So they were all killed. Not all. Some, yes. Others, let's just say they didn't come out of it whole. Cashin's gaze flicked to the small hearth fire, the light dancing over his face. War breaks more than bodies. It breaks lives. Friendships. Trust. Those who survived, they are still carrying the weight of it. Harry swallowed hard. But, they could have come to see me. Even once. Cashin leaned back slightly, running a hand over his face. You've got to understand, Potter. For them, looking at you is like staring straight into a grave. You are their friend's son, but you are also a walking reminder of how it ended. Some people aren't strong enough to face that. Harry's shoulders sagged. So I am just, too much for them. No, Cashin said firmly. You are not too much. But grief makes cowards of people. It isn't about you, Harry, it is about their own ghosts. You deserved better, I will give you that. But better doesn't always happen, even when people mean well. Harry stared down at the mug. Did you know them? Properly. Cashin shook his head, rubbing the back of his neck. As some memories surfaced. Damn Black. You know I am a Slytherin, right? And a pure blood, direct line. Back when I was a student, I was a proper git. Not the charming sort either. If I crossed paths with your parents, it wouldn't have been friendship. It would have been all-out war. Harry blinked at him. Cashin leaned back, balancing his chair on 2 legs. We weren't on the same side of the playground, let's put it that way. They were golden Gryffindors, brave, loud, reckless. I was, well, everything they hated wrapped in a tidy green and silver package. If we talked, it wouldn't have been civil. Harry's shoulders slumped a little. Everyone talks like they were perfect. They weren't, Cashin said plainly. No one is. Lily had a temper sharper than her hexes. James was clever, but he had all the subtlety of a bludger. They were good people in a bad time, but they weren't saints walking on air. Harry's mouth twitched, like he wanted to argue but didn't know how. You make it sound normal. They were normal. Cashin set his cup down with a soft clink. That is the part people forget when they start telling stories. Your parents laughed, argued, made mistakes, just like the rest of us. Only difference was they chose to stand up when the world turned ugly. Harry looked down at his tea, watching the faint steam curl off the surface. So you didn't like them? Cashin rubbed his jaw. It wasn't about liking or not liking. We weren't close enough for that. They had their circle, I had mine. If I'd been older, maybe I would have been on the other side entirely. Harry's brows pulled together. Would you have fought them? Cashin didn't answer straight away. I would like to think I wouldn't have been that bloody stupid, he said finally. But back then? Slytherin House fed us ideas about power and legacy like they were sweets. Plenty of us swallowed it. Harry glanced up, searching his face. But you didn't. Not for lack of trying, Cashin said with a faint smirk. Life knocked sense into me later. Back then, I was as arrogant as the rest of them. He looked away. Your parents weren't perfect, but they were the kind of people you would want beside you when things turned bad. That is the best anyone can be. Harry gave a small nod, staring at his hands. Thanks. Don't thank me, Cashin said lightly. They were your family. You deserve to know more than bedtime stories. Harry stood, clutching his mug a little tighter. Do you think they would be proud of me? Cashin's lips curved. They would be furious you even asked that. Harry froze. They would be proud, Cashin said. Even if you turned up tomorrow with your tie on backwards and your shoes on the wrong feet. Harry let out a short, quiet laugh. Go on, Cashin said, flicking his hand toward the door. If I let you stand there any longer, you will start brooding, and I've already got enough moody teenagers to deal with this week. Harry hesitated, then gave a quick nod and slipped out, closing the door behind him. Cashin leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Can I tell you your dad was a total dick, Potter? He made sport out of bullying Slytherins, those who were already hated in their own house, and he still went for them. Humiliated them in front of the school for a laugh. Even Draco isn't that low. He shook his head and reached for his tea. Maybe one day you will see that, maybe not. Cashin stepped into the classroom and scrawled a single word across the board, Avis. The chalk squeaked before snapping. He gave it a look, then turned to the students with a wide grin. Today, he said, tapping the board with what was left of the chalk, we're learning a spell that's technically a charm, but for reasons only gods and your curriculum designer understand, you were taught it by the deputy headmistress, in Transfiguration class. He let that hang. I know. It's a mystery. He leaned back against the desk, arms loosely folded. You've already tried your hand at it, or so I've heard. And from what I've also heard, most of you made a mess of it. Birds half-formed, wings inside out, one poor sod apparently conjured a beak on his quill. He raised his brows at the Slytherins. Flint, was that you? Marcus Flint blinked once. No. Cashin didn't look convinced. Tragic, really. But not to worry, today, we'll fix all that. And by fix, I mean I'll tell you how this spell came to exist, why it does what it does, and if you're lucky, by the end, you'll actually manage one that doesn't squawk midair and dive bomb your ink pot. He straightened, grabbing a piece of chalk. So, he said, underlining Avis, Latin for bird. Obvious. No points for that. But he drew a short line underneath and added a second word. Avisatio. This one. Older. The root charm. Didn't produce birds. It produced feathers. Smoke patterns, sometimes. All symbolic stuff. It was used in ritual dances during early Mediterranean conjuring. Think wandless, robes optional, and a lot of shouting under the moon. Oliver Wood leaned forward, frowning. Wait, it started as a ritual. Cashin didn't look up. Most did, would. Magic didn't come out of a textbook. He waved his wand and cast Lumos Spectaculum. The torches dimmed. The classroom filled with flickering light and voices. Now, Cashin said as he strolled down the aisle between the rows of desks, like most things, this spell was born from necessity. The spectral scene shifted, smoke gathering at the front of the room. A rough outline of figures took shape, bare arms, patterned tunics, faces painted in jagged lines. They danced barefoot in a circle under an imagined moon. Early ritualists, Cashin nodded toward the scene. Percy raised his hand. Professor, are these Mediterranean druids? Cashin didn't slow. Good guess, Mr. Weasley. Wrong, but polite. These are early Sicilian casters, pre-Roman. No proper robes, barely a script. Their casting language was more grunts and repetition than anything you'd call refined. One of the glowing figures flicked his fingers. Feathers burst from his hands, curling in the smoke. Feathers, Cashin said, pausing near the Ravenclaw row. Symbolic conjuration. The idea was to show favor from skybound spirits. Wind gods, storm beings. Whatever they feared enough to praise. A boy near Clearwater squinted up at the vision. But why not birds? This spell, Avisatio, started as a symbolic invocation. The shape of a bird, the idea of flight, freedom. Protection, if you were lucky. The intention mattered more than the result. They weren't trying to create birds. They were trying to send messages to whatever god wasn't currently ruining their crops. Cashin replied. But of course, symbolism wasn't good enough forever. Someone, probably Roman, possibly very bored, decided feathers weren't dramatic enough. Hence. He flicked his wand, and half a dozen small brown birds burst into the air, wings flapping like chaos. Avis, he said, stepping out of the way as one dive-bombed Flint. Flint flinched, swatted at the air, and muttered something deeply Slytherin under his breath. Cashin looked entirely unbothered. That's the finished charm. Latin spell structure, stabilized motion, trigger word embedded in the intent. A few Ravenclaws snorted. Cashin turned back to the board, tapping beside the word Avis. Thing is, scholars call this a charm. But charms were originally any spell that altered, summoned, or animated something without fundamentally changing its nature. By that logic, transfiguration and charms blur all over the place. And yet he looked at Percy again. You learned this in Transfiguration class. Penelope Clearwater frowned. Because it creates something physical. Because McGonagall hates ambiguity, Cashin said. And frankly, that's the only explanation I've got. But spells don't care what department you file them under. They care about intent, motion, and control. Now, he continued, the reason most of you were failing with this particular spell is simple. No, really simple. Because bird is too vague. The room stared back at him. A few squints, one eyebrow twitch. No one sure if he was joking. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I've taught you for 3.5 years already. How many times have I said this? Spells are as strong as your imagination. Your intent. Your will. What picture's sitting behind your eyes when you cast? He walked to the front row, spun lightly on his heel. Mr. Knott. What is a bird? The boy blinked, caught mid-scratch of his parchment. A creature with wings. Excellent. Describe every bird in existence in one go. Go on, I'll wait. He stared at Knott like he was expecting an encyclopedia recital. Nothing came. Right. Anyone else? Feathers. Said a Greyfinder. Vague. Beak. Still vague. Flies. Not all of them. Ask the dodo. He paced back to the board. See, this is the issue. You're asking your wand to make a bird without telling it what that means. It's like shouting food at a waiter and expecting filet mignon instead of a plate of beans. He flicked his wand again. The smoky ritual scene reformed. Now watch this, he said, stepping back. One of the figures circled a raised platform. Each lap followed the same rhythm, arm raised, word muttered, turn. Repeat. Another held a carved feather in both hands, swaying with the motion, lips moving in time with the steps. He pointed at the illusion. You see? Every ritual wants one thing, connection. The divine, the unknowable, the thing in the sky chucking lightning at your cows. People think rituals are about offerings and chants. What they're really doing is slipping out of their own heads. He stepped into the flickering light, shadows of the ritual figures moving in slow loops behind him. Modern psychology calls it transient hypofrontality, try saying that with a mouthful of treacle tart. Your brain zones out the bit that nags you about deadlines. You're not asleep. Just, somewhere else. Focused. Everything else goes dim. The class was unusually quiet now. Even Clearwater had stopped scribbling. Cashin pointed at the barefoot figures in the smoke. One turned again, arms raised, voice caught mid-chant. Another swept feathers across the air, over and over, with the same rhythm. Repeated motion. Repeated sound. They did this for hours. Eventually, they all saw the same thing, whatever they imagined sacred. A single bird. Same shape. Same size. Same weight in their minds. He settled on his desk with a thump that made the chalk rattle. Now. Close your eyes. No one moved. Go on. Close them. It's not a trick. I'm not going to turn your eyebrows into feathers, though I am writing that down for later. A few reluctant chuckles, but the eyes started dropping shut. Good. Now imagine a bird. Whatever you want, don't say it out loud. Think about its wings, he said. The shape. Where they fold. How far they stretch. What color it is. Pattern on the feathers. Size. Weight. Imagine it sitting in your hand. Warm. Breathing. Feel that vibration passing onto you. Imagine its voice. He clapped his hands. A few students jumped. That, he said, is the base of every spell. He waited a beat, then pointed a finger around the room. The problem is, in a duel, you don't have time to close your eyes and go on a scenic tour of Birdland. Can anyone tell me why this spell is 6th year and not 2nd? Silence. Cashin arched a brow. Come on, I haven't hexed anyone this week. Yet. Penelope cleared her throat. Because it requires advanced magical control. 2 textbook. Try again. Flint raised a hand half-heartedly. Because it's useless. Cashin pointed at him. That's the spirit. Wrong, but honest. He wandered back to the front. No, it's 6th year because by now, you're supposed to have the basics drilled into that collective porridge you call brains. Focus, control, imagination. You need all 3, working at once. He tapped the board again. You want birds? You better know what kind. Want them sharp, fast, and accurate? Then stop thinking bird and start thinking hawk with a purpose. You want distraction? Think noisy, shiny, flapping nuisance. Spell work's not just mechanics, it's mental clarity under pressure. That's why first-timers get feathers and headaches, and you get a spell that can, with the right intent, blind a dual list or mess up a tracking ward. Oliver's brow furrowed. Mess up a tracking ward. Cashin tossed a bit of parchment into the air and flicked his wand. A single bird burst from it, spun in a lazy circle, and vanished before hitting the floor. Think about it, he said. Conjured birds. Magic residue. Ever tried tracking someone through an alley full of animated magic noise? He paused, eyes scanning the room. Exactly. Nothing like a few hundred spectral wings to clutter the scene. There were a few scribbles now, taking notes, just in case. Cashin grinned, checking his watch. Right. That's it for now. 2-foot homework, write me your favorite bird. I only want adjectives. Flint groaned. 2-foot to describe a bloody bird. Correct, Cashin said, turning back to the board. 2-foot is not enough. Make it 3. Now, move. Chairs scraped. Groans followed. Parchments rustled as bags were yanked open and quills were hunted down like prey. Cashin let them fumble through their complaints a bit longer, then added, and if I see beautiful or nice on your list, I'm docking points. Be interesting. Be specific. The first Quidditch match of the season kicked off under a sky that couldn't decide between drizzle and downpour. Cashin leaned back in the stands, coat collar turned up, breath fogging faintly in the cold. Next to him, Bath's Hado was halfway through a flask of something. The bludger went rogue 3 minutes in. Not the usual, half-feral wobble, but proper targeting, snapping after Harry with a grudge. Cashin frowned. That can't be normal. Bath's Hado tilted her head, eyes tracking the thing's tight arc. Bludgers do fixate sometimes. Right, but that one's moving like it's got a family vendetta. Down below, Harry banked hard. The bludger missed by inches, chipped a chunk of wood off the hoop behind him, and doubled back. Cashin shifted, eyes narrowing. Not like this. It's following him. His gaze scanned the pitch. Last year, it was a broom that went wild. Now it's a bludger. Same player. Bath's Hado lowered her flask. You think someone's enchanted it? I think someone's got a thing for Potter and near-death experiences when he is in the air. She raised a brow. You suspect another professor? Cashin didn't answer right away. He was watching the players blur through rain and speed. Harry darted upward. The bludger followed like it was on a string. Wouldn't be the first time, he muttered. He scanned the stands. Lockhart sat a few rows down, smiling foolishly. Nothing new. Dumbledore watched the game with an unreadable expression. Snape was a statue. The bludger missed Harry again, barely, and splintered a bat on the rebound. Do you think it's connected to the diary? She asked quietly. His hands tightened around the flask. Could it be? He wasn't sure. But odds were, yes, somehow, it would trace back to Harry. That much he'd learned by now. If Cashin hadn't been in that shop last summer, running verbal laps around Lucius Malfoy, what would have happened to the diary? Left it in the manor vaults to rot? Doubtful. Would it still have found its way into the castle? And if it had, would it have landed in Potter's hands? Probably. That was the pattern, wasn't it? Same student, different curse. Cashin's eyes flicked back to the pitch. Malfoy, in his new role as Slytherin's seeker, was circling Harry like a smug little shark, occasionally diving close enough to be annoying but not quite helpful. He sighed. He'd tried humbling the boy last year, tried the blunt approach, the soft one, tried dragging him out of his father's shadow and into something resembling a spine. None of it stuck. He'd taught arrogant brats before. Different worlds bred different monsters. But this was the first one he'd had to teach whose father had the Minister of Magic in his pocket and probably a second vault just for bribes. Still. Cashin didn't believe in writing kids off. Not yet. Malfoy looped past again, eyes gleaming like he thought he already had the snitch in his teeth. Harry didn't rise to it. That was new. The Potter from last year would have chased him into the stands. Bath's Hado leaned in slightly. Do we pull him out? He won't go. And even if he does, the bludger will follow. Then what? Cashin's eyes narrowed. We find the source. And we find it soon. Because next time, it won't miss. Cashin closed his eyes. I'll try something. Bath's Hado didn't say anything, just gave a short nod and turned back to the pitch. He hadn't touched this spell since it woke up in his head last spring, buried deep, curled like a rusted blade under skin. Ancient variant of prior incantato. Not the one Ministry wands spat out like a receipt. This one bit back. Costly. Rare. And picky. The conditions were tight. The spell had to still be active. The caster nearby. And Cashin needed to know exactly what to look for. His stomach already nodded. Remembering that cursed memory. Stone. Firelight licked along the walls of a narrow chamber, throwing shadows that looked alive. The vision tethered him, dragged him into the circle whether he wanted it or not. They came in a line, 6, maybe 7 of them, all draped in goatskin robes. At their head walked a man Cashin recognized. That was the worst of it. He had seen this face once before in another memory. Crooked nose, scarred cheek, eyes like pits in a coal seam. Unlike the previous memory, where the face was frozen in a silent scream, here he was steady. Smug even. A man who looked at the world and saw something that ought to kneel. His voice came first as a rumble. Words dragged like stone grinding stone. Cashin shouldn't have understood a syllable, but the longer he listened, the clearer it became, as if the memory translated itself straight into his bones. It is close, the man said, palms brushing the carved wall, fingers searching out the grooves of etched lines. I can feel its magic. The chamber hides it, but it is near. We need only charge the circuit, and it will appear. One of the magics behind him faltered. His eyes flicked to the edged spirals cut into the stone. What will happen, to them, he asked, voice quiet, hoarse. Them. Sacrifices. Cashin felt his own throat tighten. He wanted to look away. The vision didn't let him. The first man smirked. It was thin, humorless, cruel. Not important, he said. Bring the wizard. That is the cost. I need to locate the place. Do you want to see the creature? Everything you ever wished for? Or do you want to stay a frightened animal forever? No one answered. The man raised both hands, pressing his palms outward until the air itself seemed to buckle. His lips moved. The murmuring was broken at first, syllables half buried, words Cashin could almost, mistake for nonsense. But then the spell took shape. He tore himself back with a shudder. Eyes snapping open. His hand shook where it gripped the wand. For the first time, he had seen a man he recognized return in another vision. Learning spell from him this time, not from the one who ended him. That was terrifying. He muttered, prior vinculatus, under his breath, thinking of a spell that could make a bludger go erratic. Nothing happened. He sighed through his nose, and started listing. Adversus. Flagratum. Incitar. Motus tactus, damn it. Nothing again. He dug his nails into the heel of his palm, trying not to clench his teeth. Levitas. He hissed, half out of hope. Still nothing. His head was starting to pound. Right behind the eyes. Velox corpus. Agito ferret. How many spells could control a bludger with that much finesse? Not many. Cashin had tried nearly all the usual suspects. Nothing. Bath's Hato was watching him now, frown creasing deeper with each passing second. A thin line of blood slid from his nose. She pulled a handkerchief from her coat, and cleaned it without asking. Nothing. He shook his head. Is it even human? Just as he asked it, his eyes snapped wide. Of course. Tweak. There was a soft crack, and the little house elf popped into existence beside him, ears flapping with excitement. Yes, Master Professor. Tweak squeaked, bouncing on his toes. Across the row, a few heads turned. Sprout blinked at him. Snape looked like someone had served him cold soup. Cashin gave them a quick smile and raised his hand casually. Don't mind me. Bit peckish. Snape let out a snort. As if calling a house elf mid-match for anything less than a dying child was sacrilege. Cashin ignored him and crouched down to Tweak's level. Tweak's ears wobbled as he tugged at his vest. Is Master Professor Rosier needing jam rolls again? Cashin leaned close. See that bludger? Tweak followed his gaze, his eyes narrowing at the sky. Yes, Master. There's something off about it. Can you trace who's been meddling with it? The elf went still. Ears stiffened. His nose twitched once, twice. Then he sniffed the air like it might lie to him. Tweak smells, stranger elf, he said after a moment. Very close. Cashin straightened. Are you sure? Yes. Not Hogwarts elf. Not Tweak's kind. But here. That was enough. Cashin stood. Take me. Tweak grabbed his coat and popped them both out of the stands. They landed near the base of the pitch scaffolding, just behind a storage unit reeking of broom oil and old grass. Before Cashin could get his bearings. Screams erupted from above. A voice, distant but rising in panic, Harry Potter's down. Cashin swore under his breath and looked forward. An elf crouched near the base of the supports. Not one he recognized. Wiry, pale, crouched like it was ready to bolt. Its head snapped toward them. Eyes wide. Terrified. It bolted. Tweak raised a hand. Wait, rogue. But the elf was already gone. Cracked straight out. Cashin stared at the spot it had been. Not a trace left. Then he looked up. Lee Jordan was shouting something, but it barely cut through the roar. Damn it. Cashin spun toward Tweak. Take me back. And tell the others to be vigilant about rogue elves. Tweak gave a solemn nod, eyes down. He snapped his fingers. They popped back into the stands just as the pitch exploded with noise. Students were on their feet. Red and gold flags waving wildly, thunder in the form of teenage cheers. Cashin's eyes locked on the center. Harry was clutching the snitch in one hand and his other arm like it might fall off. The crowd was surging forward. Madam Hooch was shouting something. McGonagall had already stood. And Lockhart. Cashin's jaw clicked. Lockhart was bounding down the stairs, arms thrown wide. Let me fix it. Very easy for me. He called, wobbling on the last steps. Bath's Hato reappeared at his elbow. If he touches that boy, he'll lose the arm, Cashin muttered. Or turn it into a flamingo. He cut between two just as Lockhart raised his wand over Harry's arm. Gilderoy, look over there. Cashin pointed without looking. I think Mr. Jordan wants your commentary on the game. Lockhart paused, gaze darting from Harry to the stands. Oh. Of course. My expert eyes must have caught details the untrained missed. He beamed. It would be my honor to explain them the finer. Yes, you should, Cashin cut in. We missed so many things. Lockhart puffed up like someone had flattered his reflection and hurried off toward Lee Jordan, robes flapping, wand still raised like he was about to bless the pitch with divine wisdom. Cashin didn't wait to watch the damage. He turned to Oliver, already moving. Take him to the wing. Wood nodded, grabbed Harry under the good shoulder, and they were off, Ron, Neville and Hermione scrambling after them. Cashin glanced at the bludger, now limp and rattling on the ground. Back in his room, Cashin stood with one hand braced against the bookshelf, the other clenched so tight his knuckles looked ready to split. The diary sat on his desk, still and smug as ever, like it knew something he didn't. Bath's Hato lounged on the couch, arms folded. No need to speak to Potter, she said without looking up. I doubt he knows anything. Cashin didn't answer. His jaw worked. He turned, started pacing. I feel useless, he muttered. She got up, crossed the room, and caught his hand before he could curl it again. You stayed at that cursed manor for this exact reason, she said, quiet now. You knew Voldemort was back. You needed proximity to the kind of people who'd hear things. Pure blood whispers, family dinners with murder under the roast. He didn't argue. Just sank into the couch when she pulled him down, her arm still around his shoulder. You're already doing your best, Cass. He leaned into her, resting his head on her lap as she began to stroke his hair, calming him with her gentle, magical touch. On a casual and normal day, Bath's Haida woke Cashin from his well-deserved sleep with an elbow jab to his ribs. He let out a groan, tugging her back under the blankets. What the hell? His voice was thick with sleep. He wrapped her into the blanket and went on snoring. She squirmed free, hair a mess, eyes sharper than they had any right to be this early. Where is the diary? Cashin froze, hand still resting on her hip. I dunno. Wasn't it with you? Bath's Haida frowned, looking jittery, gaze unfocused like she was scrolling through memories. I don't think so. I thought I gave it to you. Cashin ran a hand down his face. Did I leave it in the loo again? Her head tilted just slightly. Wouldn't put it past you. Oi, don't start. That was one time. Cashin sat up, rubbing the back of his neck. The room was dim, cold air nipping at his skin. And to be fair, the little bastard does give off the vibe of something you forget next to the soap. Bath's Haida swung her legs out of bed, already grabbing her dressing gown. Think. I am thinking. Cashin's tone sharpened slightly as he scanned the room from his perch on the edge of the mattress. We had it in here last, what, Tuesday? After the fireworks with Greg the Bold. Then I shut it and tossed it. His sentence trailed off as his eyes flicked toward the desk. The warded circle was empty. Right, he muttered. That is not ideal. Bath's Haida was on her feet now, knotting her belt. Not ideal? Cashin, it is gone. Technically, it is just misplaced. He pushed up, ruffling his hair as he crossed to the desk. There is a difference between misplaced and unleashed terror of Hogwarts proportions. You don't sound remotely worried. Because panicking isn't going to make it reappear. He crouched, checking under the desk. Dust bunnies, 2 pens, and an ancient chocolate frog wrapper. No diary. Bathsheda's mouth pressed into a line as she flicked her wand and murmured a tracking spell. The soft blue light fizzled in the air and then died with a sharp crack. Brilliant, she muttered. It is blocking the location rune now. Her eyes darted to him. You think it walked out on its own? He held up both hands. Not saying it didn't. Wouldn't surprise me at this point. But let's not start burning candles just yet. We probably forgot it somewhere. We don't take the bloody thing out of our rooms, and unless one of us absent-mindedly carried it into the next, it is probably tucked away crying into its own pages about too many Hogwarts students bullying it. Bath's Haida slumped against him. Are you sure? Reasonably, Cashin said, rubbing the back of his neck. If it grew legs and walked off, I will eat my boots, laces and all. But I am betting it is sulking under a chair or wedged behind a stack of books. She snorted sharply, her breath warm against his shoulder. It is dangerous, Cass. Only if someone scribbles their little secrets into it. Otherwise, it is a notebook with an attitude problem. He tipped his head back, staring at the ceiling. We've been poking it for weeks and it hasn't managed more than passive-aggressive comments and the occasional sulk. Bath's Haida pulled away and started pacing, her bare feet silent on the cold stone floor. Traces don't work. That is new. Which is annoying, Cashin said, standing and tugging his jumper over his head, but not shocking. Half the cursed artifacts I've seen throw out false signals when they don't want to be found. This one's got a flair for drama. She stopped, arms folded tightly. What if it really found a way out? Cashin paused, one hand resting on the back of the chair. Then we cross that bridge and probably set it on fire. His lips twitched faintly. But let's not assume it is plotting world domination yet. 9 times out of 10, these things are more talk than bite. Bath's Haida shot him a look. And the 10th? The 10th is why I keep my wand within reach, Cashin muttered, patting under his pillow. His brow furrowed. Where the devil is my wand? Bath's Haida rubbed at her nose. Right. She knew that despite his casual remarks, they had never been careless with the diary. That was why he was calm. Even when we forgot it in the loo, the wards were always in place unless one of us was using it. She sighed. It can't walk on its own. Right. Well, they didn't find the diary. Cashin was sure it had to be somewhere in the chaos of their rooms. He probably chucked it late one night after teasing it and left it wedged between the desk and the bed, or somewhere equally ridiculous. But as the day wore on, that certainty began to crack. Bath's Haida was pacing now, muttering charms under her breath, her voice growing sharper each time another tracking spell fizzled out. Cashin sat sprawled in an armchair, watching her like she was a particularly fiery lecture he didn't want to interrupt. You are sure you didn't leave it in the staff room? She demanded. For the 100th time, no. I am not in the habit of smuggling cursed artifacts into the staff lounge for tea and biscuits. He rubbed his temple, eyes narrowing as he glanced at the desk again. If it isn't here, must be in your room. It is. Not. In my room. She snapped, spinning on her heel. He opened his mouth for a retort, but a loud, frantic pounding on the door cut him off. Bath's Haida froze. Cashin raised a brow, dragging himself upright. The door banged again. Cashin strode over and yanked the door open. A second-year Hufflepuff stood there, pale-faced and wide-eyed. If this is about missing biscuits, I swear. Professor Rosier. Professor Babbling. You've got to come, quick. What's this about? Cashin asked, trying not to show his frustration. It is. The boy gulped air. It is Mrs. Norris, sir. She is stiff. Like stone. Bath's Haida was already moving, snatching her cloak off the peg. Cashin followed with a grimace. Where? Second floor. There's writing on the wall, red writing. Red writing never bodes well, Cashin muttered under his breath as they rushed with everything they had. When they rounded the corner onto the second floor, the scene hit them like a punch to the gut. Mrs. Norris was suspended stiffly from a torch bracket, her fur gleaming like polished marble. Her eyes were white and glassy. And the wall. Bright, bloody words stretched across the stones, dripping down like fresh paint. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Especially Rosier and Babbling. Cashin took a step closer, boots squelching on the wet stone. Their names were underlined, the strokes heavy and angry, like whoever wrote it wanted to carve the words straight into the castle itself. Two of them looked at each other as the entire castle seemed to press in, students craning for a better view like they'd been waiting for this moment all year. Whispers rattled through the crowd. Bathsheda's hand brushed his sleeve, fingers tense. He didn't look at her, but he could feel the question radiating off her, is this about the diary? The whispering swelled, pockets of speculation darting from group to group. A Ravenclaw muttered that it had to be Peeves, a Gryffindor girl swore she saw blood dripping from the ceiling. Enemies of the air, beware. You will be next, Mudbloods. Cashin's head snapped toward the voice. Malfoy. The little blonde brat had elbowed to the front, his pale face flushed with something between excitement and spite. His cold eyes gleamed as he stared at the petrified cat like it was the punchline of his favorite joke. Unaware of the fact, two professors were present too. Cashin didn't even think. His wand flicked up, and Malfoy jerked into the air by his collar, dangling like a badly hung painting. His feet kicked helplessly a few inches off the ground, robes riding up around his knees. What the hell did you just say? Cashin's voice cut through the crowd. Malfoy twisted, clawing at his collar. P put me down. Oh no. Not until you repeat it, Cashin said, eyes locked on him, so cold, froze the boy in place. The silence was so heavy you could have heard a pin drop. I didn't. Didn't what? Didn't spew filth in front of the entire school? Was I too merciful after last time? Gasps rippled through the crowd. Professor Rosier, please. One of the prefects began. Cashin didn't even glance at her. What's going on here? What's going on? Argus Filch shoved through the crowd, his jowls quivering with fury. His roomy eyes darted about until they landed on the cat. And then he stopped. His face twisted. My cat. My cat. What's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked, stumbling back like the sight had physically struck him. Both hands shot up to his face as he staggered, his voice breaking. Who killed her? Who killed my cat? Argus. Dumbledore's voice rolled over the students. He appeared at the end of the corridor like he'd simply materialized there. Professors trailed behind him, McGonagall looking grim. Snape gliding. In 3 long strides, Dumbledore had reached the torch bracket. His hand lifted, and Mrs. Norris detached from it with a flick of his fingers, floating gently into his arms. Come with me, Argus, he said softly. Filch made a strangled noise and followed as if tethered. Snape's eyes narrowed as they landed on Cashin and Malfoy. What do you think you are doing? He asked coldly, already. Announcement. Hello everyone. I'd like to make it clear that it wasn't carelessness on Cashin or Bathsheda's part that caused the diary to get lost. In the previous chapter, Bathsheda herself says, she knew that despite his casual remarks, they had never been careless with the diary. That was why he was calm. Even when we forgot it in the loo, the wards were always in place unless one of us was using it. She sighed. It can't walk on its own. From the start, both she and Cashin had strong wards on the diary, and for months there wasn't a single issue with it. That's why Cashin stayed calm, he trusted the safeguards they had put in place. As for why Cashin chose to keep the diary instead of handing it over right away, that's the point I'm open to critique on. His mistrust of Dumbledore after the previous year is a big factor. He doesn't believe Dumbledore can be trusted with something this dangerous, given he once put first years against similar risks. His mistrust also extends to McGonagall and the school as a whole. On top of that, Cashin has his own motivations, academic curiosity and a desire for leverage against Lucius. If he can trace the diary back to Lucius, then Lucius can't just slip away from responsibility. Also, I want to highlight something, character flaws have been established since the first chapter. Yes, those flaws sometimes pull the plot in different directions, but I don't think they're forceful. Their choices come from within their characters, flaws included. If you don't let characters make mistakes and learn from them, the story turns into something flat and conflictless. And yes, this is fanfiction. As I've said before, I don't like to follow the original plot exactly, but it's still the same world. Some elements must connect for the story to happen. End of the year will justify all the plot points, and hopefully you'll stick around until then and agree with how I handled the issue. All the best, and enjoy the chapter. What do you think you are doing? Snape asked coldly, already drawing his wand. Bathsheda stepped forward before Cashin could even open his mouth. If you wave that wand, I will make you regret it. Snape's jaw clenched. His gaze flicked between them, but his wand didn't lower. Dumbledore's eyes went from Cashin to Bathsheda, then swept to the wall and the angry crimson letters still dripping faintly. Please lower Mr. Malfoy, Professor Rosier. Cashin didn't move. Sure, he said. Right after we interrogate him and dish out some punishment for the filth that just left his mouth. Snape's head snapped to Cashin. What could he possibly have said to warrant this? Cassion's wand twitched slightly, making Malfoy jerk higher. He thought it was clever to shout enemies of the air, beware. You will be next, mudbloods. His tone was flat but students who heard for the second time, grimaced. Professors gasped. McGonagall's lips thinned so much, one could fear they'd disappeared. Rosier, you are overreacting. Snape began. Overreacting. Cassion barked out a laugh that didn't sound amused. Forgive me for thinking we shouldn't let children shout blood purity slogans in the middle of a bloody crime scene. Cassion, Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension. Calm, but firmer this time. Please. Put him down. Cassion looked at Malfoy, who was squirming and clutching at his collar, his face red with embarrassment and panic. He let out a long breath through his nose and gave a sharp flick of his wand. Malfoy dropped with a thud, crumbling to the floor in a heap. Happy now? Cassion muttered. Malfoy scrambled to his feet, brushing himself off with shaking hands. His pale face had gone blotchy with anger, but he didn't dare say a word. Snape moved in, stepping protectively in front of his house's prized brat. If you've quite finished threatening my students. Threatening? Cassion's voice sharpened. I was teaching the little brat that words have consequences. Someone clearly hasn't bothered. Enough. Dumbledore didn't raise his voice, but the single word was enough to pull everyone up short. The headmaster's eyes swept the corridor again, lingering on the frozen cat in his arms and the ugly writing on the wall. This is not the time for bickering amongst ourselves. Bath's Haida crossed her arms, glaring at Snape. Then perhaps he should keep his students in line before someone gets hurt. Watch yourself, babbling, Snape hissed. Cassion stepped between them. 50 points from Slytherin. And if Mr. Malfoy doesn't get a proper punishment for that slur, I will make sure this little incident makes it past Britain. Let's see how Lucius likes his son's mouth plastered across the continent. The corridor went still. Hurling a racial slur right after a serious crime? That's almost a confession, Cassion said. You should pray I can keep my calm at the scene, Severus, otherwise your boy would be signing away his most embarrassing moments. His eyes narrowed. Don't forget, as a professor I have every right to protect the other students. Just that, I'm certain he isn't clever enough to have pulled any of this off. Dumbledore's sharp look shut even Snape up. He will be punished, Professor Rosier. For now. His gaze swept the gathered students. Prefects, take everyone back to their quarters immediately. The prefects moved fast, calling out house names as they herded the gawking crowd away, a few whispered protests flaring before dying under McGonagall's glare. Malfoy muttered something under his breath as he was ushered along, but Cassion's sharp turn of his head made him flinch and fall silent. Rosier, babbling, Argus, Dumbledore called, come with me. Cassion shot Bath's Haida a glance. Her jaw was tight, but she gave a nod and fell into step beside him. My room's closer. You can use it, Headmaster, Lockhart piped up from the side, flashing one of his bright smiles. Dumbledore gave him a nod. Thank you, Gilderoy. The air in Lockhart's quarters smelled too sweet, the room drowned in perfume. The walls were plastered with smiling portraits of Lockhart in various heroic poses. Dumbledore set Mrs. Norris down on a small table near the fireplace. The cat looked carved from marble, her fur stiff and gleaming. Her glassy eyes stared at the ceiling. Lockhart was hovering around all of them, making suggestions. It was definitely a curse that did this to her, probably the transmogrifian torture. I've seen it used many times, so unlucky I wasn't there, I know the very counter curse that would have saved her. Lockhart's comments were punctuated by Filch's dry, racking sobs. He hovered behind Dumbledore like a ghost, wringing his hands. She's not dead, is she? Tell me she ain't dead. Dumbledore placed a steady hand on the caretaker's shoulder. No, Argus. She is not dead. She's been petrified. Snape's voice was filled with venom. This is Rosier's business. Cassion's head snapped around, glaring. My name is literally in the bloody threat. You think I went and scrawled it there myself for the thrill of nearly giving Filch a heart attack? Snape's lip curled, but he didn't answer. Didn't think so, Cassion went on, folding his arms. Now unless you've got something useful to add, you can kindly stop hovering like a bat in heat. McGonagall's nostrils flared, but she didn't interrupt. Bath's Haida was standing by the wall, eyes fixed on the cat. The writing was fresh. Whoever did this wasn't subtle about it. They've targeted 2 professors by name. Flitwick piped up, his voice tight. This can't be ignored. McGonagall said, turning to Dumbledore. Nor will it be, Dumbledore said softly, his eyes still fixed on the petrified Mrs. Norris. We need to get ahead of this. If students are involved. They are not, Snape cut in sharply. Cassion straightened. And you know that how, exactly? Got a crystal ball tucked in your sleeve. This reeks of adult magic, Snape hissed. No student is capable of this level of charm work. Enough, Dumbledore said gently, though the weight in his voice silenced even Snape. We will investigate the matter fully. But for now, the priority is the safety of the students. McGonagall's lips thinned. The question is, who did this? My cat has been petrified. Filch shrieked, his eyes popping. I want to see some punishment. We will be able to cure her, Argus, said Dumbledore patiently. Professor Sprout recently managed to procure some mandrakes. As soon as they have reached their full size, I will have a potion made which will revive Mrs. Norris. I will make it, Lockhart butted in. I must have done it 100 times, I could whip up a mandrake restorative draft in my sleep. Excuse me, said Snape icily, but I believe I am the potions master at this school. There was a very awkward pause. After returning to their rooms, Bath's Haida started pacing, her arms crossed so tightly it looked like she was holding herself together. It is the diary, isn't it? Cashin huffed, eyes fixed on the ceiling. If it is, someone stole it. She dropped onto the sofa next to him. Cass. How can you leave it around? Excuse me. He turned his head sharply, brows raised. Are we pretending now that you didn't hand it to me in a stack of essays and say, and I quote, chuck that somewhere safe before I hex it myself? Bathsheda's lips pressed thin. And where did you chuck it? On the desk. Behind the wards. All intact when I checked last time. Cashin waved a hand vaguely in the air. Not like I left it in the staff loo with a note saying please open and pour your soul into me. She rubbed her face, fingers digging into her temples. This isn't funny. Wasn't trying to be. His voice flattened as he leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. If it is not here, then someone got through the wards and lifted it. Bath's Haida gave him a sharp look. You really think a student could manage that? Not a chance. Cashin's fingers tapped restlessly on the armrest. No kid in this castle's good enough to break those wards. I doubt most professors can. Then who? If I knew that, love, I would be hexing them into next week. He sat back with a frustrated groan. God, this is bad. Bath's Haida pulled her knees up onto the sofa, hugging them tight. The wall, the threat, that cat. And our names, Cashin cut in, jaw tight. Whoever's got the diary must have blabbed we were the ones who mocked him. Bath's Haida rested her head on his shoulder. Should we tell Dumbledore? Cashin stared at the ceiling for a moment, lips pressed together. Yeah. Let's go. Suppose we're about to be told off for keeping it, he muttered. Bathsheda's lips twitched faintly. Suppose we deserve it. Not the first time I've deserved a telling off. He glanced at her. Probably won't be the last. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt longer than usual. When they reached the stone gargoyle, Cashin spoke the password and it shifted aside with a grind of stone. The spiral staircase carried them up, step by step, until they stopped outside the oak door. Cashin raised a hand, hesitated, then rapped his knuckles against the wood. Enter, came the calm voice from within. The room smelled of wax and parchment. Fawkes watched them from his perch, feathers catching the light as he shifted slightly. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, half-moon spectacles perched low on his nose. Professors Rosier and babbling, he said softly, is it about Mr. Malfoy's punishment? Cashin shook his head. You can punish that ferret later. We've got a bigger problem. He let out a sigh as he and Bath's Haida dropped into the chairs across from Dumbledore's desk. The headmaster's eyes flicked between them, faint lines deepening at the corners. Go on. Cashin leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. This started back in Diagon Alley. Before term. Lucius Malfoy was there, swanning about. We crossed paths. His jaw ticked faintly. I might have insulted him. Might have. Bath's Haida murmured, folding her arms. Fine, I did. Cashin's lips quirked for half a second before flattening again. Dumbledore's brow lifted slightly, but he didn't interrupt. Cashin's fingers drummed the armrest before curling tight. He didn't take it well. Grabbed a book out of Bathsheda's bag, made some remark about her relation to me, and I. He broke off with a faint shrug. Punched him. Yes, Professor Rosier, I've heard, the punching, Dumbledore repeated, the amusement clear his tone. Didn't feel like a choice at the time. Cashin shifted back in his chair. Anyway, later that evening, Bath's Haida found something in her bag. A diary. Plain, black, nothing remarkable except it hummed with magic. Not the pleasant kind. Bath's Haida leaned forward now. We checked it over. Wards, traces. Someone had laid some very old magic into it. It felt wrong. Not overtly dangerous, not then, but wrong. The sort of thing that doesn't just happen to fall into your bag. Cashin nodded. We are certain Lucius slipped it in when he grabbed her things. Looked like his way of lashing out. Humiliate her, drop something cursed to shift attention if Arthur Weasley's witch hunt in the ministry sniffed too close to his affairs. Fits the bastard to a T. Dumbledore's eyes darkened slightly, but his hands stayed folded. What did you do? Advanced confinement runes. Lots of it. We locked the diary down and started testing it. At first, nothing. Just ink and paper. Then I tried writing in it. And it wrote back. Cashin's mouth twisted faintly. Polite, friendly even. Like having a conversation. But there was a tug, subtle, but there. Like it was trying to dig. Nudge memories. Fish for details. Bathsheda's fingers tapped against her sleeve. We prodded carefully. Tried to keep it talking without giving too much. It gave us a name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Dumbledore's expression didn't change much, barely more than a flicker of the eyes. But it was there. A pause. The kind you only caught if you were watching. Cashin's gaze narrowed slightly. That name mean anything to you, headmaster? That name mean anything to you, headmaster? Dumbledore tilted his head. For a moment, the only sound in the room was Fawkes shifting on his perch. He then said, please, continue. Cashin didn't press. We thought we had it under control. The diary wasn't showing any real power. No curses flying about, no possession or hexes, nothing except words on paper. Until recently, when we realized it was gone. Gone. Vanished, Bathsheba said tightly. It was behind layered wards. Nothing that can be easily broken. But now it is missing, and then this. She gestured vaguely. Mrs. Norris. The wall. Our names. Dumbledore's hands folded more tightly over each other. Someone's playing a game, Cashin said with a tired sigh. And they are using us as pawns, or bait. We thought Lucius was the one behind it. Now I am not so sure. Dumbledore looked tired. You think this diary is somehow responsible for what happened tonight? Cashin gave a sharp nod. One time the diary said it knew a secret in the castle. Something that could grant immense power. Destroy our enemies, it said. We just had to open our minds for it to show us. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Bathsheba, then back to Cashin. And did you? Of course not. Cashin let out a soft snort. I might be reckless, headmaster, but I am not thick. That thing gave me the creeps before it even finished its first bloody sentence. You could feel it trying to pull at you. Bathsheba spoke up then, her voice tight. It was subtle at first. Friendly. Patient. But there was this, purpose behind it. Probing for cracks. Dumbledore leaned forward, resting his forearms on the desk. This diary, what else did it say? Bits and pieces, Cashin said. About the school. About his time here. He called himself a student once, claimed he learned things in these walls that would change the world. Never outright said what, though. Always danced around it like he was dangling bait. Bathsheba's fingers tightened against her sleeve. He wanted us to ask. To give it an opening. And why didn't you consider telling me this sooner? Dumbledore asked, his voice calm but carrying an edge now. We considered it, Cashin admitted. Then we thought about what Malfoy might be playing at, and how fast word travels when you breathe wrong in this castle. The last thing we wanted was to tip off the wrong ears. There was a long silence. Finally, Dumbledore let out another slow breath. If this diary is what I suspect, then the danger is greater than either of you realize. Cashin frowned. What do you suspect? Dumbledore didn't answer right away. His gaze drifted to Fawkes, the phoenix watching them quietly from his perch. Headmaster, Bathsheba pressed, her voice quieter now. You know something. Dumbledore's fingers tapped the desk again. Perhaps. But I will not say more until I know more. Certainty is the one luxury we cannot afford to counterfeit. Cashin's lips twitched faintly. You've got the air of a man sitting on an unpleasant truth, headmaster. Dumbledore looked at him. Would you prefer I spoke recklessly and added more fear to this castle? Cashin didn't answer. You should never have brought it into the castle. And even if you had, you should have told me at once. His voice was heavy, before softening just slightly. But what's done is done. You've done well to contain it as long as you did. But now we must assume the worst. Someone is using that diary to open a very old wound. When the pair trudged back into Cashin's rooms, they looked every bit like two kids who'd just been raked over the coals by a stern teacher. And frankly, they deserved it. Not only had they brought a cursed object into a school crawling with children, they'd also kept it from the headmaster and worst of all, lost it. Cashin dropped into his armchair, scrubbing his temple. Well. That went swimmingly. Bathsheba didn't sit. She hovered near the desk, arms crossed, lips pressed tight. He didn't yell. Worse. He was calm. Cashin tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling. Never trust a man who sounds like he's about to offer you biscuits while he is thinking of ways to nail your hide to the wall. Bathsheba huffed out a breath through her nose. We deserved it. Oh, no argument there. Cashin let his head loll to the side, watching her pace. Still, I can't help feeling like we were the ones sent to detention and Malfoy gets to preen around the castle. Lucius or Draco? She asked sharply. Yes. She gave him a glare over her shoulder but didn't argue. Her fingers drummed against her palm as she turned and scanned the room for what had to be the 20th time that day. If it is the diary. No if about it, love. Cashin's voice was quieter now, lacking his usual flippancy. It is the diary. Has to be. Timing is too perfect for it not to be. Bathsheba dropped onto the sofa beside him, her knees knocking into his. Let's string the clues. What do we know so far? Cashin huffed slowly. The diary was created by a bloke calling himself Tom Marvolo Riddle. He kept going on about a secret that grants immense power. Every time I pushed, he fished for more, politics, the castle, even the headmaster. We didn't learn his big secret, but now it is bloody obvious. The Chamber of Secrets. 50 years ago, it opened. A monster attacked, killed a girl. Hagrid took the blame, even almost got sent to Azkaban for it. They let him out eventually, but not before snapping his wand. And now? He rubbed the back of his neck. Now the diary, stuffed in your bag by Lucius Malfoy, has opened it again. Bathsheba pulled her legs up on the sofa, curling her toes against the cushions. Lucius didn't just want to dump a cursed object. He planted a weapon. He knew. He had to. That diary wasn't planted by accident. Oh, no chance it was. Cashin shook his head, a humorless smirk curling his mouth. That slimy bastard couldn't resist leaving a little present. Probably thought it'd stir the pot, distract everyone from whatever he's got going on. She stared at the floor. We were idiots. We should have destroyed it the moment we realized it could write back. Wouldn't have mattered, Cashin muttered. That sort of magic doesn't go down easy. You don't just toss it in the fireplace and hope for the best. Even cursed artifacts usually give up faster than this thing. Bathsheba got up again and started to pace, every turn of her heel snapping like punctuation to her own fury. Merlin, I am so stupid, she muttered, clutching her sleeve so tightly the fabric wrinkled. Should have known better. Should have left it where it was. Should have burned the damn thing instead of her breath hitched, words breaking into a low growl. Merlin, I should have told Headmaster the moment it wrote back. What was I thinking? Bath's Cashin started. She cut him off, her voice sharp. No. Don't you dare try to make this lighter. This is our fault. Ours. That thing is loose now, and something dark is walking these halls where students sleep. Students we were supposed to protect. She spun on him, eyes bright with the kind of anger that came from guilt turned inward. Cass, it's gone. That thing is out there, and we've no idea who holds it. It could be whispering to some poor child right now, sliding its poison in, and we wouldn't even know until it's too late. He rose, hands raised in mock surrender. All right, easy. We'll get it back. Step 1, figure out exactly what it is. Step 2. Step 2. She snapped, cutting him off. Step 2, what? We pretend we're still in control while something dark walks freely in this castle? While children we were supposed to protect sleep with a cursed diary under their pillows. Her voice cracked, frustrated. She pressed the heel of her hand to her forehead. This isn't just a mistake, Cashin. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Baths, you're not the one who slipped it into your bag. That was Lucius. She let out a sharp laugh, bitter and short. Lucius may have planted it, but we kept it alive. We gave it time to settle, to learn us. We're the professors here. It was our responsibility to keep the children safe, and instead we let something clever, patient, and hungry through the front door. Cashin hesitated. He could argue, deflect, but the steel in her eyes warned him against it. So he reached for honesty instead. Then it's on both of us. Fine. But wallowing in it won't get us anywhere. Bathsheba stopped pacing, arms folding tight around herself. Her shoulders rose and fell, sharp with tension. We are supposed to be better than this. If even we can't keep something like that contained, what hope do the rest of them have? Cashin sighed, gritting his teeth. He crossed the final step between them and laid his hands lightly on her shoulders. Then we fix it. We confirm what it is. We find it. And when we do, we end it properly. His arm slipped around her waist from behind. She didn't resist. If anything, she leaned back into him, shoulders loosening as his chin came to rest on her shoulder. That was Lucius's intention. I can see it now. He nodded, eyes dull with thought. He slipped the diary into your bag. Wanted it gone, sure, but mostly he wanted to stir shit between us. She hummed as he continued, his hand drawing slow lines along her waist. I doubt he's thick enough to think you'd fall for it. More likely he just wanted one of us sacked, maybe both, if he was lucky. Peg the rosier name down a notch while he was at it. But the aim was us. Fighting. She turned in his arms and pulled him into a hug, pressing a kiss to his cheek, then his jaw. Would have been a shock to his system if we actually got on instead. Sorry to disappoint, Lucius, she murmured. Cashin let his forehead rest against hers. She pulled him to the sofa. He didn't resist, just dropped down beside her, still curled around her like a shield she didn't ask for but didn't push away. P.S. Old Hogwarts had far harsher punishments. In many places, Filch hints at the old methods, wistfully mentioning chains, screams, and the like. I even considered showing some of Cashin's past, how he himself was punished in those ways, but decided against it. So far, Cashin has never laid a hand on his students. He isn't from this world, and he doesn't believe in physically punishing children. The first incident, when he took Malfoy's voice, was because Malfoy had used one of the worst slurs in their world. Cashin wanted to prevent him from spewing more and to teach him a lesson. It wasn't painful, Malfoy and his little entourage simply couldn't make a sound. In the latest case, Malfoy was levitated by the scruff of his neck, he wasn't dangled by the neck. To be clear, this was a crime scene, and Malfoy was shouting blood slogans, slurs, and threats. Cashin was annoyed about losing the diary. Yes, he could have handled it better, but he's human. Bathsheba's eyes flicked to him. Then what is it? A Horcrux? Asterisk. Cashin frowned faintly. A what? She waved a hand. Dark magic. Splitting a soul, locking it in an object. Just a theory. Cashin's brow tightened as if the word itself left a bad taste in his mouth. Bathsheba reached over, slipping her hand into his. Do you know anything about them? Cashin shook his head slowly, eyes distant. I don't, but the word is familiar. That familiarity wasn't from Hogwarts, or any dusty text he flipped through in this life. No, it was older. Something carried over. He rubbed his temple, the pieces refusing to slot together neatly. Probably from Earth, he thought grimly. Back when Harry Potter was just a series of books his mates wouldn't shut up about. He didn't know where else it could have come from. Why does it sound like something I should remember? He muttered, half to himself. Bathsheda's thumb brushed over his knuckles. What is wrong? Nothing, he said quickly, then sighed through his nose. I will need to dig around. It is nagging at me. She frowned at that but didn't press. Cashin leaned back against the sofa cushions, staring up at the cracked ceiling beam. He tried to remember. Ever since he had started learning occlumency, he had worked to hammer his mind into order. Branches, roots, hollowed knots, every part of his thoughts pressed into ordered growth. He could catalogue this life easily enough, conversations he'd half ignored, the sting of a dueling hex, the creak of the Rosier Library's floorboards. All of it, crisp and accessible. But not the other memories. Not the ones from Earth. Those sat like smudges at the edge of his vision, refusing to sharpen no matter how tightly he pressed his will against them. Faces he had known, lectures he'd half listened to, scraps of writing, the droning of professors, snippets of a life gone. He tried to line them up, order them as he could his memories here, but they broke apart like ash scattered in the wind. It was worse with the awakened memories. Runes half glimpsed in visions, inscriptions glowing in a storm. Occlumency was useless there. Instead of clarity, the walls of his mind only pressed those images further away, like fog recoiling from light. Cashin shut his eyes and huffed hard through his nose. What's the point of mastery, he thought, if the one thing I need stays beyond reach? Horcrux, split soul, locked away in an object. The fragments of memory weren't clear, more like half-forgotten trivia overheard in a pub. Didn't know why the diary felt so wrong. But his gut told him this wasn't some ordinary curse. It wasn't some mythological term or an obscure bit of history from Earth, that, he was certain. And if his gut was right, they'd both stepped in it. Deep. He let go of her hand and stood abruptly, pacing in front of the cold hearth. It seems, love, the diary is something worse than we thought. Bathsheba pushed herself up, crossing her arms. If it is as bad as you think, why the hell would Malfoy risk slipping that into my bag? That is the question, isn't it? Cashin's tone sharpened. If it is as dangerous as it feels, then he is either a bigger fool than I thought or he had no clue what he was carrying. Both options are equally likely. Bathsheda's gaze hardened. Or maybe someone wanted it to end up in Hogwarts. Cashin's jaw tightened. That is worse. He rubbed the back of his neck. All right. One thing at a time. We get confirmation on what we are dealing with. Then we move. Sadly, 2 days later, a student turned up petrified. Colin Creevey. Poor kid was carted off like a stiff statue, his camera and the terror frozen on his face. The next day, Lucius Malfoy arrived at the castle, his cane tapping against the stone as though the floor wasn't good enough for him. He came with a few other members of the Board of Governors in tow, their feigned concern and thinly veiled smugness sickened Cashin. They called an emergency meeting to discuss the suspension of not just Albus Dumbledore, but Cashin Rosier too. The reasoning? Apparently hanging Malfoy's precious heir in front of the entire student body wasn't proper conduct for a Hogwarts professor. Now Cashin stood shoulder to shoulder with Dumbledore in the staff room, facing down a semicircle of self-important governors. His expression somewhere between boredom and irritation as Lucius spoke. It is the opinion of this board that the situation has grown untenable, Lucius said smoothly. 2 attacks, 2 staff members named on the walls, and yet, no resolution. It is clear that changes must be made for the safety of the students. Cashin arched a brow. So your solution is to toss out the one bloke holding this circus together and the one teacher who actually gives a toss about these kids? That's bold. Lucius didn't even flinch. Bold, perhaps. But necessary. My son rode home terrified his first month, Professor Rosier. You assaulted him in public view. Cashin smirked faintly. Terrified? That is rich. Your boy has a mouth on him that would make a sailor blush. I merely lifted him high enough for the words to stop flowing so freely. A few of the governors shifted uncomfortably, but Lucius pressed on. Regardless, such behavior is unbecoming of a Hogwarts professor. And as for Dumbledore. Dumbledore's hands were clasped casually behind his back. Do go on, Lucius. The headmaster has failed to protect his students. A student has been attacked under your watch. The parents are concerned. As are we. Cashin let out a scoff. Parents concerned? Or Malfoy's concerned? There's a difference, and I think we all know which side's louder in your little tea parties. Lucius's lips curled faintly. Professor Rosier, perhaps you should remember your place. Oh, I know my place, Cashin said lightly, flicking his wand in a lazy arc. I, Professor Cashin R. Rosier, invoke Article 12 of the Hogwarts Staff Code, subsection disciplinary, blah blah, you know the one, summoning the Sorting Hat to adjudicate the punishment of one Draco L. Malfoy under Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry governance. The tip of his wand glowed briefly. Somewhere above them, a faintly irritated grumble echoed down the corridor, followed by the unmistakable voice of the Sorting Hat. Merlin's frayed trousers, Rosier, couldn't this wait until after supper? You know I don't work for biscuits. Lucius's lips thinned, but before he could fire back, Cashin grinned. Oh, come on, old boy. You've been hanging about collecting dust for decades. Consider this community service. The Hat let out a sigh that sounded suspiciously like someone being dragged out of bed too early. Fine, fine. What is the infraction this time? Cashin's voice sharpened. Draco Malfoy. Second year. Verbally inciting hatred in a crime scene. Blood status slur included. The Hat tutted loudly. Charming. And you are asking me because? Because his head of house seems to think this is perfectly acceptable behavior, Cashin replied, shooting Snape a flat look. And the Board of Governors apparently care more about their pocket square arrangements than about bigotry in the corridors. Snape's nostrils flared, but before he could respond, the hat spoke again. Right, let's make this quick. Draco L. Malfoy, son of Lucius Abraxas Malfoy. Draco stiffened as the Sorting Hat's voice rolled. You've been raised in a house that values lineage over decency, privilege over humility, and pride over sense. Slytherin House might value ambition, but not stupidity. 150 points deducted, and detention for 2 months, real detention, mind you, not polishing silver with house elves hovering over your shoulder. The hat's tone dropped into a growl. And if I hear your voice utter that word again, you will be back in front of me for resorting. I hear Hufflepuff has room. 3rd time, and you are out. Gasps rippled around the room. Draco flushed scarlet, his pale face blotched with fury and embarrassment. You can't do this. Lucius snapped. Cashin leaned casually against the table, arching a brow. Oh, I think you'll find the hat can. Read the school charter, page 62. It has final say on matters of sorting and house discipline. You didn't think those dusty bylaws were just there for show, did you? Lucius's cane thumped hard against the stone floor. This is outrageous. Outrageous would be me letting your boy run about shouting blood purity slogans like he's auditioning for a Death Eater revival. Cashin's tone stayed light, but his eyes had hardened. This is just justice with a talking hat. The Sorting Hat gave a dry laugh. Well said. Now, if that's all, I'll be off. Wake me for the next brat with too much mouth and too little brain. Silence stretched across the room. Dumbledore, still seated calmly behind his desk, steepled his fingers. Thank you, Professor Rosier, for the expedient solution. And thank you, Sorting Hat, for your contribution. Always happy to clean up your messes, Albus, the hat muttered faintly before fading from earshot. Cashin straightened his robes. Now, where were we? Ah yes, Lucius, you were explaining how tossing the headmaster and me out on our arses was the most logical course of action for school safety. Cashin then turned to the rest of the board, his hands clasped lightly behind his back, his chuckle had a bite that made a few of them shift in their seats. I am guessing Lucius roped you lot in without mentioning that I was also on his little hit list. If that is the case, you still got time to change your minds. If not. His mouth curved into something that wasn't quite a smile, well, I will applaud your courage when you cast your vote. He let the words hang for a moment, then leaned forward on the edge of the table, his tone lighter now. So go on, let's not drag this out. Who is voting to suspend me, Professor Cashin R. Rosier? TheFanficG. *high. Just a quick reminder, I love you all and really thankful for the support. Now that I've made a wild confession, a quick note about Bathsheda's first guess being a Horcrux. It's not that I'm pushing the plot forward or giving her meta-knowledge. This isn't really a spoiler, so here it is, just as she once thought she could draw Yrsa's runes for her whole life, her knowledge and experience are becoming fuller. I'm using fuller here, because I don't want you to think she's being possessed, I already made that clear, so no suspense there. What's happening is that she sees something, and her sharper, more learned mind is now able to draw clearer connections. Think of it more like a nudge in the right direction, an instinct, if you will. This wasn't a plot hole. It was a plot point. Hope this helps. Who is voting to suspend me, Professor Cashin R. Rosier? For a heartbeat, no one moved. Chairs creaked faintly, a cough echoed from the back, and a few of the older governors suddenly found great interest in their shoes. The green grass patriarch cleared his throat. Professor Rosier is correct, he said, fingers drumming lightly against the arch of his cane. He is a fair teacher. Last summer, my granddaughter came home and wouldn't shut up about him. Said he was firm but just, and his classes were some of the best she had. In this instance, the Malfoyer's punishment was warranted as the Sorting had declared. Young Malfoy used a racial slur in front of the entire school during what was already a traumatic event. Lucius's expression didn't crack, but one could hear teeth grinding. Another governor, a heavy-set man with thinning hair, nodded slowly. Greengrass has a point. This isn't a question of professionalism, it is about setting boundaries for students. That word. He trailed off with a grimace. Cashin stayed silent, arms folded, watching the room shift. Lucius cleared his throat. With respect, this is not about my son's behavior. This is about the headmaster's failure to maintain order, and Professor Rosier's unprofessional conduct. Oh, do shut it, Malfoy, Cashin said without any care. You've been banging on about safety when it is your own spawn spitting out poison in the middle of a bloody crime scene. I don't want to summon the hat again, but school rules are clear. Professors can use extreme force to protect the student body from a perceived threat under extreme conditions. Chamber of Secrets took a life 50 years ago, and the moment it was opened again, your boy starts threatening Muggle-born students in front of me. Cashin's mouth twitched faintly in warning. You'd better pray I've got better judgment than he does. Because I knew he was just running his little mouth. If I thought for a second he meant it, I wouldn't have stopped at hanging him up by his collar. I would have broken his legs. A few of the governors shifted in their seats. One of them coughed into his hand, his gaze flicking from Cashin to Lucius as if he wasn't sure which man was more dangerous at the moment. Lucius's knuckles whitened on his cane. This is exactly the temperament I was referring to, headmaster. Violent. Reckless. Clearly unfit for the post. Cashin snorted, tipping his chair back on two legs. Violent? That's rich coming from a man who weaponized a diary and tossed it into a school full of children. And don't bother feigning ignorance, Lucius, we both know what you did. A ripple went through the room. Even Snape's head turned, his eyes narrowing slightly. I don't know what you're insinuating, Lucius said, his voice silky but with a sharp edge. Oh, I am not insinuating, Cassian replied lightly. You've got no idea what you're playing with, Malfoy. But I promise, you're going to regret it. He let the words hang for a moment, then straightened and brushed down his sleeves. Right then. You can vote and send me an owl with the result. I will be in my quarters, packing or laughing, depends how this goes. Lucius's jaw tightened. You can't just. Cassian cut him off with a flick of his fingers. Oh, I absolutely can. Unlike some people here, I don't need to cling to a seat to prove I matter. He nodded to Dumbledore and strode towards the door without waiting for dismissal. The governors watched as he passed, though one or two looked like they wanted to applaud but didn't dare. Bath's Haida fell into step beside him the moment he left the room. How did it go? You couldn't resist, could you? Cassian gave her a sideways glance. Resist what? Watching Lucius choke on his own smugness. That was the only decent part of the whole bloody meeting. She snorted under her breath. You are impossible. He raised a brow. No, impossible would have been keeping my mouth shut while that pompous prat tried to have me tossed out. If I have to sit there and listen to him hold court about school safety, I am at least going to enjoy wiping that smirk off his face. Her eyes flicked over him. So they're not suspending you. Not unless Malfoy pulls a rabbit out of his hat, Cassian said, hands sliding into his pockets. Green grass swung the room. Lucius didn't see that coming, he is probably having palpitations about now. You keep poking him, and he is going to bite. Cassian tilted his head with a faint grin. Then let him. I will snap his cane in half and send him packing. She rolled her eyes but didn't push the point. You realize this makes us even bigger targets, she murmured. Cassian's smile faded, though the spark didn't leave his eyes. Names splashed across the walls in blood, students petrified, Malfoy sharpening his knives. I would say we've already been promoted to top of the list. Bathsheda's jaw tightened. And you are still cracking jokes. He gave a low chuckle, but there wasn't much humor in it. If I stop, I will have to start taking this place seriously. And I've survived this long by not doing that. Well, turned out Lucius had shot himself in the foot. Dragging Cassian's name into the suspension talk had rattled the Board of Governors so much they voted no. Even on Dumbledore. It wasn't that they were scared of Cassian exactly, but the Rosier name carried weight, and no one was eager to test how far that weight stretched. After all, Lucius had felt the sharp end of Daddy Regulus's temper last year. Nobody wanted a repeat. As Cassian pushed open the classroom door, he saw a group of Ravenclaws clustered near the front, stringing together beads and scraps of parchment. A faint shimmer hung around their necks. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. What are those? He asked, his voice tired from spending all night keeping Hogwarts from falling apart. Cho Chang looked up nervously. Protection charms, sir. Cassian stared at her for a moment, then let his bag slide onto the desk with a thump. Protection from what, exactly? My bad mood. Eddie Carmichael shifted awkwardly. From the heir of Slytherin, Professor. Mum sent it by owl. Cassian rubbed the back of his neck. God save me from overexcited parents and cheap ward kits. That thing's about as protective as a wet tea towel. There were a few nervous titters, though most of the students avoided his eyes. Right, Cassian said, straightening up. Here's the deal. You want to fiddle about with glitter and beads, be my guest. But don't think for a second it's going to stop whatever's prowling the halls. You want real protection. He tapped the side of his head. Use this. Don't wander off alone, and for the love of all things magical, don't go scribbling your life story into stray notebooks. Clear. A few students nodded quickly. Good. As he was about to start the class, Cassian noticed a familiar platinum blonde head tucked low at the back. Odette. His cousin looked like she hadn't slept in days, eyes shadowed, posture tight, fingers twisting at her quill. Odette Rosier, he called, leaning on the edge of his desk, mug in hand. What is wrong with you? She flinched, her shoulders jerking, but didn't lift her head. It was her friend, Adetta Comestone, who spoke up from the next seat. It is the writing on the wall, sir, she said quickly. It said Rosier. She thinks, she is afraid. Cassian set his mug down. Oh for the. He straightened, sweeping his gaze over the class. Target is me, not you. Let's clear that up before anyone else gets clever ideas. The wall said Rosier and babbling. That is clearly two faculty members, not students. A few heads turned towards Odette, some curious, others whispering. Cassian waved his wand and the classroom dimmed, torches flickering down to soft embers as illusions bloomed in the air above them, floating runes, twisting strands of light, and faint echoes of ancient chanting rolling like distant thunder. Right. Where were we? He said, his voice cutting through the lingering murmurs. The students stilled, eyes drawn to the shifting shapes overhead as Cassian stepped lightly across the front of the room. Last week we touched on the origins of the full-body bind curse, Cassian said. Most people assume it popped up during some medieval wizard duel, but that's wrong. It actually goes back to 10th century Byzantium. Originally, it wasn't even meant for dueling, it was designed as a battlefield tactic. A few raven claws perked up, quills scratching as they jotted notes. Picture it, he went on, gesturing with his mug. You are a Byzantine bat-lemage, surrounded by armored soldiers. What's the quickest way to stop a man swinging a sword at your head? You freeze every muscle in his body. Clean. Effective. Doesn't spill a drop of blood. The Empire loved it so much they started training squads to immobilize entire units before their own soldiers charged in. He grinned. Of course the Kievan Rus didn't like that. Cashin leaned back on the edge of the desk, crossing one ankle over the other. Their army was built for charging headlong into fights. Horses, axes, enough mead to make a dragon weep. But when every bloke with a sword suddenly locks up like a frozen chess piece, well, that is a quick way to ruin a good raid. A few students snorted quietly, but most were scribbling furiously. Cashin sipped his tea, watching the floating lights overhead flicker and shift into the shape of two dueling figures, one swinging a sword, the other flicking a wand. At the exact moment the blade should have hit, the swordsman's limbs stiffened and the image froze. Thing is, it wasn't just a charm for combat. By the time it made its way west, medieval witch hunters started calling it the devil's stillness. They thought it was possession. Said witches froze men solid to steal their souls while they couldn't move. Marcus raised a hand halfway before speaking. Sir, did they really believe that? Oh, absolutely. Cashin gave a crooked smile. This is the same lot that thought a sneeze was the soul trying to escape. Perspective wasn't their strong suit. He pushed off the desk and started pacing slowly in front of the blackboard. But history isn't about whether they were right or wrong. It is about understanding why they thought the way they did. If you can do that, you're halfway to cracking the logic behind most spells. You lot spend most of your time thinking magic's about wands and words, he said, stopping near the window, but the stuff's stitched into history. Every war, every treaty, every daft little feud between two blokes over sheep, it has all been shaped by it. And every spell you learn came from someone who wasn't as clever as they thought they were. Eddie frowned, his quill paused mid-word. Sir, didn't you say last week that most battlefield spells got banned? No. I said war spells got banned. You can use a kitchen knife on a battlefield, doesn't make it a war weapon. Get the difference? Even Lumos saw action on battlefields, and I don't see anyone banning that. Point is, a spell is just a tool. What matters is how you use it. The full body bind, Petrificus totalis, isn't inherently dark. Immobilizing a bloke trying to take your head off? Reasonable. Using it on your little sister for stealing the last biscuit? Less so. Not illegal though, just makes you an arse. Marcus gave a small, nervous laugh and ducked back to his notes. Now, war magic, the proper stuff, that is where the ministries started drawing lines. Bloodfire hexes, bone splinter curses, anything designed to maim or kill en masse. Those are war spells, and most were outlawed after the Goblin rebellions. For good reason. Wizards weren't exactly subtle back then. When in doubt, they would burn down half the valley just to make sure their enemy was properly incinerated. The truth is, Cashin went on, the ministries didn't trust anyone, least of all themselves. And honestly? Fair enough. Power makes idiots out of clever people. Give a man a charm that can wipe out a battalion, and sooner or later he'll convince himself it is the only reasonable solution to a dispute over turnips. A few Slytherins exchanged amused glances. Cashin took a slow sip of tea before continuing. Anyway. The body bind freezes a person solid. That is it. Doesn't snap bones, doesn't leave them coughing up their lungs. It is clean. Marietta raised her hand hesitantly. Sir, did anyone ever modify it? To make it more dangerous? Cashin gave her an approving look. Good question. Yes, some clever bloke always tries to improve on perfection. In 17th century France, duelists developed a variant that not only froze you but also compressed your ribcage so you couldn't breathe. Effective. Also very illegal. They called it Elatrainte du Diable. The Devil's Embrace. Banned soon after. So. Cashin straightened, setting his mug down. Lesson for today, magic reflects the people who use it. The spells you learn aren't good or bad on their own. They are history. They are stories. Understand the story, and you are halfway to understanding the spell. Cho Chang raised her hand. Sir, would a full body bind work on a dragon? Cashin's lips twitched. If you want to try freezing a 10-meter monster that can kill you with a snort, Chang, be my guest. But I will be standing far enough back to enjoy the show. A few of the students laughed nervously. Right then. Quick summary before I lose you all to your own doodles. Petrificus totalis, created 10th century, used extensively in Byzantium, still legal today. Practical, clean, reversible. Not for pranks, unless you enjoy being hexed into next week by your victim's mum. Eddie raised his hand again. Sir, what about Mrs. Norris? Could this spell have done that to her? Cashin paused mid-step. The room seemed to tighten around him. Sir, what about Mrs. Norris? Could this spell have done that to her? No, he said after pausing. This spell isn't strong enough for that sort of work. What happened to the cat, that is a whole different kettle of fish. He set the chalk down, brushing the dust from his fingers. All right. I want 3 historical examples of immobilization spells in use outside combat. Off you go now. Cashin watched the last student slip out, the door clicking shut behind them. He slumped back into his chair, rubbing at the corner of his eye. He didn't have the faintest idea what had done that to Mrs. Norris. Or to Creevy, the poor kid. Petrification was one thing, he could rattle off half a dozen spells and creatures capable of that. But the specifics, the cat's stiffness, the frozen terror in Colin's face, the sheer silence of it all, none of it fit neatly with what he knew. And that was the problem. His knowledge of magical creatures wasn't exactly stellar. He'd been filling in the gaps since taking this body, sure, but there were only so many hours in a day. Hogwarts had a habit of throwing curveballs at the worst possible moment. There wasn't enough information yet. He didn't like making guesses without facts to back them. But facts were thin on the ground. Cashin ran a hand down his face and let out a long sigh. Bloody hell, he muttered to no one. Why does everything in this castle have to be a riddle wrapped in a marvel? He dragged himself out of the chair and gathered up the last few stray parchments on the desk. He shoved them into his bag with a little more force than necessary, muttering under his breath as he worked. Diaries gone, students are turning to stone, and Lucius Malfoy still swanning about like he owns the bloody world. Lovely little hat trick we've got going. Right then, he muttered. Let's see how many more fires have started while I've been teaching charm history to children who think beads on a string will save them. Early in December, Flitwick sent Cashin a note asking if he could drop by for tea. Cashin didn't mind, he liked Flitwick. The man had a way of balancing cheer and razor-sharp competence that made for decent company. Cashin hadn't been planning on much more than biscuits, a chat about term papers, and maybe a bit of gossip about Sprout's mandrakes. What he walked into instead was Lockhart halfway through an enthusiastic retelling of how he'd personally defeated a Dark Lord in East Asia. And with nothing but a willow wand and sheer determination, I disarmed the Dark Lord. He wept, of course. Most Dark Lords do when they meet me. I had to comfort the poor man after, told him it wasn't his fault I was so brilliant. Cashin stopped dead just inside the doorway. He let out a long sigh. One of those that started in his boots and carried straight out the top of his head. By the time Lockhart was winding up his tale, Cashin was still sighing. Flitwick looked up from the tea tray, beaming as if he hadn't noticed the sound of Cashin's soul leaving his body. Ah, Professor Rosier. Come in, come in. You're just in time for a fresh story. Cashin stepped forward. Oh joy. Lockhart, undeterred, waved a hand dramatically. Ah, you jest, Rosier. But one day you will be grateful to have heard these tales firsthand. They are an education in bravery. I was just telling Phileas about my duel with the infamous Feng Shui Marauder. Cashin's brow ticked upward. Feng Shui Marauder. Yes, frightful chap. Very big on rearranging bodies and furniture. Cashin slid into a chair, fixing Lockhart with a look. Sounds like a menace to interior design. Glad you set him straight. Flitwick hid a smile behind his teacup as Lockhart puffed up even further, clearly not catching the tone. Tea, Cashin. The charms professor offered brightly. Yes, please. The stronger the better, unless you've got something stronger than tea stashed in your cupboards. Lockhart raised his own cup. You're in luck then, Rosier. Phileas makes an excellent blend. Just the thing to loosen up a fellow and get him ready for a bit of fun. Cashin leaned back, one brow still raised. I'm afraid to ask, but what sort of fun are we talking about? Flitwick poured him a cup, handing it over. Professor Lockhart had an idea for a new extracurricular activity. Thought you might want to join. Cashin accepted the tea, cradling it in his hands. Did he now? He said, taking a sip. Pray tell, what does this extracurricular activity entail? Lockhart puffed out his chest, beaming heroically. Why, I've decided to re-establish the dueling club. Cashin deadpanned, looking between two of them. Come again. Lockhart leaned forward, clasping his hands as though he was about to unveil a masterstroke. The dueling club. With recent events in the castle, what better way to teach the students to defend themselves? Cashin took another sip of his tea before muttering, right. Maybe it'd patch up what they should have learned in classes. Lockhart, blissfully oblivious to the jab, plowed ahead. Of course I shall be one of the teachers. I asked Phileas if he wanted to join me, but he refused, claimed he was busy. Said you might want to lend a hand. Cashin's brain skipped a beat. He slowly turned to Flitwick and shot him a look of pure betrayal. The charms professor very deliberately avoided his gaze, suddenly fascinated by the ceiling. Cashin pinched the bridge of his nose. Wonderful. Because what this castle really needed was first years hurling jinxes at each other for sport. Lockhart, oblivious, sparkled. Exactly. Builds confidence, discipline. And hospital wing occupancy, Cashin added, turning to his left. Let me guess. You pitched it to him as a golden opportunity to inspire young minds while dazzling them with tales of your own dueling glory. He asked Flitwick, who laughed innocently. Lockhart gave a hearty laugh, throwing his hands out like a man used to applause. Naturally. I am the most qualified wizard in the castle when it comes to dueling. My record speaks for itself. Cashin leaned back in his chair and folded his arms. Well, it's true your record speaks. Mostly in footnotes and corrections, but still, words on parchment. Flitwick's mustache twitched as though he was fighting down a laugh. Lockhart either didn't notice or chose to ignore it. I know what you're thinking, Rosier, but believe me, this will be good for the students. They're nervous. They need guidance, strength, someone to look up to in these troubled times. Cashin dragged a hand over his face. Oh, I don't doubt you'll make a fine figurehead, Lockhart. Lockhart laughed like Cashin had handed him a proper compliment. It was almost impressive how the man's ego could take a battering and still come up shining. Cashin leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing slightly as he turned the idea over. Dueling club. On the one hand, it sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. The club was closed for a reason, students throwing hexes at each other while Lockhart posed in the background like a peacock in silk robes would not end well. On the other hand, he could embarrass Lockhart in front of the entire school. Publicly. Thoroughly. That alone made it tempting. And if he played it right, he could use this as a chance to actually teach the kids something useful. He'd been barred from teaching practicals. Honestly, he hadn't been keen on doing it back then, not when he wasn't good with most of the standard curriculum charms. But now he was already proficient in nearly all of them. And this wasn't class. Teaching dueling meant practical magic, proper stuff. The more he taught, the sharper he would get himself. He could polish his own skills while drilling them into the students. It was too good to turn down. All right, Cashin said finally, swirling the tea in his cup. I am in. Lockhart's grin widened dangerously. Marvelous. I knew you would see sense, Rosier. Oh, I see something, Cashin murmured, setting the cup down. Lockhart stood, looking very pleased with himself. We shall hold our first session this Thursday. I will handle the arrangements, the venue, the invitations, the grand opening speech. Of course you will. Cashin ran a hand down his face. Just keep me out of your heroics. I will stick to the part where I stop students losing limbs. You will see, Rosier. Lockhart pointed a finger as if making a solemn vow. It will be a roaring success. Parents will thank us. Cashin watched him pace around. I doubt that, he muttered. He looked at the two of them. You do remember why this practice was cancelled, right? Lockhart's grin never wavered. Cancelled? My dear Rosier, I hardly think of it that way. I prefer to say, postponed, until a man of my experience was available to handle it. Dueling is the noblest of traditions. We cannot deny this art from our students. Cashin muttered, noble until someone lost an eyebrow, an arm, or half a classroom. Last I checked, Madame Pomfret wasn't crying out for more business. Lockhart was too lost in his own words to notice Cashin's expression. Hogwarts hasn't had one in years, he went on, not since, well, I forget, but it's been dreadfully long. Cashin squinted. You might have forgotten, Lockhart, but I haven't. Flitwick chuckled quietly into his cup. There were incidents. Students tended to get overzealous. Overzealous, Cashin repeated flatly. That's the polite version. The impolite version is, some bright spark decided to try a blasting curse indoors and Hogwarts hasn't had symmetrical windows since. Should I name that bright spark or are we still censoring since he was a war hero? Lockhart waved a hand, unconcerned. Exaggerations, surely. A well-guided lesson in my hands will be entirely safe. Cashin was deadpan. Exaggerations? Lockhart, I don't know if you are making light of the situation or you seriously forgot. You were 5th year, right? It's impossible for you not to remember. Lockhart blinked, for once at a loss. Well, it has been some time, and there were a lot of. You don't forget that sort of thing, Cashin said, voice cold. Not when a duel in the Great Hall ended with someone launched through a stained glass window. Not when the hospital wing had to be expanded. Flitwick's hands stilled over the teacups. His smile faded, replaced by something far older. Cashin. Cashin didn't look at him. You remember too. Don't pretend you don't. There was a beat of quiet. I was there, Cashin said. 1st year. Bright-eyed, stupid. Thought dueling club was the most magical thing in the world. Until it wasn't. Lockhart let out a light laugh, uncertain. Surely you're being dramatic. Cashin's eyes cut to him. I watched James Potter take down a Slytherin half-blood with a charm no student should have known. And I watched the professors lie about it when the poor bloke was bleeding on the ground. Announcement. Right. I had no intention of creating suspense here, but just to clear it up, the half-blood Slytherin James hospitalized wasn't Snape. By their 7th year, Snape was already an established figure in both his house and the school, having invented several spells and proven himself in potions, though, probably still low-key. The half-blood mentioned is another character, and there will be a side chapter about it soon. As you know, I had to travel last month, and now I'm on the return trip, a 6-hour bus followed by a flight. Once I'm back home, I'll be working on delivering more side chapters, hopefully. I watched James Potter take down a Slytherin half-blood with a charm no student should have known. And I watched the professors lie about it. Flitwick stirred, but didn't speak. His silence was confirmation enough. I saw the Slytherin boy carried out, Cashin went on. Still twitching. Wand hand shattered. Mind nearly burned out from magical feedback. And it was all swept away. Brushed under the rug because Gryffindor's golden boy couldn't possibly be that brutal. Lockhart opened his mouth. Closed it again. Dueling club didn't just get cancelled. It was buried, Cashin said. Because it turned into something it was never supposed to be. A showcase. A stage for legacy. For power plays. And no one wanted to admit that magic in the hands of children, even brilliant ones, is still dangerous. Flitwick, quietly, said, that boy never came back. I couldn't sleep that night, Cashin said softly, listening to the older Slytherins whisper hexes they wanted to try. How they wanted to take revenge. How they wanted to just to hurt. Her Potter and Black. Other Gryffindors. And I realized, that wasn't teaching. That was a blood sport with prettier lighting. Flitwick sighed, long and quiet. We'll take precautions. There will be wards preventing stronger spells and dangerous intent. We'll post a list of safe spells. Cashin shrugged, lifting his teacup. Fine by me. Just don't blame me when students get rampant all over. Lockhart, ever the optimist, beamed. Well. We'll avoid all that this time, won't we? I shall be leading by example. A true demonstration of proper form and gallant restraint. Cashin deadpanned, right. Lockhart waved him off, radiant as ever. Oh, ye've little faith. Rosier, if you're so convinced, perhaps you should be my opening opponent. Give the students a show, et. Cashin stared at him. Then turned to Flitwick. You did this to me. Flitwick lifted both hands. I never suggested that particular detail. Cashin looked back at Lockhart, expression unreadable. You want a show? Lockhart grinned. Yes. A slow, sharp smile curled at Cashin's lips. Then I'll give them one. He stood, brushing imaginary dust from his coat. Opening night, then. You versus me. Lockhart's grin faltered just a shade. Ah. Excellent. Educational. Cashin leaned down slightly, voice low and honeyed with danger. Oh, absolutely. I'll even use small words so the trauma sets in slowly. Flitwick bit back a laugh and reached for another biscuit. Well then, he said. Dueling club it is. By Thursday evening, the great hall had been cleared of tables, leaving a long strip down the center for dueling. Torches along the walls burned brighter than usual, light gleaming off the polished floor. Lockhart had gone all out, draping deep purple banners and adding little sparkling charms overhead so the place had the garish gloss of a carnival tent. The git probably asked for an elf to do them. Cashin walked in, hands shoved in his coat pockets, and stopped dead. Oh, for God's sake! He muttered under his breath. Lockhart was already strutting up and down the makeshift stage, dressed in robes so violently turquoise they could blind a thestral. He waved cheerily when he spotted Cashin. There he is. My partner in this grand endeavor. Cashin stepped up to the stage and squinted. Is it too late to back out? Far too late. Lockhart clapped him on the shoulder. The children are watching. Cashin glanced at the crowd. Students had packed into the hall, buzzing with excitement. Even a few staff had shown up, lingering near the walls. Right, Cashin muttered. Lockhart raised his arms theatrically. Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts' first dueling club in decades. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, will be your guide to the art of self-defense. And assisting me. He gestured grandly at Cashin, is Professor Rosier. A smattering of polite applause went around. Cashin gave a small wave, expression flat. Hello. I will be the one stopping Lockhart from accidentally killing you. A few students snickered. Lockhart continued without breaking his rhythm. Now, to demonstrate proper dueling form, Professor Rosier and I will engage in a friendly match. Wands only. No funny business. Cashin arched a brow. Let's get this over with. Lockhart chuckled. Don't be modest, Rosier. I know you are good. Cashin muttered, catching on to Lockhart's little ploy immediately. Classic move, talk up your opponent, make him sound unbeatable, and when you knock him down, you look twice as brilliant. It wasn't clever, just cheap theater. This wasn't the first time Cashin and Lockhart had dueled. Back at school, they'd clashed more times than he could count, and not always with wands. Most of those matches had gone Lockhart's way, not because he was brilliant, but because old Cashin could barely coax a spark out of his wand. Lockhart, with his polished robes and shining grin, had taken every win like it was the mother of all achievements. Cashin had avenged himself the only way he knew how, gold. He paid older Slytherins to corner Lockhart, hex him sideways, and leave him dangling from the Quidditch stands like last week's laundry. Old Cashin had hated Lockhart. And Lockhart had hated him back. Now, years later, they were standing on a makeshift stage in front of 100 wide-eyed students. The students watched with bated breaths, eyes wide. Wands at the ready, they both raised them high and bowed. Lockhart flourished his wand and called, 1, 2, 3. He'd barely finished the count when Cashin flicked his wand. There was a sharp crack and a rush of air as Lockhart shot backwards across the stage. His feet left the floor, arms pinwheeling. For half a second, his expression was pure, dumb shock before he smacked into the far wall with a resounding thud. A purple banner dropped from its hooks and landed in a sad heap on his head. The students froze, their mouths hanging open. Cashin didn't move. He lowered his wand tip, his expression cool, almost bored. Well, he said dryly, that was educational. A few of the braver Gryffindors snorted, quickly covering their mouths. Lockhart was getting unsteadily to his feet. His hat had fallen off and his wavy hair was standing on end. Well, there you have it. He said, tottering back onto the platform. That was a disarming charm, as you see, I've lost my wand. Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Rosier, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see. Cashin grinned, waiting to send him flying again. Possibly Lockhart had noticed, because he said, enough demonstrating. I am going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Professor Rosier, if you would like to help me. They moved through the crowd, matching up partners. Lockhart paired Neville with Justin Finch-Fletchley. Cashin shook his head, already striding through the rows of students Lockhart had so helpfully shoved together at random. Mr. Longbottom's approach to a wand duel is more blunt instrument than finesse, Professor Lockhart. Pairing him with Mr. Finch-Fletchley, who is all defense and flinching, means neither is going to learn anything. Diggory, swap in. Guide Longbottom through footwork before someone is bored to death. Cedric Diggory stepped forward obediently. Neville looked like he swallowed a toad whole. Mr. Macmillan, you will work with Miss Edgecombe, Cashin continued. She will push you out of your comfort zone, and you can teach her a thing or two about maintaining a steady guard. Lockhart was still smiling, though it looked slightly strained now. Cashin ignored him completely. Miss Chong, Mr. Goldstein, good pair, but switch. Goldstein, you are better off with Miss Brown. Chong, take Mr. Corner. You will balance his habit of overreaching with actual sense. The students shuffled and swapped, some looking nervous, others excited. Cashin's eyes swept the group like a hawk scanning for stragglers. Mr. Boot, Cashin called, making the Ravenclaw jump. You have a habit of forgetting you got legs. Pair with Miss Abbott. She is light on her feet. Watch her. Copy her footwork. If I catch you rooted in place again, I will tie your ankles together and call it training. A few snorted quietly. Boot went red but nodded quickly. Cashin clapped his hands. Right then. Partners set. Face each other. Wands out. No hexing until I say, and if I see anyone try for a bat bogey, you will spend the next month cleaning cauldrons in the dungeon. If anyone tries a spell outside the approved list, I will make sure you never set foot in this room again. Yes, including meals. He stepped back, arms folding loosely as he watched them line up. Although he wasn't teaching practicals, he knew strong points of most of his students. It wasn't difficult to pair them. Lockhart clapped his hands, voice booming. Excellent energy, everyone. Remember, confidence is half the battle. And don't worry if you're nervous, I was dueling trolls before most of you were out of nappies. The duels were going surprisingly well. With Cashin circling the room, snapping at clumsy footwork and swapping partners when needed, most of the kids were actually learning something instead of just throwing sparks around. Then, deep into the hour, it went sideways. Somehow, because of course it would happen, Malfoy and Potter had ended up facing each other. If Hogwarts had an award for most likely to cause a scene, those two would have been joint winners. Malfoy's face was twisted into that usual smug sneer as he flicked his wand. Serpensortia. A thick black snake burst from his wand and hit the polished floor with a wet slap. The creature coiled, scales rippling as it raised its head. Cashin's shoulders tensed. That spell wasn't anywhere on the club-approved list. He took one step forward, his wand already in his hand. Allow me. Lockhart's voice rang out, off-key and over-loud. He brandished his wand with all the confidence of a man who'd never failed in his life. There was a loud bang and a flash of light. The snake didn't vanish. It flew 10 feet into the air, landed with a smack, and hit the floor hissing furiously. Instead of slithering away like a sensible creature, it turned, eyes glinting, and shot straight towards Justin Finch-Fletchley. It reared up, fangs bared, ready to strike. Cashin had just raised his wand. Number pound 1/2. Harry's voice cut through the air. Not English. Not Latin. Hissing. The snake froze mid-lunge. Its head lowered, and its body slackened until it lay on the floor like a coiled rope. The hall went silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Cashin lowered his wand slowly, his eyes flicking from the snake to Potter. Harry was staring at the creature, his lips still moving faintly. Potter. Cashin said sharply. Harry blinked and looked up. The room erupted. Did you hear that? He spoke to it. Snake language. That's snake language. Shut up. Cashin barked. His voice cracked across the hall like a whip. Everyone, back. Now. The students staggered backwards in a wave, their excited chatter bubbling anyway. Cashin strode forward and flicked his wand. The snake vanished in a puff of smoke. Potter was still standing stiffly on the dueling strip, hands tied around his wand. Justin Finch-Fletchley was backing away, his face pale. You're a parcel mouth, Justin said, his voice shaking. You spoke to it. Cashin flicked his wand lazily, muttering, sonorous. Shut the hell up. The voice boomed so loud the windows rattled and half the students jumped. Even the enchanted torches trembled. The entire hall went still, hundreds of eyes snapping to him. Cashin's gaze swept the room. 50 points from Slytherin, he barked. Malfoy, you used a spell not on the approved list. You're banned from the club. Pack up your ego and clear off. Malfoy opened his mouth to argue. Cashin's wand twitched, and the boy seemed to think better of it, his lips snapping shut as he backed up a step. Right. Cashin's voice dropped, but it still carried across the hall. All of you, listen and listen well. Grow up. Someone speaking to a snake doesn't make them evil. Parcel tongue isn't a curse, it isn't dark magic, and it sure as hell isn't grounds for a witch hunt. In East Asia, India especially, it is a revered ability. It's the language of healing. Same way snake venom is used to brew some of the strongest restorative potions we have. It is a gift. Like any other skill, it depends on who's using it and why. The students shifted uneasily. A few still shot Harry wary looks. Cashin's eyes narrowed. Just because a Dark Lord used it for murder and mayhem doesn't mean every parcel mouth is out to slit throats. Stop being thick. I'm damn sure Voldemort used Lumos to find the Lu and Augmenti to wipe his ass. The students winced at the name, a few of them snorting despite themselves. Justin Finch-Fletchley still stammered. But, the chamber. The air. Cashin pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. God damn it. He turned on Harry, who was standing frozen on the dueling platform, wide-eyed. Potter. Cashin's voice was sharp. Are you responsible for Mrs. Norris and Creevy being turned to stone? Harry shook his head quickly. No, sir. Good. Cashin gave a short nod, then tilted his head slightly. Do you feel the irresistible urge to hex Ms. Granger and every other muggle born into the afterlife? Harry's brow furrowed. No. There you have it. Cashin looked back at the rest of the hall. Mr. Potter's mother, Lily Potter née Evans, was a muggle-born witch. I somehow doubt he's running about with secret hatred for half his classmates. Any more questions? The crowd shifted, murmurs dropping to silence as Cashin's glare swept over them. No one spoke. Good, Cashin muttered, running a hand through his hair. You lot can clear off to your common rooms. No one's wandering alone. Teams of 4 minimum. If you hear or feel something off, shout. Don't try to be clever. No dawdling in corridors either. His eyes swept over the students, daring anyone to argue. Potter. With me. Harry blinked, still looking pale, his fingers tied around his wand. Sir. You heard me. Let's go. Cashin was already striding toward the doors. Harry scrambled after him, the murmur of students rising behind them as prefects started herding groups away. The corridor outside was quiet, colder somehow. Cashin walked fast, not bothering to slow for Harry's shorter strides. Sir, I didn't. Harry started, his voice murmur. Cashin held up a hand without looking back. Save it for McGonagall, Potter. You and I are heading there now. Harry fell silent, though his brows drew tight as he kept pace. Sir, what is? Parselmouth? I didn't. Cashin stopped so abruptly Harry nearly ran into him. He turned, fixing the boy with a look that made him shrink back half a step. You don't even know, do you? Harry shook his head quickly. I just told the snake to leave him alone. Right. Short version, you spoke to the snake in its own language. That is Parseltongue. Rare skill, mostly seen in old wizarding families. Unfortunately, it's also got a nasty reputation because, surprise, surprise, the last famous bloke who could do it turned out to be Voldemort. Harry stiffened at the name but didn't speak. Relax, Potter. Speaking snake doesn't mean you're on your way to becoming the next Dark Lord. It means you've got an odd party trick and now half the school's going to be gossiping about it until you graduate. Come on. He motioned Harry forward. Cashin didn't say another word until they reached the oak door. He rapped his knuckles twice. Enter, came McGonagall's voice from within. Cashin pushed the door open and stepped inside, Harry trailing close behind. McGonagall was seated behind her desk, spectacles perched low on her nose, a quill scratching across parchment. She looked up, her expression tightening slightly when she saw them. Professor Rosier. Mr. Potter. Evening, Deputy Headmistress, Cashin said casually. He nudged Harry forward. Potter is here because the dueling club turned into a spectacle, and your house's golden boy might have accidentally scared the life out of half the school. McGonagall set down her quill with a soft clink. Go on. Malfoy conjured a snake. Potter spoke to it. In Parseltongue. McGonagall's lips pressed thin. Her eyes flicked to Harry. Harry added quickly. I didn't even know I was speaking anything weird, Professor. I just told it to leave Justin alone. That is all. McGonagall's gaze softened slightly, though her voice stayed firm. Parseltongue is not weird, Mr. Potter. It is rare. And it will, unfortunately, draw attention. Harry's shoulders sagged. Everyone was staring like I'd grown horns. Well, Cashin said, dropping into one of the chairs across from McGonagall's desk, given the state of Hogwarts gossip, you might as well assume there will be a snake-worshipping cult dedicated to you by morning. Rosier, McGonagall warned. I am not wrong, Cashin muttered. Harry fidgeted with the hem of his sleeve. Can it be that, am I connected to the chamber? No, McGonagall said firmly. Do not let the whispers get to you, Mr. Potter. Cashin leaned back, arms crossing loosely. You're not the heir of Slytherin. You're just unlucky enough to have an ability that makes people twitchy. Harry's jaw tightened slightly. But what if? No what ifs, Cashin cut in. The chamber's business isn't yours. Your job is to keep your head down and stop sticking it in cursed diaries or hidden basements. Harry frowned. Cursed diaries. Cashin waved a hand. Figure of speech. Don't get ideas. McGonagall's quill tapped against the parchment. I will speak with the headmaster about this. In the meantime, Mr. Potter, you're to avoid drawing further attention to yourself. Understood. Harry nodded reluctantly. Good. You may return to your dormitory. Harry glanced at Cashin, then back at McGonagall. Yes, Professor. Cashin stopped him. Wait outside, I will escort you. When he'd gone, closing the door behind him, McGonagall let out a quiet sigh. You didn't have to frighten the boy. Didn't frighten him, Cashin said. Just knocks some sense into him before the rest of the castle makes him believe he's Voldemort's second coming. McGonagall shook her head, but her lips twitched faintly. I dread to think what the common rooms sound like tonight. Like a pack of bees in a biscuit tin, Cashin muttered. Malfoy made sure of that. You disciplined him. That brat. Cashin shook his head, murmuring curses to Lucius. McGonagall's mouth twitched again, but she didn't comment. Cashin got up. He's barred from the Great Hall and the dueling club. If Snape comes to cry at you, you can tell him why it is. McGonagall sighed. You cannot ban someone from the Great Hall, Professor Rosier. It is where we eat. Cashin turned, eyes narrowing. I warned them. I gave clear rules. Break them, get consequences. Or do you plan on undermining my authority now? Her brow arched in that particular McGonagall way that made most grown men re-evaluate their life choices. Authority only holds weight when it remains within reason. You cannot starve the boy. I wasn't going to starve him. The kitchens still exist. Let him picnic in the dungeons. He can sit on a cushion and reflect on his life choices. Cashin, she said evenly, you're not turning mealtime into exile. He folded his arms. What am I supposed to do? Give him a hug and a gold star. No, McGonagall replied, tone clipped. You discipline him. With proportion. Cashin muttered something very rude under his breath, then sighed. Fine. He can eat. But he's not allowed near the dueling club again. And he's sitting as far from the staff table as geometry allows. McGonagall inclined her head. That, I can live with. Cashin grumbled, heading for the door. You lot are too forgiving. One day, I'm putting Snape and his spawn on a raft and letting the lake sort it out. Please give me advance notice, she said, lifting her teacup. I'll pack sandwiches. Cashin stretched his shoulders until something cracked. Right. Good night, Deputy Headmistress. Try not to think Quidditch and snakes before breakfast. Minerva huffed quietly, watching him leave. She wasn't sure if she wanted to hex him or thank him. Harry was waiting in the corridor, leaning against the wall with his arms folded, gaze fixed on the floor. Come on, Potter, Cashin said, giving the boy a nudge with his elbow as he passed. Let's get you back to your tower. Harry trailed after him. Neither of them spoke as they climbed the stairs. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, she gave Cashin a once-over and sniffed. Password? She asked. Don't look at me. Cashin nodded at Harry. I am not on the VIP list. Harry mumbled the word, and the portrait swung open with a disgruntled huff. Cashin gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Get some sleep. You will need it if you are going to ignore half the castle whispering about you tomorrow. Harry hesitated on the threshold. Sir, thanks. For earlier. Don't thank me. Cashin tilted his head, smirking faintly. Thank your parents for passing on a rare skill. Harry's mouth twitched into a smile before he disappeared into the common room. That night, once Bath's Haida finally gave up pacing and drifted off to sleep, Cashin stayed put at the desk. A half-finished mug of tea sat by his elbow, cooling fast. His pen scratching over parchment, trying to piece his thoughts together into something useful. Horcruxes. Plural. He remembered the word too well. Back on Earth, one evening they sat around, his mates debating whether the proper plural was Horcruxes or Horcruxy. He'd given them a deadpan look, one that said, seriously, you are arguing about fake dark artifacts while I am trying to enjoy my beer? But they kept going. Someone even tried dragging Latin etymology into it. Here, though? It wasn't a laughing matter. He tapped the pen against his notebook, staring at the words he just scrawled. Diary. Sentience. Memory imprint or soul fragment. He remembered little to nothing concrete. Pieces, more like. The term Horcrux was stuck in his head like an annoying tune he couldn't shake, but it was vague. He was certain there were more than one, that they were tied to Voldemort somehow. He even had the foggy impression of Harry hunting them, or was Harry one of them? The memory wasn't clear enough to trust. But what really gnawed at him was the name from the diary, Tom Marvolo Riddle. It sounded harmless. Normally, he would have dismissed it as a fake, something the cursed object made up to play nice. But Dumbledore's reaction, the faint tightening around the eyes, the pause before speaking. That told him the name was real. So the question was, how did Tom Riddle fit into all this? What was the link between this polite little diary and Voldemort, the walking nightmare of modern Britain? Cashin pinched the bridge of his nose, staring at the scrawled notes in front of him. Names. Fragments. Guesses. None of it fit neatly. Tom Marvolo Riddle, he muttered aloud, trying the name again like it might suddenly click. Sounds like someone who would sell you dodgy furniture at Borgin and Burke's, not a maniac capable of gutting half the country. He grabbed his pen and scratched down another line. Voldemort's real name? Apprentice? Relative? Or maybe just a right bastard with bad taste in middle names, he added under his breath. Bath's Haida stirred slightly on the sofa behind him, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. She didn't wake, but her brow furrowed faintly before smoothing out again. Cashin let out a quiet sigh and rubbed his jaw. Whoever Tom Riddle was, this wasn't just some leftover magic in a book. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling beam. The room was silent except for the faint pops from the fireplace. All right, Riddle, he muttered, tapping his knee. What are you? And what the hell are you playing at? He didn't like having this many blanks in the story. As a historian, that itch for answers was worse than any curse. Cashin dropped the pen and shoved a hand through his hair. I hate mysteries, he said softly. Always lead to someone dying or a library fire. Hopefully it's not the library fire. The next day turned out to be an absolute mess. A blizzard had rolled in overnight, smothering the castle in a blanket of snow so thick you couldn't see the grounds from the upper windows. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the leaded glass panes and sending little flurries drifting in through the tiniest gaps. And, of course, right in the middle of it all came the third attack. Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were found stiff as boards, frozen mid-step in the corridor outside the library. It didn't help that Justin had pointed fingers at Potter during the dueling club fiasco. The boy had been giving Harry the wide-eyed, terrified look of someone convinced he was sharing a school with a nascent Dark Lord. Even after Cashin had tried to ram some sense into them all, the whispering hadn't stopped. Now this. 2 more victims. One of them the very same person pointing fingers at Potter. It wasn't good for the boy. The next few days were a balancing act between prying gossip out of the students and stopping them from whipping themselves into a proper mob. Cashin found himself in more staff meetings than classes, trading sharp words with Snape over whether Potter had a darkness about him or whether the boy was simply unlucky. Thankfully, Christmas break arrived a few days later and most of the children vanished home in a flurry of cloaks and trunks. The castle emptied out overnight, leaving only a handful of students and staff rattling around the drafty corridors. Cashin stood at one of the high windows, mug in hand, watching the snow pile high against the courtyard arches. Quiet at last, he murmured, blowing on his tea. I might actually get through a day without catching some first year crying about Parseltongue in the loose. Bathsheba joined him, tugging her dressing gown tighter against the chill. Don't get used to it. Once the holidays end, it'll start all over again. He gave a faint hum, lips twitching slightly. Maybe I'll take my own holiday. See if I can't dig a tunnel to Spain. Cashin. Kidding. Mostly. He turned from the window, setting his mug down. But God, we need a lead. Anything. Otherwise we are just sitting ducks while someone plays puppet master with a cursed diary. Bathsheba's gaze flicked towards the desk where their notes lay scattered. We've checked everything. There is nothing left to test. Cashin raked a hand through his hair, muttering under his breath. Bloody riddle. I've got half a mind to take a shovel and dig him up for answers. Bathsheba shot him a sharp look. He held up both hands. I said half a mind. Relax. There's a damned monster roaming the bloody corridors because we were too bloody careless with that diary. Her eyes narrowed. Don't start. I am not starting. I'm pointing out facts. He leaned forward, rubbing his hands over his face. We've been sitting on that thing for weeks, telling ourselves it was harmless as long as no one wrote in it. Now we've got kids turning into statues, and our names painted on the walls in blood. He let out a long breath and pulled her in, his chin resting lightly on her hair. Sorry, he murmured. I feel bloody guilty. Bathsheba stayed quiet, but her fingers curled into the front of his robe. Cashin's arms tightened a little around her. If I hadn't been so curious, we could have burned it straight away. You said it from the start, destroy it, don't play games. You are not the only one who thought keeping it might help, she said softly. I agreed. Don't pin it all on yourself. He let out a low laugh. No, I will take my share. I've been poking at the damned thing since September. Thought I was clever. Thought I could keep the bloody thing caged until I wrung answers out of it. You weren't wrong, she said quietly. We learned plenty. Just not fast enough. Still, neither of them slept well that night. The diary hadn't just disappeared, it had slithered out of their grasp. And now, with the castle nearly empty and the snow piling higher by the hour, Cashin couldn't help but feel the quiet wasn't going to last. Something was coming. Over the Christmas holidays, Cashin finally got a lead. He was out helping Hagrid haul in Christmas trees, that could have passed for a small hill, when the half-giant grumbled about something odd. Damn foxes, they've been at the roosters again, Hagrid said, tossing a spruce over his shoulder casually. 2 more this morning. Found M dead in the shed. Cashin froze halfway through brushing snow off his coat. Sorry, foxes. Yet. Little blighters snuck in. Been happening a lot lately. First question, since when can foxes break wards? Cashin held his gloves in his teeth and started tugging them on properly. Second question, how long has this been going on? Hagrid stopped, scratching his beard. A month, maybe 2? Hard to say. Didn't think much of it at first. Chickens will drop dead sometimes, natural way of things. Cashin frowned. Hogwarts never had an outdoor shed. Hagrid and the elves kept the animals in proper enclosures, isolated, warded against pests, and reinforced with enough magic to keep even the most determined Kneazle out. Yet, magic could do that. He remembered sneaking into one of those sheds as a dare back in his student days to steal a few eggs. Got pecked half to death by a mob of furious chickens for his trouble. No bloody fox could breach those wards. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, eyes narrowing. So you're telling me foxes got into the sheds, killed roosters, and then, what? Left without eating or dragging off a single carcass. Hagrid shifted his bulk uncomfortably, boots crunching in the snow. That is the strange part. Nothing taken. Just a mess of feathers and dead roosters. Cashin let out a sharp breath, watching it fog in the cold air. Yet, because that sounds like classic fox behavior, break in, murder for sport, and bugger off without so much as a nibble. He thanked Hagrid, muttered something about foxes not being that clever, and strode back to the castle so fast he nearly skidded on an icy step. He didn't bother knocking, slammed open the door to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore looked up from his desk, quill hovering mid-stroke. Professor Rosier. Cashin dropped into the chair opposite with a thud. It is a bloody basilisk. The quill stilled. Dumbledore set it aside, his blue eyes sharp behind those half-moon spectacles. Basilisk's gaze is lethal, Cashin. How did you reach that conclusion? Cashin dragged a hand through his hair, leaving it sticking up at odd angles. I was helping Hagrid bring in trees, yeah, and he mentioned someone's been killing roosters. He thinks it's foxes. Foxes. In Hogwarts sheds. Dumbledore let out a chuckle. Bless his heart. Cashin stared at him, unimpressed. Bless his heart all you like, but even Hagrid should know better. The sheds are warded tighter than the kitchen. No foxes waltzing in and snapping necks for fun. Dumbledore leaned back slightly, his fingers steepled. Go on. It clicked after he said roosters specifically. Basilisks are vulnerable to a rooster's crow, aren't they? Painful to them, in fact. If something's slithering through the castle, knocking off poultry isn't random, it's self-defense. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, but he didn't speak. And then there is the petrifications, Cashin added, pacing a few steps before turning back. Mrs. Norris. Creevy. Finch Fletchley. All alive, but frozen solid. If they'd seen the thing directly, they would be corpses. The reflections, the water on the floor, whatever way they looked at it saved their lives. That lines up too well to be coincidence. Dumbledore's fingers tapped idly in the air. Mrs. Norris saw it through water on the floor. Creevy had his camera between him and the creature. And Mr. Finch Fletchley. He paused, was behind nearly headless Nick. A ghost cannot die, but he can be petrified. Cashin gave pecking nods, as he paced. Makes sense. Slytherin's mascot is a snake. If he built some hidden chamber, why wouldn't he shove a bloody basilisk in there for good measure? Dumbledore's expression soured, even if only slightly. Cashin didn't miss it. He stopped, fixing the old man with a pointed look. You know something, don't you? Is it Voldemort? Dumbledore's hands folded together on the desk, but he didn't speak. Tom Riddle, Cashin pressed. That name came out of the diary before it vanished. Was he Voldemort? Is that who opened the chamber 50 years ago and pinned it on Hagrid? His voice dropped slightly. Voldemort could speak Parseltongue. I don't buy for a second anyone else could have been pulling the strings on that monster. Dumbledore's fingers drummed the desk, then stilled. His eyes, normally warm and twinkling, were sharp now. Cashin tilted his head. Go on. Say I am wrong. The headmaster sighed slowly. You are not wrong. Dumbledore's gaze slid away for a moment, towards the snow swirling beyond the tall window. Tom Riddle was a student here once. A gifted boy. Clever, dangerously so. And yes. I suspected he was the one who opened the chamber the first time. He framed Hagrid for it, knowing how eager the ministry would be to find a culprit. Cashin's lips pressed into a thin line. And no one thought to, I don't know, check the boy. Dumbledore's tone softened, though there was an edge under it. He was persuasive. Very skilled at winning trust. Even mine, for a time. Of course he was, Cashin muttered, rubbing his jaw. And this diary we lost? You think it is his work? I suspect so, Dumbledore admitted. Cashin snorted. Fantastic. He ran a hand through his hair and started pacing. We need to fill the castle with roosters, he said. That got a faint twitch from the corner of Dumbledore's mouth. I doubt the Board of Governors would approve of such a measure. Board of Governors can shove it, Cashin muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. We got a bloody basilisk running around and some second year is going to stumble on it in the loo. The creature has remained hidden so far, Dumbledore said mildly. Hidden because the diary wants it hidden, Cashin shot back. But it is not going to stay that way forever, is it? Sooner or later, someone is going to catch a full look. And then it is not petrification we are talking about anymore, it is funerals. Dumbledore leaned back, the lines at his eyes deepening. I will take your recommendation under advisement. Cashin let out a short laugh. That is a very diplomatic way of saying no chance in hell. The castle is large, Cashin. Hagrid reported most had been killed. And roosters are not subtle creatures. That is the point, Cashin said, turning sharply on his heel. Let the thing hear one crow and crawl back into whatever hole it came from. That's better than waiting for it to add another name to the petrified list or worse. Dumbledore tilted his head slightly. You speak as though you've fought a basilisk before. No, Cashin said flatly. But I've read enough to know they're bad news. I don't fancy learning the hard way. He paused, jaw tightening. You knew about this, didn't you? You've suspected for years. Dumbledore didn't answer at once. He reached over and adjusted a scroll on the corner of his desk. I've had theories. Brilliant, Cashin muttered. Glad to know theories are keeping the kids safe. Cashin. The headmaster's voice didn't rise, but there was a firmness in it now. Do not assume I have been idle. Cashin raised a brow. Then tell me what we are doing. Because so far it looks like you are waiting for the monster to get bored and pack up. He paused, seemed deep in thought. We are dealing with forces older and more complex than you realize. Oh, I realize, Cashin said, stepping back from the desk. I realize there is a cursed diary floating about, a snake the size of a train slithering through the plumbing, and the name Rosier smeared in blood on the walls. Forgive me for wanting more than tea and riddles. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but the faintest sigh escaped him. Cashin shoved his hands into his coat pockets. Fine. I will sort the roosters myself. If you hear crowing from the third-floor corridor, you know who to thank. Cashin and Baths Haida stepped into the ministry's Yule Ball, arm in arm, as the caller's voice rang out across the ballroom. The room glittered. Spell-charmed garlands looped around pillars, and the air smelled faintly of pine and oversteeped mulled wine. Everyone looked a bit too polished, like they'd been ironed before walking in. Professor Cashin Rosier and Professor Baths Haida babbling of Hogwarts. That earned them more than a few heads turning. Cashin gave the crowd a quick once-over. 3 years of ignoring these invitations. Regulus had pestered. Magnus had even tried to bribe. Cashin had burned every letter. Now he was here. On record. Already regretting it. Baths Haida asked under her breath, mouth barely moving. Oh, deeply, Cashin murmured. Is it too soon to fake a hex attack? Too soon. At least wait until someone spills champagne on your shoes. He tilted his head. Right. Then I can hex them and call it justice. Baths Haida laughed softly and adjusted his robe. Her dress shimmered with something too complex for normal tailoring as she moved, ancient thread work, soft bronze on deep blue. Cashin's robes were plainer by comparison, black, cut sharp at the edges, collar a touch higher than strictly formal. They walked deeper into the room, past silver trays floating gently through the air. A waiter offered flutes of something sparkling and was ignored by both. He followed her gaze. Toward the back. Toward Lucius Malfoy, who looked up just as they approached. The smile that curled on his face was thin and sharp. Cashin smiled back. Broader. Lucius said nothing. Neither did Cashin. Then someone stepped between them, Thaddeus Roll, all gold trim and inherited arrogance. Ah, my dear, Rosier, he greeted, tone as smooth as old oil, we were beginning to think you were allergic to glassware and social standing. Cashin didn't slow. Both true, unfortunately. But I made peace with one of them. Roll blinked. Which? Cashin smiled, that's the mystery. Before Roll could reply, someone else cut in, amused. Well, if it isn't my dear cousin. Cashin looked down. Selina, he said, smiling. What are you doing here? Thought you hated all this. She huffed. I do. And what about you? Don't you hate them even more? Cashin shrugged. I'm on the job. Don't tell anyone. Selina rolled her eyes. Madame Goshawk dragged me in. Come on, she's over there, hiding behind the string quartet like it's a war strategy. Cashin glanced that way. Classic Miranda. Cloak of invisibility made entirely of violins, trying not to make eye contact with anyone under 70. Selina laughed lightly, as she looked at Baths Haida. Baths Haida gave Selina a smile, which the girl returned with something halfway between a smile and a curtsy. Lovely dress, Selina added, eyes flicking over the bronze thread shimmer. That was enough to set them off. Selina had questions about preservation charms, layering theory, fabric-bound sigils. Cashin gave up before his brain tapped out. He sighed and followed, hands in his pockets, glancing sidelong at a decorative suit of armor that looked less polished than half the robes in the room. Selina led them to Madame Goshawk, Master, my cousin, Cashin Rosier. And Professor babbling. Madame Goshawk barely turned, her eyes passed over Baths Haida, then lingered on Cashin as if she was trying to remember whether she'd hexed him or not. Ah, she said at last. I remember. All outstanding. She gave Baths Haida a clipped nod, then turned to Cashin. And not so outstanding. Cashin grinned. You said I was outstanding. She snorted. Outstandingly incompetent was the phrase. I focus on the positive. That much is clear. Baths Haida barely stifled a laugh, pretending to sip from the wrong side of her glass. Selina, bless her, tried to steer things back to polite territory. He teaches now, she offered, like she was explaining a rescued Niazel had found work in a post office. Yes, Miranda said dryly. So I've heard. Baths Haida smiled politely. Good to see you again, Madame Goshawk. Miranda gave a short nod. How is your grandmother? She passed away 5 years ago, Baths Haida said, with a small, awkward chuckle. Miranda sighed, faint and unbothered. Did she? My condolences. Cashin looked off to the side, vaguely considering drowning himself in the punch bowl. Madame Goshawk's notes were on the table. It seemed she was studying them before they arrived. Cashin squinted at one, recognizing the weave of a dual trigger charm folded into what looked like a blinking ward. That's a layered tap switch bind. 5th line's different though, anchors off-center. Goshawk's brows lifted slightly. You recognize it? Was stolen off a 6th century Commission prayer wall, he replied. Badly mistranslated in the Ravenna archives, though. They got the verb structure upside down. Selina glanced between them. Goshawk looked up at him, eyes sharper now, glinting. Can you really tell that? Cashin gave a loose shrug, like it wasn't worth fussing over. I mean, it is pretty obvious, but yet, once you know the trick, it's glaring. Took scholars a few decades to notice that little mirror trick, which is more surprising. She squinted at him, then reached into the stack on the table and pulled a book free. The spine cracked faintly as she flipped it open. Reflection of Ancient Texts, the title read. She tapped the name printed beneath it. See. Rosier. Is this you? Cashin glanced down at it. Who else? Even Selina gasped. I thought that was great-great-great-uncle Coriolanus. We've been trying to find him. Cashin tilted his head. Didn't he die? Selina shook her head, lips pressing together. I doubt it. Although he did seclude himself from earthly matters. Cashin gave her a flat look. That's called dying, Selina. He writes occasionally, she muttered. Usually to correct footnotes. Then he's worse, editing from beyond the grave. Miranda closed the book with a soft thud. The charm's wrong, then. Cashin turned slightly, eyeing the diagram again. The anchor's off-center. As the book says, some of the old scholars used mirrored or twice mirrored writing. Mirrored is often upside down. Rarely right to left. Twice mirrored is upside down and right to left. He tapped the parchment with one finger, right over the fifth line. They botched it here. This one's meant to reflect the directionality of the second array, but it's flipped twice. Verb chain falls apart before it loops. Miranda didn't blink. Her eyes traced the line again, slower this time. Cashin kept going, if you run it as is, you get a stutter. Charm fires, then collapses in on itself. No outward force. Just fizzles and eats whatever you anchored it to. If it's someone's ribcage, unfortunate. You've tested this? She asked, not quite skeptical. Not quite impressed, either. Cashin tilted his head. On a very unlucky chair leg. Bathsheba coughed lightly behind her glass. Miranda's mouth quirked but she didn't look away from the parchment. Who told you it was mirrored? Cashin pressed his lips together. He couldn't very well say he'd been bored stiff at an ancient Greek temple, could he? That he'd sat there while Bathsheba and old masters scratched runes into stone for 6 hours straight, and in a moment of profound academic laziness, he'd picked up one of Nicholas Flamel's books left lying around and started mirror sketching the symbols. He knew at least 5 cultures that used mirrored writing systems, Da Vinci being the most famous one, but it wasn't something people casually thought about. Didn't even know what they meant at first, just thought they looked clever. And then they worked. Well, most of them. Enough to get the old masters crowding over his shoulder like he'd just redrawn the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel with a crayon. He'd written the theory up. Small book. Quiet release. Meant it for rune researchers and insomniacs. He hadn't expected Miranda Bloody Goshawk to own a copy, let alone confuse it with his great-great-great-uncle. Ch96. Couldn't say any of that, of course. I saw it at a glance, he said, deadpan. Miranda stared at him, then tilted her head. That is ingenious. Cashin puffed up his chest like he'd just been knighted, tossing Bathsheba a glance that screamed, see? Your lover's a genius. She rolled her eyes and sipped her drink, ignoring him with the seasoned grace of someone who'd sat through 3 hours of him ranting about the same damn trick. Before he could make another show of himself, more people arrived. The Greengrass family, 3 generations of frost and pride wrapped in tailored robes, made their entrance. Grandpa Greengrass led them with his cane tapping. 2 blondes peeled away before the rest reached the minister. Professor Rosier, Daphne said, walking up with a wide smile. This is my sister, Astoria. She'll be starting Hogwarts next year. Cashin crouched slightly. Hello, Miss Greengrass. It's a pleasure to meet you. Astoria gave a shy smile, shoulders relaxing, pleasure is mine. Daphne can't stop speaking about you. I am not, Daphne said quickly, a flush creeping over her cheeks. Astoria giggled. You'll be joining us next year, then. Astoria nodded, eyes wide. I've already memorized half the first-year books. Daphne lent me her term books. Some of them are a bit singed. That tracks. He flicked a look at Daphne, who raised her chin proudly. Cashin was about to ask Astoria which book she'd singed when a voice barged in behind his shoulder, sour as vinegar, didn't expect to see you out of the castle without a smoke cloud and 10 screaming students. Cashin turned. Damien. You look dreadful. Damien's smirk widened, the kind that fed on family gatherings like a leech. He opened his mouth, too slow. Before he could get another word out, Madame Goshawk cleared her throat. Damien stiffened. Sorry, didn't see you, Madame Goshawk. Please ignore my cousin. He must have been a bother. She didn't even look up. Your cousin and I were having a chat. You can join the rest of your family. Damien's mouth hung open a second too long before he forced a smile. As you say, Madame Goshawk. He gave Cashin a look that aimed for insult and missed by half a mile, then turned and walked off without another word. Cashin sipped from a flute he didn't remember picking up. Fine. If the room wanted to be petty, he could be effervescent. You'd think after 3 years in diplomatic service, he'd learn not to insult people with better memory than him. As the gathering thickened, the room started breaking into little clusters, old ministry hands hovering near the music, foreign delegates marking out their corners. Madame Goshawk wandered off after telling Cashin that Bathilda Bagshot wanted to meet him. Cashin let out a very undignified squeak of excitement before remembering he'd been calling the author of Hogwarts, a history a liar for years, and gulped hard. With Goshawk offering no further explanation, he stood frozen on the spot until Bathsheba finally dragged him along. A wizard in silver-trimmed navy greeted them before they could get far, another in green and black after that. Both foreign. Both polite. Neither introduced themselves beyond stiff nods. They asked about the weather in Scotland. One of them gave them a strange little bow before leaving. Cashin frowned. Did something happen? He asked no one in particular. Not yet, said a voice behind him. He turned as a woman stepped neatly into the space beside him, every movement graceful. She held out a gloved hand, her skin pale against the dark silk, her posture too polished to be anything but practiced. Her dark hair was swept into an elegant knot, sharp cheekbones catching the light as she offered the faintest of smiles. Elisabetta Zabanai. He took her hand, brushing a polite kiss over the knuckles. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Zabanai. Elisabetta, she corrected, smile like cut glass. The pleasure is mine. Bathsheba shifted half a step closer to him without a word. Elisabetta's smile widened. Your name's been traveling, Professor Rosier. When Blaze spoke about you last summer, I thought he was exaggerating. Teenagers do that. But then the summer ended, and I started hearing it elsewhere. A curious pattern, actually. Cashin kept his expression pleasant. Is that so? In the Mediterranean circle especially, she said, lifting a glass from a passing tray without glancing. Your name came up at the Athens Symposium. Twice. Then again in Istanbul. Ministers from both countries mentioned you, by name. He tilted his head. Must be all the charm. That's the odd part. They didn't say why. Just, not to cross you. She sipped. As if something happened, but no one dares name it. Cashin scratched the side of his jaw. Sounds like my kind of reputation. Vague and mildly threatening. Elisabetta chuckled. I thought it was an error. Maybe they meant your brother. That's probably more likely, he said with a laugh. The woman just smiled. There was faint interest in it. Cashin glanced away. Nicholas had said those people left reminders to themselves before the memory charms hit. Smart trick, really. You wouldn't remember what happened, just that something had. Names like his. Probably keyed in with a neat little tag, do not cross. Cashin had a hunch his name had made a few of those lists. When their polite fencing match wound down, Bathsheba hooked his arm and dragged him clear before the smile on his face slipped. The main hall was filling. House colors, diplomatic ribbons, foreign accents cutting through the air like perfume. The band struck a polite, unbothered sort of chord. He and Bathsheba exchanged a look. It was time. They left their corner and drifted toward the clusters. They hadn't dressed up for mince pies and carols. They came here for one reason, same reason they'd gritted through the introductions so far. To learn something. Anything. About the diary. They'd started to visit tables. He let Bathsheba steer the conversation. How was Christmas in Belgium? She asked a silver-haired couple in lilac robes, one of whom was apparently something minister adjacent. Snowed out, the woman replied. Wards froze. Shame, Cashin said, nodding. We were just discussing that in class, actually, climate warped warding. Never pretty. Should teach the little ones to layer warmth anchors, the man said. We had to reset the protections 3 times. Still not sure which one of the grandkids left the front door open. Bathsheba nodded along, Cashin let the topic drift toward personal items. He smiled politely. You'd be surprised how often students lose things over break. Journals, quills, occasionally a cursed artifact. Neither of them blinked. Wrong bait. Bathsheba's heel tapped his shoe, next table. He sipped, moved on. They stopped again near the knots. The aunt was in her usual shade of pearl grey, eyes like polished stone. Professor Rosier, she greeted. Bathsheba. Lovely to see you. And you, Bathsheba said smoothly. Cashin kept his tone lighter. Was hoping to ask after your nephew, actually. Theo's been quieter this term. He's always been a quiet boy, she said, lips barely moving. After a few more questions, Cashin didn't bother pretending they'd get more. Bathsheba shifted the topic, asked about her sister's wedding in Vienna. Learning nothing useful. Mrs. Parkinson smiled like she was running for something. Professor Rosier, she said. We were so pleased to hear about your award in Beijing. Wasn't an award. Oh? Then what do you call a public commendation from Ji Wenqiang? Awkward. Bathsheba pinched his arm. He added, is Miss Parkinson enjoying her classes? Mrs. Parkinson's smile stiffened. She says you're very progressive. Cashin snorted. The woman gave a tight smile and excused herself. Cashin sighed through his nose. Another dead end. The night was starting to feel like a string of locked doors. Before they could continue, Cashin was stopped by someone squat and damp looking, like a boiled turnip in plum robes. He was about to brush past, already regretting how many pure-blood hands he'd shaken tonight, when the woman stepped in front of him again. Hem. Cashin looked down at the toad-faced obstacle. Are you lost or something? Bathsheba caught his sleeve. Cashin, she said quietly, this is Minister Cornelius Fudge. The woman puffed herself up, clearly pleased with the introduction, but when Bathsheba didn't continue, she cleared her throat again, louder. Hem. Bathsheba turned to her with a polite blink. Sorry. I don't know you. The woman's face flushed the exact color of her cardigan, before Fudge laughed awkwardly. This is my senior undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. Professors Rosier and Babbling. What a pleasure. Cashin stopped before he could say something that would cost him a job offer. He forced a smile toward Fudge. It's our honor, Minister. Ah, Cashin, don't be a stranger. Your grandfather is a great friend of mine, yes, your professors as well, Fudge said, rocking slightly in place. Always a treat to meet Hogwarts faculty. You're both very talked about, these days. Baths Haida smiled. You're too kind, Minister. Fudge puffed up like a pigeon that had spotted breadcrumbs. Not at all, not at all. I've heard your name at least twice at every table. Your fame precedes you. Even the foreign delegates are speaking of you. He turned slightly, placing a damp hand on Cashin's arm, steering him a half step away from the crowd like they were about to trade ministry secrets over fizzy drinks. Say, Fudge murmured, I heard something happened in the temple. Athens, wasn't it? But everyone's terribly tight-lipped. Baths Haida blinked. The earthquake buried the sight, Minister. Can't say a lot happened. She wasn't lying. Even she didn't know why diplomats kept nodding at them like they'd survived an assassination attempt since Nicholas Flamel had obliviated everyone. She continued, spotting the shift in Fudge's face. Cashin did manage to read some of the warning before we left. We're not sure if the earthquake was tied to the temple or not. Fudge's smile froze for a second, then thawed back into something vaguely friendly. Is that so? Mostly a misreading of fault lines, Cashin added, tilting his head slightly. Magic ones. Unfortunately, magic doesn't submit proper geological surveys. Fudge gave a light, baffled chuckle. Yes, well. Quite. Tricky things, ruins. Always collapsing just when you're about to discover something useful. His eyes slid toward the cluster of foreign delegates in the corner. I say, you've been abroad quite a lot this past year, haven't you? Here and there, Cashin said. Mainly trying not to die in caves. Fudge blinked. Heard about China too. That must have been something. Bit warmer, Cashin replied. Bit louder. Hem. The toad woman again, already stepping between them to do her solo croak show. The minister is acting with your safety in mind, she said, syrupy sweet and smug as sin. Clarity on the subject would allow our ministry to respond in case something were to happen in international relations, especially in a dig site in a foreign country. It would be in your best interest, if you were to enlighten us. We only want what's best for you, after all. Cashin opened his mouth. Probably to say something involving a plague and a pair of earmuffs. Baths Haida smiled. We appreciate your concern, she cut in lightly, but as I said, it was an earthquake. We spent a few nights in the hospital in Delphi, then we went for holiday. Cashin gave her a sidelong look. One eyebrow raised. Close call. Fudge beamed. Well, that's excellent to hear. The Aegean Sea is wonderful that time of year. Then, like someone had reminded him he was hosting, he turned back to the room with a polite wave. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to entertain other guests. He drifted off with Umbridge trotting at his side, pink bows bobbing, mouth already opening for another hem. Cashin sighed through his nose. How does someone sound like a cough and a thread at once? Baths Haida chuckled, watching them leave. I'm going to write a paper called The Lasting Consequences of Bureaucratic Nose-Poking, and dedicate it to her. Include diagrams. I'll make it interactive. Moving charts. Possibly a pop-up. The rest of the evening passed without much incident. They ate, danced. A few chatted them up, more out of curiosity than manners. Conversations came and went. Most were forgettable. Names, pleasantries, some stale joke about Hogwarts weather or the state of British education. They smiled through it. Cashin nearly hexed a wine-stained hem under the table out of boredom. They spoke to a few parents, some of Lucius's usual circle, but nothing useful came up. No odd behavior. No mentions of missing books. No whispers of cursed objects passed down in inheritance chests. Cashin tested the waters now and then, comments about wards, student accidents, old magical items floating through the castle. Not a bite. Either they didn't know, or they were very good at pretending they didn't. Eventually, they gave up. Cashin and Baths Haida had just turned when an older woman appeared in front of them, and every nerve in Cashin's body immediately pulled tight. The woman was all smiles, too wide, too knowing. Her presence alone made the air colder. Cashin resisted the urge to step behind Baths Haida like a coward. She didn't seem fazed. She caught his sleeve lightly. Professor Bagshot. Cashin shut his eyes for a brief second, already regretting his life. Oh, brilliant. Heh, the woman chuckled, her voice pitched. Babbling, how is your grandmother? Baths Haida let out a sigh sharp enough to slice parchment. She passed away. Unfortunate, Bathilda said, with the level of sympathy reserved for wilted potted plants. Then her attention swiveled, and her eyes landed squarely on Cashin. And who do we have here? Cashin straightened slightly, resisting the urge to introduce himself as just leaving. Professor Cashin Rosier. Rosier. She repeated, with interest that set his teeth on edge. One of those Rosiers. He gave her the blandest smile he could manage. Afraid so. Your family made quite a history, she said, which wasn't remotely reassuring. I'm sure they were all deeply misquoted, Cashin replied, folding his hands behind his back lest he poke someone in the eye with them. Especially the ones who made it into the history books by accident. Bathilda squinted at him. You don't look like a Rosier. Thank you, Cashin said immediately. Baths Haida made a soft noise that was halfway between a snort and a cough. Bathilda continued as if he hadn't spoken. You're the one who'd written that book, aren't you? Cashin blinked. One of them, yes. Curious magic there. Ancient wards. Symbols older than script. Her voice had dropped a little, quiet yet half-thrilled. I saw the notes. Oh good, Cashin said. That'll save me the trouble of pretending I don't want to rewrite half of them. She actually chuckled at that. So, heard you say I lie all the time. Cashin froze like she'd just thrown a textbook at his head. I'm joking, Bathilda said, with a laugh that was far too pleased with itself. He didn't laugh. Mostly because her eyes were still squinted like she was trying to solve a riddle written in blood. He didn't trust it. Look, he said, puffing up what little courage he had left, from one historian to another, you know what I'm trying to achieve, right? Being an arse? She asked, far too casual. Cashin blurted, that's just the side quest. Then winced. What I'm trying to say is, if you approach books assuming they're biased or flat out lies, you're less likely to take them as gospel. Doubt's the core of any science. Without it, we'd still be trying to figure out how to sharpen a stick. She nodded, slower this time. That I can get behind. Cashin chuckled. With no dagger in hand, I hope. She raised an eyebrow. Was that a Brutus reference or Cassius? Hope it is the latter. Fits the theme and everything. Cashin was taken aback. You. She grinned. What? I know Muggle history? Well of course. I'm a historian, after all. Cashin exhaled. Thought you'd be another. Bathilda coughed lightly. Bathilda laughed, clearly catching it but not calling it out. You thought I'd be another ministry puppet, parroting cleaned up battle dates and heroic nonsense, didn't you? Cashin smiled, not denying it. You wouldn't believe how many start a sentence with according to official records and end it without a shred of sense. I burned my first ministry transcript at 15, she said dryly. Been suspicious of official records ever since. Cashin's grin turned real. Wish I'd started that early. Bathilda, somewhere between entertained and exasperated, murmured, why does it feel like you two are going to be best friends? Cashin and Bathilda laughed, then shook hands like it was a duel they'd both agreed ended in mutual bruising. Respect, he said, loud enough for a few heads to turn. She nodded. You're not bad. Cashin gave a theatrical sigh. I'll frame that. Bathilda dragged him by the arm before he could ask for it in writing. All right, she muttered, you've offended half the ministry and charmed the other half. That's enough diplomacy for one night. Technically, I've only offended 1 1/4. The other 3/4 were already halfway there. They passed a waiter with floating platters. Cashin nicked a sugared fig without breaking pace. They made their goodbyes, careful not to look like they were fleeing. Polite smiles, brief handshakes, one final flute of something cold and unnecessary. And through it all, they didn't visit the Rosier family table once. The Rosiers didn't come to them, either. Cordially cold. It was something Cashin came up with. He told Regulus and Magnus they'd act like strangers at events like this, cordial at best, distant at worst. So no one would think to look too closely at the Franz Fund sitting quietly under Cashin's name. Said it was a diversion. Truth was, he just didn't want to deal with them. Regulus never looked his way. Magnus hadn't so much as twitched when they walked past. Even Aunt Viola kept her mouth shut. Aside from Damien's embarrassing attempt to insult him, nothing scandalous. Perfect. Since Dumbledore refused to station the last of the roosters inside the castle, Cashin gave up on asking nicely after asking a second time. I'm not putting the safety of children in the hands of politics, he snapped one day. Bathilda didn't argue. Just handed him her hand and pulled the books open to the chapter on illusion constructs. With Bathilda's help they'd created a full battalion of illusory roosters. Not just static charms, either. These bastards strutted, fluffed, pecked at dust that wasn't there, and crowed every 37 seconds on the dot. He'd even taught a few to tilt their heads dramatically whenever someone walked past. For the rest of Christmas halls, the castle echoed with the crowing. Cashin had stationed them on every floor, their beady little eyes glowing faintly and their caws bouncing off the ancient stone. Nothing happened, not a scaly tail, not even a hiss, but he wasn't about to drop the wards just because the place had gone quiet. He was fairly sure whoever stole the diary had gone home for the break. Still, Hogwarts had a way of turning smug confidence into an obituary. He wasn't taking chances. When the students returned, obviously the first thing they noticed was the roosters. The first few days were full of shrieks, some jumped out of their skins, others laughed. Within a week, most decided it was just another of Professor Rosier's eccentricities. It wouldn't be the first time. He had, after all, spent half the year sitting with students in the Great Hall rather than keeping to the staff table like a proper professor. And then, nothing. Weeks passed. No new attacks. The castle settled back into its rhythm, though every so often Cashin caught himself waiting for the other shoe to drop. He wasn't sure if this lull was a trick to make him drop his guard, or if the cursed diary had truly gone quiet. He wasn't the only one piecing things together. One afternoon, Hermione Granger came barreling down the corridor like she was late for an exam, dragging Harry, Ron, and Neville behind her. She stopped dead in front of Cashin, cheeks flushed, curls bouncing wildly as she caught her breath. It's a basilisk, isn't it? She said. Cashin raised a brow from where he sat on the edge of a desk, flipping through a stack of essays. Good afternoon, Miss Granger. Lovely weather we're having. Now, what was that about giant murder snakes? Hermione didn't flinch. The attacks. The petrifications. Mrs. Norris, Colin Creevey, Justin Finch Fletchley. They weren't killed outright. They saw it indirectly, reflections, cameras, through nearly headless Nick. That would only happen if, it is a basilisk. Neville shivered. Hang on, so there really is a giant snake crawling through the school. Hermione looked over at Harry. He was staring at the floor, jaw tight, but she was practically drilling holes into the side of his head with that urgent, pointed look. The kind that said, go on. Say it. Now. Cassian squinted at them. His brow furrowed. You've got that look, he said. The one that says you are holding back something that is going to make my day infinitely worse. Out with it. Harry shifted his weight from foot to foot, his shoulders hunched like he'd rather be anywhere else. You heard it, didn't you? Cassian pressed, narrowing his eyes. Harry's head dipped, and his fingers tightened on the hem of his jumper. I didn't know what it was, not until Hermione told me her theory. I've been hearing things, voices. From the walls. 4 months. Cassian's hand dragged down his face. For he cut himself off, massaging his temple, very much fighting off a headache. And at no point did it occur to you to mention this to me? Or, I don't know, any adult in the castle. Harry winced. I thought, maybe I was imagining it. Cassian pushed himself upright, swallowing all the nasty things coming to the tip of his tongue. Hermione flinched slightly at his gaze but didn't speak. Ron kept his mouth shut too, which was probably the smartest thing he'd done all week. Cassian stopped and turned on Harry, jabbing a finger at him. You said months. Define months. Since when? Since November, Harry said, voice small. Cassian closed his eyes for a moment, dragging in a long breath through his nose. Right. Let's start there. I am not angry. His voice was sharper than he wanted it to be, so he softened slightly. Look, you don't have to keep things like that to yourselves. You hear voices in the walls? That's the sort of thing you bring straight to me. No debates, no hiding it because you think I will lose my temper. Got it. Harry nodded quickly. Hermione looked like she wanted to apologize for him, but Cassian raised a hand that stopped her in her tracks. I mean it, he said. If it happens again, I expect you sprinting straight to my door. I don't care if it is 3 in the morning and you're in your pajamas. You run to me. Understood. Yes, sir, Harry mumbled. Good. Cassian blew out a breath. This explains a few things, at least. The snake's not strolling through the halls waving at portraits, it's moving in the pipes. Harry shifted on his feet, shooting a quick glance at Hermione. Could it be anywhere in the castle? Could be, but probably not. Cassian tapped his knuckles against the edge of the desk, eyes narrowing as he thought. Slytherin wasn't going to dump his pet death machine just anywhere. If he built a chamber, it'll be tucked deep into the foundations. There'll be an access point somewhere, and I'd wager it isn't far from where you've been hearing that charming voice. Ron spoke up for the first time since they arrived. So, if Harry's been hearing it, does that mean he is near it? Or it is near him, Cassian said flatly. He rubbed at his neck. Either way, we are not letting you wander off alone, Potter. You're a walking basilisk beacon at this point. Hermione's hands twisted in her sleeves. Professor. Do you have any idea? Cassian nodded, scratching at the edge of his jaw. We will figure it out. His gaze slid over to Neville, who'd been quiet as a mouse through the entire exchange. Why the long face, long bottom? You hiding anything as well, or just planning to keel over from nerves? Neville startled like he'd been caught nicking biscuits. And no, sir, he stammered. I mean, nothing like Harry. I haven't heard any voices or anything. Cassian raised a brow, tilting his head. That a fact? You look like someone's been feeding you a steady diet of bad dreams for weeks. Neville's hands twisted around each other, knuckles going white. I just don't want anyone else to get hurt. My gran says Hogwarts used to be the safest place for people like us. Doesn't feel like it anymore. There it was. The way he said people like us had that heaviness to it, pure blood or not, Neville had seen enough sneers from Slytherins to know where he stood. Cassian felt a small pang deep in his chest but smothered it fast. Yeah, well, your gran isn't wrong, Cassian said, voice lighter now. This place should be safe. And it will be again once we sort out the slithering problem in the pipes. Ron spoke up, his voice tight. So you really think it is a basilisk, sir? I mean, that's mental. Aren't those things huge? Cassian shot him a look. Good question, Mr. Weasley. That's the bit we are still working out. Next morning, Cassian was standing on a chair in the Great Hall, one boot planted on the seat like he was about to lead a mutiny. He clapped his hands twice to grab attention, sharp and loud enough to silence most of the chatter. Everyone. Eyes this way, thank you, he called. Students twisted in their seats, half of them mid-mouthful of porridge. Right. From now on, everyone in this castle is to wear these. Cassian held up a pair of odd-looking spectacles and gave them a little wave. Mandated. No arguments. You wear them all the time. Preferably even when you're in bed. Fred and George Weasley craned their necks from the Gryffindor table. What are they, sir? Fred asked, grinning. They look daft, George added helpfully. Cassian gave them a flat look. They're special glasses. That's all you need to know. Put them on your face and stop whining. A ripple of confused muttering spread through the students. They don't look very special, muttered Seamus Finnegan. Cashin pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed, already regretting this entire exercise. Oh, they're special, all right. Magical lenses, developed by Professor Babbling and yours truly. Do they shoot lasers? No. Will they make you look like a prat? Possibly. Will you still wear them? Absolutely. Hermione Granger raised her hand cautiously. Sir, what do they do? Cashin's eyes flicked to her. They do their job. That's what matters. He didn't explain that the special glasses weren't really glasses at all. The lenses were thin mirrored charms, enchanted to behave like a camera lens, clear to the wearer but reflective from the outside. He had no idea if ordinary glass would block the basilisk's deadly gaze, so he wasn't about to risk finding out. Sir, they are ugly, said Pansy Parkinson, wrinkling her nose. You pull that off just fine, Miss Parkinson, Cashin shot back. A few students let out nervous laughs. Do we really have to sleep in them? Asked Ernie Macmillan. Yes. Wear them, eat with them, shower with them if you must. These glasses don't come off unless you want detention, so long you'll be polishing cauldrons into retirement. He jumped down from the chair and dusted his hands off. That's it. Don't test me on this. If I catch one of you wandering about without them, I will glue them to your face myself. Fred muttered to George, do you reckon he's serious? Cashin didn't even look back. Try me, Weasley. See how fast you end up looking like an owl. The twins shut up, though George's grin didn't falter. Bath's Haida huffed softly. You could have explained it properly. And ruined the mystery. Cashin murmured under his breath. Never. This is going to cause an uproar, you know. He smirked faintly. If they're busy complaining about the glasses, maybe they will stop trying to catch sight of whatever's stalking the halls. She didn't argue. Standing in the middle of the first dueling club meeting after Christmas, Cashin let his eyes sweep the room. Students in uneven lines, some fidgeting, some pretending not to. Glasses were actually on their faces, miracle of miracles. He gave a nod. Good. Lockhart, after the embarrassment of opening night, withdrew from the club entirely. In fact, Cashin hadn't seen so much as a flutter of his robes near a single session, not even to watch. Shrugging, he turned to the gathered children. Today, we're focusing on the practical use of flipendo. The knockback jinx. Flint, Cashin said, what's the knockback jinx for? Flint grinned. To knock back someone. Cashin looked incredibly impressed for exactly half a second. Shallow, he said, clicking his tongue. He began to pace. I've been drilling this into you since you could lift a wand without hitting yourself. Spells are only as clever as you are. He stopped. Anyone else? Other uses for flipendo? Impress me. A few heads turned, hopeful that someone else might offer themselves up as bait. Marcus Belby tentatively raised a hand. You could use it to knock something down. Not just people. Shelves. Doors. Anything in the way. Cashin pointed at him. Better. Basic mechanics. Still boring. He turned back toward the rest. Anyone thinking outside the wand yet? Silence. A few blinks. Somewhere near the front, Seamus Finnegan sneezed and nearly dropped his wand. Cashin made a note, mentally, to keep him away from flammable materials. Padma Paddle offered, I used it to push back a potion that exploded. Sort of shielded with the impact. Good, he said. Useful. Quick thinking. Dean muttered something about tripping a friend during a race, and Cashin pretended not to hear. He instead raised his wand and aimed at the floor. Flipendo. The spell hit the ground with a short thump, and dust shot up in a wave, swallowing half the room in a fine, chalky fog. A few students coughed. Someone sneezed. From the center of the haze, Cashin said, using it on sand, dust, anything loose enough to fly. Creates a curtain. Enough to stall a hex, break line of sight, cover your wand movement. He gave a sharp flick, and the dust blew out to the walls. Looks messy, works better than it looks. Especially if you're not the sort who enjoys catching jinxes with your face. He stepped back to the front. This is the part where I remind you that dueling isn't about looking pretty or shouting loud and louder. It's control, creativity, and knowing what makes your opponent trip before they do. There's a reason knockback jinx is one of the favorites in dueling circles, Cashin said. It's easy to cast, works mid-movement, doesn't drain much focus, and, this part's important, if you cock it up, it doesn't usually end in an explosion. Now, some of you are thinking, that's boring, sir. It just knocks people back. Congratulations. You've described the surface of a very shallow puddle. He turned on the spot. What if your opponent's standing near stairs? Or on a slope? What if they're shielding and you need to break that rhythm? What if they're casting and you want to kill the line of sight? This thing's a tool. It's your pocket wrench. If you've only used it to send your brother into a pond, you've wasted it. Fred and George exchanged grins behind a few second years. Cashin didn't bother naming them. I've seen knockback used to send spells off course. Flick a hand at the wand arm just as they cast, spell veers, target misses. They blink, you follow up. And if they're cocky enough to duel with both feet planted? Easy work. A few nods from the Ravenclaw side. He clapped his hands. Right. Pair up. They quickly shuffled. Daphne and Tracy moved together. Harry and Ron wandered vaguely towards each other. Dean was mid-sprint to Seamus, who looked mildly alarmed. No fancy moves, Cashin said, stepping aside. We're not going for style points. This isn't the Yule Ball. Just basic flip-endo exchanges. Control, power, distance. You're not here to flatten your partner, unless it's Miss Parkinson, in which case I'll look the other way for 5 seconds. Pansy gave him a mock poisonous look. Theo smirked. Cashin walked over to where Pansy stood, already paired with Millicent Bulstrode, wands at the ready. Met your mother at the Yule Ball, Miss Parkinson. Pansy gave a pleased little giggle. I've heard. She said you were charming. He rolled his eyes. Naturally. Then he stepped back and flicked a hand. Enough chatter. Start. Millicent was first, her flip-endo came sharp and fast. Pansy blocked it with a neat upward sweep, then retaliated. The impact shunted Millicent's boots half an inch across the floor. Not bad. Cashin gave a nod and crossed to the twins, already frowning. Miss Johnson. Miss Spinnet. Pair with these two troublemakers, if you'd be so kind. If they misbehave, you have my blessing to punish them. Lightly. Angelina grinned. Right away, sir. Alicia cracked her knuckles. Been waiting all term. Fred and George looked absolutely betrayed. Professor R, how could you? Fred clutched at his chest. After everything we've been through. Cashin ignored them and moved down the row to where Neville stood with Hermione. The boy's stance had changed, shoulders square. For once, he wasn't blinking clueless, he didn't flinch from his own wand. Hermione was fending off his spells with more effort than she'd like to admit. Great work, Longbottom. Neville's whole face lit up. Thank you, sir. Cashin nodded, then turned to Hermione. Miss Granger. Ditch the textbook posture. She blinked. You're dueling, not posing for an illustration. Feet quick, wand where it needs to be. Whatever makes you faster, that's the right stance. Hermione gave a brisk nod, adjusted, and braced again. Less tidy, but far better. Cashin kept moving. Terry Boot had just sent a jittery flip-endo toward Anthony Goldstein, who batted it off course with a clumsy deflection. Not elegant, but it worked. He paused near Padma and Parvati, both focused, neither saying much. Good rhythm. Parvati flicked her wand, and Padma staggered a step but blocked with a backhand cast. Clean. Better, Cashin said, eyes still watching their exchange. Don't wait for them to act. Make them react. Cashin stopped behind Harry and Ron. Weasley looked like he was trying to will the spell into existence. Harry wasn't even breaking a sweat. Mr. Weasley, Cashin said, stop trying to outmuscle the magic. Relax your grip. Wand's not a sword. Ron adjusted. The next flip-endo had more flow to it. Didn't hit, but at least it didn't backfire. Harry looked over, waiting. You, Cashin said. Try holding back, Potter. Teach him something. Harry smirked faintly. I am. Cashin raised an eyebrow, then moved on. Behind him, someone hit the floor with a loud thud and a groan. Finnegan, Cashin called without turning, if I see smoke, I'm sending you to Mr. Filch. I'm fine. Seamus called. Mostly. He nearly took my knee off. Dean muttered. Knees are overrated, Cashin replied. He stopped at the far wall, arms folded, letting them continue. Hexes, blocks, laughter, the occasional yelp. Wand light sparked in every direction. Some groups were nearly ready for real matches. Others, well, he'd keep the first aid kit nearby. He watched as Theo not sidestepped Blaze's spell, cast back low and fast, nearly swept him feet out. Smart. Somewhere near the middle, Fred yelped. Angelina, that was uncalled for. That was a warning shot, she said sweetly. We're being oppressed. George dodged a spell, crying. Cashin raised his voice. And it's a pleasure to watch. The class didn't stop, but a few laughed. The dueling pairs shifted, traded spells again. He nodded to himself. It wasn't perfect. But it was getting there. After the club meeting, he and Harry sat in his room. The boy had already pulled a book from his bag, flipping it open with that half-distracted eagerness he always carried after a lesson went right. Thanks again for the book and lessons, sir. Cashin waved a hand. How's it going? Harry perked up. Much better. As you put it, some spells are stronger when cast in Parseltongue. Cashin nodded. Show me. Harry glanced at the page, then closed his eyes, probably sketching the spell out in his head. When he spoke, the words curled out in that hissing, sibilant string, unnatural, a bit too sharp. He cast, and the result was stronger than it had any right to be. The flame flared fast and clean, hovering a beat longer than it should have before vanishing. Cashin leaned back. Well then. Harry shrugged, a little smug. Sort of improvised. Took the structure of a push charm, rewrote the cadence. Cashin crossed his arms. Look at you, reinventing spellcraft before puberty's done with you. Harry grinned. It's weird, in Latin, it takes more effort. Feels like dragging the spell. But in Parseltongue, it snaps, Cashin finished for him. Language of intent. Less clutter. Older than Latin, maybe older than half the nonsense the ministry still uses. Harry looked down at the book again. Could I use it for all spells? Maybe, Cashin said. Though it'd raise eyebrows if you start hissing lumos in the library. Keep it to spells that matter. Ones that need bite. Harry gave a small nod. Cashin tilted his head. What's it feel like when you cast in it? The boy thought for a second. Like the spell knows what I want before I finish saying it. Interesting. Cashin watched him a moment longer, then stood. I'll send more texts your way. Try the older words first. Easier to twist. Harry nodded, eyes still on the runes. Cashin paused at the window. If anyone asks, this is advanced independent study. Harry looked up. What if they ask what kind? Say very and walk away. Harry spoke again, voice quieter now. Sir. Cashin didn't turn. Why are you helping me with this? The question hung there a moment. Cashin grinned. Everyone's got selfish reasons for doing things, Potter. Never forget that. You'll rarely meet anyone helping out of the goodness of their heart, and if you're sure they are, hold on tight. Harry frowned. Do you need something from me? Cashin shook his head. Let's go. He saw Potter back to Gryffindor, wandering the halls through a flock of illusion roosters that strutted ahead marching in formation. A few glared at Harry, but none moved to peck. Favoritism, clearly. Halfway to his own room, Cashin frowned, stopping. Halfway to his own room, Cashin frowned, stopping. He turned, changed course, climbed to the 5th floor and down an unused corridor most students forgot existed. There, at the base of a short stairwell, sat a small figure in blue and copper, legs drawn up, a wand tucked behind one ear. Straw blonde hair. Bare feet. Staring off into the dark. Cashin tilted his head. Miss Lovegood. Why are you out after curfew? Alone, at that. Luna smiled, as if she'd been waiting for him. Professor, I'm wearing glasses. At worst, I'll turn to stone. Basilisk can't hurt me. He blinked. Right. Of course. Obvious solution. Then he frowned. How do you know it's a basilisk? She tilted her head. Why, the blibbering humdingers blubbered. Cashin stared at her. Said nothing. Eventually, he sat down beside her with a soft grunt, stretching his legs out in front. Do they often? She nodded. Mostly on Fridays. And when people lie. He glanced sideways. Right. And what have they told you about me? Luna gave a long, thoughtful pause. That you are split. And you're afraid of birthdays. Cashin barked a laugh. They've been spying on my calendar. They think you are very afraid to speak some words, she said, as if it were a weather update. He looked at her properly now, brows raised. Do they? She didn't blink. Yes. They also said you keep pretending not to care, but your magic's too noisy. That shut him up for a second. He leaned back against the stair rail. You're not worried, then? About the monster. She kicked her heels lightly against the stone. I'm always worried. It's how you know you care about something. I used to think that too, he said after a moment. Still do, some days. Trouble is, worry doesn't stop anything. Just makes the wait longer. She looked over. Then what stops it? Cashin rested his head back, looking at the ceiling. Knowing where to aim. Luna was quiet again. Then, do you think it's a student? Possibly. And will you stop them? If I can. She nodded like that was enough. He looked down at her feet and let out a sigh. Who's bullying you? She froze. Then her eyes dropped to her knees. No one. He tilted his head toward her. You skipped shoes because someone nicked them again, or is this a lifestyle choice? Her chin dipped. Cashin didn't buy it. Let me tell you a story, Miss Lovegood. When I was small, I was different. He took a breath, shaking his head. I've always felt closer to books than people. Loved reading anything I could get my hands on. History, maps, fiction with too many footnotes. All of it. Luna tilted her head slightly, listening without a word. When I started school, that showed. Didn't mix well. New answers teachers hadn't even asked yet. Some kids thought it was clever. Most didn't. They started in with the usual stuff, whispers, nicknames, pushing. His fingers drummed lightly against his knee. So I went quiet. Stopped raising my hand, stopped talking unless I had to. Thought if I made myself smaller, they'd forget I was there. They didn't. Just gave them new material. Called me a weirdo. Luna was still quiet. Cashin went on. Didn't last forever. Got older. Moved schools. Learned how to throw back a little. Got better at picking who to speak to. Still preferred books, though. Books don't stare when you sit alone. She nodded, very slowly, like she understood all of it already. Cashin's voice didn't soften. He just said, tell me who. She hesitated. Miss Lovegood. Some girls, she muttered. They said I walk funny. He sighed through his nose, rubbing the bridge of it with 2 fingers. Brilliant. What an original insult. Did they also call you loony and think they were clever for it? She looked at him, wide-eyed. I teach here, Luna. I hear things. Usually from Peeves. She gave the ghost of a smile. He likes me. He also likes flinging cauldrons at people's heads, so let's not use him as a character witness. Cashin stood up, brushed his trousers off. Let's get you back to your room. He didn't offer a hand. Just started walking, assuming she'd follow. She did. I will not hex your bullies for you, Miss Lovegood. That doesn't end well. She blinked at him as they turned the corner. I'll speak to Flitwick and your prefects, he went on, hands shoved deep into his pockets. But if you want bullying to stop, there is only one thing you can do. Fight back. He glanced at her. If you want to fight back, you can always come to me. I know some obscure hexes. Her steps didn't falter. Would they hurt? Cashin shrugged. A bit. Temporarily. Nothing the hospital wing couldn't fix. Luna looked thoughtful about that. Maybe something that makes their nose twitch. Subtle, he said. I approve. They passed a tapestry of a sleeping troll knitting with sheep. You don't have to be mean, he added. You don't even have to be clever. You just have to let them know you've stopped being a soft target. Luna pushed her glasses up her nose. That's rather unkind. Kindness has its place, he said, turning down the corridor that led to Ravenclaw Tower. But not in a duel. Or a corridor ambush. Or a classroom prank war. Kindness in the wrong spot gets you tripped, hexed, or hit with a shaving charm. Did you get hit with a shaving charm? He scratched his jaw. Once. Lost an eyebrow for a week. Never let it happen again. She smiled faintly. When they reached the base of the spiral stairs, Cashin stopped. Now. If anyone asks what you were doing out this late. I was counting the stars, Luna said immediately. He nodded. Good. She started up the stairs, then paused, halfway up. Professor. He glanced at her. Do you really think your magic is noisy? Cashin tilted his head. What do you think? She considered it. I think it crackles. That sounds like a fire hazard. She smiled again, a little wider, then turned and disappeared up the staircase. Cashin stood there for another beat, rubbed his face, then muttered, crackles, and headed off. Walking into the room, Bathsheba settled into his arms without a word. He wrapped around her by habit, chin tucked to her shoulder, nose brushing the curve of her neck. What are we going to do? She sighed. Cashin's answer got lost somewhere between her hair and his teeth. She leaned back to tuck her sleeve up past the elbow. The skin shimmered faintly as the rune pulsed. Ash is awake. He stilled. The warmth that had been gathering between them slipped straight out the window. He half wanted to ignore it and get on with the night. Fire was going, lights were low, everything in the room said sit down and be warm. But the rune pulsing under her skin killed that mood fast. Can you speak to her? He asked. Bathsheba nodded. As you said, we have a clear communication. Cashin gave a sharp nod. Summon her. Had enough of it munching on your magic. Let's see if she grew. Bathsheba didn't bother with fanfare. She rolled up her sleeve, sat cross-legged on the rug, and pressed 2 fingers to the rune at the crook of her elbow. Her skin lit up along the edges of the mark, the gold thread of it turning dull red like embers stirred to life. Then it appeared out of nowhere, settling into Bathsheba's lap like an ugly, fire-colored scaly with too many teeth and the temperament of a badly wired kettle. Ash blinked. Cashin blinked. They tilted their heads at the same time. Cashin pointed to himself. Daddy. Recognize your daddy well, all right. Ash opened her jagged little mouth and let out a stream of fire that roared straight for his face. Cashin swore, dove sideways, elbow clipping the side table. The flame snapped across the rug, curled past the couch arm, and vanished before it could scorch the curtains. He stared at the scorch mark forming on the floorboards where his shoe had just been. Well. She's in a mood. Bathsheba was laughing. Loudly. She missed you. Cashin sat up, eyes wide. That was not a miss. That was an execution. Ash hissed, smoke trickling from her nostrils. Bathsheba reached down and scratched under what might generously be called her chin. Seems like I can control who's friend and who's not. Cashin eyed the little demon like it might still try round 2. That's handy. Ash flopped against Bathsheba's legs, making a sound halfway between a growl and a burp. Cashin dusted Ash off his sleeve. She's grown. About the size of an easel now, Bathsheba said. With worse manners. He stood, brushing his knees off, then leaned over to get a better look. Ash hissed again. He didn't flinch this time. You bite me again, I'm putting you in a sock drawer. Ash hissed louder. Empty sock drawer. That earned him a low rumble from her throat and a flick of the tail. Adorable, he muttered. If she didn't want to kill me, that. She did not, Bathsheba corrected, still smiling. She didn't burn you. Not even close. Could have fooled me, he said. I felt the heat in my teeth. She only wanted to scare you. Cashin gave Ash a dry look. Excellent. That makes it better. What's she eating now? Bathsheba gave a faint shrug. Mostly excess energy. Ambient magic. Sometimes mine. Cashin frowned. Are you? I'm not trying to. But it takes when I cast something strong. Doesn't feel draining. Yet. He ran a hand through his hair. It's leeching. Slow or not, that's a concern. Cashin met the creature's eye. You're not allowed to eat your mother. Ash gave a noise that might have been agreement. Or indigestion. Cashin sighed as Bathsheba pressed 2 fingers to the rune and sent Ash slithering back into her arm. The creature disappeared with a flick of flame and a hiss that sounded vaguely disappointed. I'm learning more of Yrsa's runes, she said, eyes still on the fading glow. I'm learning more of Yrsa's runes. He caught something in her tone and stepped closer, tugging her gently into his chest. Her body settled against his without resistance, but her shoulders stayed tight. How's it going? She shivered faintly, breath brushing his collar. I'm still me. I don't know where they're coming from, but now that I know they're there, I can track my memories from those appearing later. Runes, they don't force themselves in. They feel like something I spent a lifetime studying. Like I lived it. Somewhere else. Still my memories. Just, not from here. Cashin hummed. Could be dreamscape bleed. Reincarnation. Residual timeline echo. Planar imprinting. Magical inheritance from a bloodline no one bothered to trace. Or the gods got drunk and scrambled your soul like a breakfast egg. She gave a soft noise. Could have been amusement. Could have been exhaustion. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. Still you, though. Yes, she said. But it's like there's a shadow behind the mirror. Same movements, same shape, not quite me. Not quite someone else either. He ran a hand down her back. And the runes. They come when I'm not thinking too hard. During lessons. Or just before sleep. Like muscle memory that doesn't belong to these muscles. Have you tried not remembering them? I did. It hurt. Do they feel dangerous? No, she said, though not with full certainty. They feel old. Like they were waiting. Waiting to be remembered. He stroked her hair until her breath eased. Didn't say anything. Didn't move. She stayed curled on top of him, once again, deciding his chest was a mattress. One arm tucked under her, the other wrapped round his waist. It was comfortable, in the way that sleeping in a chair wasn't. His back throbbed. He stared at the ceiling for a while, listening to her breathe. Eventually, he let his head tip back against the sofa and tried to doze without jarring anything. Next morning, he woke up stiff as wood, and not in the good way. His neck cricked when he tried to move. His spine had locked itself into some kind of medieval scroll position. His legs had gone numb halfway through the night and now prickled as if 1,000 tiny needles were trying to riot. Bathsheba was still there, face tucked against his collar like she'd melted into him. One leg thrown across his thigh, declaring it hers. He sighed. Brilliant, he muttered. Might have to amputate. She stirred at the sound, mumbling something incoherent before settling again with a faint huff. Cashin stared down at her hair, all over his robes. Somewhere in the back of his head, a tiny version of himself started going, don't move, she's sleeping. The rest of him said, your hip is about to give with a nasty crack. He gave it another minute. Then tried easing her off him as gently as he could, meaning he threw her like a sack of potatoes onto the bed. Wake up. Classes are beginning. Aggh, his back gave a crack so loud it probably woke the portraits 3 corridors over. Sweet mother of God, he hissed, bent double and swearing through his teeth. How are you made of stone and fog at the same time? Bathsheba groaned into the pillow. Legs stopped working halfway through the night. You kept twitching. I was dying, thank you. He straightened with all the grace of rusted armor. His spine protested every degree of movement. I need a potion or a new body. Preferably both. She peeled herself off the sheets and blinked at the window. Still dark. He headed to the bathroom to find something that wouldn't make his hair look like he fought a thundercloud. No point looking tragic and hunched. 5 minutes later, he was back in his robes, flicking toast out of thin air and handing her one. She caught it without looking. Are we still doing the staff patrols? Yes. You're with Sprout today. Try not to hex her. She's the only one I don't want to hex. Cashin paused, halfway into his boots. Oh. That's sweet. She bit into her toast. You're not. I'm incredibly sweet. Ask the students. Bathsheba looked at him over her shoulder, unimpressed. He held the look. All right, maybe not ask them. On Valentine's Day, Bathsheba watched Cashin wake up with a startled, undignified yell and a knee-jerk wand grab that nearly hexed the lamp. The bed was covered in rose petals. The ugly, over-perfumed kind that made your nose twitch. Every single one had a tiny enchanted face on it. Every single face was his. All of them smiling. One winked at him. He swatted the blanket like it had caught fire, sitting bolt upright. What in the... Nope. Absolutely not. Is that my face? Bathsheba sipped her tea from the chair beside the bed. Happy Valentine's. He narrowed his eyes, still half asleep. This is because of the eggs, isn't it? She didn't answer. Just took another sip. The petals followed him as he swung his legs out of bed. Literally. A few floated after him in glittering regrets, humming softly. One started singing My Funny Valentine in a deeply off-key falsetto. Cashin froze mid-sock. He turned slowly. That one's going in the fire. Not the soprano, Bathsheba said mildly. He's the frontman. Cashin gave her a flat look. Did you re-enchant 100 petals with my own face just to get revenge for one minor Easter bunny mishap? Bathsheba folded her legs under her. Minor? You enchanted a dozen eggs and sent me on a treasure hunt, one exploded in my face and I was covered in goo for the whole day. They were educational, he said. Cross-disciplinary. She raised an eyebrow. Filch is still finding shells in the carpets. Still think that was unrelated. Cashin stood, wand in hand, and muttered something sharp. The petals scattered like birds hit with a gust of wind, crumpling mid-air and vanishing into harmless smoke. Except the soprano. The soprano screamed and exploded into pink confetti. Cashin pointed at the empty air. I liked that lamp. Bathsheba looked entirely unrepentant. The rune I used has a half-life. You may find echoes for the next few days. He paused at the wardrobe. Define echoes. Turned your auditory illusions into a rune, she said. Subtle. Triggered by movement. Cashin eyed her suspiciously. You turned my room into a haunted valentine. She smiled sweetly. Consider it my heart speaking. You've got a violent heart. You brought this on yourself. He pulled on a shirt, muttering the whole time. Romance is dead. Murdered. Died screaming under a pile of singing petals. From the floorboards below came a faint, ghostly whisper. You're my darling Valentine. Cashin pointed at the ground. Shut up, you. Bathsheba finished her tea. Walking hand in hand from the castle, making their way to Hogsmeade, she hummed a melody stuck in her head. Something about on another love. Cashin sang that from time to time. She had no idea where he'd heard it. Probably a Muggle song. Sounded sad, catchy, with too many vowels. His hand was warm around hers, thumb moving absently, probably he wasn't even thinking about it. Plans were being finalized in her hand. Or the lack of it. They stepped past Honeydukes. Cashin sniffed the air. Caramel. No, she said. Don't even think about it. But I. She tugged his arm. Sugar makes you horny. I added caramel to the evening. Cashin's grin was fast and furious. His breath tickled her ear as he leaned in. Oh, you planned for the night? Bathsheba felt the flush bloom warm across her cheeks. Come on. She pulled him along by the hand, ignoring his smug expression that only grew the closer they got to the main road. Bathsheba could already hear the chattering crowd before they turned the corner. Since it was a special date, it meant students were trickling down into Hogsmeade, noisy and scattered, scarves flapping in the breeze, bags of sweets and charmed trinkets already tucked under arms. Someone shouted something about love potions near Zonko's, and someone else yelled back that was illegal. Cashin raised a brow. Squinting at the shop. She veered left, away from the shops, past the carriages, and down the narrow path that curved behind the 3 broomsticks. It wasn't a trail students used much. Not unless they were up to something or trying to sneak back without being seen. Behind her, his voice came lazy and suspicious. You sure we're not on the way to murder someone? Not today. Cashin made a thoughtful noise. It didn't take long before the sound of the village dulled behind the slope. One turn more, and the trees began. All right, Cashin said eventually. I've let you drag me into the woods. Should I start digging, or are you handling the burial? She stopped in the middle of a low clearing. Cashin slowed beside her, hands in his coat pockets, looking around. Bathsheba tilted her head back, scanned the treetops, then turned in a slow circle. Cashin waited. Finally, she nodded to herself and knelt down, brushing away a patch of leaves. Beneath it, the ground was dry, flattened. This is the place, she said. Cashin peered down, then back up at her. For what? She didn't answer right away. Just reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a small pouch. The drawstring flicked open with a tap of her nail. Inside were pieces of polished runestone, glinting faintly even in the shade. She spread them on the ground in a loose spiral. Old ones. Not Yrsa's. These were handmade, the script uneven. Made when she was 13. I tried to summon something here once, she said, sifting through the runes. Didn't work. Obviously. I was half-trained, impatient, and using bloodroot from a dodgy supplier. Cashin crouched beside her. And you've brought me back to relieve your teenage disappointment? How romantic. She pulled out a square of parchment, old and creased, unfolded it over her knee. The ink was faded. A summoning circle, uneven lines. No name. I found this in my grandmother's attic. She said it was a trick played on her by a boy who wanted to impress her. He vanished 2 years later. No body. Just a pair of shoes by the riverbank. Cashin didn't smile this time. What are we doing here, Bathsheba? She looked up, tucked the parchment away again. Her eyes didn't flicker. Testing. His brow pulled. Testing what? She glanced at the runestones, then to the ring of flattened earth. I need to know, Cass. This rune will show if my love is true or not. If true, nothing will happen. If not, you will vanish. Leaving behind only a pair of boots. Cashin opened his mouth, already half-formed around a joke, but before he could say, if I knew, I would have worn the better pair, Bathsheba tossed the stones. They hit the ground with a sharp clatter. A pause. Then. Boom. The air cracked. Smoke burst up in a geyser. Trees bent like they were dodging a spell. Lightning forked sideways with a sound like tearing metal, frying a patch of sky above the clearing. The runestones pulsed red, then gold, then a blistering white. Wind roared in, lifting Cashin's coat. He threw an arm over his face, stumbled back a step. Bloody. I haven't signed a will, woman. The smoke churned. Flared green, purple, then sank low, hugging the earth. Cashin stayed still, one boot already half out of the ring. For a second, it looked like the ground was going to open. Maybe swallow him. Or eject him into another plane. And then the smoke popped. Yet. Popped. With a sound like a champagne cork and a puff of glitter. Cashin blinked. There, where the runestones had landed, was now a blanket. Red checkered, slightly wrinkled. On top of it sat a thermos, 2 wine glasses, and a basket of something that smelled suspiciously of cinnamon pastries. Bathsheba sat cross-legged at the edge of it, already pouring. Happy Valentine's, proper version, she said, grinning like a snake with a lollipop. Cashin lowered his arm slowly. You absolute menace. She took a sip. Did you think I'd curse you? I thought you were about to resurrect a death god and feed me to it. Were you scared? I was not scared. You covered your face and squeaked. It was a tactical defense. He stepped into the ring, eyeing the pastries. You realize I might never trust your runes again. Oh, but you will. She handed him a cup, her smile smug and unrepentant. Because I brought the cinnamon things you like. He looked down at the blanket. Then at her. Then back at the scorched grass still smoking 2 feet away. Cashin took a bite of a still warm roll, mouth already full before he could argue. His eyes closed. He chewed. Swallowed. All right, he muttered. Temporarily forgiven. But you're on thin ice. Bathsheba leaned back on one elbow, hair catching the late light through the trees. Better than vanishing into boots, she said. Cashin took another bite. You would have kept the boots, wouldn't you? Absolutely. Stuffed them. Kept them on the mantel. He grinned, mouth full. Romance. She raised her cup. To fatal rune tests and cinnamon bribery. Cashin clinked his glass against hers, then tossed back the rest in one go. Next year, he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, I'm filling your pillowcase with live frogs. Then I'm casting a permanent harmony charm on your hair. He froze. You wouldn't dare. She just smirked. In the clearing behind the 3 broomsticks, Valentine's roared on, with the taste of spice, smoke, and very bad intentions. After breakfast, Cashin walked into the classroom with a half-eaten apple in one hand and the other already drawing his wand. He flicked it, the wand, not the apple, and the center of the room darkened. Wind picked up from nowhere, rustling hair and parchment. A black castle rose in midair, jagged at the edges, its towers jutting like broken teeth into a smoky, churning sky. Thunder grumbled behind it. One window lit up, briefly, before going dark again. Students leaned back instinctively. The illusion cast shadows across their desks. Cashin stopped in front of it, took one more bite of the apple, and spoke around it. Today, we're talking about a group who made Dark Lords look like schoolyard bullies. You'll have heard of them, probably under the wrong name. The Al-Al-Ckea. He pointed his wand, and the castle twisted, reshaped into desert rock. A new illusion hovered, robed figures climbing narrow mountain passes, hoods low, blades hidden in sleeves. The pourers of water. Poetic title. Didn't mean they handed out canteens, meant they controlled the wells. The ones in charge of keeping you alive in the middle of nowhere. Don't be mistaken, it was just a clever way of saying that only those they didn't kill survived. Pure arrogance. Someone near the back coughed. No one else spoke. They weren't just hired blades, Cashin said. They were a network. Cult. Guild. Brotherhood. Choose your word, they've all been used. Operated across North Africa, through the Levant, deep into the eastern provinces, and even touched the edges of the Parthian Empire when they got ambitious. Reached as far west as Roman territory. Magics. Not your wand and wiggle sort, either. He circled the desk, tapping the image. It broke apart into an ancient spellcast sewn into the fabric of a robe, a dagger glowing faintly blue, a map drawn in shifting silver lines. They used wordless magic, Cashin said, tossing the apple core into the bin. But they specialized in only 2 spells. Anyone ever heard of them? Cedric's hand shot up. Cashin pointed at him with his wand. Yes, Mr. Diggory. Cedric straightened. Arrow spicula for attack. Wind weapons. A simple charm, can be used by students and masters. The spell's range and power increase with the caster's strength. And the second spell is Consur's Umbri, a concealment spell. Also with levels. Basic form lets you blend with your surroundings, if you stay still. Advanced casters can move under it, and the magic adapts. Cashin gave a nod. 20 points to Hufflepuff. Nicely put, Mr. Diggory. Cedric beamed up like he'd just won the house cup single-handedly. Cashin turned to the rest of the class, hands in his pockets. The Al-Al-Ckea was an assassin's guild. Their religion was gold. They'd kill anything, creature, wizard, royal, didn't matter. So long as you could pay. They struck fear into 3 continents with that creed. The floating illusions twisted again. An emperor's tent folded in on itself. A Roman mage collapsed mid-speech. Dust-strewn temples, a Mongol encampment. All flickering like half-remembered dreams. They didn't duel. They didn't shout spells or flash light shows. Most of their kills were done before the target knew they were being hunted. The image of a man stepped from shadow, blade curved, eyes blank. The room had gone silent. Cashin let it hang for a second, then shrugged. Of course, they also made enemies faster than you can say invisibility cloak. Alicia raised a hand halfway. Were they all wizards? No, Cashin said. Plenty were squibs. Some just, didn't need magic. Ever seen a person dislocate both shoulders to squeeze through a drainpipe, climb 5 stories up a sandstone wall, and slit someone's throat with a rune-carved needle? Well, they trained not to be seen, so I don't blame you. They trained their bodies like spells. Angelina let out a whistle. Cashin kept pacing. Arrow spicula isn't just wind. Not if you use it right. The masters could shape it, blades, spears, hammers of compressed air. At full strength, it could crush ribs or shatter stone. Silent. Fast. No wand light. The floating illusion sharpened. A blur of air struck a dummy in the chest. It flew backward and splintered against a wall. Cashin grinned. All that from what's essentially a glorified push. Lee let out a quiet, bloody hell. Language, Mr. Jordan, Cashin said. Konzer's Umbri was trickier. Basic version works if you're stationary. Stand still, disappear. But advanced users? They could move inside it. Blend in while they stalked a mark through a crowd. The next illusion showed just that, an outline slipping between a bustling market, vanishing every time someone looked directly at it. Thing is, Cashin said, both spells were tied to breath control. Rhythmic breathing tuned with intent. Think spell work crossed with meditation. If you cast while panicked, it backfired. Ever seen someone try to go invisible and end up glowing? A few snorts from the Greyfinder's side. Fred coughed, that was once. Cashin didn't blink. Twice. And I have both incidents recorded. He tapped his temple. Fred folded his arms, muttering something about betrayal. Cashin went on. The guild was small. Never more than 200 at a time. New initiates had to prove themselves, spend a year without casting, relying only on movement, stealth, and instinct. He looked around. Most of you can't survive 5 minutes without waving your wand at your breakfast. Someone in the back muttered, he's not wrong. Cashin gestured, and the illusions all collapsed into a single symbol, an ornate spiral rune, burnt red. That was their crest, he said. Marked their blades with it. Some even carved it into the soles of their boots so they'd leave the impression behind. As a message. Or a warning. The illusion shifted. The desert collapsed into a burst of gold, then reshaped, tall marble columns, sun-drenched courtyards, a colonnade draped in red banners. Cashin nodded toward it. This is a Roman palace. Year 39 BC. We're in the middle of a civil war mess no one here wants me to explain. The class barely had time to blink before the scene zoomed into a wide corridor guarded by centurions in bronze. Opulent. Dangerous. An assassin from the Al-Alcqa made it past 3 gates, 12 wards, 4 very stabby guards, only to get caught, alive. He paused. He looked around, eyebrow raised. And if you're sitting there thinking, so what? Big deal, allow me to clarify. That had never happened before. The guild didn't do capture. Their agents bit through the poison before they were questioned. Being taken alive was unheard of. He saw the unbelieving looks on a few faces and let out a small laugh. Assassins of Al-Alcqa were trained brutally. Standard gear, blade, cloak, breathwork, poison capsule in the back molars. He tapped his own jaw. If they got caught, that was it. One bite, lights out. Death before capture. No debates, no delay. All part of the doctrine, conditioned in, not questioned. The illusion changed, columns, guards, polished stone floors, all giving way to a shadowed corridor and the flicker of gold-plated armor. One of them was sent to kill the Roman Magister Militum, Cashin said. Fancy title for a warlord too important to die easily. Assassin slipped past every line of defense. Should have been a clean job. He raised his hand. But it wasn't. Not this time. The air shifted. Students leaned in. Even Fred stopped trying to sneak George a birdie bots from his sleeve. Because the Romans did something no one else thought of. They didn't try to catch the assassin. They made a moving trap. The illusion rippled. Sentinel Revela. That's what they called it. New kind of ward. Not fixed to a wall or anchored to a door, it followed its caster. A living detection field. He stopped pacing. Think of it like a magical pulse. Constant, subtle, and sharp. If someone entered the perimeter with hostile intent, anything keyed to violence, it flared. Highlighted threats. Outlined the assassin in glowing lines before he even got the blade out. He let that sink in. Caught him mid-step. Before he even drew. And because it wasn't a fixed charm, he couldn't go around it. Couldn't wait it out. Angelina raised a brow. Why don't we still use that? Cashin smiled. Because it was a bloody nightmare. Overstimulated the caster like standing too close to a lightning storm while juggling migraine charms. Over time, it turned your brain to soup. Cedric shifted. Even with breaks. There were no breaks. It had to stay up. Couldn't afford a lapse or the assassin would vanish. Cashin lifted a brow. The spell was banned a year later. Too dangerous. Most users burned out. Some exploded. Fred coughed. Sorry, exploded. Well, Cashin said, dragging a stool over and flopping into it. Not boom in the fireworks sense. More every nerve decides it's had enough and goes on strike. George winced. Think I'll pass on that one. Cashin leaned back. The only reason it worked that day is because the caster was a battle mage hopped up on alchemical enhancers, hubris, and unbelievable luck. Held the spell for 13 minutes, caught the assassin just long enough to drag him in. Li piped up. What happened to him? The assassin? Good question. Cashin smiled, no humor in it. He caused the fall of al-Alsikaya. The room went pin-drop quiet. With methods I won't explain, he went on, they got everything from him. Names. Locations. Protocols. Weak points. He shifted on the stool, eyes scanning the class. And I already told you how hated they were. They were wiped out within 2 weeks. Everywhere. Coordinated strikes from 3 different magical factions who didn't even speak the same language. They didn't stop to ask questions. They just turned every stronghold into dust. No survivors. Officially. Alicia went a shade paler. Li looked impressed. Cedric was scribbling too fast to be healthy. The guild was centuries old. Gone in a single term. Kenneth raised a hand. Sir, are those spells still in use? Cashin sighed slowly. They are. Sort of. Sentinel Revela was banned. Supposedly lost, buried under 100 ministry reports titled why this was a bad idea. But some old families still have copies. Vaulted. Guarded. Used when no one's looking. He shrugged. Arrow Spicula's still around, but it's gone soft. The modern version barely reaches the far end of a corridor. You'd be lucky to knock over a stool. And Conzer's Umbri? Li asked, elbow on the desk, chin in hand. Cashin shook his head. That one's properly gone. Lost after the guild fell. No surviving scrolls. No usable memories. Even the reconstructed ones fizzle out mid-cast. Closest we've got are half-baked stealth charms that flicker if you breathe too hard. Angelina leaned forward. If it was so effective, why'd no one preserve it? He raised an eyebrow. You try preserving something when every practitioner is either dead, exploded, or committed to a vow of silence so strict they'd rather choke than share a trick. George muttered, sounds cheerful. Cashin stood up, walking between the aisles. That's history. Useful, brutal, and usually ends in everyone regretting their life choices. Sir. Cedric again, still writing. Any connection between the guild and modern hit wizards? Cashin looked vaguely pleased. Good question. Some techniques filtered down, mostly through those who defected before the collapse. A few of the movement charms, blade enchantments, stealth wards, you'll find echoes in ministry manuals. Fred blinked. Wait, hit wizards use assassin magic. Depends on the country, Cashin said. Or the mood of the person in charge. Same principle, get in, avoid detection, don't die. Got a brochure? George asked. Cashin smirked. What, planning a career change? Thinking ahead, Fred said. We've got ambition. Terrifying, Cashin muttered. He flicked his wand again, and the room cleared, illusions fading. Right. Homework. Groans. Protests. One particularly dramatic sigh from Li. Cashin ignored all of it. 2 feet on magical ethics and lost spells. Choose one, Sentinel Revela or Arrow Spicula. I want a breakdown on the original function, what makes it dangerous, and one practical reason it should or shouldn't be brought back. Cashin added, extra credit if you include a real-world example of when something being too powerful caused more harm than good. Preferably magical. When students left, Cashin took a deep breath, then vanished into thin air. He left only a fading outline. Neat. Lucius struck again, a week later. This time, he managed to have Dumbledore sacked. He was insufferably smug about it, gliding through the castle as though the victory had cost him nothing. But everyone knew the truth, he'd poured an obscene amount of gold into greasing the right palms and twisting the right arms to make it happen. What no one could quite figure out, though, was what he truly stood to gain from driving Hogwarts into chaos. Cashin walked into the garden, biting into an apple. From the window he saw Oris dragging Hagrid out of his hut like he'd punched the minister in the teeth. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were standing nearby, stiff with shock. Fudge stood beside them, too pleased with himself for someone ruining a man's morning. Ah, Cashin, Fudge started, all teeth and oily cheer. Cashin raised his head. What is the meaning of this? Hagrid looked panicked. I didn't do anything, Cass. The aura on his left gave him a shove. Cashin frowned at them, making Fudge raise his hand. The aura stopped pushing. Fudge stepped forward, smoothing his front. It's nothing personal. Standard procedure. Given recent events, the ministry feels. Cashin smiled at the man. I understand, Minister, and I get why you are doing it. You want to reassure the parents, show them you're in control, fine. But Hagrid is innocent. He was proven innocent. Locking him up again isn't going to stop the attacks. Fudge pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, dabbing his forehead like someone halfway through a bad lie. Yes, but Hagrid was the main suspect the first time the chamber was opened. Cashin opened his mouth to answer, but was cut off by a chirpy, high-pitched hum from behind. Hem. He turned. The toad-faced woman from the Yule Ball, Dolores Bloody Umbridge, was making her way over, flanked by 2 more aurors. One of them was awkwardly clutching a cauldron and what looked like a half-knitted scarf. Professor Rosier, she said, in a tone that had all the warmth of a dead fish. This is ministry business. Please stay out of it. Cashin frowned. Hard. Enough that Fudge quickly stepped in. It's all right, Dolores. Cashin is not an outsider and he is just concerned. Cashin didn't look at her. Minister, I was named by the perpetrator. So was Professor babbling. Directly. I assure you, it's not Hagrid. Professor Rosier, Dolores started again, but Cashin raised a hand to cut across whatever syrupy nonsense she was about to spill next. He stepped forward, slow, unbothered. You're dragging a man without a wand to a prison. Based on something that didn't hold up the first time round. He glanced at Hagrid, whose arms were being held like he was about to swing at someone. And the one useful lead you have, who's lived on the grounds for decades, you're about to toss into a cell. Fudge looked down at his shoes. Dolores didn't blink. The minister has the full confidence of the Wizengamot. Duly noted, Cashin said. Now answer the question. On the day of the first attack, Hagrid was with me and Professor babbling. Hagrid opened his mouth. Cashin shot him a look. He shut it again. Fudge hesitated, one foot shuffling slightly in the gravel. Sorry, Cashin. My hands are tied this time. Cashin squinted at him. So be it, Minister. But I hope you won't be sending him to Azkaban. Keep him at the Ministry. Somewhere that doesn't chew your soul as snacks. Dolores opened her mouth. Cashin looked at her. This wasn't a request from a professor. Fudge almost stumbled. Of course, Cashin. I'll make sure of it. Cashin turned to the kids. Follow me. He took a few steps, then glanced over his shoulder. Say hi to Lucius, Minister. Fudge mumbled something Cashin didn't care. Harry caught up first, jogging a bit to match his pace. What's Azkaban? Ron and Neville both turned to stare at him. You're joking, Ron said. Harry shook his head. Never heard of it. Neville slowed slightly. It's where they send the worst criminals. Murderers, dark wizards, anyone the Ministry thinks is dangerous. It's a prison, but worse, Ron added. Full of dementors. Harry frowned. What are those? They guard the place, Neville said. They feed on you. Not your body. Everything else. They suck out your happiness, Ron muttered. Leave you with just the bad stuff. Mum says they make you forget who you are, if you're there long enough. Harry looked slightly sick. And they're sending Hagrid there. Supposed to, Cashin said from ahead. But not if I can help it. They walked in silence for a moment. Harry glanced back toward Hagrid's hut, now empty. Why would they even think it was him? Because he's big, Cashin said. And because most people in charge haven't had a decent thought since the last Goblin Rebellion. Neville looked up at him. But you said he was with you. Cashin shrugged. I lied. Hermione gasped like someone had kicked a library over. Professor, how could you lie to the highest authority? And she stopped herself, hands flailing midair as if she could grab the sentence and shove it back into her mouth. Fine. Cashin chuckled. At a girl. Harry didn't laugh. Then why? Why still take him? Cashin looked at him. Because someone with more power than me also lied. McGonagall, first thing as the acting headmistress, gathered the staff to talk about what to do next. She stood at the front of the staff room, sleeves rolled. A monster loose in the castle. Students turning to stone. Dumbledore gone. Hagrid taken away. McGonagall's voice was rightfully strained. Right. First things first, Pomona, how are the mandrakes progressing? Sprout shifted on her seat, her cheeks a bit pink. Coming along. Slowly. They've hit adolescence, so we're getting the tantrums and flailing limbs. I'd say, 3 more weeks, at least. Possibly 4. Snape made a faint noise at that. Cashin didn't need to look to know it wasn't enthusiasm. McGonagall nodded, tight. Until then, we keep everyone in pairs. Staff escorting students where possible. No one alone. She turned back to the rest. We stay alert. If you see anything, hear anything, you report it. Nothing is too small. If you suspect a student is hiding something, bring it to me directly. Flitwick raised a hand slightly. We should be involving the prefects more actively. Yes, McGonagall said. Start with patrols. Give them structure, something to do. Idle minds invite panic. She moved on. No changes to lesson schedules. No cancellations. The more normalcy, the better. We keep the castle running. Snape scoffed. Normalcy is a poor shield. Then find a better one, McGonagall said sharply. There was a short silence after that. Cashin tapped his fingers against his arm. We're assuming it won't escalate. McGonagall looked over. Just saying, he went on, we've had several petrifications. No fatalities. Yet. Something's changing. Either the attacker is being careful, or it's building to something worse. Bath's Haida added from next to him. Or the creature's handler is learning. Snape's eyes narrowed. McGonagall frowned. You're suggesting someone's controlling it. I've assumed whoever opened the chamber just let it loose. Bath's Haida didn't blink. I'm saying it's an option. Cashin added, monsters don't usually come with schedules. Or restraint. This one's being clever. That's a problem. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment, then gave a nod. Fine. We'll expand patrols. Include the ghosts, see if they've heard anything strange. Perhaps, Snape said, if we knew what exactly we were protecting them from, that might help. McGonagall glanced his way. We know what we need to know. There is a creature. Yes, he cut in, scoffing. And it's turning children into statues. We don't need to pretend anymore, do we? Illusory roosters make it fairly clear the creature is a basilisk. The staff room shifted. A few flinched. Snape turned, eyes hard on Cassian. The question is, how long have you known? Cassian met the stare. For some time now. Snape smiled without a hint of warmth. And you've kept it to yourself. Cassian shrugged. Don't act clever, Severus. Doesn't suit. From beside him, Bath's Haida kicked his shin under the table. He winced. I told the headmaster. Asked him to release poultry into the halls. He said the governors would use it as an excuse to pull him early. He looked around. Didn't matter, did it? McGonagall sighed. A basilisk, she muttered, half to herself. Sprout adjusted her sleeves. That wouldn't explain why they're petrified, not killed. Flitwick shot to his feet too fast for a man his size. Reflection. That's why you and Professor Babbling created those glasses. The room turned toward Cassian and Bath's Haida. She gave a short nod. Cassian was surprised heads of houses had no idea. Since he told Dumbledore a while ago. Flitwick pressed on, connecting dots faster than most of them could keep up with. Yes. Mrs. Norris saw the creature reflected from the floor. Colin threw his camera lens. Finch Fletchley threw nearly headless Nick. Cassian tapped the side of his own specs. Wear glasses. Might save your life. A few glanced around, checking who had a pair. Vector muttered something under her breath. No one argued. Lockhart cleared his throat. Well, if I'd known that, I might have been more, targeted in my research. Cassian gave him a thumbs up. With the amount of mirrors in your room, you're the safest man alive, Lockhart. Honestly, take the glasses off, at this rate, you'll reflect the beast back into its own egg. Lockhart looked mildly pleased with himself, as though survival by narcissism was a valid defense strategy. He adjusted his sleeves, looking smug, as if it had been his plan all along. Snape didn't look amused. McGonagall cleared her throat, not bothering to hide the edge in her voice. This doesn't change the fact that we've still no idea how it's getting around the castle. Bath's Haida tapped the table with the end of her quill. Pipes. Cassian and I think it's traveling through the plumbing. That's nonsense, Trelawney muttered. How would a creature that size even fit? It's a snake, Cassian cut in. A bloody long one. Snakes don't care for your architectural logic. Also, Bath's Haida added, Cassian nearly fell through a wall last week trying to trace one of the old crawl spaces. Fell, he scoffed. I was shoved by a rat the size of a teapot. Flitwick blinked. A rat. Spiteful little bastard, Cassian said. Bit me in the shin on the way out. McGonagall sighed. Please stay on topic. Topic is, he said, leaning forward, if it's moving through the pipes, it explains how it's getting into locked corridors, bypassing patrols, and avoiding every nosy portrait in this place. Snape's expression was unreadable. Do you have any evidence in your claim? Then let's cut the castle open and find out, Cassian said. I'll bring the sword. That's not happening, McGonagall said flatly. Cowards, Cassian muttered, sitting back. Fine, McGonagall went on. We work with what we have. Increased patrols. Everyone wear glasses. We reinforce the protective charms around the dormitories and restrict bathroom access. Snape's brow twitched. That'll go over well. Then get used to it, she said. I'd rather have a queue of desperate teenagers outside the staff loo than another student in the hospital wing. There was a short silence. Then Cassian said, you know, if I'd known I'd end up policing lavatory breaks and hunting mythical reptiles, I'd have skipped the application entirely. Bath's Haida smirked. And missed this thrilling display of teamwork. Tragic loss, he said. Devastated, really. McGonagall ignored them both. We reconvene in 2 days. If anything changes, I expect to hear about it the moment it does. The meeting broke up in murmurs, chairs scraping, parchment rustling. Lockhart tried to reassert his relevance with a passing comment about calming charms and crowd management, which McGonagall shot down with a single look. Cassian stood, stretching slightly. His spine popped. Bath's Haida fell into step beside him as they exited. For the next few weeks, the castle stayed still. Too still. Cassian had grown used to the rooster illusions crooning every hour, faint, scratchy caws that echoed through the halls like a haunted farmyard. Annoying, but comforting. Meant the wards were still alive and shrieking on schedule. In their quarters, Cassian stepped barefoot over a half-folded cloak, then spun sharply, striking a pose and giving Bath's Haida a look. She didn't glance up from her book. Nothing. He said, arms still out, foot still mid-dramatic pose. That one had flair. You did that yesterday. And the day before. And I think the first time you did it, you were actually trying to get to the loo. He lowered his arms, faked a wounded sigh, then flopped down beside her on the bed. You used to be fun. I still am, she said, not looking up. Just not for you, every single night. Cassian rolled over and buried his face into her lap. Cruel. Cold. Rejection at the hands of a woman who once tackled me for sneaking jam rolls. I regret nothing, she said, adjusting the pillow behind her. Jam rolls are worth more than your dignity. Fair. He blinked up at her. Is this the part where you say, maybe tomorrow. No, she said, still reading. This is the part where you check the wards, like you said you would an hour ago. He groaned and dragged himself off the bed. Fine. But if we die in our sleep, it's because you didn't accept my offer of midnight bonding. Cass, she called after him, flipping a page, if we die in our sleep, it's because you keep leaving cursed objects near the tea cupboard. He poked his head back in. That was once, and it had a do not touch sign. It was written in Akkadian. Cashin scoffed, loud and affronted. Oi! That one's on you. I cannot fathom how you still don't know Akkadian. Bathsheba looked up, deadpan. Are you calling me ignorant? Not ignorant, he said, raising his chin. Just academically underfed, selectively educated. The book hit him in the chest before he saw it coming. He let out a startled noise, somewhere between a grunt and a laugh, just as she launched across the bed and tackled him square in the ribs. Uncalled for. He wheezed, trying not to fall off the mattress as they twisted sideways. You called me underfed. She shouted, half laughing as she dug an elbow into his side. You threw a book at my lungs. They rolled. She got a knee on his thigh, tried to pin his arm, but Cashin shifted, twisted, and brought his weight over her with a quick sweep. You are so annoying, she muttered, breath short now. I'm undefeated, he grinned, pinning both her wrists to the mattress with theatrical flair. And annoyingly handsome. But mostly undefeated. She narrowed her eyes. You cheated. I won, he said, leaning in, smug and far too pleased with himself. You're just bitter. I'll hex your eyebrows off. He tilted his head. Could be an improvement. You are insufferable. Thank you. She huffed and let her head drop back onto the pillows. Fine. Gloat. You've got 5 seconds before I kick you in the shin. Cashin grinned wider. 1, 2. She need him. He yelped, flinched, and toppled sideways off the bed with a thud. Bathsheba sat up, looked over the edge, and smirked down at him. Still undefeated. Cashin groaned from the floor. Technically. But I'm calling that one a draw. She tossed a pillow at his face. Check the bloody wards. Yet, he muttered, rubbing his leg and dragging himself upright. Academic violence. Truly the height of romance. Check. They. Wards. He shuffled toward the door, muttering under his breath, then stopped dead. He felt the roosters snuff out. He didn't wait. Bathsheba. She was already up, wand drawn. Cashin grabbed his coat on the run. They bolted down the corridor, boots thudding against cold stone. Halfway down the south corridor, he saw someone taking the turn at the far end. A flick of a cloak, pale fingers vanishing around a corner. That definitely wasn't a ghost. Oi! He shouted, breath clouding as they ran. The figure didn't stop. Cashin picked up speed. The stones were slick, and he nearly lost his footing rounding the same corner. Left. He barked. But as they turned. Damn it! He hissed, skidding to a stop. He scanned the walls, floor, corners, nothing. As he was about to punch the wall and be done with it, a sharp shriek cut through the corridor. Cashin spun, bolting. Bathsheba was right behind him. They skidded to a halt at the entrance of the girls' loo. First thing he saw was the sink, ripped straight out of the floor. The stone around it had sunk in on itself, spiraling down into dark, like the castle had cracked open its throat. Second thing, Granger, Weasley, Longbottom, all crouched near the hole like they'd been caught nicking biscuits. Cashin skidded to a stop beside them, breathing hard. What the bloody hell are you lot doing here? Ron flinched, his hands twisting in his sleeves. We thought the chamber might be here. We were just checking. I swear. Cashin's mouth twitched. Oh, did you now? And why, pray tell, didn't you think to mention this to me before gallivanting off to poke at it in the middle of the night? Neville shifted, staring at his shoes. We wanted to make sure first. Hermione jumped in, her voice tight. Professor, he took Harry down. Cashin's eyes narrowed. Who? It is Lockhart. Ron burst out, his ears crimson. He said he would go down and fight the monster, but... Harry is down there. Cashin's voice shot up a notch. Hermione nodded frantically. We tried to stop him, but Lockhart, he said he was going to solve the chamber's mystery and dragged Harry with him. Cashin's jaw tightened, his face twitching like he was fighting the urge to swear. He rubbed a hand down his face, dragging it over his mouth. Of course he did. Why wouldn't he? You lot have no idea how lucky you are, he said quietly. Next time you decide to go chamber hunting, you come to me first. I don't care how clever you think you're being. Hermione's mouth opened, but Cashin held up a hand. Not a word. Ron made a noise in his throat. We're not seriously going down there, are we? Cashin stared at Ron, jaw tight. You're not. He jabbed a finger towards the three of them. None of you are setting foot near that hole. He turned to Bathsheba. Can you keep an eye on them and drag the rest of the staff in on this? I'll go down to check on Potter. Bathsheba's fingers curled lightly around his sleeve. Are you sure? Cashin shook his head, tugging free. No. But with Dumbledore sacked and McGonagall being a stubborn goat, I doubt we'd get a proper response this side of next Christmas if we try to do it the right way. Her lips pressed together, but she didn't argue. The sink loomed before him, as he stepped up to it, crouching briefly to inspect the gaping hole in the floor. The smell rising from the darkness was damp and old. Brilliant, Cashin muttered under his breath. A bloody snake pit in the girls' loo. Hogwarts never fails to impress. He dropped down without waiting for a reply. The slide was long and exactly as enjoyable as being flushed down a centuries-old toilet. Somewhere halfway, he gave up trying to slow himself and let gravity take over, arms tucked in, boots skimming slick stone. He hit the bottom with a grunt, the impact softened by something that gave a little under his weight. Cashin sat up, wiped muck off his palms, and muttered, parceled into the underworld like last week's washing. He lit his wand. The glow spilled across a wide tunnel, all curved walls and damp stone, the air filled with mold. The pipe stretched on ahead, slick and wide, designed for something massive to slither through. He took a careful step forward, the solace of his boots squelching against the wet stone. The walls felt closer the deeper he went, the sound of dripping water marking each stride, tick-tock. A faint vibration trembled underfoot. He froze, muscles tensing. Please be plumbing, he muttered. Please don't be. Something scraped against stone in the distance. Cashin gritted his teeth, shifting his grip on his wand. Of course not. When the air grew colder still, he knew he'd arrived. The pipe opened into a vast chamber. Carved snakes twisted up every column, their eyes glinting green in his wand light. At the far end stood a towering stone face, its mouth yawning open in a black void. And there, Harry, crumpled on the ground like a discarded doll, panting. Cashin's stomach lurched. Potter! He barked, striding forward. A faint, slithering hiss scraped through the air. Cashin's head snapped up. A massive, scaled body coiled slowly from the shadows, its emerald hide slick with moisture in the dim light. Harry looked back, voice tight. Professor! The bird. Fox, took its eyes out. Cashin grabbed his arm and yanked him behind, his free hand already raised. Stay there and don't argue. His eyes flicked to the figure standing ahead in the dim light. The man stood too still. His blonde hair fell neatly against his jaw, his smile carved and cold, like he'd practiced it in a mirror too many times. A diadem resting on his head glimmered faintly in the wand light, delicate and oddly feminine, like it wasn't meant for him at all. And in his hands, there it was. The Black Diary. Oh, Gilderoy. Cashin shook his head, almost impressed. Why? The man standing before him, if he could still be called that, smiled faintly, as if pleased to be recognized. His posture wasn't his own. The expression on his face didn't sit right. There was no sparkling smile, no sudden heroics. Gilderoy Lockhart, for all his vanity, had always been approachable. This was something else wearing his skin. Cashin's jaw tightened, looking at the diary. Well, that answers that. He shifted fully in front of Harry, wand raised. You look bloody ridiculous in that tiara, by the way. Lockhart tilted his head. His smile didn't move, but something about it deepened, sharpened. Cashin Rosier. His voice was smooth. We meet at last. Cashin gritted his teeth. So you're Tom Marvolo Riddle. Lockhart, or whatever was sitting behind his face, tilted his head, lips twitching into a scoff. Cashin gave a dry chuckle. Or should I say Voldemort? Harry's sharp gasp echoed in the chamber, bouncing off the snake-carved columns. Cashin didn't turn. He kept his wand trained forward, the light trembling slightly as he adjusted his grip. So you figured it out, Riddle said, too casual, as though everything that was happening was part of his plan. Or was it the old goat who finally spilled his secrets? Cashin shrugged lazily. I worked it out. Honestly, not the toughest riddle I've come across. Still, seriously, what's with the tiara? Bit much, isn't it? Lockhart laughed. You still mock. How I hate you, Rosier. You and babbling, both of you, always sneering, always thinking you're cleverer than everyone else. Cashin stepped back, one arm sweeping Harry with him. Look, the stupid diary was just too easy to bully. It slipped out before he could stop it, and frankly, he didn't regret it. Lockhart's grin stretched wider. Mockery. Is that how you mask your fear? No, Cashin said flatly. It's how I mask my utter boredom with wannabe Dark Lords playing princess. His eyes flicked to the diary in Riddle's hand. So, what is your angle here? Cashin went on, tone light, searching for an exit. Behind Riddle, the serpent stirred again. Harry pressed in closer, fingers curled tight into Cashin's robe. Riddle didn't blink. He stepped forward. You don't even understand what this is, he said. He lifted the diary slightly. This is power. Memory, will, purpose. You're standing in my legacy. Your legacy smells like whetstone and snake piss, Cashin said dryly. And you've got a pet that's one bad mirror away from a heart attack. Impressive. The basilisk let out a hiss, tongue flicking. Careful, Rosier, the man answered, his eyes squinting, you're not half as untouchable as you pretend. You want to know how I got free, don't you? Dying to hear how Lockhart stumbled across me. Cashin dragged Harry further back, making distance. Not particularly. I'd rather skip to the part where I bash your smug face into the floor. But do keep going, it is at least entertaining. Riddle's smile thinned. This is far beyond your comprehension. Of course it is, Cashin said. Please, do carry on stroking your ego. Maybe the snake'll be too embarrassed to kill us. There wasn't a flicker of humor in Riddle's face now. His smile tightened. Kill them. The basilisk surged forward. Cashin grabbed Harry by the collar and yanked him sideways just as the serpent lunged. Its head struck the floor where they'd stood, shattering tile and flinging debris as shrapnel. His wand whipped up. A shimmer of light flared, and a flock of glowing roosters burst into existence, wings beating and feathers flashing like they'd just clawed their way out of a cursed sunrise. Crow for me, lads, Cashin muttered. They did. Deafening. A wall of sound that hit hard, bouncing off the stone like a dozen banshees had joined the school choir. The basilisk reeled back with a violent jerk, coils tightening, head thrashing as it tried to get away from the noise. Shame your little murder noodle doesn't like poultry, Cashin called. The basilisk recoiled fully now, scales rasping against stone, movements jerky and desperate. It smashed into one of the pillars, gouging a chunk from the side, but still kept pulling back from the sound. Riddle raised Lockhart's wand, his grip white-knuckled. Avada Kedavra. The spell snapped out like a whip, bright and fast. Cashin yanked Harry hard, dragging them both sideways. The green jet tore past, so close it burned a hole through his robe. No time to swear. They hit the ground, Cashin rolling to shield the boy. Hide behind a column and don't come out. He snapped, pushing Potter towards the nearest column. Another curse flared green. Stay down, Potter, he snapped without looking back. You pop your head out and I will hex you. Harry's answer was a muffled, yes, sir. Cashin swore under his breath as a crack of magic lit the air again. He shoved himself up and rolled across the damp stone, flinging his own curse in return. It hit the column behind Riddle and showered him in chips of stone. Missed, Riddle said coolly. Did I? Cashin flicked his wand again, and one of the glowing roosters swooped straight at the basilisk's head. The massive snake recoiled, hissing in fury as the bird's screech battered its senses. Riddle looked at the birds, eyes narrowing. These are not illusions. Cashin chuckled. Of course not. This is Avis. The basilisk thrashed, tail slamming down and sending a shockwave through the floor. Cashin staggered, boots sliding. You are really leaning on the snake, aren't you? He called. Is that your whole strategy? Send the overgrown bell to do your work while you play dress up. Riddle's eyes narrowed. You talk too much. Comes with the job, Cashin shot back, circling wide. He caught a glint of movement out the corner of his eye. Harry, crouched behind the column, fumbling with something in his lap. A hat. Cashin squinted. A blade flashed faintly as the boy dragged it free. A sword. Is that? Riddle turned, sensing the movement, and raised his wand. Cashin fired again. The hex collided with the ceiling just above, and dust and stone rained down. Not enough to crush, but enough to obscure to cover. Shaking his head, Cashin snapped his wand to the side. A phantom version of himself burst out in a sprint, robes flaring, boots slapping against the stone. The illusion dashed through the corridor like a man with a death wish, weaving left and right. Riddle's curses crackled through the air, green light whipping after the decoy. Cashin dropped low where he stood, coat brushing the wet floor as he muttered under his breath. Tempestus Virto. This was an ancient knockback variant he'd unlocked last year, one he'd never had to use till now. Air twisted in front of him, a brief cyclone tearing the damp chamber air into a spiraling force. Dust and grit shot up, whipping around the room with a guttural roar. Riddle staggered as the diary nearly flew from his hand, Lockhart's borrowed body faltering. Let's pry you two apart, shall we? Cashin muttered. His wand sliced down. The cyclone expanded in a sudden burst, a spiraling blast that caught Lockhart full in the chest. The force wrenched him back, heels scraping uselessly across stone. His fingers locked around the diary like claws, but the spell pulled harder. The diary wrenched loose with a sickening tear of magic. It hit Riddle's borrowed body square on. He let out a sharp gasp as he slammed into a column, cracking the stone behind him. The diary tumbled end over end through the air, landing with a wet slap in a puddle at Cashin's feet. Got you, he said, crouching, grabbing the diary. Professor. Harry's voice cracked from behind the column. Cashin hurled the diary straight at Harry. Stab it. Harry fumbled with the sword, the blade glinting in the dim wand light. He drove it down, hard, but the diary barely flinched. Ink oozed in a thin line, then stopped as if mocking them. It's not working. Harry between gritted teeth, panic slipping in. Well, try harder, Potter. Cashin barked, stepping to the side as a flash of green screamed past his shoulder. Kill the boy. Now. Riddle's voice came cold and sharp. The basilisk let out a shrill screech, the sound almost drowning the roosters still crowing above. Despite their cries, the beast began to move, its massive head weaving as it zeroed in on Harry. Cashin cursed loudly and lunged forward. Another killing curse streaked across the chamber, slamming into a column where he'd been a second ago. Stone exploded in a burst of dust and shards. Bloody hell. Cashin spat. What the hell is that diary? The thing pulsed like it had a heartbeat, ink oozing sluggishly from the slice Harry had made with the sword. Harry staggered back, chest heaving, the sword slipping in his sweaty palms. It's not dying. He gasped. Of course it isn't, Cashin snapped, darting a look at the basilisk as it coiled, scales rasping against stone. Nothing in this bloody castle ever dies easy. Before Cashin could bark another order, Harry's jaw clenched. His eyes darted up at the massive serpent looming over them. Potter. Don't do anything. Cashin started, but too late. Harry bolted. Potter. The boy's trainer slapped Whetstone as he sprinted straight for the basilisk's gaping mouth. The blade gleamed, raised awkwardly high as the serpent lunged. Cashin's stomach lurched. You absolute. The sword slammed upwards with a wet crunch, burying itself in the roof of the basilisk's mouth. The creature shrieked, thrashing violently. Its jaw snapped shut on reflex, but Harry didn't pull back fast enough. There was a sickening crack as a basilisk fang punched clean through his forearm. Harry screamed, the sound raw and jagged. Shit. Cashin shoved forward. Harry dangled for a split second, pinned by his arm, before the basilisk reared back, trying to throw him off. The sword was lodged deep in its skull now, and the monster thrashed harder, scales ripping into stone pillars with a sound like tearing metal. Potter, hold on. Harry didn't. With a strangled yell, Harry ripped his arm free. The fang tore out with it, blood spurting in dark arcs across his sleeve. His knees buckled, and he hit the ground hard, one hand clutching the venomous tooth. Cashin's heart jumped into his throat. Stay down, you stubborn little. But Harry wasn't listening. He twisted on the floor, fumbling the diary into his lap. The fang trembled in his grip for ramming the fang straight into the diary's cover. The effect was instant. The diary convulsed like a living thing, thick black ink jetted out with a hiss that sounded almost human. The pages curled in on themselves, smoldering around the wound. For a heartbeat, Cashin thought it was over. But Lockhart, or Riddle, or whatever the hell was wearing his face, was still standing. Cashin froze. His wand raised, his mind racing. That is not right. The book is dead. Why is he still here? Riddle's expression twisted sharp, almost feral, as his gaze darted between the writhing basilisk and the soaked, oozing diary at Harry's feet. You've done it now, he hissed. His wand snapped up in a blur, green light sparking at the tip. Cashin didn't think, his wand slammed down. Tempestus Virto. The air tore apart in front of him, wind screaming as it coiled into a burst. The force hit hard, blasting both him and Potter backwards. Harry yelped as they hit the damp stone, sliding across the floor. Move. Cashin barked, shoving Harry behind him before the boy could get his bearings. Cashin pushed up on one knee, eyes lockking on the tiara perched on Lockhart's head. He didn't know what it was, but he knew cursed objects when he saw them. And every bit of him was screaming that was the root. Cashin bit his tongue, eyes flicking to Potter, slumped, bleeding, barely upright. He shouldn't. He bloody shouldn't. Every bit of him knew that. The spell had sat buried in the corner of his mind since the day he dropped into this world. He'd never cast it. Never tried. The memory that came with it clawed like nails down glass every time he got close. Ancient. Wrong. Something about it made his bones cold and his stomach twist, even thinking the name aloud. Cashin's fingers twitched. I have no other choice. His wand rose. He almost didn't say it. Lips hovered over the syllables, jaw clenched like speaking them might cost him something he wouldn't get back. He whispered it anyway. Lumos Noctis. The world dropped. The light didn't fade. It was eaten. The torchlight vanished. The glow of his wand died. Even the faint sheen of moisture on the stone disappeared. Darkness dropped like a trapdoor had opened under the castle itself. Thick. Smothering. Absolute. The sort that didn't just hide things, it swallowed them. It punched something loose in his head, too. The moment it left his lips, the memory surged with it, violent, raw, and hellish enough to make his stomach turn. Cashin grit his teeth, fighting the pull. He shook it off, and created 10, 20, no, more clones. Black silhouettes peeled away from him. They scattered fast, boots slapping against stone, robes flicking in every direction. Cashin kept low, knees brushing stone, breath shallow. He couldn't see. No one could. That was the point. Somewhere ahead, Riddle's voice snapped. Lumos. Nothing. Lumos. Again, sharper now. Edges creeping in. Still nothing. The darkness held. Thick as oil. Cashin smirked faintly to himself. That was Lumos Noctis, it didn't just snuff out light, it devoured it whole. Let the bastard fumble. Another curse hissed through the air, missing Cashin by feet, but the echo told him the direction. He crouched lower, moving along the edge of the chamber. Riddle might not see him, but there were other ways to give yourself away. The faint scrape of shoes ahead. A quick, shallow breath. There you are. Cashin's wand twitched slightly, fingers tied around the hilt. One good shot would do it. Riddle's voice came again, lower this time, taut with frustration. Show yourself, coward. He followed the sound, weaving between what felt like broken stonework and coiled carvings. The air stank of damp and snake musk. His boots sloshed through a shallow puddle, and he stilled instantly. Thought you were clever, didn't you? Riddle said, the words echoing from the wrong direction now. That little parlor trick won't save you. Cashin didn't answer. He'd read enough to know when a man was trying to draw you out. Lumos. Riddle tried again. The desperation was creeping in now. Lumos. Lumos. Damn you. A scraping sound came from the left. Cashin spun and lunged forward, colliding hard with Lockhart. They hit the ground in a tangle of limbs. Cashin's hand clamped around the wand before the impostor could raise it. He yanked it free, twisting it out of Lockhart's grip. Damn you. The man spat, his voice cracking like a whip through the dark. Yet, Yet, Cashin muttered. His fist connected with Lockhart's nose with a dull crunch. The sound was so satisfying that he couldn't help but to grin. He followed up with another punch before the man could even draw breath. The diadem wobbled on Lockhart's head and slipped sideways. Then, with a faint metallic clang, it tumbled free, hitting the floor and spinning lazily in the dust. No. Riddle's voice rang out, sharper now, the smug calm cracking into fury. Cashin's wand flicked up before the bastard could make a move. Oxyobasilisk tooth. From somewhere beneath Harry's feet, a sharp fang wrenched free and hurtled through the air. Cashin caught it with one hand, the slick surface still warm, venom beating at the tip. Let's see if this stings. He drove the fang straight into the band of the diadem. The metal let out a shriek, something alive and furious. It pulsed under his grip, as if fighting back. Then a crack split the air, and a bloom of black smoke erupted from the delicate circlet, writhing madly. The mist screamed as it curled in on itself, tendrils snapping and clawing at the air before they collapsed with a final hiss. The smell of burnt copper lingered as the shrieks faded, leaving the diadem, free of Voldemort's curse. Riddle made a sound halfway between a hiss and a scream, clutching at his head like he was trying to hold himself together. Cashin didn't give him the chance. He slammed his fist into Lockhart's jaw, felt the satisfying crunch, and shoved himself upright. I said. Stay down, he growled, kicking the wand away for good measure. He waved his own wand, and light spilled back into the chamber. Shadows peeled off the stone. Harry was on the ground a few feet away, his face pale and slick with sweat, breath coming in shallow, difficult pulls. His arm was clutched tight against his chest, blood soaking through his sleeve. Cashin crouched beside him fast, muttering a sharp curse under his breath. Potter, he said, trying to keep his voice level. You are awake. Harry blinked at him blearily, his lips pale. Think, so. Cashin's eyes darted to the jagged hole in the boy's sleeve where the basilisk fang had gone through. The skin around it was already swelling, streaked with an ugly purplish tint that had nothing to do with the blood. Basilisk venom, Cashin muttered, dragging a hand over his face. Bloody marvelous. Harry's eyes fluttered. Did we win? Define win, Cashin said, pressing his hand over the wound to slow the bleeding. You are bleeding out in the middle of a snake graveyard. Not exactly my idea of a celebration. The boy managed a faint, crooked grin. Cashin didn't return it. Stay awake, Cashin said, voice snapping like a whip. Eyes on me. Don't go drifting off just yet. Harry blinked heavily, but he nodded. His voice was raspy, barely more than a scrape of breath. Sir, US said everyone's got selfish reasons for doing things. That I'll rarely meet anyone helping out of the goodness of their heart. A tear rolled sideways off his temple. I think I found one. Cashin gritted his teeth. Don't speak, he muttered. Not the time to get sentimental. Harry tried to laugh, but it caught halfway and turned into a cough. He forced a thin smile instead. His skin was pale, waxy, and sweat had matted his hair flat across his forehead. Cashin pressed his hand down harder against the boy's arm, trying to slow the venom's spread. The flesh beneath his palm felt hot. Purple streaks were crawling fast beneath the skin. Fool. I told you to stay put. Not charge at murder snake with a sword, he said, flicking his wand to cast another useless diagnostic. Now shut up and stay alive. Harry's smile tugged up another notch, like it physically hurt to do so. You're really bad at bedside manner. I'm not a healer, Cashin said flatly. You want coddling, go pass out in Pomfrey's wing next time. A faint laugh wheezed out of the boy, followed by a wince. He sagged a little more against the stone floor. Oi, Cashin barked. Eyes open. I'm trying. Cashin's mind was racing. Phoenix tears were the only known antidote to basilisk venom. Anything else would barely scratch the surface. He didn't have time to haul the boy back up the pipes. Even if he did, Harry probably wouldn't make it that far. Where is your bloody bird when we need him, Dumbledore? Cashin muttered under his breath. Fox, get your feathery arse here. Fox, get your feathery arse here. Soon enough, he heard wings flapping from somewhere above. A warm breeze ruffled Cashin's hair. He looked up to see Fox. The phoenix swooped down from the darkness above, light shimmering from his golden red feathers. He landed lightly on Harry's chest, tilting his head as though studying the wound. Cashin huffed. Took your time, didn't you? Fox ignored him, leaning down and pressing his beak to the wound. One shining tear slid down, then another, sizzling faintly as they touched the venom-tainted skin. Harry gasped, the tension in his body easing. The purplish streaks receded, leaving only new pink skin and dried blood. Cashin let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He sat back on his heels, raking his hair back. The diary still lay where Harry had dropped it. Cashin stared at it, lips pressed thin. He would sort that puzzle later. Think you can stand, Potter? He asked. Harry nodded weakly. Cashin slipped an arm under his shoulders, hauling him up with more care than his tone suggested. He held the diary and the diadem in his other hand while Harry dragged the sword. Good lad. Let's get out of this hole before anything else decides to wake up. Just as they were about to leave, Cashin caught movement from the corner of his eye. His stomach tightened. Lockhart was on his feet, staring straight at them. A chill crept across the back of his neck. Impossible, he muttered. Lockhart's lips curved into a smile, not that twisted, hollow grin Riddle had worn, but his own daft, overly rehearsed one. What's impossible, Rosier? Cashin let out a long breath, some of the tension bleeding off. Oh, it's just you. The smile dropped. What do you mean it's just me? Lockhart's voice sharpened, something brittle cracking underneath. You know I've always hated you, Cashin. Cashin's brows shot up. He hadn't expected that one to slip out so easily. Yet? And why is that, Gilderoy? Because you made my second year hell, and I made the rest of your years pay for it. Lockhart's teeth clenched, his wand twitching in his grip. You ruined everything. You turned Slytherins on me. They beat me senseless in front of half the school, stripped me bare and tossed me in the Great Lake. Just because someone else did the same to you. Cashin huffed out a laugh that wasn't even close to amused. You know what? I don't even care. Lockhart's knuckles widened on his wand. I don't care what your reasons were. Down here. I can take my revenge. No witnesses. No headmaster to pull you out of the fire. Just you, me, and one good spell. Cashin's eyes flicked down to his wand, but Lockhart's sudden snarl froze him in place. Don't, the man hissed. Or I swear it'll hurt. Cashin clicked his tongue. You're really going to try it, aren't you? Lockhart straightened slightly, the tip of his wand trembling but still aimed dead at Cashin. Do you know what's the only charm I've ever mastered, Rosier? Cashin arched a brow, fingers flexing faintly at his side. Enlighten me. Memory charm, Lockhart said flatly. That actually made Cashin pause. His eyes narrowed. Memory charm, he echoed. Lockhart's smile stretched tight again. Oh, yes. And I'm very good at it. Good enough to take your history, your clever little curses, your precious spells, and wipe them clean out of your skull. Cashin stared, his brow furrowing. What would you want to erase my memory for? What's in it for you? Lockhart let out a sharp laugh, tossing his hair back like he was posing for a bloody portrait. What do I gain? Fame, fortune, glory, what else? His grin stretched wide, manic at the edges. I saved Potter, didn't I? Saved you too. Found the Chamber of Secrets, bested the basilisk, destroyed Voldemort's little remnant soul. His brow creased faintly. Oh no, he was calling them something else. What was it again? You've lost it, Cashin said, looking around for a leverage. You are standing in snake guts, talking about polishing your bloody reputation like it is a trophy. Lockhart's wand shook slightly. I will be a hero. That's the truth people will know. I will walk out of this chamber, Potter over my shoulder, you stumbling after me, both of you too grateful to breathe a word. The world will hear my name, again. Cashin raised a brow, tilting his head slightly. Again. Lockhart blinked. Oh, I see, Cashin went on lightly. You've done this before, haven't you? Pinched a few victories. Snatched some glory. Wiped a few memories clean so the truth couldn't crawl out of the woodwork. I knew stories didn't make sense, but thought they were utter rubbish. Not stolen from others. The wand in Lockhart's hand steadied. His mouth twisted into something between a sneer and a smirk. I am good at it, Rosier, Lockhart said. Better than anyone else. Why do you think they print my face on every book in flourish and blots? Because I earned it. Earned it. Cashin's voice cracked sharp across the stone walls. You've been stealing from better witches and wizards for years, haven't you? Wiping their minds and scribbling their stories under your name. Lockhart's lip curled. So what if I did? People don't care who swung the wand, they care about the story. I gave them stories. Cashin's grip on the diary tightened. You are pathetic. The man's eye twitched. Careful, Rosier. I've got the advantage here. One flick, and you won't remember a thing, not your name, not Hogwarts, not even how to hold your beloved Bath's Hada. Cashin squinted. Now he'd done it. He let out a short, dry laugh. You've really thought this through, haven't you? Gilderoy Lockhart, slayer of serpents, defeater of dark magic, beloved by all. Exactly, Lockhart hissed. You are forgetting one thing though. And what's that? Cashin smirked faintly. You're holding the wrong wand. Lockhart blinked, looking down at his hand. Cashin moved fast. He hurled the diary straight at Lockhart's face, the book smacking him square in the nose with a wet thump. Before the man could flinch properly, Cashin's hand flicked open and a wandless lumos flared. The sudden beam of light blasted into Lockhart's eyes, and he staggered back with a hiss, one hand clamping over his face. Cashin didn't waste the moment. He let Potter drop like a sack of spuds and launched himself forward, boots slamming into the stone. His shoulder caught Lockhart in the chest, knocking the air clean out of him. They hit the ground hard. Cashin's fist was already swinging. You fell for it, didn't you? He barked, his knuckles cracking against Lockhart's cheek. Gilderoy, you couldn't resist, could you? Why? What did Voldemort offer to make you stoop this low? Lockhart laughed through the blood running from his nose. A low, ugly sound. Power, he spat, turning his head with a sneer. I wanted power, Rosier. Power, to put you on your knees in front of them. You destroyed my name in 2 months. Embarrass me in my dueling club. Cashin's hand caught him by the collar and hauled him halfway off the floor before slamming him back down again. So you what, just handed your skull over to a diary like an idiot? Diary only made it easier. Lockhart coughed, wheezing through the impact. Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's ghost came to me. His eyes darted wildly. Said she could give me everything. And she did. The diadem, Rosier. You know what that bloody thing can do? It unlocked my mind. Made me see. See what? Your own stupidity. Cashin's knee drove into his ribs, earning a sharp grunt. You really let a ghost in the castle suite talk you into this? She was no ordinary ghost, Lockhart shot back, his voice cracking. She is Rowena Ravenclaw's dog. She gave me the diadem. Then I took the diary from your room. It was so easy with the diadem. His lips twisted into a bitter smile. That is when it happened. I thought I was in control. I wasn't. But then. Cashin's fist crashed down again, cutting him off mid-sentence. Lockhart's head snapped to the side, a fresh line of blood trickling down his chin. You're not getting anything, Cashin snarled. He planted one boot squarely on Lockhart's chest, pinning him to the floor. Lockhart's hand shot out blindly, scrabbling along the stone until his fingers brushed the wand that had fallen earlier. He grabbed it and flicked it up fast, the tip barely a foot from Cashin's face. Obliviate. The blast hit Cashin point blank. Then it bounced. The spell sparked like it hit glass and ricocheted off, harmless as a breeze. Cashin didn't even blink. He looked down at Lockhart with a flat stare, as if the man had just sneezed on him. Even Nicholas Flamel hadn't managed to scrub his memories, what little hope did Lockhart have? He glanced down, ready to plant another jab in the man's ribs, except Lockhart wasn't even moving. He was staring up at Cashin like a stunned toad, wand still clutched loosely in his hand. Damn it, Cashin muttered under his breath. Did it bounce back on him? The question didn't really need an answer. Lockhart's wide-eyed stare and slack mouth said enough. Whatever plan the idiot had cooked up had clearly gone sideways, and now his own brain had been turned into porridge. Cashin crouched, snapping his fingers in front of the man's face. Oi! Still in there, Lockhart? Nothing. Well, brilliant, Cashin said, dragging a hand over his face. He scrambled his own head. Harry dragged himself forward, staring at the two of them. What happened? Cashin let out a slow breath, pressing his palm to his knee as he straightened. He is gone. Harry's brow furrowed, his face still pale. Gone? But... not dead, if that is what you are asking. Cashin shook his head. Not alive either. He tried to wipe my memory, it bounced back. Be a miracle if he remembers how to wipe his arse. Harry stared, wide-eyed, still clutching the sword in a blood-streaked grip. His lips parted like he wanted to argue, but no words came. Probably for the best. Cashin didn't fancy explaining brain-melting curses to a boy with basilisk venom still drying on his sleeve. Let's go. Cashin gave Lockhart's vacant expression one last look and let out a sharp breath through his nose. Stay down, Gilderoy. You've done enough damage for one lifetime. He shifted, slipping an arm under Harry's shoulders and hauling him up with a grunt. The boy wasn't light, and Cashin's back already felt like it was lodging a complaint with every step. Sword down. I don't trust you not to drop it on your foot. He didn't want to throw the boy with a sword in hand. Not that he was planning to, but still. Harry blinked, dazed, but handed it over without protest. Cashin took it and was about to sling it over his shoulder when it glowed and vanished, like the air had swallowed it whole. Cashin stared at the empty space where the blade had been and hummed. Now that is interesting. There'll be side chapters about the Grey Lady soon. The aftermath of the chamber incident wasn't neat. The governors had barely finished congratulating themselves over Dumbledore's removal before they were forced to drag their smug faces back to Hogwarts and reinstate him. Cashin had the pleasure of watching most of them avoid eye contact like children caught misbehaving and told to apologize. He stood at the front of the chamber, next to Dumbledore, with the Sorting Hat perched on a stool just to his right. Fudge sat nearby, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Magnus Rosier sat beside him. Lucius was first to speak, of course. His voice dripped with the same venom he used to lay school governors' policies with. Why did you summon us here, Rosier? This archaic form of governance has created too many problems already, Cashin said, tone casual but his face was serious. I'm sick of it. The room stirred. A few patriarchs shifted in their seats, whispering under their breath. Magnus just sat there silently, and because of that, most of the others also didn't raise their voice. The green grass patriarch leaned forward slightly. It has always been like this, he said. This nation was built by the Sacred 28. The founders entrusted the Sacred 28 with certain powers in case a headmaster proved unsound. His eyes flicked to the hat. The hat nodded. That's true, it said, cheerful as ever. Terribly boring reason, but yes, that's what they said. Cashin clicked his tongue. Well, time's moved on, hasn't it? High time we stop running a 1,000-year-old castle as if it's still the bloody 12th century. Lucius's hand smacked the table with enough force to jolt parchment. You are overstepping your post, Professor. He spat the last word like it had dirt on it. Cashin grinned, slow and wide. Mr. Malfoy, you were keen enough to throw me, the headmaster, and Hagrid out of this castle with not so much as a proper hearing. You acted without evidence. Without due process. You tried to send an innocent man to Azkaban in exile, the only people who stood between your son's schoolmates and a sodding basilisk. He watched their faces for a second, before continuing, and now you want to talk about overstepping. Parkinson shifted uncomfortably. Cashin turned toward Fudge, not bothering to soften the words. I warned you, Minister. Hagrid was innocent. I said it plainly, 3 times, if memory serves. Fudge rubbed at his temples but didn't interrupt. Still, Cashin went on, you chose to follow Mr. Malfoy's theater. You removed the headmaster and chained Hagrid. And while you lot squabbled over policy, a 12-year-old nearly died under this castle. He stared at them, then eyes locked on the blonde git. Mr. Malfoy, there are things I cannot prove, but don't think for a second I forgive or forget them. Lucius's lip curled. Are you threatening me? Cashin grinned faintly. I'm catching you up. He turned to the Board of Governors, eyes sweeping across the semicircle of stiff-necked faces. Your incompetence nearly killed a student. It would have been a full-blown catastrophe if it hadn't been for a 12-year-old and, lucky you, me. Several members bristled. Cashin carried on. I don't give a damn what the founders wrote in some enchanted charter 1,000 years ago. If they came back today, I'd ask them to sit down and take notes. His gaze flicked sideways. Sorting Hat. Please be a dear and read the clauses. The Sorting Hat twitched on its stool, looking far too pleased with itself for a sentient hat. Oh, I thought you'd never ask. Lucius muttered something under his breath. Cashin didn't bother pretending he hadn't heard. The hat cleared its non-existent throat. Clause 82, Addendum to the Foundational Decree, penned in the 3rd year of Godric's tenure, which was a spicy one, by the way, states, should the will of the head be broken by the vote of the board, and that ruling place our charges in peril, then by steel and by oath the head, or one they name, may unsheath the founder's right of severance. For no commander marches blind into battle bound by the folly of counsels, when the lives of their host lie in the balance. In such an hour, the head shall strike free of every chain, to guard the young within these walls as a shield raised against the storm. Several members of the board shifted. The Parkinson matriarch leaned sideways, muttering furiously to the Goyle beside her. Greengrass's brow had creased, and even Fudge looked up now, eyes narrowed. Cashin tilted his head, voice light. Which means? The hat gave a cheerful hum. Means the headmaster can dissolve the board's authority temporarily, pending ministry inquiry. Or permanently, if the ministry fails to act. Of course, none have fumbled as badly as you just did. Lucius's voice cut through. That clause has never been enforced. Cashin turned back to him, smiling like a man who'd waited years for this exact conversation. Doesn't mean it's not there. We've governed Hogwarts for centuries. Yes, Cashin interrupted. Want me to repeat what you've done with that power? You ignored every warning. Your plan, when children turned to stone. Wait. Hope the next didn't die. Brilliant. Lucius shot to his feet. Minister Fudge, surely you're not going to let this stand. Fudge looked distinctly uncomfortable. There must be some process. There is, Cashin said. It's called accountability. I know you lot don't hear it often. Magnus, who hadn't said a single word, finally made his move. You acted too quickly. You let fear guide your hand, and in doing so, endangered this institution. Do not complain now that the laws you clung to so tightly are biting back. Cashin gave him a quick glance then turned back to the room. One of the older governors, the Selwyn Patriarch, groaned so loudly it drew a wince from someone in the back row. You're too arrogant, boy, he snapped. Magnus, control your cur. This is not a place a professor can come barking about centuries of law. Magnus' eyes cut to him without moving the rest of his head. The shift in air was immediate. Magic lifted off the elder Rosier like heat off stone. A few of the closer governors drew back in their chairs. Ignatius, Magnus said, and the name sounded like a warning. Don't run your lousy mouth. If you've forgotten what happens to those who insult my family, ask the earth that covers your son's grave. The entire chamber seemed to hold its breath. Ignatius's face twisted, all color draining from it until the man looked like he might vomit rage on the spot. Cashin, watching from beside the Sorting Hat, thought the man looked halfway through shedding skin. Uncle Magnus. Fudge rose to his feet so quickly his chair nearly toppled. Please, sirs. This is not the time. Cashin chuckled, not bothered by the taut atmosphere. Selwyn Patriarch, he said, it seems old age is catching up with you. Memory slipping already? Listen to this. He gestured lazily to the hat. The hat gave a jaunty little wiggle, clearly in its element. Oh, this is the good part, it said. Clause 83, penned by Helga, bless her fondness for food-based metaphors, states that if severance shows the board's gone stale, crumbly ethics, underbaked judgment, and no regard for student safety, then it's time to review the whole recipe. The founders were quite clear, governance isn't a one-time bake. It should rise, evolve, and not be left to mold in the cellar. That drew more than a few narrowed eyes. Cashin didn't give them a moment to interrupt. Go on. Clause 84, the hat continued breezily, adds that Hogwarts was never meant to be run by heritage alone. A proper school, it says, should be stirred by wisdom, spiced with service, and baked through with vigilance. Otherwise you end up with a half-cooked mess, no matter how posh the crust. That did it. A few seats scraped back slightly. The corners of Cashin's mouth twitched. Now, he said, seeing as blood alone got us nearly killed, again, I'd say we're due for a review. Lucius scoffed. You can't be serious. I'm applying Founder's Law, Cashin said, holding his gaze. You taught me to respect it, now live with it. He turned to face the room fully. Clause 83 demands we rebalance power after systemic failure. 84 defines that balance. And since the founders weren't daft enough to write precise numbers into the margin, we get to interpret. Interpretation is not rewriting, Greengrass said. No, Cashin agreed. But it is application. And unless you'd like me to drag out the testimonies from petrified students, I'd say the current application isn't working. Selwyn made a show of rolling his eyes, but didn't speak. Cashin looked to the hat. Say it plainly. What's a balanced board supposed to look like, by those clauses? The hat gave a thoughtful hum. Well, if we're applying Helga's logic, which is the only kind of logic anyone here can agree on, she wrote that power should be split across Heritors of Magic, Guardians of Learning, and the Steward of the Castle. Cashin nodded. So, sacred families, teaching staff, and the headmaster's office. Indeed, said the hat. 3 points of balance. Each essential. None absolute. Cashin looked back at the room. 30% for the sacred families. 30 for Hogwarts academic staff. 40 for the headmaster. Majority sits with the one charged with running the castle, as it should. No one gets full control, and if 2 of the 3 disagree, the third can't steamroll them. He stepped forward, one hand bracing on the table. You lot abused the old structure. You cut corners. Lied to yourselves. Turned a school into a stage, and used children as props. The founders built this place to last 1,000 years. If they could see you now, they'd boot you into the lake. His eyes flicked across the semicircle. And if you think I'll let you drag it back into the dark just to cling to your little throne, try me. No one spoke. Not even Fudge. Cashin stepped back, hands casually at his back. This isn't a debate. It's law. Passed down, enchanted into the very bricks of this castle. Don't like it? Get a time-turner, go argue with Rowena herself. He walked to the doors and threw them open with a sweep that was probably more dramatic than necessary. Come on in, he said brightly, waving the professors forward like they were guests to a dinner party instead of about to watch him publicly dismantle what little patience Lucius Malfoy had left. The professors were waiting just outside. Most had probably been eavesdropping shamelessly. Bath's Haida stepped in first, brows arched, just gave Cashin a once-over, checking for scorch marks and then took the seat to his left. The others followed. Right then. There's still one thing left to settle. The governors shifted, clearly not thrilled about more talking. Tough. Lucius looked like he was chewing nettles. Now that we're all settled, let's get to it, shall we? Cashin said with a grin, I move to remove Lucius Malfoy from the Board of Governors, effective immediately. Lucius stiffened. You cannot be serious. Oh, I'm deadly serious, Cashin said. You've shown a remarkable lack of judgment, manipulated decisions, endangered students, and tried to exile staff who challenged you. I think that covers the basic criteria for shouldn't be anywhere near a school. Lucius turned to the others. You're going to let him dictate terms now. I'm not dictating, Cashin said. Motion's been made. All in favor. Bathsheda's hand went up immediately. Sprout followed. Aye. Flitwick nodded once. In favor. Sinistra raised her hand without a word. Vector gave a sharp little yes, like she'd been waiting weeks. Even Hooch, who barely got involved in these things, lifted her arm with a muttered, should have happened ages ago. Greengrass shifted in his seat, then raised his hand slowly. Another looked vaguely ill, but his hand twitched upwards too. 2 more followed. The others hesitated, caught between Lucius's glare and Magnus Rosier's silence. Didn't matter. Lucius turned to Fudge, but the minister was suddenly very interested in the clasp of his briefcase. Cashin stood. Done and dusted, then. Lucius Malfoy is no longer on the board. Lucius didn't leave quietly. He muttered something under his breath, probably a curse or two, and swept out the chamber like a man who still thought capes were a symbol of dignity. Cashin waited until the echo of his boots had faded, then glanced at the hat. Still not going to sing. The hat yawned. Thought I'd save it for the students. Something cheerful about governance reform. Maybe a march. Make it a funeral march, Cashin grinned. What could go wrong with wearing a diadem that turns you into a genius, made by your mother, no less? Well, everything. Everything can go wrong. It began a little before I came into possession of the item. My intention was not to wear it, I promise. My intention, although, in retrospect, my actions suggested otherwise, was pure. Others didn't see it. They thought it suited her. Thought it made her sharper. Brighter. More, herself. But I saw it. She was breaking. Slowly, at first. A missed meal here. A forgotten name there. Her lips moved before the words came out, like her mind was always 10 thoughts ahead of her tongue. The diadem shimmered on her head, smug in its glow, like it had all the answers and none of the mercy. Rowena Ravenclaw had always been logical. That wasn't new. For her, feelings were accessories, tolerated at best, dissected at worst. She was the mind behind every plan, every enchantment, every structure in this castle. Emotions didn't get a vote. Truth did. Maybe that's why no one else noticed the shift. But I did. I wasn't my mother. Maybe it was father's softness that lived in me, that ached to look beyond the brilliant mind and see the woman behind it. Or maybe I just wasn't clever enough to ignore what I saw. Her eyes had changed. They didn't rest anymore, they flicked, scanned, calculated. Even when she looked at me, she was still reading something else in the air. At night, I'd pass her study and see the light still bleeding under the door. Always writing. Always muttering. Once, I heard her talking to herself in a language I didn't recognize. Runes maybe. Or something worse. So I tried. Gods, I tried. I brought her tea. I rewrote her reports. I sat beside her hoping she'd see me. Not the helper. Not the scribe. Me. But the more she wore that diadem, the further she drifted. It was meant to make her smarter. More efficient. More brilliant. It made her hollow. I wanted to save her. Of course I did. I loved my mother. Even if that love didn't have much room to grow under her roof. Still, love's a stubborn thing. But how could I? She was Rowena Ravenclaw. The smartest person I'd ever known. Uncle Godric used to laugh, said father would grumble for hours, trying to find a comeback sharp enough to keep up with her. He never managed it. So, yes. Convincing her? Not happening. Rowena Ravenclaw didn't listen to suggestions, especially not from people she considered less sharp. Which, to be fair, was most of the world. That left me with limited tools. I had to use what I had. Emotions. I found Morgana in the garden, sat under the hawthorn tree with 3 girls curled close to her. 2 sisters. Quiet. Eyes too old for their age. They'd been through hell. Their mother was a muggle, burned alive after her arm healed overnight. A snapped bone from some punishment their lord thought fitting. She thought it was a miracle. The villagers didn't. Morgana found the girls just in time. Both were muggle-born witches, barely 10. The third girl sat apart, knees drawn up, silent. Always silent. Mute. Couldn't cast a spell yet. Mother said she would, eventually. Said some witches needed more time before they could cast silently. I sat next to them. The ground was damp. I didn't care. One of the girls, the older one, offered me a crushed bit of honey bread. I took it. What is it, Helena? Morgana asked. She shifted slightly to give me space, her cloak brushing the grass. She was older than most of us, graduated but still haunting the castle, chasing mastery. She and Merlin were the bright pair everyone pointed at. Lately, though, her patience with muggles had been thinning. I understood why, even if it bothered me a little. Is it that bloody leech again? She added, meaning Edric. Morgana didn't smile as easily these days, can't really blame her after what she'd seen lately. I shook my head. Can I speak to you in private? The girls didn't wait for her word. They stood and drifted off together, all 3 of them sticking close as they crossed the lawn. When they were out of earshot, I let out a breath. I'm worried about Mother. Morgana's expression eased, though not much. Is she ill again? No. I picked at a loose thread on my sleeve. It's the diadem. She barely sleeps. She forgets things, simple things. She talks to herself. And she hasn't taken it off in weeks. She looks straight through me. Even when I'm in the room, I'm not there. Morgana's eyes shifted toward the castle, the upper windows glowing faintly. Rowena Ravenclaw losing herself is no small thing. Especially now. I know, I murmured. And no one else sees it. They think she's being herself. But she's slipping. The diadem is feeding something in her, and it isn't good. Morgana leaned back against the tree, arms folded. Why are you telling me? Why not her? Because she won't listen to me, I said. And you understand her better than most. Morgana's mouth tugged sideways, not quite a smile. Do I? You were her student, I said. You know how her mind works. You know how it bends things. She didn't argue. I don't want to lose her, I whispered. I don't want her to become someone I don't recognize. Morgana looked down at her hands. Power taken in the wrong way cuts deep. Your mother has always walked close to that edge. That's why I came to you, I said. You're strong enough to talk to her. She respects you. Morgana let out a low breath. Strong, yes. Respected? Questionable. Your mother respects answers, not people. I swallowed. Then give her one. She studied me for a long moment, hair shifting in the breeze like dark silk. I can try, she said, getting up. I watched her go, cloak sweeping behind her. I hoped she could talk sense into Mother, hoped she'd manage what I hadn't. She had a better chance than I ever did. I turned to leave as well when a voice slid in from behind. Helena, I was looking for you. I stopped. Of course he was. Turning slowly, I let every ounce of distaste show on my face. There stood the bloody leech. Edric of Hallamere, draped in silver-threaded robes like a moth waiting for candlelight. Tall, pale, and always just there, as if he thought proximity might eventually count as affection. Edric, I said, flat as stone. He gave me that ever-wilted smile, eyes too eager under his dark brows. I hoped we might walk together. I'm walking the other direction, I said, already turning. Please. Just for a moment. He stepped closer, hands clasped as if he thought that made him look thoughtful instead of rehearsed. I only wish to know how to help. Help. I let out a sharp breath. You want to help? Stop lurking behind doors. Stop showing up wherever I breathe. And stop talking to my father about weddings. His face flickered. You exaggerate. No, I don't. You're like a ghost with too much perfume. Haunting and nauseating. He didn't answer. Maybe he didn't know how. Or maybe he thought silence made him mysterious. Then, his face shifted. The fake softness dropped, leaving something sharper underneath. Helena, don't confuse my affection with submission. And don't forget how your father and mother came to beg mine for the land this school stands on. I almost lost it. Breathed in through my nose. Counted to 3. Breathed out. It wasn't true. Or at least not the way he made it sound. Edric's father, the so-called Baron of Halomere, had stormed up after the school was built, shouting about boundaries and ancestral rights, waving old deeds like he expected one of the founders to blink. Uncle Godric was ready to flatten him right there in the courtyard. Probably would have too, if father hadn't stepped in. Said it was unwise to start a feud so close to our gates. They let the man posture, showed him the wards, offered him a seat on some made-up board to keep things civil. A founding quota, father called it. Political fluff. Either Edric's father had boasted that the founders came crawling to him, or Edric had made up his own little tale and convinced himself it was gospel. Hard to tell with men like him. Their egos tended to breed stories faster than rabbits. I wasn't in the mood to sort out which version he'd heard, or invented. I turned to leave. Helena, can you give me a minute? No. I didn't even stop. Not today. His footsteps, that soft, pathetic patter he thought sounded courtly, stopped dead. Why Merlin befriended him, I had no idea. From what I knew, Merlin had been making the rounds of certain Muggle families, ones with armies, land, enough steel to march at a moment's notice. For what? No clue. He never said. He and Morgana played everything close to the chest these days. Edric, meanwhile, was absolutely the last person on Earth Merlin should have befriended. Or stood near. Or acknowledged. I kept walking. There were bigger problems than Edric of Halomere. Morgana failed. She looked shaken when she told me mother wouldn't hear a word of it. Said it like she'd hit a wall. And the look in her eyes, like something had gone sour. But I learned something new. Mother's working on something. Something big. Something she says will secure prosperity for years. What it is, Morgana had no clue. She didn't stay to guess either. She left quick, muttering that things were getting worse. Said she had people to find. Trouble was spreading and she couldn't spare more time dancing around Rowena's pride. I didn't press. Unlike me, Morgana actually did things. She saved children. Women. Anyone caught between wand and pitchfork. She saw magic differently now. Sharper. Less forgiving. The softness she used to carry, her smile, her warmth, was going. Or gone. Still, I was grateful she tried. Father had left a while ago. Aunt Helga was somewhere deep in greenhouses, half buried in soil, more focused on which breed of hen laid friendlier eggs than what her niece was spiraling into. And that new pet project of hers, the little ones she said would keep the hearths alive long after we were gone. Auntie always saw further into the future than she let on. Sometimes I wonder if she knew what she was shaping. Uncle Godric might as well have vanished into mist, he was always at the front, swinging swords and chasing skirmishes that kept getting closer. So who was left? No one. No one but me. And with no one else left to ask, ideas I wasn't proud of started turning over in my head. Things I'd never have said out loud. Like maybe I could steal it. The diadem. She'd be furious, of course. Possibly worse. But maybe, if it was gone, and she had to go without it, she'd see. She'd feel it. Notice the difference. See what it had done to her. A week. Maybe 2. But how? Even father couldn't sneak close to her. Let alone me. She barely let me pour tea without flinching like I might jostle the ink. Her wards were subtle, but I'd tripped 2 of them by accident last month. One of them had turned my fingertips blue for a week. The other one nearly sent a spike through my boot. Chance showed up like a stain. The last face I wanted to see. Edric. Of course. But this time I looked at him differently. Could I use him? The idea lodged sharp behind my teeth. He wanted to be helpful. Wanted to be needed. Maybe he'd jump at the chance if it meant being closer. Closer to me, to my family, to anything with a shadow of power. I could ask him to fetch something. Distract her. Ask for counsel. Some excuse to get her attention off the study for an hour. He wouldn't even question it, not if I dangled it the right way. He stopped a few feet away, wearing that same lopsided, hopeful smile. Helena. Wait, I said. You wanted to help. He blinked. Yes. I stepped closer. It made my stomach twist to even consider it, but desperation is a quiet corrupter. Then listen carefully. Cassian didn't bother hiding his grin when Lucius left the meeting room, cane tapping against the stone, mouth pinched like he'd bitten into a lemon. You've lost, Malfoy, Cassian said as they passed in the corridor. Try not to trip over your own pride on the way out. Lucius's eyes narrowed, but he kept walking. Potter spent the next few days holed up in the wing with Madame Pomfrey fussing over him. Every time someone popped in, she gave them a glare sharp enough to flay skin and told them to either sit down quietly or get out. They got out. His friends were another story. They flocked around Harry as soon as Madame Pomfrey let him out, chattering like he'd walked out of a legend. Fred and George started bowing to him in the corridors. Hermione seemed torn between fussing over his arm and telling him off for being reckless. Ron, of course, lapped it all up. Cassian didn't intervene. He figured the kid deserved a few days of glory after nearly getting skewered by a house-sized reptile. The diary was, well, gone. Destroyed, as far as he could tell. Potter claimed he'd slipped it back into Lucius Malfoy's hand on the way out, and earned himself a lifetime's worth of Malfoy spite for the trouble. Cashin couldn't have been prouder if the boy had smacked Lucius across the face with it. And a freed house elf was just the bonus. The best part? Hagrid was cleared of everything. Well, nearly. That was Cashin's next job. He stood in Dumbledore's office now, watching Cornelius Fudge fidget like a schoolboy. The minister's hat sat awkwardly in his lap, his face blotchy and damp as his eyes flicked between Cashin and the headmaster. You know who, you said? Fudge asked, his voice thin. Cashin didn't so much as blink. You read my and Potter's report, didn't you? Fudge shifted in his seat, fingers twisting the brim of his hat. Well, yes, but... Then don't act surprised. Cashin folded his arms. Or shall I sketch it out for you? Cursed diary. A student nearly killed. Malfoy's fingerprints all over it. Every path leads to Voldemort, no matter how much you dress it up in polite euphemisms. The minister paled, his mouth opening slightly. You know who? Oh, for God's sake, Cashin snapped, leaning forward a fraction. Say the name. Voldemort. See? Nothing exploded. No dark clouds, no lightning bolts. It is just a name. Stop giving it power it doesn't deserve. Dumbledore's lips twitched faintly behind his beard. Fudge looked very uncomfortable just hearing the name, his voice faltering. That's not the point, Cashin. Now, Uncle Cornelius, Cashin said, with a fake sugary smile. Please make sure your press release is painfully clear that Hagrid wasn't responsible. No ifs, no buts. He's innocent, full stop. And while you're at it, tell Lucius next time he thinks he can buy people to take a swing at me, he'd best remember who the Rosiers are. Fudge's forehead gleamed under the candlelight, and he tugged at his collar like it was choking him. Haha, don't jest, Cashin. Everyone knows your family. I owe your grandfather a lot. Cashin chuckled, shaking his head. Well, Lucius doesn't remember the debts he owes. Not to worry, though. I plan to remind him. Fudge opened his mouth, yes. We will see to it. Cashin tilted his head. The ministry banished him as a child for something he didn't do. Kept him trapped in the grounds like a ghost. That was ministry's doing. The least we can do is give him back the chance they stole. Fudge's gaze shot to Dumbledore, who hadn't said a word since Cashin started. Not even a blink. He just sat there, folded hands resting over the curve of his desk, watching the exchange like a man reading tomorrow's newspaper. Cashin sighed. Uncle, this will look good on your reputation as well. The previous ministries acted unfairly. If you show magnanimity, it will reflect on the fairness of the ministry under your command. It'll show you're not shallow and petty, but the sort who can acknowledge mistakes and act to fix them. That you're bigger. That last word made Fudge sit up a bit taller. His eyes twitched to Cashin, then to the portraits on the walls, as if hoping one of them would nod approvingly. He squeezed his chin with one thumb and puffed out his chest. You are right. Cashin didn't say anything. He let the man crown himself. Hagrid was mistreated by the previous ministers, Fudge declared, voice rising with each syllable. It is high time he is exonerated. Cashin nodded, lips twitching. Dumbledore reached calmly for his tea. Fudge was still going. Yes, indeed. Misjudged. He was misjudged. A victim of bias and bureaucracy. I shall see it reversed. He paused, suddenly struck by his own decisiveness. Of course, it'll require signatures. Documentation. But the will is there. Oh, naturally, Cashin said. I'll draft the letters. You just sign them with that golden quill you like waving about. Fudge smiled faintly. It is a good quill. Dumbledore took a long sip of his tea. Cashin leaned forward. You'll also need to inform the Department of Magical Education that Hagrid's reinstatement as a student is not optional. He'll have full access to materials, supervised study, wand work under oversight, all that. The usual accommodations for adult learners. Fudge nodded, still riding the wave of self-congratulation. Yes. There are precedents. I'll make sure the files are unsealed. A fresh start. Cashin tilted his head. And the wand? Fudge's enthusiasm wavered slightly. Well, we'd need to source one, of course. Custom. No half measures, Cashin cut in, tone dry. Proper core. Fitted. Paid in full by the ministry, since it was their lot who snapped the last one without cause. He doesn't get the leftovers from some dusty shop drawer. He gets a wand that fits. Or Ollivander and I will have a very long, very public chat. Fudge cleared his throat, looking righteous. Yes. Of course. Good. Cashin said casually. I'll speak to him myself later. He'll need convincing. After all, you lot did spend most of his life treating him like a walking security risk. Fudge made a faint noise in his throat, something between a grunt and a hiccup. Cashin chuckled. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll make sure he knows who to thank. Fudge chuckled awkwardly. Yes, well. Hagrid will be thrilled. He then glanced at the headmaster. You've been awfully quiet, Albus. I was waiting, Dumbledore said, setting his cup down and folding his hands once more. But I doubt I need to add more. After Fudge left, Cashin and Dumbledore sat in silence. The office had gone oddly quiet, save for the soft tick of that ridiculous silver contraption puffing smoke into the air every 5 minutes. Cashin was slouched in his chair, legs stretched out, one ankle resting over the other, arms folded like he was contemplating whether to nap or hex someone. He stared at the old man across from him. A good target indeed. But too strong. I know what you did last summer, the old man said, very seriously. Cashin didn't even look up. Are you watching Muggle films now? Albus tilted his head. What film? Cashin blinked, did the maths, then shook his head. Never mind. Too early. He shook his head, adding. Which part? I did lots of things last summer. Buried a cursed comb, warded a cliff, probably offended a few pureblood dinner parties by breathing too loudly. Dumbledore sighed, slow and heavy, clearly he regretted opening his mouth. You should know I didn't leave Harry alone. Cashin snorted. You mean TheFanficG? Yes. I'm aware. Dumbledore's brow lifted a notch. You do? Cashin feigned surprise. Why not? I thought she was incapable of making sane decisions. Not noting things properly. Utterly useless in her duty? Otherwise I cannot see how Mr. Potter was still treated like livestock with her reporting everything. Dumbledore didn't rise to it. Just folded his hands, that same bland expression carved across his face. Arabella did what she could, he said mildly. Cashin snorted. If that's her best, then I'm going to start grading on a curve. A steep one. She kept an eye on him. Oh yes, Cashin drawled, brilliant work. A squib with a penchant for expired tinned peas and dead cats keeping an eye from her lace-curtained tomb of a house, while Potter got starved, locked in a cupboard, and told magic was freak disease. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Tell me, did she think bruises were just an eccentric Muggle fashion? Dumbledore's gaze finally shifted, narrowing just slightly. You used magic on a Muggle family. Threatened them. Cashin shrugged. And? Dumbledore's eyes locked on him now, colder. His demeanor shifting. Professor Rosier, we do not use our powers to oppress. Cashin laughed, amused. Really, you don't? Dumbledore blinked in confusion. His aura pulled back like smoke caught in a sudden breeze. Cashin stood, palms flat on the desk between them, leaning in. You do it all the time. Dumbledore didn't speak, eyes locked on Cashin's. You're the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Head of the International Confederation. Supreme Mugwump. Order of Merlin, first class. You've been on the chocolate frog cards since when exactly? Cashin said. You walk into a room, and no one hears what you say, they just hear who said it. He tilted his head. You don't have to curse anyone, headmaster. You don't need to raise a wand. You exist in a space, and the room bends around it. That's power. And you use it. Every second of every day. Dumbledore's lips pressed thin. Cashin tapped a knuckle on the desk. So don't get sanctimonious with me. You might not hex people into submission, but let's not pretend your shadow doesn't stretch far enough to crush them anyway. He straightened, backing off the desk. Now, let's talk about Vernon Disley. A man with a house, a car, and keys to every room in which Potter was locked. He had money, control, and fists. He wasn't magical, but he still bent a child to his will. Dumbledore's jaw shifted, but he didn't interrupt. He used his job to bar the door, his size to block it, and his voice to make sure Potter didn't question why. He turned a cupboard into a prison and called it home. He fed him lies and cold toast and beat down everything that made him different, and you let him. Cashin's voice dropped. You want to talk about oppression? Vernon made a child beg for scraps with no magic in sight. He stepped away, sitting again. So yes, I used magic. I scared the living piss out of a man who thought fear was a one-way street. I laid a hand on him. Raised my wand. Remind him what it feels like to be powerless. Dumbledore's fingers curled faintly over the edge of his chair. Cashin didn't stop. And he's lucky that's all I did. Because if I had my way, Vernon would have been in a ministry holding cell while we debated what kind of chain made the best lesson. Dumbledore's voice finally returned. Almost a whisper. You think vengeance is justice? No, Cashin said flatly. But I know what it looks like when justice has been dodging its post for 10 bloody years. You put Potter in that house. You trusted a squib who couldn't watch a goldfish without it dying of shame. You watched from a distance while they crushed him into a shadow of himself. And now you're shocked I pushed back. They stared at each other for a beat. Then another. Why? The headmaster asked at last. You don't have any relation to him. You weren't friends with his parents. You weren't their comrades. Cashin stood up, brushing his robes flat like he was done with the whole conversation. Decades teaching. Never understanding. He didn't wait for a reply. Have a nice summer, headmaster. The old man sat there. Wanting to stop him, ask questions about diary, diadem, Voldemort. But Cashin had already left. Next day, the petrified students were treated, no lingering damage, not even for nearly headless Nick, who went straight back to floating through walls or whatever counted as a hobby for a ghost. Exams were cancelled too, which had Hermione looking as if someone had stolen her birthday. The rest of the castle, however, erupted in cheers. Bath's Hato was waiting at the bottom of the stairs when Cashin walked out. She was sitting on the edge of the balustrade with one boot tucked beneath her, a sketchbook balanced across her knee. She was halfway through outlining the arches above the courtyard, charcoal moving in clean lines. Cashin leaned against the wall beside her, arms crossed. He didn't say anything at first, just watched her hand glide across the page, picking out bricks and shadows like she was mapping the bones of the place. You're doing the fountain wrong, he said finally. It's smugger than that. She kept drawing. You always talk to it like it's sentient. Only when it spits at me. She snorted, finishing the arch, only then getting up. He offered his hand, she took it. They walked to the gate when Harry spotted Cashin striding past with Bath's Haida at his side. Granger, Weasley, and Longbottom trailed after Harry, trying to keep up with the flow. Professor R. Harry called, quickening his pace. Cashin paused mid-step and turned to catch sight of him. Potter. Another year without setting the place on fire. Barely. Harry managed a faint grin. Thanks to you, sir. Cashin snorted. I wouldn't go tossing gratitude my way just yet. I am still trying to decide if dragging you out of a basilisk skull it was worth the trouble. Hermione's mouth twitched, torn between scolding and thanks. Neville shifted his bag higher on his shoulder and blurted, we just wanted to say, thank you. Both of you. For, well, everything. Cashin tilted his head, looking faintly amused. You lot sound like you're signing off a will. Go on, then. Out with it. What's got you so soppy? Harry rubbed the back of his neck. We mean it. If you hadn't been there in the chamber, you would probably be shin-deep in snake dung right now. Yes, I know. Cashin waved a hand. Just make sure you lot aren't sneaking off down pipes next year, and we will call it even. Bath's Haida stepped forward. And don't think we haven't noticed the way you four attract trouble like moths to a flame. Ron muttered something under his breath. Cashin's brow arched. What was that, Weasley? Nothing, sir. Thought so. You've a talent for stumbling into trouble that makes my younger self look tame, Cashin said with a snort. Try to stay alive over the summer, yet. Harry ducked his head, his ears pinking. I'll try, sir. Good lad. Cashin's lips quirked faintly before he straightened. The train doors clanged shut, and the whistle shrieked again. Cashin stepped back, hands slipping into his coat pockets as the carriages began to crawl forward. Granger waved furiously through the window. Weasley stuck his head out and yelled something inaudible over the noise, earning a sharp tug from Hermione to pull him back in. Cashin watched the train pull away until it vanished around the bend, steam curling through the air. Another year survived, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Miracle, that. Bath's Haida held his hand tight, her fingers cold despite the warmth of the summer starting. We failed all our objectives. We lost the diary, almost caused a massacre in the castle. Lucius slithered free. Cashin gave her hand a squeeze. He lost an elf, if Potter's right. That is something. She let out a humorless laugh, resting her head briefly on his arm. It is not enough. He should be rotting in Azkaban for what he's done. Cashin sighed, shaking his head. Malfoy is too slippery for that. His gold greases more palms than soap ever could. But he's rattled now. You think the diary is really gone? She asked finally. Cashin's thumb brushed over her knuckles absently. Potter stabbed it. Ink spraying everywhere like a stuck pig. If that didn't kill it, then I will eat my wand. Her brows drew together. You're sure the diadem was another Horcrux? Cashin let out a long breath, raking a hand through his hair. Afraid so. She shivered, hugging her arms tighter. How many do you think he's got? Cashin kept walking, boots scuffing on the flagstones. He shook his head, jaw tight. No clue. But I'm guessing, too many. Cashin stepped through the front door and barely got his boots off before he was told, Master Regulus is waiting. He sighed, pinched the brig of his nose, and didn't even bother asking if it could wait. Upstairs, the drawing room smelled like varnish and tobacco. The fire was going, despite the early summer heat. Of course it was. Regulus was by the window, hands clasped behind his back. Lucian sat ramrod straight. With the stick up his arse, he didn't have much choice. Magnus occupied his usual place. He shut the door behind him and dropped into the only empty seat. The Trinity, he muttered. Must be an event. Regulus didn't turn. What happened in the chamber? Did you see Voldemort? Cashin sank into the armchair. Not really. Lockhart got himself puppeted by the diary Lucius so generously planted in Bathsheba's bag last summer. Idiot practically walked into it. By the time I got down there, he was already halfway gone. Magnus' jaw set. Regulus finally faced him, sharp-eyed. Horcrux. Cashin tilted his head, mostly for show. Hey. Lucian's brows pulled in, the crease between them deepening. What's a Horcrux? Magnus sighed through his nose, like the word itself tasted sour. Abomination. You split your soul and trap part of it inside an object. Anchor it. Usually through murder. It protects the soul even if your body dies. Not something your average curse breaker stumbles into. Lucian frowned. Even if your body dies. Regulus stepped away from the window. Yes. Lucian leaned forward, frowning. You're saying you know who actually did that? Split his soul. Cashin huffed. Why would anyone even do that? What sort of utter cretin looks at murder and thinks, you know what would go well with this? Immortality. Regulus didn't answer. Just stared out the window. Magnus lit his pipe with a tap of his thumb, puffing slow. Voldemort was always insecure, he said, eyes on the far wall. Didn't think he'd crawl this low. Insecure. That was a generous word. Opportunistic coward in a snake costume felt more accurate. Cashin filed the tone away anyway. That wasn't outrage or shock, just mild distaste. Which tracked? The Rosiers hadn't backed Voldemort out of loyalty. They'd picked a side because it was winning. That's why one idiot Rosier had died for the cause, and another got tossed into Azkaban. Magnus hadn't lost sleep. He'd cut them loose the second Voldemort fell. Probably before the dust even settled. Regulus turned slightly, not bothering to sit. What of the basilisk? Cashin slid a small cloth pouch out of his coat and dropped it onto the table. Fang. Rest of it's Dumbledore's problem. Regulus gave it a glance but didn't reach. Lucian looked more interested, leaning forward slightly like he might ask if it could be weaponized. Cashin ignored that. You're sure the Horcrux is gone? Regulus asked. Potter killed it, Cashin said. Thing screamed like a boiling kettle. Lockhart got the backlash. Brains cooked. Regulus murmured. And the boy? He's fine, Cashin said. Madame Pomfrey's already threatening to lock him in the wing if he so much as sneezes. For the next week, Cashin didn't do much beyond showing up to Bathsheda's place like it was his full-time job. Morning coffee, evening wine, rinse and repeat. Sometimes they talked. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes she threw a cushion at his head because he kept pronouncing rune with what she insisted was a smug accent. He took it as a compliment. Neither of them mentioned travel. No tombs. No temples. No ancient underwater crypts filled with whispering bones. They'd had enough of those for a while. They had enough cursed ancient temples. And Cashin had a plan for one big one next year. So they stayed on the island. Quiet wasn't something Cashin did naturally, but with her, it worked. Their flat above the herb shop was a crooked little thing, full of mismatched mugs and half-sketched maps, and the ceiling creaked whenever the gulls landed too hard. But it was theirs. One Sunday, they slipped out early and caught a night bus to London. Just for the hell of it. Disguised as proper muggles, they wandered the streets eating ice creams that melted faster than they could lick them. Cashin had half a cone left and most of it on his fingers. We look ridiculous, Bathsheba muttered, glancing at the reflection of them in a bakery window. You look like a hungover detective from that book, and I'm dressed like I got lost on laundry day. Cashin sucked strawberry off his knuckle. Perfect cover. For what? Escaping fashion. Exactly. No one suspects the poorly dressed. They turned down a narrow street where the shadows fell long despite the noon light. Somewhere behind them, a bus wheezed around the corner, and a radio blared the latest from Pet Shop Boys. Bathsheba slowed as they passed a bookshop. Cashin's head tilted. Don't even think about going in, she said without looking. I wasn't. You were. Cashin raised both hands, sticky and all. Swear on my last brain cell. Is that the one that told you licking cursed ink off your fingers was a smart idea? That ink tasted like sassafras. I regret nothing. She rolled her eyes and tugged his sleeve. Let's find a cafe before you melt completely. They cut across the pavement, aiming for the little cafe with the crooked chalkboard sign when someone stepped directly into their path. Professors Babbling and Rosier. Cashin blinked. The woman looked like she'd walked out of a particularly dangerous perfume advert, long pale hair, flawless skin, and a voice with that odd melody that set off all sorts of internal alarms. He glanced at Bathsheba to see if she knew her, but she was frowning too. The woman smiled, and something tugged faintly at the edge of his thoughts. Subtle. Just enough to make him blink and brace, like a draft had slipped under his collar. Apollon Delacour. Pleased to meet you. I was sent by Master Flamel. Please come with me. Apollon Delacour. Pleased to meet you. I was sent by Master Flamel. Bathsheba's brow creased, muttering. Avila. The woman nodded. Yes. Cashin scratched the side of his neck. By Master Flamel, you can't mean. Apollon turned slightly and pointed to a cafe just across the street. Please come with me. Cashin looked between her, the alley, and the cafe. You'll understand if I'm slightly suspicious of being invited into mystery side streets by beautiful women without at least coffee first. Bathsheba elbowed his ribs. Apollon smiled. Master Flamel will explain everything. I am terribly sorry, as I am not aware of the subject of the discussion. Looking at each other, they decided to at least go and see. They climbed the stairs of the most forgettable cafe in London. At the top, the room was empty except for a small table tucked near the window. Two people sat at the only table. Cashin stopped, mostly because Bathsheba had grabbed his sleeve again and hissed, "They're real." Master Flamel, Apollon said, and gestured to the two chairs across from them. Ah, said the man, standing gracefully. Thank you, Apollon. You may go. She dipped her head again and vanished down the stairs. Nicholas gestured to the two empty chairs. Please. Sit. We don't have long. He held out a hand. Nicholas Flamel. This is my wife, Pernell. Cashin shook it cautiously. Her handshake was lighter, but her eyes held him a second longer than was polite. Bathsheba sat beside him, scanning the room once before glancing back. Nicholas smiled at them like he already knew what they'd say. This might sound strange, but it's not our first meeting. Bathsheba's brow pulled in. Cashin gave her a look, then mirrored it, folding his arms. Pernell sighed, fingers resting on the rim of her teacup. At some time in the past, we left behind certain triggers inscribed with your names, so that we might recall to trust you in certain endeavors. Don't get it wrong, but this is not something we do lightly. As you may well appreciate, our pursuits are fraught with danger, and trust is not given lightly. Bathsheda's brow tightened, glancing at Cashin, then back to the couple. You're probably confusing us with someone else. Cashin nodded, playing along. Right. Because I think we'd remember meeting the most famous alchemy couple of the last millennium. Nicholas chuckled. I'll take that compliment. He then added, I knew your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Miserable bastard. Drank too much, argued with fireplaces. Pernell gave Cashin a small smile. You've got his nose. Cashin stifled the wince forming. Cheers. I'll take that compliment. That drew a quiet laugh from both Flamels. Nicholas took a sip of something dark and probably immortal. We don't remember the actual meeting. That's the problem. The trigger only told us we had met. There's nothing left of the memory itself. Which means we removed it on purpose. And if we wiped something that clean, it wasn't trivial. Also means we stopped it, Pernell said. Or someone did. But we have no idea what it was, who else was involved, or how close it came. Bathsheba glanced at Cashin. I don't have anything like that. You probably haven't left a reminder, Pernell said simply. We wouldn't normally come to you, she added. No offense. None taken, Cashin said. I wouldn't come to me either. But, Nicholas went on, there's something odd going on. Disappearances. Not the usual sort. It's supernatural. Even by our standards. Cashin sat back, fingers drumming. Supernatural for you. Nicholas gave a faint smile. We've seen our share of impossible things. This is beyond even that. People are vanishing. Whole sites going dark. Magical wards dying from the inside out. And not the messy sort. Bathsheba shifted in her seat, frowning. Where? So far, it is isolated. But we are not sure for how long it would hold. Cashin looked up. No survivors. None. Cashin rubbed the heel of his palm against his jaw. Right. So you've got a disappearing act, fried wards, ancient sites going up like Christmas crackers, and a sticky note in your brain saying, find Cashin and Bathsheba. I'm honored. You should be, Pernell said, brushing a speck from her skirt. We don't trust easily. Nicholas nodded. We're hoping, if you helped once, you might help again. He watched them both. We're assembling a team. Small. People we trust. If we agree, what happens next? Bathsheba asked, checking their faces. Nicholas sighed. We move tomorrow. We'll need you to decide now. Cashin bit the inside of his cheek. For a second, he almost said it, that he remembered everything. Every mad bit of it. But that would mean explaining. And explaining meant unraveling everything they'd risked last year to bury it in the first place. One word and they'd be back at square one, memory wiping themselves again like idiots with a grudge against continuity. Also, part of him wanted to see if this mess had anything to do with what they'd buried in Greece. That bloody thing still gave him headaches when he walked past mirrors. He reached for Bathsheba's hand under the table and gave it a quick squeeze. Her fingers curled around his like they already knew the answer. He looked back at Flamel. We'll go. Pernell leaned forward slightly. You're sure? No, Cashin said. But that's never stopped us before. Nicholas cracked a small smile. Good. We leave at sunrise. Because nothing good ever starts after breakfast. Cashin muttered to himself. Bathsheba finally spoke. Where are we going? Nicholas didn't answer. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of parchment, sliding it across the table. Bathsheba opened it. Her eyes flicked over the runes once, twice, then narrowed. Australia. Cashin staggered sideways as the last portkaya kicked them out into a patch of wiry grass. He looked around, squinting against the sun, then muttered, brilliant. We've landed in the devil's armpit. Bathsheba was already looking around, tapping her magical compass relax. Cashin didn't. He warily looked around. Anything can kill you on this continent. Bit dramatic, she muttered. Am I? He waved vaguely at the brush. Spiders the size of soup bowls. Snakes that look like ropes until they bite. Birds that scream like murder victims. Even the grass is venomous. I heard basilisk originate from this hellhole. I read it in The Lost Golem. Statistically, you're more likely to be hit by a coconut than bitten by a snake. I've a thick skull, so I'll freak out about snakes, Cashin huffed. A voice cut in smoothly from behind them. Actually, he's not wrong. They both turned. Apollon Delacour stood about 10 feet off, smiling, probably had been waiting for them to stop faffing about since they landed. Cashin dusted his sleeve, then nodded. MRS Delacour. No need for formality, Apollon said, gesturing for them to follow. The Flamels are waiting. They started walking. The heat was immediate. June in Australia was winter, technically, but no one had told the sun. Cashin peeled his scarf off halfway down the trail, stuffing it into his coat with a mutter. They crested a small ridge, and the landscape cracked wide open. Dusty plains stretched ahead, dotted with half-buried boulders and the skeletons of ancient trees. In the middle stood a low building, stone, slate, and magic holding the roof on. Apollon led them around the edge. The air shimmered faintly where the wards began. Cashin gave them a look, then stepped through. The shift was immediate. Weather got much more bearable. Inside, the Flamels were already seated around a squat table piled with scrolls, a map half unrolled across the top. Nicholas looked up, eyes crescented. Welcome. Pernell gave a small nod. You made it in good time. Port K chain nearly turned my kidneys inside out, Cashin said with a sigh, but yes, delightful journey. Apollon murmured something to Pernell, too low for Cashin to catch. Whatever it was, it earned a tight nod. Then she was gone. Nicholas gestured across the table. These are the others. Cashin's eyes landed on the veiled woman first. She was seated with the kind of stillness that suggested she could sit there all day and not twitch once. Her veil hiding her expression. Then the old man beside her, long grey coat, worn boots, half a dozen charm beads braided into his beard. Madame Etivan and Master Ada. Cashin and Baths Haida greeted the two across the table with polite nods. If they recognized him or Baths Haida, they didn't show it. But Cashin caught the flicker. The kind of look that said I know your name, I just don't know why. Nicholas didn't wait for a round of introductions. He tapped a finger on the map. The site's not far. You'll understand when you see it. Brace yourselves, Pernell said. You won't see much, but the smell, she wrinkled her nose slightly, makes dragon dung seem like perfume. The map was already half covered in notes, small ink symbols ringing the perimeter as boundary markers. Not all of them were familiar. Cashin frowned, leaning closer. What's this one? He tapped a jagged glyph drawn in red. He felt it was familiar. Ward Breaker, Nicholas said. It wasn't ours. Cashin's eyebrow rose. Old. Very, Pernell said, brushing a loose curl behind her ear. Older than most sigils we've seen. Whatever did this drew the life out of the wards, not shattering, just pulling the breath from the magic. Cashin's brow furrowed. It's more surgical than brute force, Nicholas said. The signature's faint. But when we arrived, every single ward on that side had folded inwards. Quietly. Like it stopped breathing. Baths Haida leaned in, eyes flicking across the glyph again. So it leaves the structure intact, but wipes the magic clean. Not even residue for us to trace. Which makes us think it's not natural. It's not human magic. Madame Etivan said, looking at the board with a squint. Cashin glanced over. You're sure? She didn't look up. Positive. Master Ada grunted faintly. Whatever it is, it leaves the land wrong. They left the outpost after drinking some potions. Nicholas led the way, sleeves rolled up, the map folded under one arm. Pernell stayed at the rear, keeping pace with Madame Etivan. Cashin and Baths Haida were stuck in the middle, mostly because the others still hadn't decided if they were the bright young things or the liabilities to be babysat. Given the way Ada kept glancing over like he was waiting for Cashin to trip over his own boots, the vote leaned toward the latter. The walk wasn't long, but it was a slow one. Whatever path had once existed had mostly eroded into dust and stunted shrubs. But eventually, they reached the place. The ground dipped into a shallow basin, ringed by broken stone and scorched brush. The wind changed. Cashin stopped walking. No one said a word at first. The town, if it had ever been one, was a smear of ruin. Shattered stone, walls split clean down the middle, as if stamped through by a giant too lazy to care about architecture. Fangs. Carved deep into the clay around the edge of one ruined wall. Claw marks. Real ones. Deep. Bloody hell, Cashin muttered. Blood was everywhere. The smell hit first, thick and metallic. Iron and rot and something older underneath that felt wrong. It clung to the ruins, soaked deep into the cracked earth, and the moment it reached him, the heat of the sun felt far too cold. Upon looking further, Cashin froze in place. Up ahead. Dead black. Like something had peeled the color out of the air, drained the world, and left a pit of ink in the middle of it. Darkness, real and solid and absolute, sat at the center of the ruin as if a wound that never scabbed. Baths Haida swore softly beside him. He couldn't answer. His mouth had gone dry. The thing, if it was a thing, had swallowed the middle of the town. Absence. Light hit the edges of it and stopped. Like it couldn't get in. Like it didn't want to. Cashin's heart kicked hard in his chest. He backed up half a step without meaning to. Baths Haida raised her wand. Lumos. The tip flared. Bright, clean, white. And it did nothing. The light hit the edge of that pitch and died. Blinked out. She tried again. Lumos Maxima. Nothing. The beam vanished the moment it touched the void. This was. Cashin's breath caught. This was Lumos Noctis. Lumos Noctis. The spell. His spell. The one from the memory, the one that dragged itself out of his head. The dark, the void, the creatures that fed on light like it was prey. He stared at the darkness in the center of the ruins, that thick black patch where even shadow didn't dare cross. His stomach turned. He looked at Nicholas. When did this happen? Nicholas frowned, looking at the ruins. Not long. A month ago? Maybe a bit less. Cashin swore under his breath. A month. The first time he'd used Lumos Noctis, Chamber of Secrets. Did he bring them here? Did speaking it aloud break something open? Like before? His gaze locked on the black patch where light refused to live. And the thought clawed its way up through his ribs. If that's true. All these dead people. His fault? His breathing went rough. His vision blurred, but the ground didn't stop lurching. Sky spun sideways. The whole world twisted out from under him. He reached out, trying to grab hold of something, anything, but he dropped. Straight to the ground, legs buckling without warning. Cass. Bath's Haida was already at his side, kneeling, her hand on his arm. The rest of them weren't far behind. What's happening? Pernell was already casting, diagnostic charms flowing like water over him. Cashin pressed the heel of his hand to his chest. Something clenched behind his ribs, hot and cold at once, like a hand twisting around his heart. He couldn't get a full breath. His eyes kept dragging back to the black patch in the center of the ruins. What if it was him? What if all those people died because of him? From the first moment that spell had pushed itself out of the dark corners of his mind, something in him had recoiled. A warning, quiet but constant. Don't use it. Don't wake it. And he had anyway. He'd spoken it into the air, carved it out of memory and voice. Now here it was, full-grown, gnawing at a place on the far side of the world. What about the others? The fragments of old magic he'd pulled back into daylight. What had he dragged out with them? How many nameless, faceless people had been caught in the teeth of it? Because of him? He curled forward, elbows braced against his knees, the sour wind from the center creeping up his throat. Bathshida's hand tightened on his shoulder. Cashin, look at me, she said. He didn't. How could he? How could he stand here and look any of them in the eye? Cashin hunched forward, breath coming sharp through his nose. He loved history. Loved digging up the old things, naming them, teaching them. And now here he was, staring at a ruin that might be his own making. Bathshida's fingers tightened, grounding him. Cashin, she said quietly. He blinked at the ground. Her hand slid up to his arm. Look at me. Pernell let out a breath. He's all right. Just overwhelmed. Ada and Edavan shared a glance. We need to move, Ada said. There are others to check. Cashin didn't look up, but he caught the word. Others. His voice scraped its way out. They're older. Edavan's brow lifted. Nicholas answered instead. Yes. Oldest site we've found is 4 years older than this one. It started in one region. But it's shifting. Northwest. Cashin's stomach twisted. 4 years. The endless terror gripping him eased a little. 4 years. If it was really 4 years, then he hadn't released them. 4 years ago he'd awakened Lumos Noctis, but he'd never used it before then. It couldn't be. He'd already figured out he was the gate, not the reason. It couldn't be him. He gritted his teeth, squeezed Bathshida's hand back. Let's go. She didn't let go until he stood. The others hung back, watching, but no one spoke. Nicholas folded the map under his arm. Perinel's gaze flicked between the black hollow and Cashin like she was weighing something she didn't want to ask. Cashin took a breath that barely reached his lungs. I want to try something, he said, quietly. He raised his wand. And the darkness shifted. Pulled back like fabric yanked from a nail. Cashin flinched. Swore under his breath. It was truly Lumos Noctis. Others stepped closer. Nicholas stopped first, staring at the space Cashin had peeled back. His mouth pressed into a line. Ada gave a low whistle. Didn't shift for even you, muttering. No, Nicholas said, tone tight. It didn't. They all turned to the now visible path of the town, what was left of it, everyone stilled. A wave of claws and teeth and fury had torn the place from the inside out. The stones that remained were gouged deep. The clay walls carried bite marks, long arcs of claw, and smears of what had dried into something too dark to be dust. And the smell punched them right in the ribs. How did you? Ada asked. An old spell, Cashin said through clenched teeth. I read it a while ago. With the darkness peeled back, for the first time, they could actually see the wreckage properly. Marks ran deep through the stone like veins. Whatever had come through hadn't just leveled the place, it had gutted it. Not a wild explosion or magical backlash. No scattered spells. No signs of a fight. Just hollowed out wards and structures picked apart like someone had taken a scalpel to a skeleton. Pernell muttered something under her breath and knelt beside a half-collapsed archway. The symbols carved there were mostly gone, but the way she was tracing the stone, it was clear enough, whatever magic this place once had, it had been snuffed dry. They spent the next few hours combing through the site. Nicholas and Ada focused on the remains of the central hall, if that's what it was. Edavan did a slow lap around the edges, fingers twitching above the ruined ward lines. Cashin didn't speak. Not until he'd walked the whole perimeter and the nausea finally let go of his stomach. He straightened, breath still a bit thin, and spoke without looking at any of them. I chanced upon a scroll years ago. Only had a minute with it before it vanished. His gaze flicked up. Creatures. Night crawlers. They hunt in total darkness. Feed off it. Drain light. Ada's brow furrowed. Edavan's fingers stilled. Nicholas turned sharply. That's impossible. All eyes turned. Pernell looked between them, then to Nicholas. What are they? Nicholas let out a breath. Night crawlers were dangerous magical entities. Creation of the most foul. I've only ever seen them mentioned once. A stone tablet, buried in a collapsed vault. Half of it had been reduced to rubble. He shook his head. They were banished from our world eons ago. They can't exist. Cashin clenched his fist. I am sure of it. No, Impossible, Nicholas said, voice tight. Their world and ours, separated by force. Except now there's a hole in your no gaps. Perinel's brows furrowed. Cashin might be right. The boundary might be breaking. Ada gave a snort. Wouldn't be the first time old magic turned brittle. Pernell reached out, fingers catching Nicholas's sleeve. Since Cashin's magic reversed the darkness, they must be connected. It has to be them. Nicholas's jaw went tight. Brow furrowed so deep it looked carved. Then it's worse than we thought. Cashin didn't blink. They were banished once. We can do it again. Nicholas huffed a bitter laugh. That's almost adorable. Do you have any idea what it took the first time? Cashin kicked at a cracked plank by his boot, sent it spinning across the dust. Do I look like I've got a clue? I'm saying try, not win with a bloody song and a smile. Nicholas dragged a hand down his face. First time, humanity pulled everything. Every scrap of knowledge, every ounce of power, every half-mad genius with a rune-stained robe. They built a world-spanning array, biggest ever done. Cashin clenched his fist. It had to be global, Nicholas added. You can't trap these things piecemeal. Partial arrays fail. They can merge with the dark, vanish into shadow, go invisible at night. Tracking them with spells is useless. Pernell nodded. It seems they don't leave magical traces. They consume them. I saw tracking sigils on the ground but they were hollowed. Nicholas kept going. The array was the only thing that worked. Covered every continent, linked by ritual and blood and wards older than most recorded languages. The only reason they found where the crawlers were hiding was because wherever the crawler lurked, magic disappeared so ward didn't report back. They narrowed it down from the silence. And closed the net. Cashin sat, fingers digging into his scalp. His voice rasped out. They haven't left the continent, have they? We don't need a global net. Just one big enough to wrap this whole bleeding island. Nicholas nodded. That's our only hope. And hope their number is not in 3 digits. Then maybe we have a shot. Ada scratched at his beard, eyes on the map. Could work. Bit mad. But so's the magic. Bathsheda crouched beside him. Could we anchor something to the ley lines? Maybe, Pernell said, gaze distant. They run thick out here. Stronger than most of Europe. But the array would still need shaping. But if the sigils I'm reading are correct, they need people to hold it. Or blood, Ada said grimly. Everyone went quiet. Cashin straightened up, shoulders stiff. Let's save the self-sacrifice talk for the second date, yet. They agreed to contain it for now. Just keep the dark from spreading while they figured out what came next. The next site was 2 valleys over, tucked into a ridge that looked more like a dragon's molar than a hill. Same story there, clawed perimeter, drained wards, no survivors. Cashin pulled the darkness back again. The spell peeled away like wet paint, left a raw patch in the air where the void had clung too tightly. Similarly, it was just ruins that looked like they'd been hollowed out from the inside. By the end of the week, they'd covered 7 sites. All remote. All old. Each site took longer. Not because of distance, Flamel had set up a rough porte-clés chain, but because the damage was getting stranger. Cashin spent most of his time removing the shadows. One after another. They started building a map, stacking their notes on a folding board back at the outpost. Edavan and Pernell marked patterns in the site distribution, drawing long arcing lines with enchanted chalk, whispering as they worked. It was tracking something. Cashin could see that. Every location fell on a curve. Not random, Pernell muttered one evening, adjusting a chalk rune. This is moving to somewhere. Ada added a pebble to the growing arc. Southeast to northwest as we previously predicted. Same interval each time. Like they're following something, Bathsheda said. They looked at the map again. The arc leapt the Coral Sea and bit into Australia's interior. They reached the first site near dusk. Earliest one, if Nicholas had the dates right. This one had been part of an aboriginal magical outpost, still half inscribed with sacred sigils that hadn't been touched in eons. Even the crawlers had seemed hesitant with this one. They weren't expecting much but once Cashin peeled the darkness back, the shape in the center was quite different. A monolith. Rough stone, dark as the void around it, rising out of the ground. Same marks clawed around it. Same gouges in the earth. But this one wasn't broken. It stood solid, untouched in the middle of all that ruin. Nicholas stared. I didn't even know people lived out here. That was saying something. Edavan crouched, tracing a finger along the cracked earth. Guardians. Nicholas nodded slowly. Must have been. This has to be one of the banishing stones. The surface shimmered under the light, faint runes worked deep into the rock, most too worn to read. But the feel of it, it pulled, like standing too close to an old spell still humming. Bathsheda circled it, wand up. Still active. Faintly, Nicholas said. But yes. Pernell moved in beside him. That's why it didn't collapse. Everything else fell, Cashin said, eyes narrowing. They tore through wards, entire sites, but this held. Barely, Edavan said. But it did, Cashin muttered. Something about it held. He stepped closer. The runes along the base were older than anything they'd seen so far, nothing like what was in the recent sites. Late Ice Age, maybe older. The kind of script that wasn't copied anymore, just guessed at by the unlucky few stuck deciphering archive shards. Recognize it? Bathsheda asked quietly. Cashin crouched, brushing dust away with his sleeve. He laid one hand flat against the surface. Cold. Cass, Bath's Hada warned. He didn't answer. He staggered, just slightly, eyes rolling back, breath pulling sharp, and the world around him peeled sideways. Figures moved in a circle around the stone, robes dusted with ochre and ash. Some wore nothing but paint. No wands. No focus but the rhythm of their steps, the beat of their palms against the earth, the hum of voices layered over each other until it sounded like the ground itself was chanting. Cashin's breath caught. Aboriginal elders. Their magic wasn't showy but it moved. Heavy and steady, rippling through the air like heat off stone. Beside them, another cluster, magics in dress from a dozen places, a dozen cultures. West African sigils painted down forearms, Nordic iron runes slung from belts, scroll tattoos inked into the necks of monks standing like statues. No one was leading. They were all holding it. Like the whole world had stopped just long enough for them to press something shut and say, "Stay down." The stone shimmered. Cashin's eyes locked on the lines. The array twisted through the land, folded with the ridges and hills, shaped by the world rather than drawn atop it. He caught pieces, sigils sunk into roots, carved into the bones of the place. Hold steady. Engarelu's path is clear. Engarelu. The vision cracked. Cashin reeled back, breath dragging loud through his teeth, fingers still pressed to the stone. Cass. Bath's Hada. Cashin looked around, his skull was still ringing from whatever vision had just chewed through it. Engarelu. The others turned. Edavan blinked. Ada raised a brow. Nicholas just frowned. Engarelu. Cashin repeated, louder this time. He was the gate. He named it. The thought looped, loud in his skull. Wake up. Wake up. He clenched his jaw. Say it. He turned toward the others. Say the name. His fingers curled tighter at his sides. Wake up. Bath's Hada was the first to break it. Engarelu, she said. The others echoed it. Engarelu, Ada repeated. Engarelu, Pernell followed. Then all of a sudden, the dead monolith lit up. A dull glow, like someone had shoved a sunrise into a box and forgotten to close the lid. It started at the base, trickling up the grooves Cashin had just cleaned, catching on the runes like spilled ink made of fire. Cashin sighed, stepping forward, hand brushing over the stone's edge. The heat had gone. Now it pulsed faintly beneath his fingers. Come touch it, he said. Bath's Hada didn't ask questions. Just moved up beside him, palm pressing flat to the monolith. Pernell and Nicholas followed, then Ada. Edavan, after a long second, laid her hand against it, fingertips barely brushing the surface. The light jumped. Like someone had lit a fuse. Standing in the middle of the circle was a woman. Tall, angular, skin like burnt stone, hair drawn back with a ring of bone at the crown. The woman raised her chin. I'm remembered, she said. CH-141 Engarelu. Bath's Hada stepped back half a pace. You're Engarelu, Cashin answered for her. She looked as thrown as the rest of them. Eyes narrowed, lips barely moving as she spoke. Centuries must have passed. I felt the bindings weaken long ago. Then the silence. I was forgotten. So was the seal. Her gaze swept the circle, stopping on no one in particular. How many lifetimes has it been? No one answered. No one could. Edavan frowned. If it's been that long, why are the creatures only crawling out now? The woman raised her head. We banished them, she said. To another plane. Locked them outside. It must have taken them time to remember the way in. Her eyes landed on Cashin first, then flicked to the others. My kin. She froze. They are no more. No wonder I am forgotten. I cannot remain long. The night crawlers have drained most of the magic. She lifted a hand, a faint shimmer playing between her fingers. The stone answered her. Close your eyes. Absorb what you can. They closed their eyes, barely a breath before a thin thread of light coiled up from the monolith, wound toward their palm, and vanished into their skin. It wasn't painful. Just strange. Cold at first, then warmer. Like magic settling onto old grooves, remembering a pattern it hadn't worn in centuries. They felt it skim just beneath the surface of their thoughts. A breath. A thread. Then it was gone. When Cashin opened his eyes, the glow had faded again. Engarelu was still there, standing as before, but thinner now, half shadow, half light. The stone pulsed gently behind her. Something had settled in him. In all of them. It wasn't a rush of power or some grand revelation. Just, knowing. The weight of new knowledge curling behind their eyes, like a word on the tip of the tongue suddenly remembered. The shape of arrays. How they'd been drawn into the land. Sealing magic that didn't rely on brute strength but layers, song, wool. And the night crawlers. Their shape, their hunger, the way they slipped through dark, how the crawlers multiplied, slithered through cracks in the world like rot. Ada looked pale. Edavan had gone still. Perinel's hand pressed to her temple. The old hands looked rattled. Cashin didn't realize he was holding his breath until it dragged out of him. Sweat crawled down the back of his neck. Engarelu's voice cut the silence. You carry the flames of the past, she said. It is a heavy burden. But one you must bear. For the future of the world. Bath's Hada stepped forward slightly. Can we stop them? Your world has weakened. The old anchors have faded. And too few remember what held them. But, raw power turned into knowledge, Angarello went on. The ancients had strength in their bones, yes, but little subtlety. Your age lacks their sheer force, but you wield versatility, tools, and tactics they could not dream of. Her gaze swept across the group. You have enough. Enough knowledge. Enough power. Enough leverage. She tilted her head. The crawlers feed on fear, silence, and shadow. They twist memory. They bury truth. They all knew what she meant. The memory showed them not only the arrays but what fueled it, if one were to look closer. Cashin had. So had Bathsheba, from the way her hand dropped from the monolith like it burned her. The crawlers didn't just kill. They snuffed. Burned out the light, the trace, the record. Magic. Memory. Names. Will. Like they'd been built to devour. And the monoliths? They hadn't held that power alone. They remembered because someone had made them remember. Magics, ancient ones, had bound their souls to the stone. Anchoring living minds through sacrifice. Watchdogs on the edge of the void, holding the line long after their bodies rotted. They'd let the seal hold by turning themselves into memory. One of those souls had just spoken to them. They looked at each other. No one said it, but the thought hung there, someone had to do it again. Angarello smiled. Luckily you have a. She vanished. The light dropped out of the monolith so fast it left a ringing hum behind, like a bell cut short. Bathsheba looked like she'd swallowed a splinter. She was about to say something. Ada straightened, looking at the stone. Did she mean a person? A stone? A goat? Edavan gave him a flat look. She said luckily. Doesn't suggest livestock. Pernell circled the base. If she's right, and I think she is, we've got a window. Nicholas nodded. But not a big one. We need to move faster, Bathsheba said. Give me some time, Nicholas said. I've noticed weak spots in the array. I can improve it. Cashin was about to ask how long it would take, thinking they had to move quickly, but when he noticed Pernell and the others not reacting, he held his question back. After a night's rest and something that might have counted as breakfast if you squinted hard enough, they split off in pairs. Bathsheba went with Pernell. Ada stuck with Edavan. Nicholas made a vague noise about wanting to compare array notes and promptly dragged Cashin along before anyone could object. Not that Cashin minded, he was fairly sure the old alchemists just didn't want to leave the two youngest ones unsupervised. Or maybe they were curious. Hard to say. The Flamels had the sort of polite silence that made Cashin itch. Like they were watching a particularly strange painting, waiting for it to blink. But never about the last mission. Which, all things considered, was impressive. If he'd had a hole in his memory shaped suspiciously like two professors from a British school with a history of meddling and one very cursed spell between them, he'd be clawing at the seams trying to patch it. Nicholas, though, kept it clean. Danced around it with every other question imaginable but never crossed it. Cashin gave the man a mental round of applause. He'd probably do everything he could to learn what had happened, ask of something he couldn't remember but knew happened. Then get obliviated again for poking too close. But in all honesty, Flamel probably thought Cashin was just as blank. They kept moving. Dry brush crunched underfoot, the trail sloping down toward a patch of open land, cracked and pale like bone. Sparse trees, burnt-out shrubs, and a wind that felt wrong. As they reached a ridge, Nicholas slowed first. Cashin frowned as he followed, something shifting under his skin. He paused. Feels weird, he muttered, brows pinched. Nicholas didn't look surprised. It's the absence of magic. Think of it like walking out of heat. You don't notice it at first. Then suddenly, it's gone. Cashin didn't answer. He took another step, and his stomach turned slightly. Not from nausea. From the nothing. He glanced around. No birds. No hum. No tug of ley lines underfoot. Even the dust felt hollow. Cashin wiped his hands on his coat. This place has been scrubbed. Nicholas nodded. We're on the right path. Call the others. Cashin raised his wand and flicked it skyward. Light flew in two other directions. They arrived in an hour. Ada came first, Edavan behind him. Pernell and Bathsheba rounded the ridge next. We've got something, Nicholas said, already turning back to the open field. They followed the trail, breath getting thinner the further they went. No one talked about the sacrifice yet. That was a conversation they'd all pushed to the back of the line. Soon, they reached a cliff edge, and the trail dropped off into open air. Down below, nestled in the dip of the cliffs, a pack of creatures picked their way across the rock like shadows with teeth. They walked taller than the ones from the memories Angarello had shown them. Lean. Spines like broken glass, jointed legs too long. One paused. Its head jerked sideways. Cashin didn't dare to breathe. He'd seen what these creatures could do. Not even Angarello or the others had witnessed it, for the creatures snuffed out the light before they hunted. He doubted anyone but him had ever truly seen it. Their faces, if they had one, didn't turn. Just, twisted. Darkness stretched thin over bone, a shape of a skull that wasn't made for eyes. They're evolving, Ada muttered behind him. Don't say that word, Cashin said, watching as another creature knelt, sniffed the dirt, and dragged a claw along a line of dried magic so faint it barely glowed. Every time someone says evolving, things start getting ideas. They shouldn't be this big, Pernell said. Not this soon. Bath's Haida crouched beside him, pulled out her lens charm, and squinted through it. There's more. Back in the shadows. At least 20. Edavan stood very still, veil fluttering faintly with the wind. Her eyes were fixed on the biggest one. It hadn't moved. Just stood, arms dangling, head cocked as if listening to something they couldn't hear. Then it looked up. Cashin froze. Something in it twitched, like it felt the press of their magic, like a breath caught in its throat. And then, it smiled. I hate that one, Cashin said. Agreed, Ada muttered. These creatures remind me of Dementors, only worse, Nicholas said, his gaze fixed on them. Call up your happiest memories. If the ancients had known the patroness charm, their hunts would have been far easier. Others nodded, readying themselves. Spread out. We all know what to do, Nicholas said. No one asked questions. Cashin peeled off to the right. Nicholas disappeared like smoke caught the wrong gust, one blink and he was 20 meters ahead. Pernell folded herself into the air like a floating dandelion, drifting silently across the basin. Wind barely noticed her. Ada went down. Into the earth. 1 second standing, next gone, the ground had swallowed him whole. Edavan moved so fast that Cashin nearly missed her entirely. Bathsheda's was the most normal, if hopping through space and time ever counted as normal. Quick apparition pops, each jump smoother than the last. Cashin ran. Not gracefully. Not impressively. Definitely not magically. Just, ran. He muttered something about all the show-offs under his breath as he ducked behind a slab of shattered stone, crouched low. Right, he muttered. History professor, excellent cardio, 0 illusions. When they all took their places, each of them moved like they'd been here before, even if it was in someone else's life. They began tracing the sigils Engarelo had burned into their heads. 6 directions was not ideal. Should have been 16. They didn't have time to go recruiting, no one could teach a binding array mid-apocalypse, and none of them fancied yelling instructions over the sound of void creatures having a snack. Still. It would do. Cashin crouched behind a broken slab, finger digging into the dust. A, he muttered, B, backward D. No, that's just a really smug P. He scratched out the mistake and redrew the curve. Up ahead, something screeched. One of the crawlers spotted a shimmer in the array line, darted towards it, then veered hard when the glyph snapped to life with a hiss. Cheers, Engarelu, he muttered. Remind me to name a bloody school after you if we survive this. Bathsheda's hand cut the last mark in her sector. White light flared from the ground, snapped across the gap and linked to Perinel's. Nicholas snapped his final stroke, and the whole thing locked. More lunged. Straight for the gap between Ada's and Edavan's arcs, spindly limbs kicking up dirt like it wanted to crawl through the earth instead of over it. It hit the boundary and shrieked. The sigils crackled brighter. The circle shuddered under the strain, light fraying where no anchors held. They'll punch through. Pernell called. We need the other 10. We don't have 10. Ada barked. Unless you've got a wand-growing garden in your boot. Hold it. Nicholas shouted. We need to trap them first. If they scatter, the array fails. Another crawler darted into the array, sliced too fast to track. It hit Cashin's corner and bounced, claws screaming against the barrier. Perinel's wand lashed upward. Pin them. Nicholas frowned, eyes on the flickering line of wards. They're draining the magic. We don't have long. Cashin swiped sweat off his brow with the back of his sleeve. Patroness. Use them. The others didn't argue. No time for it. Bathsheda's wand snapped forward. A kestrel burst from the tip, wings sharp and fast as it took the air, skimming just above the lines. The flare of it brightened the failing array, dragging the light back in a hard snap. Nicholas followed, his patroness coiling from his wand like liquid silver, long neck, winged, curling through the air with a hiss of feathers. Alchemy. Already annoyed. Azawa burst out from Madame Edavan's wand, long-bodied and shimmering, curling through the air. Eyes flicking toward the crawlers like it was deciding which one to eat first. Perinel's was quieter. A thestral unfolded, lean and watchful, eyes blank and glowing. It paced the inner circle, head low, ready to hunt. Ada's graphorn exploded into shape with a stomp and a bellow, charging straight for the edge of the array. The crawlers flinched. The barrier shrieked again as another crawler slammed into it, silver claws sparking against failing wards. The Petronuses flared, but the line was dimming. Cashin glanced around at the faces ringed in blue-white light. Old hands, tired eyes, the weight of decades pressed onto their shoulders. All of them ready to burn out one more time. He sighed and took a single step forward. Into the line. Cashin. Perinel's voice snapped like a whip, wand raised as if she could drag him back by will alone. Don't. You two are still young. We've lived long enough. He didn't stop. Ada moved to follow, staring in fury as he warded off another crawler. We're not letting some boy throw himself to death in vain. Nicholas gave a smile, though his eyes stayed fixed on the crawling shadows. You probably can't even hold them, lad. Madame Edavan's patroness coiled overhead, claws flashing. She gave a nod. Step aside. Let us bear it. Cashin turned back to throw them a look. You lot are bloody sentimental today. I'm flattered. Don't be clever, Pernell hissed, stepping toward him. Her thestral prowled the circle behind her. No need to worry. Cashin flicked his wand, light humming up around him. I love living far too much to sacrifice myself. He didn't explain any further than that. Devouring his memory? That was impossible. Light cracked from his wand in threads. The others went still. Those threads moved fast, splitting and curling over the ruined basin. They swept past the half-finished sigils on the ground and caught the crawlers mid-stride. The creatures hissed when the light touched them, shadows boiling off their limbs like steam. The tendrils wrapped tighter, dragging at the crawlers' shapes, burning holes straight through the dark they wore. More light rolled from him, flaring brighter as it went, the pattern of the array reshaping itself around him as though it had been waiting for this moment. He stepped between them all as the sigils coalesced, one by one, peeling off the ground, off the fractured lines and broken arcs, and slid toward him like iron filings pulled to a magnet. They pulled together into a center that didn't exist 10 seconds ago. That center was him. Angarelo's array didn't need pillars. It needed anchors. People. Her time had stone. Souls bound to rock, built into the bones of the world. Because the stone didn't forget. It didn't age, didn't warp under pressure, didn't break unless someone made it. Stone held memory. Old spells, ancient blood, ruined cities, if you carved something into rock, it stayed. That was the point. Flesh? Flesh was a mess. Bones snapped, nerves frayed, breath stuttered. Even the strongest minds went foggy with time. But he was different. He'd known it for a while now, his memory was immutable. He didn't forget. Couldn't. Even when he tried. The moment the last thread of light snapped into place, the array responded like it had been waiting on him alone. Magic twisted. Pulled. Threads of it clung to his skin. The crawler shrieked. He stepped forward, one, then another, the light tightening around him. The largest crawler stood at the center, still grinning. He walked straight up to it. Behind him, someone swore. Another shouted, too far to make out, but no one moved. He raised his hand. The crawler charged. Heat drained from the air. His coat went heavy, like it soaked through. Magic tugged away from him, pulled straight out of the bones. The circle buckled. Light stuttered at the edges. Petronuses dimmed to faint outlines, silver reduced to a memory. The wind turned sour, rotten citrus and scorched bone. The crawlers fed on the cracks, pushing against the sigils like dogs testing a fence. But the tendrils held. Lines of light curled tighter round the crawlers, latching on like fishhooks. Where they touched, the creatures flinched. A few tried backing up. One went still entirely, limbs locking like something had jolted its spine. Cashin watched them. Lips curled slightly. The largest crawler lunged again. This time, it went low. Straight for him. He didn't dodge. He met it head-on. The light followed him, folding in like a closing jaw. He met the creature head-on, raised his free hand, and slapped it flat against the thing's skull. The moment they touched, the void buckled. His vision shifted. Dark skies. Lands that never had a sun. Crawlers born in silence. Built for hunger. Not survival, just, to devour. Fed on light, warmth, magic. They slipped in where magic ran wild and memory failed. Took root in places forgotten. Ruins. Old spells. Names no one said aloud. Created to rot, devour, erase. Cashin reeled. The creature's thoughts were wrong. No, not thoughts, really. More like, pulls. Drives. But buried underneath the crawl of instinct, something else pressed up. Something old. Crown. Cashin pulled. The creatures around him melted away like snow beneath sunlight. Bodies vanishing, souls sucked into glyphs. The crawlers had never been bodies to break, they were immortal constructs. Memoryless hunger-driven monsters, much like dementors, but meaner, stranger. Immortality was not immortality. The immortal persisted within life whereas the immortal had never been alive, so it could not die, it could only be unmade, unbound, or unremembered. Poltergeists, dementors, all those damned things sat on that edge, you did not slay them, you starved, scattered, or sealed them. That was why Angarelo and others had carved the arrays into stone. The patroness worked against such creatures because, in a sense, it was their antithesis. It nullified their very being, but if left alone belief, ruin, and old places would let them knit themselves back together from the darkness. And that was why Cashin had to seal them once more, this time using his own memory as the anchor. Not as a living sacrifice to be consumed, but through the immutability of his strange mind. Where others' thoughts might blur or fray under the crawler's erosion, his held firm, unyielding, unbending, a fixed point the spell could latch onto without devouring him. The biggest creature fell at last, snapping backward like a thread yanked tight, and the vision fractured, cracked like ice underfoot. Cashin stumbled, breath catching sharp in his throat. The dark loosened. Air came rushing back, cold and foul, but real. It wasn't him. The crawlers had escaped long before he'd ever lit that cursed spell in the chamber. Years before he'd ever stepped foot in this world. He hadn't broken the seal. He hadn't called them. He sighed hard. New script flickered behind his eyes. Tenebria Bolio. Darkness that nulls. They'd all gotten it wrong. He, Angarelu, the ancients, Nicholas with his vaults of forbidden theories and half-remembered ritual diagrams. Everyone thought the crawlers fed. They didn't. They erased. Magic, heat, memory, light, gone. That's what Lumos Noctis had done, wasn't it? It hadn't dimmed the room. It made light disappear. Even he couldn't see it. And now his spell could do the same. Tenebria Bolio wasn't a weapon. It was an equalizer. Light against lightless. Cass, Bath's Haida called, already jogging toward him. The others were close behind. He didn't move. Just turned to face them, hair sticking to his temple, coat clinging damp at the collar. They're gone, he said, giving a big smile. Don't faint. I'm still in one piece. No one looked relieved. Nicholas frowned first. How? They'd seen Angarello's vision. The crawlers, the way they ate through light and thought like fire through parchment. You didn't walk out of that and stay intact. Cashin let out a short breath and chuckled. This is something we figured out a while back. He jerked his thumb between himself and Bath's Haida. My memory doesn't go. At all. Not even with help. Nicholas shifted, but didn't speak. Cashin tilted his head toward him. Remember how you said you've seen us somewhere before but couldn't place it? He gave a thin smile. I can. That day, when you wiped everyone's memory. Yours, Perinel's, even theirs, he nodded toward Ada and Edavan, didn't work on me. He raised his hand. No worries. Seems like the same reason I keep those memories is why they don't do the whole nightmare trigger thing when you hold them. They sighed in relief hearing that. Bath's Haida still looked a bit lost, eyes flicking between them like she'd missed a line in the script. The others didn't need it explained. If something had made them, Nicholas Bloody Flamel, of all people, scrub their own memories, it wasn't a footnote. It was something tectonic. Edavan folded her arms, brow tight. Isolated mind. Ada scratched his jaw. Could be. Maybe not part of the causal thread. He glanced at Cashin. Like a bypass. Still part of it. At least partially, Nicholas muttered. But not entangled. Pernell shook her head once. Or something subtler. Something in the way his memory works. Not stronger than the spell. Just, immune. Nicholas hummed, low and distracted, eyes still on Cashin. Perhaps. Bath's Haida looked between them, eyes narrowing. Right. What the hell is going on? There are things, Nicholas said slowly, like he was choosing the least dangerous words, that get stronger when remembered. Bath's Haida frowned. Meaning? Remember what Angarello said? Her kin is no more. People forgot her name, and thus she was erased. With her passing from memory, the monolith lost its power, and that was how the night crawlers escaped. Memory, faith, will, these are the pillars that bind ancient wards. Without memory, there is no anchor. Without faith, no strength to sustain them. Without will, no force to drive them. Strip away even one, and what was once eternal begins to crumble. Pernell explained with a sigh. Names, Nicholas said. Faces. Events. Doesn't matter if they're true. If enough people believe them, feel something about them, love, anger, fear, even reverence, they gain weight. Memory becomes form. Emotion becomes anchor. Cashin tilted his head. Like a patroness, but worse. Nicholas nodded. That's the idea. Patroness pulls on joy. Personal memory. But this is older magic. Collective memory. Wide belief. It can make monsters real. Or keep them alive long after they should have crumbled. Bathshida's brow furrowed. So that's why wiping memory works. If it stops a name from spreading, then yes, Nicholas said simply. If we'd remembered it, written it, taught it, it might have become something else. Something rooted. You spread a name far enough, with enough weight behind it, and you give it form. Removing our memories is not ideal. But better than letting it grow. The fewer who remember, the harder it is for that memory to take root. Edavan's eyes stayed on Cashin. He somehow evaded that. Since he isn't stronger than Nicholas, not even close, she added with a short snort like the idea was funny. Rude, and yet nothing happens. His mind must be different. Isolated. A low hum of agreement rolled through the group. It was the only explanation that fit. Nicholas tilted his head, eyes still on the horizon. I felt a mark at Greece. It was about that then. We failed to remove the threat and only sealed it temporarily, barely, it seems. He rubbed at the side of his neck, almost absently. How troublesome. Cashin's brows went up. With barely a handful of details Nicholas had almost sketched the whole picture. He was sure the man could have gone further, spilled every last bit of what he suspected, but he could feel Nicholas holding himself back, as if one wrong word might knock the edge off something better left alone. That, more than anything, was impressive. With that out of the way, they gave themselves a single day to breathe. They set up camp by the last ridge. The crawlers were gone. For now. Nicholas and Pernell decided to stay behind. Someone had to restore the monoliths. Now that Angarello had dumped half the ancient script into their heads, they could actually do it properly. No more guessing with half-broken glyphs and hope. Without the crawlers around, they won't need living anchors anymore, Pernell said, handing out cookies. Nothing left to feed on memory. Nicholas unfolded a large scroll onto a flat rock. We'll reinforce the stones. Not just the old bindings. They need attention. Bath's Haida frowned. To restore their power. Yes, Nicholas said. Magic's old. Primitive in some ways. They draw power from faith, memory, repetition. Cashin squinted at him. You're going to start a cult? No, Nicholas said mildly. I'm going to build a footpath. Touristic route. Plagues. Suggested offerings. Cashin choked. You're serious? Pernell smiled without looking up. Flowers. Candles. Simple traditions. Something people will do without question. Honor the forgotten stones, Ada said, mock reading off an invisible pamphlet. Bet we'll have them printed by spring. They won't even know what they're doing, Nicholas said. But the belief will stick. Enough people lay flowers on a stone, that memory holds. Anchors bind tighter. Better than us bleeding into them, Pernell said simply. No one argued. They'd all seen what the crawlers could do. Better to keep the stones humming with accidental magic than leave them hollow. If that meant tricking tourists into stopping for a photo and dropping a daisy, so be it. Cashin tilted back, arms folded behind his head, gaze on the clouds. Right. World saved by wildflowers and bad signage. Honestly, fits. The whole thing reminded him of the Norwegian nuclear facility. The Norwegians had feared that, once it was buried, people centuries later might stumble across it and dig it out again. They placed warnings in dozens of languages, even experimented with colors meant to repel, in case knowledge was lost with time. But humans were curious by nature. It was much like the old Greek temples, stumble upon one, and the first instinct was to poke at the stones. And that could be dangerous. By creating a footpath, however, Nicholas was ensuring that people would not pry, but rather leave flowers and prayers, acts of reverence that would strengthen the stones instead of awakening what lay beneath. He had learned this from a fiction book back on Earth called Andres 919. It had been a fascinating read. CH-143 Alternate Reality. Harry woke up before his alarm. The sky was still grey, curtains cracked just enough to let in the early light. Hedwig was perched on the windowsill, feathers puffed up and eyes half-lidded. No cage. Just the ledge. That still felt strange. He reached out and scratched behind her head. She leaned into it, blinking at him, clearly she approved. He still couldn't make sense of it. Not just Hedwig being cage-free, everything. The bed was soft, full-sized, no springs jabbing him in the back. His trunk stood by the wall, untouched. No padlocks. No angry note about staying out of sight. It was still a shock to Harry that people could change that much in a year. Last summer, after his first year at Hogwarts, he'd stepped off the train half ready to run. He'd already braced himself for the usual, Dudley's smug face, Aunt Petunia's pinched nose, Vernon's voice rattling the windows before Harry even made it through the front door. But Vernon smiled. Yes. Smiled. Not in a nice way, exactly. But not the usual vein-bulging grimace, either. More like the kind of smile someone gives when they're pretending not to have seen a crime but definitely saw everything. We've moved your things, he said, almost cheerfully. You're in Dudley's second room now. The one with the blue wallpaper. Harry had stood there for a full minute, hand still on the trunk, waiting for the punchline. When none came, he followed the man up, still half sure he'd hallucinated it. A middle-sized bedroom. Clean, too. Bed made. Window cracked. Wardrobe that wasn't full of broken Hoover parts. He stood in the center of it waiting for it to vanish. It didn't. Later that evening, he'd gone downstairs expecting his usual long list of chores and half a grapefruit for dinner. Instead, Petunia handed him a plate. You can sit, dear. Food's nearly ready. With actual food. Full meal. Warm. She even said eat without even a scowl. Sat down across from him like he wasn't some infestation. And smiled. Harry had to grab the counter to steady himself. He barely touched the food. He'd spent most of the meal waiting for the house to burst into flames or Vernon to stand up and scream, only joking. And drag him back to the cupboard. But nothing happened. They ate in near silence. Petunia sipped tea. Vernon grunted about the neighbor's hedges. Dudley came in, muttered something about Telly, and didn't throw anything. The whole thing felt off. Like he'd stepped sideways into a different world. Professor Rosier had once said something about alternate realities in class, briefly, before going off on a tangent about some wizard who married a manticore for research purposes and lost both his legs and his pension. Harry hadn't caught much of it, but he remembered the point. Sometimes, things didn't line up. Sometimes, they bent. So maybe this was one of those times. A weird bend. One of those little cracks in the universe where everything slipped sideways and nobody noticed. Still, he didn't trust it. He'd kept his wand under the pillow all summer. Just in case. And nope. Still nothing happened. He still did chores, sure, but not like before, no scrubbing the patio with a toothbrush or ironing Dudley's socks while standing on one leg. Just the usual, wash the dishes, mow the lawn, feed the bird. Simple, bearable stuff. He even got an allowance. A proper one, not some leftover pennies Petunia scraped off the windowsill. He was allowed out too. Walks, the corner shop, even the library. That was new. The first time he stepped into the little whinging public library, he half expected someone to throw him out just for breathing near the encyclopedias. But nobody did. He spent hours in the back corner with a stack of books and a biscuit smuggled from the kitchen. Harry triple-checked the date on the calendar. Made sure the street signs still matched. Even pinched himself once or twice. Everything was the same. And something had definitely happened. It was all so bizarre, he ended up writing to Ron, Hermione, and Neville more than once asking if anything weird was happening to them. Nothing dramatic, just polite little "are your relatives acting sane?" sort of notes. Hedwig flew out with his letters freely. Vernon scowled every time she passed, but never shouted. Never slammed the door. Not even when she dropped owl pellets on the clean carpet. When no letters came back, the alternate reality theory started to feel less funny. But that turned out to be a whole other ordeal, didn't it? That summer passed without any shouting, threats, or cupboard doors. He had a bed, books, and breakfast. Nothing to complain about, except that the friends he thought were true had never written back. Until he learned the reason. Dobby. Manic little menace turned up and almost wrecked the whole thing too. Cake splattered on guests. Warnings about doom. One smashed pudding and a house elf in a pillowcase later, and Harry thought for sure the jig was up. But Vernon didn't lock him up. He didn't even shout, really, just muttered about voices and farts, and told Harry to keep his magic under control. That was it. This summer went by much better. It was unnerving. But manageable. His friends had written at least. Then last night, Vernon dropped the bomb. Aunt Marge is coming. Harry nearly dropped his fork. Now, he sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the floor, trying to work out the best plan of survival. Because Aunt Marge wasn't just unpleasant. She was a human sandpaper sheet. Loud. Rude. Obsessed with pedigree and dog breeding and the belief that Harry was a walking disease. She once gave Dudley a new toy helicopter and told Harry, maybe if you were better behaved, you'd deserve socks. He rubbed a hand down his face. Vernon hadn't said when she was arriving. Could be today. Could be tomorrow. But the minute she walked through the door, it'd be like the Dursleys remembered who they used to be. Harry looked at Hedwig, who blinked at him. Yeah, he said. It's going to be one of those weeks. But it didn't become one of those weeks. Aunt Marge showed up mid-morning, suitcase in tow and mouth already running. She stomped through the front door with a wheeze and a, boy. Take my suitcase. And this time, don't fold my clothes like a baboon with broken fingers or I swear to God. She didn't get to finish. Dudley stepped forward, almost knocking Harry sideways, and grabbed the suitcase with both hands. I'll get it, Aunt Marge. Harry blinked. Marge stared like someone had just slapped her with a haddock. Dudley, honey, what are you doing? She asked, voice somewhere between confused and insulted. Let that thing do it. Dudley didn't stop walking. He's got homework. I'm not busy. She looked at Vernon, expecting backup, but Vernon cleared his throat and turned toward the kitchen. Dinner's nearly ready. Why don't you freshen up? That was odd. Harry stayed quiet, still standing by the door. Marge gave him a glare on her way up the stairs, but it was weaker than usual. Like she didn't know quite where she stood anymore. At dinner, she tried. They sat around the table, plates full, Petunia's roast on display. Marge stabbed at her peas and said, too loudly, course, I always said your lot were strange. Funny blood. Makes for strange children. Harry didn't say a word. Just kept eating. Petunia looked up from her mash. Do mind your manners, Marge. That got a double take. From everyone. Marge blinked. I'm only saying. No shame in it. Some families just come from muddier stock. Harry's fork paused mid-air. Vernon set his wine glass down too hard. I think that's enough. The table went still. Marge frowned. I'm only telling the truth. That boy's father was a drunk, wasn't he? Left the mother to do everything. The table shook. Vernon's hand slammed down next to his plate. That's enough, Marge. She gawked at him. Harry looked up, properly now. Vernon's face was red. Not the usual rage red, but something else. His knuckles were white where they pressed the tablecloth. I won't have you insulting people who aren't here to defend themselves. Marge opened her mouth, then closed it. Petunia cleared her throat. James Potter was a war hero. And my sister was an excellent woman. She said it tight, like the words cost her, but she said it. Then Harry noticed a shift. If before he hadn't understood why his aunt and the others were acting kind, now he saw real anger in Petunia's eyes. It was as if she had always wanted to say those words but never could, until something within her finally shifted. Dudley looked from one adult to the next, then turned to Marge. Don't talk about Harry's parents like that. That silenced the whole table. Marge turned to him, eyes wide. Excuse me. Dudley didn't repeat himself. Just kept eating. Vernon coughed. Well, that's settled, isn't it? Pass the potatoes, pet. They ate in silence for a while after that. Marge didn't bring it up again. Didn't look at Harry much either. She spent most of the meal frowning at her wine. After pudding, Harry carried his plate to the sink. Petunia didn't say a word. Just gave him a nod and turned back to scraping crumbs into the bin. Back upstairs, Harry sat on his bed and stared at the ceiling. He wasn't sure what had just happened. It didn't feel like a victory, too strange for that, but something had definitely changed. He reached over, cracked the window open, and let the air in. A dog howled outside. Hedwig hooted softly. Yeah, he muttered. I don't know either.